Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Godslayer. Artemis looked at the enormous crack 3 meters away from her and swallowed. She believed she had already experienced everything in the world. But none of it had ever been this thrilling. Following that massive fissure with her eyes, she saw it stretch all the way to the limits of her vision, like a scar carved directly into the earth. Who? Rayleigh let out a long breath. That one strike had burned through most of the Ryatsu he had finally managed to recover. Because of that strange thing Marius had used on him, his Ryatsu recovery speed was now only about 1/16 of what it should have been. In other words, it had become 16 times slower. The amount of Ryatsu that should have fully recovered in 1 hour would now take 16 hours. Proportional to that enormous consumption, the power of that attack had already surpassed the magic of a level 3 mage using an ultra-long chant. The signature move of the Cheat King. Getsuga Tensho. It was not an ability exclusive to Zangetsu. Zangetsu's original ability was amplification of slashes, and when combined with Getsuga Tensho, it could make an ordinary Getsuga's power become completely unreasonable. One reliable move could carry you through everything. Whether it was the prince next door or the sun god, their initial setups had been somewhat similar, yet neither of them had truly followed through with it to the very end. Only the Cheat King had kept using Getsuga Tensho from beginning to end. At most, when he wielded dual blades, he added a cross-shaped version. In essence, that was still only an application of Getsuga Tensho. The principle behind the technique was absorbing Ryatsu, compressing it at the tip of the blade, and releasing an amplified sword pressure. In theory, every Shinigami could use this move. The Bakuseiga he had once mass-produced were swords that could automatically absorb Ryatsu and allow anyone with mind to use Getsuga Tensho. The only issue was that if the wielder did not let go of the hilt, it would continue absorbing their power. Compared to magic swords did not consume the wielder's mind. In exchange, Bakuseiga had far greater endurance and durability than magic swords. And that was only a flaw of the mass-produced version, not a flaw of Zanpakuto themselves. Forging a kitchen knife version of Zangetsu was not difficult either, but there was one thing that had to be understood first. The thing that was truly strong was not Zangetsu. Nor was it Getsuga Tensho. It was the wielder. Rayleigh. Artemis opened her mouth. Her gaze fell on the sword in Rayleigh's hand, her expression extremely grave. Come with me. After hesitating for a moment, Artemis took Rayleigh away alone. Behind them, the girls were left standing there, their curiosity practically exploding. Lady Artemis. Don't tell me she was tamed by that man. They had heard that some hunting tribes had a custom where whoever lost a duel had to marry the victor. And the faith of hunting tribes was the moon goddess, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. That belief might very well have come from the goddess herself. Could it be that Lady Artemis was going to... Wait. If even Lady Artemis was captured by a male, did that mean they could fall in love too from now on? That actually sounded pretty nice. Rayleigh followed behind Artemis. He sensed an extremely serious atmosphere from her. The two of them spent some time crossing through the forest before arriving at the edge of a shimmering lake. Looking at the moon reflected in the water, Artemis spoke. Rayleigh, as a god, I have a question for you. That sword. No, all of your swords. They're called Zanpakuto, aren't they? Artemis asked in a stern tone, what purpose did you have in mind when you created something like that? Purpose? Don't play dumb. Artemis pointed at Ruriiro Kujaku at Rayleigh's waist. I didn't notice it before, but during that last instant, I truly felt the danger of death. Ordinary weapons cannot kill gods. Unless they are weapons forged specifically to slay gods, or divine artifacts. Yet your Zanpakuto can do the same thing. I'm not wrong, am I? Hearing Artemis's questioning, Rayleigh's expression did not change. That's right. So it really is true. You forged those things knowing that. No, wait. Those are things you created, which means you deliberately pursued that effect, didn't you? Do you intend to slay gods? Heh. Rayleigh let out a soft laugh. To be able to laugh when questioned face to face like this. That fearless attitude made the moon goddess feel a little uneasy, and she unconsciously took half a step back. After noticing that, Rayleigh said, if you were afraid I would kill you, why did you specially bring me to a place like this alone? Artemis said, I'm not afraid of death. Rather, even if a god dies, we will eventually be reborn, so even if I wanted to die, I couldn't. But those children are different. Even if they can come to heaven and stay beside me after death, the life they lost will never return. You really are kind, Rayleigh praised. Ha. Artemis froze. She could not understand why Rayleigh had suddenly complimented her. Zanpakuto. As the name implies, they are blades that can cut the soul. Whether someone is alive or immortal, the essence of the soul is the same. Even for gods, that does not change. Weapons made to slay gods. I would be very happy if you didn't describe the Zanpakuto I created as something that cheap. Rayleigh looked down on so-called god-slaying weapons. Even a god will die if their soul is cut down. It's a very simple principle. Rayleigh gently drew Ruriiro Kujaku and swung the blade at a lush tree beside him. A strange scene unfolded. The large tree struck by the blade appeared completely unharmed. But its bark rapidly dried and yellowed, and in only a few seconds, every leaf on it withered toward death. Artemis stared wide-eyed at the scene. Its soul had been cut. Because of that sword slash. Zanpakuto. What an astonishing creation. Hephaestus had truly found an unbelievable child to join her familia. I don't have any particular dissatisfaction toward gods. Since I was young, I was taught that people can overcome fate through their own efforts, and that destiny is changed with one's own hands, not through prayer. I respect Hephaestus and other remarkable gods, but if a god harms the world or stands before me as an enemy, I also won't mind accepting the glorious title of God-Slayer. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Artemis did not hide her surprise. Her eyes widened, and a certain light flickered in her beautiful emerald gaze. Haha, what an interesting boy. No, what a proud man. You don't fear gods at all, do you? Artemis suddenly broke into a bright laugh. She disliked heaven. And she disliked the gods of heaven. A warrior who would not bow and scrape before gods, who dared to carry out his own will. I don't hate that. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, back to Orario. Back by the bonfire, Rayleigh answered the girl's endless, strange questions one after another. Eventually, the conversation reached the important part. You're saying these swords all have their own consciousness, just like us? That's right. Rayleigh glanced at the four Zanpakuto leaning quietly beside him and explained, a Zanpakuto is connected to its wielder's soul. It wouldn't be wrong to think of the two as a single whole. Which sword gave you the power to freeze Reikia Kingdom's royal capital? This one. Rayleigh picked up the sword and explained, its name is Hyarinmaru. It's an ice and snow type Zanpakuto. It can freeze the moisture in the atmosphere to create ice and control it. It can even manipulate the weather. Manipulate the weather. Seriously. That's amazing. Being surrounded by girls and bombarded with questions might be an unparalleled pleasure for some people, but once the questions piled up, it truly became a headache. In the end, Rayleigh could only escape that sea of suffering by using the excuse that he had not fully recovered yet. His encounter with Artemis Familia had been a coincidence. But it had indeed formed a connection between both sides. Early the next morning, Rayleigh set off for Orario and bid them farewell. Lady Artemis, don't tell me you've taken a liking to that boy. Letsa asked her patron goddess, who was staring fixedly at Rayleigh's departing back. Artemis immediately denied it. How could that be possible? I am the goddess who governs chastity. Is that so? Letsa's face was full of disbelief. After all, from her perspective, this virgin goddess looked exactly like a young girl quietly falling in love. In short, she was incredibly adorable. Their goddess was already beautiful enough to bring ruin to a nation, and when that beauty was paired with the innocent expression of a girl experiencing first love, the destructive power was something no one could possibly withstand. Even Letsa, a woman herself, could barely take it. If men saw her like this, they would probably offer up their hearts on the spot. We'll meet again. Moving alone, Rayleigh traveled at tremendous speed. And by that afternoon, he had returned to Orario. Through Kakushitsuijaku, Rayleigh had located the Ryatsu signatures of Lulyun, Eleonora, Phobos, Welf, and the others, confirming that all of them had already arrived in Orario. In front of the city gate, people lined up to undergo inspection. Orario, the center of the world. Some time had already passed since the Great Feud, and the city had fully regained its vitality and prosperity. The number of merchants and travelers coming and going was as vast as the sea. At this moment, the long line before the gate had more than 200 people in it, and it was constantly moving. Rayleigh stood calmly in the queue and waited. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise and delight rang out. Boo! If it isn't Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked up and saw a male god who always made him feel somewhat troublesome. At the same time, he was also the patron god of the supporter who had been working with him not long ago. Lord Hermes. He called out the other party's name. A traveler's outfit, handsome features, and eyes and brows that always seemed to carry a smile. Even among the gods, he was one of the greatest lovers of entertainment. Wow, you're back. I knew you'd be fine, Hermes said in a tone that made them sound extremely close. Hephaestus was very worried about you. Thank you for your concern. Ha ha ha, you're far too polite. I have high hopes for you, you know. Hermes threw him a wink. Rayleigh did not hide the disgust on his face at all and took 2 steps back. Hermes awkwardly scratched his cheek. Just then, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his ear. Ow, ow, ow. Asfi, that hurts. Stop, stop. Don't bother Rayleigh-san. Don't we still have a commission? Hurry up and put your attention back where it belongs. The blue-haired girl scolded Hermes sharply. Then she came before Rayleigh and nodded in greeting. Rayleigh-san, sorry for disturbing you. This fool means no harm, so please don't take it to heart. Rayleigh smiled faintly and said, you really have it rough. Asfi sighed. That's what happens when our patron god is a hopeless scoundrel who lives entirely for amusement. After saying that, she grabbed Hermes by the back of his neck and left with 2 other members of Hermes' familia. She really does have it rough. Rayleigh muttered while watching them leave. Although Hermes' familia had the special privilege of being able to leave the city, and only a very small number of familias in Orario possessed that right, it was not exactly a convenient benefit. Their trips outside the city were usually for commissions or information gathering, which meant every journey came with a considerable amount of risk. Fortunately, that god was well suited for this sort of work. Even so, Hermes' familia often suffered losses. During the Great Feud, they had lost several members, and they had not even been able to recover the bodies. As intelligence agents, if they fell into the hands of Evelus, one could imagine what kind of end awaited them. A quick death would probably have been a luxury. It was hard to imagine what they had gone through. Hermes did not show anything on the surface. But that man was also a parent who loved his children. If his children suffered something like that, there was no way he would not feel grief as their parent. Even for a god who lives for amusement, once his bottom line was touched, he could not keep smiling. Thinking of that, Rayleigh scratched his head. He had probably made his own parent worry quite a lot this time too. Although Hephaestus could know whether he was alive or dead through their fauna connection, with that goddess's personality, she might already have grabbed her hammer and gone to Arenas, threatening him into sending help. Next. After waiting in line for a long while, it was finally his turn. Rayleigh stepped forward. Register your name, race, identity, familia. Famil. The guard at the gate stopped halfway through his sentence. When he lifted his head and saw Rayleigh's face, his eyes widened in sudden surprise. This guard was a member of Ganesha familia. Rayleigh recognized that through the flag standing behind him and the emblem on it. This was probably also one of the ways Ganesha familia recruited people. Because Ganesha familia served as the city's military police, guarding the city gates naturally fell within their duties as well. Usually, members of Ganesha familia and guild employees worked together while on duty. Because of the familia's captain, Shakti, and her younger sister, RD, Rayleigh had a fairly high level of recognition within Ganesha familia. Yotosai Dano, were you out completing a commission? Realizing that he had been recognized, Rayleigh nodded calmly. After that, the Ganesha familia guard quickly helped him register his information and let him through. This was completely different from the first time he had come to Orario. Back then, he had gone through quite a bit of questioning and had needed some effort before successfully entering the city. But now, he was already an adventurer whose name was rising within the city. He was no longer the unknown rookie who had just stepped onto the stage. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Level. Senpai, was that person just now famous? Why did you treat him so specially? And isn't it strange that he was carrying 4 swords? One of the newer members of Ganesha familia asked in confusion. The guard he called Senpai looked at him. Haha, you idiot. Those weren't swords. The guard's expression suddenly turned serious as he emphasized. They were Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. Ah, so you really do know that person, right? It would be stranger not to know him. That was Yotosai Rayleigh. Though now that I think about it, the first time I heard Rayleigh's name was from our captain. Captain Shakti. That's right. Oh, and Miss RD too. The guard's tone became nostalgic as he recalled the past. Not long after that, his name started spreading like wildfire. The war started by Evelus became the stage where that man and his Zanpakuto made their name. You mean the weapon Miss RD uses? That person just now is the smith who forged Zanpakuto. You only realized that now. The guard's mouth twitched before he smiled and half-joked, if you can get a Zanpakuto from that man, I might have to start calling you sir, miss, or even lord one day. Ha 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 ha. Yet mixed into the guard's expression were seriousness and clarity. His joke was also a kind of hopeless self-mockery. Orario, the labyrinth city, the center of the world. The dungeon, adventuring. One could say there was no one here who willingly accepted mediocrity. But reality forced people to recognize their own ordinary nature. Before he knew it, he had grown used to his work as a guard. He even felt proud and respectable doing it. Adventurers were judged purely by strength. It was not so savage that the strong simply devoured the weak, but a person's position, identity, and the attitude others showed them were all determined by strength. Without strength, others looked down on you. Without strength, you could only pray that the other person was willing to be reasonable. In the past, changing that had been utterly impossible no matter what one did. But now, all it took was one sword. One sword could change the fate forced upon the weak. That man's power was something 99% of the people in this city desperately longed for. And even so, he can still remain untouched. Just thinking about that is terrifying. No one dares provoke Hephaestus Familia. Not even Freya Familia or Loki Familia. Of course, aside from his Familia, that man himself has all kinds of terrifying legends around him too. Gulp. Hearing that, the new member of Ganesha Familia finally understood. Of course, he had not understood all those legends he was hearing for the first time. What he had fully understood was that the person just now was an important figure. After entering the city, Rayleigh went straight to the guild. The moment he appeared, the originally noisy guild quickly fell silent. Every gaze turned toward him. Rayleigh looked around, trying to find a receptionist, but his arrival had already alerted the staff. One of them quickly came forward. Rayleigh-sama, please come with me. Rayleigh nodded and followed the staff member to a consultation room. After exchanging information, he learned about the current situation of the others. First, Loyun had already returned to Hermes Familia. Second, Lady Phobos was currently being accommodated by the guild and was helping Orario understand some information about Rakia. At the moment, she was staying in Babel. Welf was the same, and according to the agreement, he would later undergo conversion and join Hephaestus Familia. Finally, there was Rakia Kingdom's princess, Eleonora. About her. What? She joined the guild. Rayleigh was surprised at first. But after thinking about it, he understood. Because of what Eleonora had gone through in the past, she had likely become suspicious of so-called familias and factions, and did not want to expose her skill. Joining the guild, huh? Fine. As long as it was a choice she had made herself, there was nothing for him to interfere with. The handover was complete and the commission had ended. Rayleigh immediately returned to his familia. When Hephaestus saw him, the emotion in her heart showed completely on her face, without the slightest attempt to hide it. I'm back. The goddess was moved for a moment before she showed a relieved smile. Then she stepped forward, wrapped both hands around Rayleigh's head, and pressed him into her chest. Welcome back. Cough. Only when Rayleigh started to feel a little smothered did Hephaestus finally let him go. It was a pretty good journey. A lot of interesting things happened, so I'll tell you about them, Rayleigh said to Hephaestus in a gentle voice. The goddess smiled and nodded. After that, Rayleigh told her everything that had happened outside the city. Though, whether intentionally or not, he left out quite a few details. For example, his encounter with Eleonora and his meeting with Artemis were both edited somewhat. It was not as if anything had happened, but if he said it all together, it somehow felt a little unhealthy. His instincts told him he needed to use some careful wording. A few days ago, you were the only one who didn't come back. I really was worried for a long time. But I knew that if it was you, you would definitely be fine. Even if you ran into trouble, you would surely overcome it. Hephaestus took his hands and spoke from the heart. Rayleigh felt deeply moved. Then he held the goddess's hands in return and said, please update my status, goddess. After everything that had happened, Rayleigh's mindset had changed somewhat, and he once again asked Hephaestus to update his ability values. Starting today. He, Rayleigh of Hephaestus Familia, was a level 4 adventurer. Looking at the Falna translated into the common language and copied onto paper in his hand, he saw that before leveling up, his strength, endurance, and dexterity had all officially broken past the normal limit. At level 3, his final ability values were Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Dexterity, SS. Agility, SS. Magic, SSS. Turning all of that into the foundation of his strength, Rayleigh chose to level up. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV, ability values. Strength. Endurance. Dexterity. Agility. Magic. Development abilities. Blacksmith H. Spirit Healing H. Swordsman H. Mage I. Magic. Heido. Bakudo. Kaido. Skills. Blade of the Soul. Jif Blessing, Minor. For the new development ability, there were still more than 10 options to choose from. After careful consideration, Rayleigh chose Mage, which could increase the power of magic. For a Shinigami, Kido was an extremely common combat method. Among all his ability values, magic was also the highest. It was a development ability that suited him very well. Chapter 180, Back Home. Mage, huh? You are absolutely the strangest smith I've ever met. Hephaestus teased him with a smile. Rayleigh himself did not really feel that way. After all, he was completely different from what this world traditionally considered a smith. In this world, a smith generally meant a blacksmith. But Rayleigh's true nature was not that of a swordsmith. He was a Shinigami. It was only that he also happened to be the creator of Zanpakuto. So this was level 4. Both the quality and quantity of his Ryatsu had undergone a massive leap. Compared to when he was level 3, the difference was like a river and a waterfall. With this, he should be able to freely use every Kido below number 90. And that was not all. The current him should also be capable of forging even stronger Zanpakuto, granting them more powerful names. He could hardly wait to test his current strength. But before that, he needed to go home first. After leaving Babel, Rayleigh headed straight for his home in this world. He pushed open the door and stepped lightly inside. The house's special structure, built for Alphea's sake, completely isolated it from the outside world. No matter how noisy the street outside became, none of that sound would enter the house. Rayleigh looked around the first floor. He did not see the figure he had been missing. So he climbed the stairs and went to the attic. Passing through the reading room, Rayleigh arrived at Alphea's bedroom. And there, he saw the woman named Alphea sitting in a chair, her posture relaxed as her head rested tilted against the window. She held a book in her arms. Rayleigh glanced at it and noticed there was no title. Seeing how relaxed she looked, Rayleigh could roughly tell that her physical condition should have improved somewhat. Otherwise, she would not have fallen asleep so peacefully. When the two of them had first begun living under the same roof, he often found her unable to sleep because of the torment of her illness, or waking in pain after finally managing to drift off. Even the strongest adventurer was helpless against an enemy she could not touch. Seeing her like this now made Rayleigh genuinely happy. His efforts, and Alphea's own endurance, had not been wasted. After reaching level 4, his mastery over Kaido had taken another step forward. He reached out with one hand and directly gathered Reisher into his palm. Then, by altering the nature of those Reisher, he infused the power of Kaido into the woman's body. Slowly, gently. To Alphea, the feeling was no different from sunlight spilling over her skin. Even so, she still woke up. Sharply. Then she immediately noticed the presence beside her, a presence so familiar and reassuring that it put her at ease. "You're back." Alphea blurted out those words. Rayleigh froze. Because that sounded far too much like something a wife at home would say to her husband returning from a journey. After a brief daze, Rayleigh immediately nodded and said, I'm back. Everything went smoothly. I see. That's good. Were you watching me sleep just now? Sorry. Rayleigh did not deny it. Instead, he admitted it openly, with a smile on his face. Alphea glanced at him and did not continue pressing the matter. Instead, she said, while you were gone, I spent most of my time sleeping. Ah, no. Never mind. Forget what I just said. What did that mean? Rayleigh felt something stir in his heart. Suddenly, Alphea's mismatched eyes fixed on him without moving, her gaze looking extremely serious. You leveled up. As expected of you. How did you notice? Rayleigh asked in some surprise. Alphea replied, the nature of your magic changed. More than that, the greater difference is your expression. Someone confident in their own strength naturally gives off a calm, composed air. Do I? Rayleigh himself could not sense what Alphea was talking about. But he quickly understood. Because he thought of the Cheat King. Ichigo. Before unlocking his cheat, the gap between the Cheat King and Aizen had been impossible to cross. When Aizen approached, he frantically retreated, his face full of panic, cold sweat pouring down his body. Even the hand gripping his sword trembled. In the face of Aizen's verbal attacks, he had been powerless to refute him. But after unlocking his cheat and obtaining power greater than Aizen's, he became an entirely different person in an instant. When faced with Aizen's gaze, he no longer dodged. When attacked, he blocked with one hand, displaying complete ease. When faced with a level 90 Kido from Hogyoku Aizen, he waved it away with one hand as casually as brushing off dust. And when Aizen once again tried to overwhelm him with words, the Cheat King directly said, I've heard enough of your reasoning. That was the change strength brought. Although Rayleigh did not think he had already reached the Cheat King's absurd level of strength, he was indeed still in the swollen confidence phase that came after a sudden surge in power. This level up was different from the calm ones before. He could clearly feel his Ryatsu growing stronger, to the point where it even gave him a faint illusion of being omnipotent. Sorry, Alphea. Could you keep me company for a bit? After realizing his own state of mind, Rayleigh wanted Alphea to beat him awake. The two of them went to the underground training ground together. Rayleigh warmed up. Alphea, on the other hand, simply stood there with her usual graceful composure. The level gap between them was enormous, so it was only natural that he was not being taken seriously. Even so, Rayleigh wanted to give Althea a little surprise. Begin. Althea opened her mouth and gave the signal. In the next second, Rayleigh had already made his move. He opened both hands toward the front, his Ryatsu surging violently. A terrifying Raisha reaction gathered between his palms, forming a massive sphere of Kido light. I'm going all in from the start. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Rayleigh decisively fired the number 88 Heido with incantation abandonment. A massive beam of light over 6 meters in diameter roared out, swallowing his entire field of vision. The ground along its path instantly caved in under the attack, leaving a deep scar carved across the training field. The enormous cannon blast descended in a straight line. Silentium Eden. However, when that terrifying beam arrived in front of Althea, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. It even began to break apart, returning to the air itself. Silent Garden. An enchantment magic. A spell that could nullify magical attacks. Its flaw was that it also weakened attacks from inside the barrier, meaning Althea's own magical power would be greatly reduced as well. Even number 88 doesn't work, huh? The corner of Rayleigh's mouth lifted. Not only did he show no discouragement at all, he actually looked a little excited. Chapter 181, Spar with Althea. How many times had he fought Althea now? Rayleigh focused his mind. His senses grew incomparably sharp, to the point where he could even detect the angle and speed of the wind rebounding from the ground. The gravel underfoot, even the dust in the air, seemed to form a three-dimensional model inside his mind. The strongest adventurer. As an opponent, she could not be more perfect. Because he did not need to worry about using too much strength and causing irreversible consequences. Heido number 57, Daichi Tenyo. Rayleigh shifted the sole of his right foot outward and poured Ryoryoku into the ground. The earth immediately trembled, then split open into deep cracks. The ground broke apart, and slabs of stone floated into the air. Rayleigh controlled the enormous rocks and sent them smashing toward Althea. These were not objects purely manifested from mind, but physical attacks created by using the surrounding environment. Silentium Eden could not nullify them. The stones all focused on the woman. Althea's eyes shifted slightly. Then she moved. Her steps turned and flowed, avoiding the falling rocks one after another. Even when Rayleigh predicted her movement route in advance, his attacks could only strike the traces she left behind, never landing a direct hit. So he changed his method of control, spreading the stones out to form a dense, inescapable net. As his hand closed in the air, the countless stones shot toward Althea together like a tightening web. Seeing this, Althea stopped in place and raised her hand forward. Her fingers, wrapped in black silk gloves, snapped lightly. Satana's Virion. A bomb of sound instantly detonated, blasting the countless hard stones in the air into fragments. Rayleigh's eyes flashed. Judging by the power of that strike, it was not hard to conclude that Althea had already released Silentium Eden. Otherwise, while maintaining Silentium Eden, the weakened Satana's Virion would not have been powerful enough to sweep away all those stones at once. And that was exactly Rayleigh's goal. Without Silentium Eden's magic nullifying effect, this was his chance. Carriage of Thunder, Bridge of a Spinning Wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61, Rikuchikoro. Rayleigh quickly finished the chant, and the number 61 Bakudo shot from his hand. Althea noticed the fluctuation of mind. But the moment she noticed it, 6 bars of Raisher light had already been set in place. Just as she was about to use magic, the ground suddenly broke open, and a large number of golden, serpent-like chains erupted from below, binding her limbs and waist. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Next is this move. Gaki Reko. Rayleigh summoned a cyan whirlwind to spin before him. From the swirling wind, more than a dozen green beams of light appeared, twisting through the air before shooting toward Althea. Nicely done. Facing such a viciously difficult situation, the woman's expression remained as calm as ever. Her graceful posture did not deform in the slightest. She was composed and elegant from beginning to end. The beams of light landed in front of Althea, only to turn into ripples and dissolve into the air. Silentium Eden. Rayleigh's eyes widened slightly, disbelief showing in his pupils. This phenomenon proved only one thing. The Silentium Eden he had thought Althea had released had actually been operating normally the entire time. In other words, the sound magic that had just flattened the earth had not been its original power at all, but the result after being heavily weakened by Althea's own magic. Rayleigh instantly retreated. As he moved backward, he injected Raisher into his blood vessels, blue patterns flashing across the surface of his body. Then came the next move. Bakudo number 81, Dan-ku. The instant Rayleigh abandoned the chant and released Danku, he saw Althea's lips move slightly. In the next second, sound vanished. Or rather, it was blown away. Boom. It was clearly a grand, devastating scene, yet it lacked any sound effect matching the visual impact. The earth was pierced through. The number 81 Bakuto shattered in an instant, turning into countless fragments before returning to the erasure in the atmosphere. Rayleigh's figure was sent flying backward. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he shot across the ground and slammed straight into the wall at the far end, making the entire underground space tremble. Plop. A small stone fell onto Rayleigh's head. But Rayleigh lay there without any reaction. More accurately, he could not move. The erasure injected into his blood vessels had been shaken apart, its arrangement broken, and his internal organs had suffered a severe impact. Even breathing felt difficult. Cough. It seemed more than 10 bones in his body had been broken. The power of Kaido slowly activated, flowing through his body and beginning to treat him. Rayleigh spent a full 4 or 5 minutes before he barely recovered enough mobility to crawl up from the ground. Ha ha ha. This gap. The slight swelling of confidence he had felt earlier vanished without a trace. Putting aside how large the gap between him and level 7 still was, the person before him was Althea, the incarnation of talent who could fight the level 9 Empress head-on without falling behind, and might even defeat her. The strongest adventurer. The current him still could not even begin to compare. Rayleigh sat up. Then he met a pair of mismatched eyes. Althea had actually crouched down beside him, resting her cheek in one hand as she stared at him, like a young girl admiring flowers. Rayleigh froze for a moment. Althea said, "Your growth speed is abnormal." Huh. Abnormal. Going from level 1 to level 4 in 2 years is impressive, but that isn't what I mean. Althea brushed the long hair by her temple behind her ear. When I first met you, the strength you displayed already far exceeded what your level should have allowed. I noticed it then. Every time you release one of your swords, you enter a state of limit break, surpassing the upper limit of strength set by your level. I can do that because of my skill, but you are able to forge weapons like Zanpakuto and achieve it naturally. Limit break. The reason the gods divided Falna into levels, and the reason those levels mattered so much, was because they offered the clearest way to display the gap in strength. Every stage, in other words, every level, had a limit to what it could reach. The vessel's capacity was finite. For example, a level 1 adventurer, no matter how hard they trained, would never possess more than 500 kilograms of arm strength without leveling up. Only by leveling up could they raise their abilities further. That was the boundary that truly existed under the level system. But the potential of the races of the lower world could not be fully predicted even by the gods. There would always be a few exceptional beings capable of breaking through the boundary set by the gods and displaying power beyond their level. That special condition was known as limit break. Chapter 182, Tiona and Tioni. An adventurer's strength was made up of several major parts. First, ability values. These represented all of an adventurer's basic attributes, such as strength, speed, defense, and so on. Second, skills. The effects of skills varied greatly, and under specific conditions, they could often correct or enhance those basic attributes. Third, magic. Magic was a special power, broadly divided into attack, defense, and healing types. There were also spells like Futsanamatama, which manipulated gravity, though in essence, even that was categorized as attack magic. The power of magic could make it possible to kill above one's level. However, even this had already been taken into account by the gods. With the effect of her skill and her bottomless mind, Lafia Voridis, the mage of Loki Familia who would one day be known as Thousand Elf, could, while still level 4, threaten level 6 enemies and even interfere with level 7 enemies. Such a ridiculous increase in power still did not truly break through the boundaries set by the gods. This had a lot to do with the nature of mages. In this world, magic was not a trick, nor was it an ordinary combat method. It was more like a part of strategic planning, a trump card meant to decide victory in a single strike, a final killing move. The sum of ability values, skills, and magic raised the limit of each level to a height that almost no one could reach. And yet, Althea could break through that limit at will. Jif Blessings. This skill allowed Althea to remain in a state of limit break, ignoring the boundaries set by level and unleashing terrifying power far beyond level 7. Without it, she would never have been able to fight the level 9 Empress head-on. Even Bel Cranel, stacked with every aura and buff possible, still seemed as fragile as a kindergarten child when he fought Apollo Familia's captain after leveling up to level 2 with all his ability values at SSS. That was the absolute boundary between levels. Even if one had several extra S-rank values, without achieving limit break, their strength would still remain confined within the range defined by Falna. Because of that, fighting above one's level was almost impossible among adventurers. Even Bel had to use his skill, Argonaut, to charge power and temporarily enter a limit break state during an attack. The heroic strike carried the possibility of overturning all unreasonable odds. It was the greatest unreasonable force, and that unreasonable effect could even reverse and break through the boundary of limit break. However, compared to Jif Blessing, which allowed Althea to remain in a constant state of limit break, Argonaut required more conditions to achieve the same effect and came with greater restrictions. That was also why Jif Blessing had extremely severe side effects. Not only did it apply a debuff to the user, it also caused permanent damage to the body. Now, that ability had been sealed inside a Zanpakuto. Otherwise, Althea might not have lived more than a year at most. Just dealing with the aftereffects left behind by that skill had consumed a tremendous amount of Rayleigh's energy, making him sigh more than once at how terrifying the skill truly was. Both its performance and its side effects were too heavy for life itself to bear. By comparison, the existence of Zanpakuto was practically unfair. A Zanpakuto's Bankai surpassed the boundary set by the gods. Once Bankai was released, its power broke through the limit and fulfilled the requirements for limit break. That's right. What Althea valued was not Rayleigh's level. It was that abnormal power, so powerful that even levels could not fully express it. The gods are a troublesome lot, Althea suddenly said. Not all of them are good. Some are evil, and there are even some who make you want to vomit. But without exception, they all long for the appearance of heroes. Rayleigh looked at her in confusion. I've never thought about becoming someone that great. You already are. A faint smile appeared on Althea's face. She said, didn't you save me? To me, you are my hero. Or are you dissatisfied because the person you saved wasn't a young girl or a princess, but a 25-year-old woman like me? Her words shook something inside the boy's heart. You are my hero. Althea had said that to him. Just now. He had not misheard her. This was really far too unfair. The person I risked my life to save was you. How could I be dissatisfied? Rayleigh suppressed the joy rising in his chest and answered seriously. Althea turned her face away. I see. Leaving only those brief words behind, she returned above ground. Rayleigh was left standing there alone. There was no doubt that he had feelings for Althea. The problem was how Althea saw him. If she continued seeing him only as a boy, that would not do. But he had not expected to hear words like that from her today. A hero, huh? Not the kind of savior the gods expected. That sort of hero interested him much more. The next day, Rayleigh was walking toward the guild when he saw many adventurers gathered together, discussing something. They all looked rather excited. Had something happened? With that question in mind, Rayleigh headed forward and arrived in front of a tavern. Just as he approached, before he even reached out to push the door open, he felt a warning. The instant he flashed away from the doorway, a figure flew out upside down. Thud. Ah. The one who flew out was a man. No, it would be more accurate to say he had been thrown out. The man lay sprawled on the ground, looking utterly miserable and humiliated. But rather than anger, what showed on his face seemed to be shame and fear. Rayleigh glanced at the man, then leaned slightly to look inside the tavern. His eyes widened a little. Inside the tavern, two girls with obvious Amazon traits stood there looking as if there was no one who could match them. They were twins. The older sister sat on a table, her short, plump legs swinging back and forth, while the younger sister stood on the floor with her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. So this is Orario. We heard this place was full of powerful adventurers. What the heck? That was totally fake, the Amazon twin said, their voices filled with disdain and disappointment. Rayleigh looked at them with a smile. So they had arrived. The future stars of Loki Familia. The Amazon twins, the Hiriot sisters. Tioni and Tiona. Just as he remembered, they caused quite a commotion the moment they came to Orario. The man who had just been thrown out was definitely not the first. According to Rayleigh's memory, Loki Familia would soon receive the news and come here to recruit the sisters. He had not expected to witness this scene personally. Rayleigh felt somewhat lucky. To him, this was almost like making a pilgrimage to a sacred place. However, just then, the arrogant Tioni suddenly noticed him and pointed at him. Hey, what are you smiling at? You looking for a beating? Rayleigh. Chapter 183, Display of Strength. A pretty boy like this is an adventurer too. How disappointing. Tioni, the elder of the Amazon twins, had the air of a delinquent girl. Her sitting posture was anything but proper, and she was perched right on top of a table, leaving the tavern owner furious but too afraid to say anything. That expression of hers was unbearably smug too, deliberately looking down on others with one eye half-lidded in open contempt. Rayleigh's expression stiffened after being called a pretty boy, and a dangerous aura began to seep from him. At that very instant, Tioni suddenly jumped down from the table and took up a fighting stance facing him. A little cold sweat appeared on her face, and her pupils trembled as if she had sensed something unbelievable. Nay-san. Beside her, little Tiona also shifted from her careless attitude, calling out solemnly to warn her sister of the threat she had felt. Yeah, no need to say it. I felt it too. Beneath Tioni's slightly horrified expression, the corners of her mouth split into a grin, her voice trembling as she said. This guy isn't some pretty boy at all. He's dangerous. Her tongue and lips trembled, and every muscle in her body was drawn tight. What Tioni felt now was a mixture of fear and excitement. The instincts she had trained since childhood told her that the opponent before her was dangerous. But precisely because of that, her instinctive thirst to fight a powerful enemy stimulated her nerves, urging her to challenge the person in front of her. Haha, no doubt about it. This guy is completely different from those losers earlier. Tioni could no longer hold herself back. The blood of an Amazon was boiling in her veins. She was going to attack right now. Rayleigh sensed her fighting spirit, but he had no intention of clashing with her here. He did not know when Loki Familia would arrive after hearing the news. He could not even be certain whether they would come today or several days later. If anyone wanted to tame these Amazon twins, only a few Familias in the city were capable of doing it. As for the reason, it was simple. These sisters were too strong. Both of them were only 12 years old this year, yet they had already reached level 3. Even a mid-tier faction like Apollo Familia only had a level 3 as its captain. For Orario, these two who had come from Telskura were like treasures that had dropped from the sky. Subduing them without harming them would be no easy matter. Rayleigh did not think that would be particularly difficult for him, but there was no benefit in defeating them either. First of all, neither of them was a smith, so they were not suited for Hephaestus Familia. In all of Orario, the Familia most suited to them was undoubtedly Loki Familia. Ganesha Familia served as the city's military police, and with the twins' personalities, they would hate being bound by strict rules. As for Freya Familia, that could already be considered a religious group, made up of the goddess Freya and all of her devoted worshippers. There were other familias capable of subduing the two, of course. For example, Ishtar Familia. That was also a familia led by a goddess of beauty, but the industry they dealt in was far too special. Among Amazons, these sisters were actually quite innocent, so they were not suited to enter the pleasure business. Besides, the darkness hidden within Ishtar Familia would be purged sooner or later. Only Loki Familia could properly raise these two. I don't intend to fight. Rayleigh let out a light sigh, then shook his head and prepared to leave. He retreated half a step back. But that tiny movement, in the eyes of Tioni, who had already entered combat mode, was an excellent opening. So she instantly lowered her body, the muscles in both legs bursting with terrifying strength. Her small body sprang up, curving into a C-shape in midair, her bent leg pulled in tightly. Whoosh! Tioni's whip kick tore through the air. It came down straight toward Rayleigh's shoulder. Seeing this, Rayleigh immediately raised his left arm above his head, and blue patterns appeared across it. Bang! Ha! Tioni's strike, which she had been certain would land, gave her an unfamiliar sensation the instant it connected. She released the impact and flipped backward. After landing on the ground, she immediately lifted her face to look at Rayleigh. Then she discovered that he had not moved at all. How was that possible? That attack just now had no effect at all. Tioni froze for a moment. Rayleigh lowered his arm and lightly shook his sleeve. Then he checked whether his clothes had been damaged. Still, as expected of an Amazon, that had been a powerful strike. Compared to an ordinary level 3, her instantaneous explosive power was about 60% stronger. Seeing his composed appearance, Tioni, who had just been stunned, immediately became so angry that she clenched her teeth. Don't get cocky. I'm not though. I'm gonna beat you flat. Tioni moved again. She leapt backward and took a running stance. After gathering power for a short moment, she shattered the floor and ground beneath her, launching herself forward in a violent burst. Her entire body flew into the air, both legs stretched straight. A flying front kick powered by a running start. It looked incredibly strong. Go, Nei-san. Take him down. Tiona shouted from the side, cheering as if she wished the chaos would grow even bigger. Rayleigh felt a headache coming on. These two children were far too different from the sisters he knew, but considering the 4 or 5 year age gap between then and now, perhaps that was only natural. These two girls, or rather, these two little troublemakers, had none of the charm they would have in the future. He had to admit, growth truly was a mysterious thing. While thinking about such things, Rayleigh strengthened his wrist with Riryoku, then reached out and grabbed Tioni's incoming ankle. Tioni was stunned. No way. He actually caught it. Holding Tioni with one hand, Rayleigh lifted her up with a single motion. Tioni was filled with confusion. Seriously? The difference between our strength was this big? Having her full power attack broken so easily made Tioni's mind freeze. Let go of Tioni. Seeing Tioni caught, little Tiona rushed in as well. Her small fist nearly stirred up a gale as it came smashing toward him. Rayleigh brought his fingers together and raised his palm. With a light, crisp smack, he stopped the little girl's ferocious punch. Tiona was shocked. She had already hit him with all her strength, but it did nothing. Amazing. Taking advantage of Tiona's daze, Rayleigh moved his finger near her forehead and flicked her. The little girl was sent flying by the forehead flick and landed directly on a chair. Then came Tioni. With a gentle swing, Rayleigh tossed her onto another chair. The twin sisters, now forced into sitting properly, looked at each other and saw the same shock in one another's eyes. Just then, a sudden commotion came from outside the tavern. Hearing those astonished reactions, Rayleigh thought to himself. They're finally here. Chapter 184, Loki Familia. Fin Dame. Loki Familia had finally appeared. The crowd quickly moved aside, opening a path for them. The first to walk in was Finn, the captain of the Familia. Then came Riveria and Gareth. All three of Loki Familia's top executives had arrived. Just as Rayleigh thought that, a small golden figure squeezed in as well. It was Ace. No, behind her was. Behind Ace followed a werewolf boy. Although he looked much younger than the version Rayleigh remembered from the future, judging by the tattoo and the color of his fur, that should be the Tsundere wolf, bet. So he had already joined Loki Familia. The moment Finn entered, he noticed the traces of fighting at the scene. At the same time, he also noticed Rayleigh standing calmly off to the side. So Finn immediately smiled and greeted him. Rayleigh. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Finn walked a little closer, then after observing the Amazon sisters, asked, Are you here for these two talents as well? Rayleigh's heart stirred slightly. Finn. That phrasing sounded as if he wanted to do him a favor. If Rayleigh said yes now, would Loki Familia back down? He could only say it was possible. However, he still shook his head. No. I'm just here to watch the commotion. You're the main characters here. The main characters. Finn froze for a moment before saying modestly, Haha, I wouldn't dare claim that. But when it comes to outstanding talent, we will still make an effort for it. Rayleigh nodded, signaling for him to go ahead. However, Tioni did not seem willing to let him off. She stood up aggressively, strode over to him, and grabbed his arm. Hey! Are you trying to run away? Rayleigh blinked, then asked, I don't think I'm the one who lost. TCH, that's exactly what I mean. I lost to you, not someone else. Don't you plan to do something? Like make me your slave, do fuckyen #%me, then RA #, and stuff like that. Smack. Rayleigh chopped his hand down on the top of Tioni's head, cutting off her outrageous words. Ow. What are you doing? Covering his face with one hand, Rayleigh felt a deep wave of speechlessness wash over him. What's wrong with this girl? He knew she was a pervert, but she was only 12 right now. Was her mind already this open? What the hell kind of place was Telskura? They were teaching children all the wrong things. Just then, Ace tilted her head and asked Rayleigh, Are you going to do that? Of course not. Rayleigh denied it in a slightly louder voice. Fortunately, the people outside had not come in. Otherwise, who knew what kind of rumors would spread after that exchange? In the future, when people mentioned him, they would no longer think of him as the creator of Zanpakuto or Yodasai of Hephaestus Familia. Instead, they would say, that's the Lullicon scum who did this and that to a 12-year-old child. Disgusting. Seeing that Ace was still staring at him, Rayleigh grabbed her by the shoulders, leaned his face closer, and said in an extremely serious tone, You understood me, right? After a moment, Ace nodded. Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief. Riveria showed a wry smile from the side, she seemed to sympathize with Rayleigh's situation. As expected of Amazons, I suppose. Even their children are this bold. TCH. Bet looked at Rayleigh with eyes as if he were staring at trash, clicking his tongue in disdain. Then he stepped forward and said, Hey, Lullicon. Stay away from Ace, or I'll teach you what pain feels like. Lullicon. Rayleigh froze. Then the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely several times. He grabbed Bet by the shoulder and emphasized word by word, This is a massive misunderstanding, and it absolutely has to be cleared up. Ha. Bet glanced at the hand on his shoulder, his eyes turning cold. Let go, he said flatly. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Then his face stiffened, and he said expressionlessly, So, do you understand what you did wrong? Bet suddenly smiled. In the next second, he exploded into motion. He swiped straight at Rayleigh in front of him. However, he only caught empty air. The figure before him blurred. A faint sting at his throat pulled Bet's awareness back. He stared in disbelief at Rayleigh's finger resting in front of his throat. He had not seen what had happened at all. But the three executives at the side had all seen it. And all three of them were deeply shocked. Finn immediately asked, "You leveled up?" Seeing that they had noticed, Rayleigh did not hide it. He withdrew his hand and said, "Yes. Not long ago." "Impressive. To reach level 4 in such a short time is truly remarkable," Gareth praised. But at that moment, the defeated Bet shouted loudly, "Huh? You're saying this guy is level 4? How is that possible? He was level 4 too." But in that instant just now, before he even had a chance to react, his throat had already been reached. If this were a real fight, his throat would have been cut open. How could someone like this possibly be the same level 4 as him? There is always someone stronger than you, Bet. Your view is too narrow, Gareth said, offering a little instruction as the senior who had once beaten Bet soundly and dragged him into the familia. TCH. Although Bet was unhappy, after being defeated, he could only feel unwilling. He did not act out again. After clicking his tongue, he quieted down. "Rayleigh, you're amazing. You beat Bet right away," Ace suddenly said, directly delivering repeated follow-up blows to the Tsundra wolf. Looking at her innocent expression, then at Bet beside her as he forced himself not to cry, Rayleigh suddenly felt a little sorry for him. "You really don't plan to invite them?" Finn asked, pulling the topic back to the main matter. He was referring to Tioni and Tiona. Rayleigh nodded again. "Our familia isn't suited for them." After receiving his confirmation once more, Finn smiled, then came before the Amazon twins and said, "You too. If you feel frustrated and want to become stronger, then join Loki Familia." Tioni glanced at Rayleigh, then asked, "If we join you, can we become stronger?" "Yes. I can guarantee that." "Can we become stronger than that man?" "That, I don't know." Finn shook his head. Then he explained, "He is special. Even I cannot predict how far he will grow. But if you want to chase after him, joining us is absolutely the right choice." After hearing Finn's words, Tioni clenched her fists and stared at Rayleigh again. Then she agreed. "I understand. We'll join Loki Familia." Loki Familia gained 2 new members. Together with Bet, Loki Familia had gained 1 level 4 and 2 level 3 newcomers in a short period of time. The strength of the new generation made Finn very happy. His wish was closely tied to the prosperity of Loki Familia. For the revival of the Palom race, the stronger Loki Familia became, the better. That was also the promise he had made with Loki back then. Chapter 185, Conversion. "Thank you," Finn said to Rayleigh. From Finn's perspective, the main reason they had been able to bring 2 such exceptional talents into Loki Familia was because Rayleigh had stepped aside. Before they arrived, Rayleigh had already reached this place first, and judging by the situation, he had already subdued the 2 of them. If he had wanted to, those 2 would most likely have joined Hephaestus Familia because of him. Thinking of that, Finn suggested, "How about we have a meal together later?" Rayleigh shook his head. "Sorry, I still have something to take care of. Maybe next time." "Oh." Finn's eyes flickered slightly. Loki Familia had already received information about what this boy had done in Rakia Kingdom. Right now, within that kingdom, Rayleigh was already being treated like a monster out of legend. "I see. That's a shame, then next time it is." When Ace heard Rayleigh refuse the invitation, her expression dimmed as well. She had wanted to ask him about Zanpakuto training. Noticing her disappointment, Rayleigh found it a little adorable. He reached out, patted her head, and said, "If there's anything you want to ask me, you can come directly to my shop." Ace suddenly lifted her face and looked at Rayleigh. Then she nodded firmly. After that, Rayleigh left the tavern and went to the guild. Under the guidance of a guild employee, he entered a secret room. At this moment, a group of people had already gathered there. It seemed they had only been waiting for him. "Am I late?" "No. There is still time before the appointed hour." The one who spoke was a mysterious figure completely covered by a cloak, making it impossible to see what was beneath. The moment Rayleigh saw him, he recognized his identity. The sage, and also the fool. An immortal who had lived for 800 years, Fells. Although he was not a member of Arenas' familia, he was employed by him, more like a mercenary. At present, he served under Arenas and obeyed his instructions. This was a great mage who had truly created the Philosopher's Stone. A legendary figure. Aside from him, the people present included Rayleigh's own patron goddess, Hephaestus, as well as the familia captain, Tsubaki. The others were Phobos, the goddess of Leo, and her dependent, Welf. 5 people in total. With Rayleigh, there were 6 people. Rayleigh came to Hephaestus's side and stood behind her together with Tsubaki, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing him arrive, Tsubaki was the first to greet him. "Yo, Rayleigh boy. You did pretty well this time." Seeing her act as if none of this had anything to do with her, Rayleigh immediately said pointedly. Is that so? That's good. Though I heard someone ran away. I wonder who that was. Tsubaki scratched her head and laughed heartily, clearly trying to bluff her way through it. Rayleigh sighed, helpless. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Fells said, then, let us complete the final step required for the commission's payment. He raised both hands, which were covered by gloves. Welf Kratso, and the two goddesses, please step forward. The red-haired boy walked out somewhat nervously. Hephaestus and Phobos stood to his left and right respectively. Then we shall now begin the conversion. The people present were divided into three sides. The guild, representing both itself and Arenas. Phobos, the one who had issued the commission. And Hephaestus, who had accepted the commission. Among the contents of the commission, one of the final rewards Hephaestus Familia would receive was Welf Kratso, the magic sword smith. It might sound suspiciously like human trafficking, but in truth, Phobos had already negotiated privately with Hephaestus. Hephaestus Familia was the best place for Welf to go. Phobos, who had only just arrived, had only Welf as her dependent. A Familia like that was far too weak. Not only was the Familia itself weak, its member was also far too young. Welf could not properly protect his patron goddess, because he was still only a child. And Phobos could not properly protect Welf either. Because of Welf's talent, he would easily be targeted by other Familias. If another Familia declared a war game against them, and they lost, then they would lose everything. For Phobos Familia, Welf's existence was like owning a priceless treasure while lacking the strength to protect it. However, if Welf was officially converted into Hephaestus Familia through a guild commission, then not only in name and form, but also in practical reality, everything would become completely reasonable. Moreover, Hephaestus Familia was the strongest production-type Familia in the city. They could fully protect Welf Kratso and keep him from being threatened. As Phobos's friend, Hephaestus had immediately agreed. It was not only because Welf could forge Kratso magic swords, but more than anything, because she wanted to help her friend. Kratso magic swords were indeed powerful. But Hephaestus would not force him to use his power to earn profit for the Familia. Just as she had never forced Rayleigh to forge Zanpakuto for the Familia, smiths might belong to a Familia, but they were free. That was Hephaestus Familia. Phobos unlocked Welf's fauna, changing it into a state where conversion could be performed at any time. Then Hephaestus dripped her divine blood and transferred Welf's fauna under her own name. With that, Welf Kratso became a member of Hephaestus Familia. After the procedure was complete, Fells certified it. It is done, the conversion is complete. The commission's reward has been fulfilled, and the commission itself is now fully concluded. Then, I'll be counting on you from now on, Welf. Hephaestus crouched down and spoke gently to Welf, while also exchanging a glance with Phobos. Phobos, having completed the conversion, also let out a breath of relief. The heavy stone in her heart had finally fallen. She had been very worried that she would fail again and fall into the abyss. Orario had a system known as war games, wars fought between familias. Once a familia lost a war game, the defeated side would lose everything and be disposed of however the winning side wished. Just like when Apollo Familia lost to Hestia Familia, Apollo Familia had been disbanded, Apollo himself was driven out of the city and forbidden from returning, and all of the Familia's property had gone to Hestia Familia. It was like the gift games of a certain little garden. The victor could claim everything from the loser. That was why she could not protect Welf. But now, everything was fine. With Hephaestus's protection, Welf could grow stronger in peace. Then I, an outsider, shall take my leave. Please continue as you wish. After Fells completed his duty, he informed everyone and quickly left, leaving behind the 4 members of Hephaestus Familia and Phobos. Phobos, what do you plan to do from now on? I think I'll freely enjoy life in the lower world. As for starting a familia, I'll forget about that. Phobos smiled faintly. But that smile looked sad and forced. Hephaestus did not know what she should say to comfort her friend. In her heart, she could only condemn Ares for what he had done, leaving such a wound in her friend's heart. That bald bastard. He really was hateful. Chapter 186, Removing the Curse. I won't forge magic swords. The moment Phobos left, Welf immediately showed his resistance. Although he was still young, in his eyes, magic swords were not good things at all, whether for the person who forged them or the person who used them. His grandfather, who had once been so faithful to his craft, had abandoned his pride as a smith because of Kratso magic swords. The ideal of forging weapons with a smith's own power, weapons that were not inferior to magic swords, had in truth been nothing but empty talk. In the end, what even was bloodline power? Just because the ancestor of the Kratso family once encountered a spirit, their family obtained the ability to forge magic swords. Welf had no desire for that kind of mysterious, unexplained power. Hephaestus froze for a moment. Seeing that Welf had only been pretending to be obedient until now, she suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? No, nothing. Don't lie. You're laughing at me, aren't you? Ha. Welf was stunned. You actually admitted it. Hephaestus said, I did. No, wait, what's so funny? Are you treating me like an idiot? Tsubaki, watching Welf make a fuss from the side, scratched her head and muttered, so noisy. What a troublesome brat. Well, he's still a child. Have a little patience, Tsubaki. If you're asking me to be his babysitter, then I absolutely refuse. As if sensing something ominous, Tsubaki immediately expressed her firm position. Seeing that they were treating him like a child who needed to be looked after, Welf became embarrassed and angry. I don't need anyone looking after me. After saying that, he ran out. Rayleigh watched his behavior, and the impression he had of that loyal, hard-boiled man became even blurrier. Whether it was this Welf, or Loki Familia's ace, Bet, the Hiryut sisters, and even Amid, Rayleigh's impression of them all came from the future. But the more he interacted with them as they were now, the more real they became to him. For now, don't interfere with him too much. Saying he's already an adult isn't very convincing, but adventurers do need to learn how to take care of themselves. That part is true, Hephaestus said. I'm going to find Phobos. You all go handle your own matters too. After seeing the goddess off, Rayleigh went to Dien Sect Familia's clinic. The bell on the door informed Amid, who was busy behind the counter, that someone had arrived. She tidied up what she was working on and spoke to soothe the visitor before even lifting her head. Sorry, please wait just a moment. Rayleigh watched her busily working and thought to himself that the patron god of Dien Sect Familia was a black-hearted capitalist, and a miser on top of that, dumping so much work onto Amid. Thank you for waiting. After finishing her tasks, Amid lifted her face and looked at the person who had come. The moment she saw clearly, her entire body suddenly stiffened. She stared blankly at Rayleigh in front of her, her mind gradually waking up. When she fully realized who it was, visible panic appeared on her face. She hurriedly turned her back, nervously fixing her clothes and bangs, her cheeks flushed red. Hello. I didn't know it was you. Amid greeted him softly, but her voice was very small. Rayleigh smiled faintly. I'm here as a patient. A patient? Are you sick? Or injured? Amid clenched her hands and asked worriedly. I'm not sick, and I'm not injured either. I was just cursed a little. Amid froze. She looked at Rayleigh's relaxed face and, for a moment, could not tell whether he was joking with her. Because this was a curse. If someone had been cursed, who could possibly be this calm, even casual about it? Seeing her look so adorably stunned, Rayleigh began explaining seriously. Actually, I was affected by some kind of magic item. Even though I have the spirit healing development ability, my mind recovery speed has become abnormally slow. I can use healing magic to treat injuries, but curses are a little troublesome, so I came here. Amid's eyes slowly widened. Her mouth opened slightly, and then, without saying anything, she suddenly took his hand. Rayleigh let her pull him into the treatment room without resisting at all. Are you serious? Please take yourself more seriously. This is a curse we're talking about. Amid said in a stern tone. She was clearly a young girl, yet she gave off an extraordinary presence. Because at this moment, she was a doctor. Please take off your clothes and sit here. Amid prepared a patient bed. Rayleigh listened to her, nodded, and immediately started taking off his clothes. First his outerwear, then his undershirt, revealing firm, well-trained muscles. Wait. Amid instantly covered her bright red face. Wait, Rayleigh. I meant change into the patient gown, not, take them off here. Halfway through her sentence, the girl's voice grew smaller and smaller. By the end, it was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. And her fingers were spread apart, failing to cover her eyes at all. Her eyes stared fixedly at Rayleigh's upper body without blinking. Oh, sorry. Rayleigh apologized, then went behind the privacy curtain and changed into the patient gown. By then, Amid had already taken out her staff, Dien Sect. It was a slender women's staff, pure white from top to bottom, and it gave off the same atmosphere as its owner. Please relax. I'm going to cast my magic now. I'll leave it to you. Compared to the somewhat nervous Amid, Rayleigh looked much more confident. Of course, that was only natural. Because he understood very well what the girl before him was capable of. Standing at one corner of Orario's three great cheat-level existences, Dea Saint Hermid Tizonaire possessed the unique magic Dia Fratel, a high-level healing spell. Not only could it heal wounds, restore stamina, and remove poison, it could even dispel curses. While its effects were already absurdly powerful, this magic could also be separated and used individually. For example, she could use only the wound healing effect, or simply remove poison without triggering the other effects. In that way, healing, detoxification, and curse removal could be used separately. It was similar to, yet different from, the magic of Nine Hell. Its range, duration, number of targets, and level of effect were all on a completely different dimension from other healing magic. A mid alone was enough to support the treatment and recovery of every ally across an entire battlefield during a floor boss subjugation. She fully deserved the title of DEA Saint. Chapter 187, Zanpakuto for a mid. Sadly, the current Amid clearly did not yet possess that level of confidence, and dealing with the curse might even be her first time. She took a deep breath. Amid calmed her mind and slowly began chanting. Drops of healing, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, call forth the medicine hymn here. 365 melodies. The healing calendar shall save all things. Now come, break evil. Bury wounds and carry illness away. Send curses to the far shore, send them to the cardinal light. In the name of the gods, I shall heal. The girl's eyes snapped open as the fluctuation of mind reached its peak. Dia fratel. The girl raised the white staff Dien sect in her hand, and sacred light shone down, enveloping Rayleigh completely. A comfort like soaking in a hot spring immediately made Rayleigh relax all over. Even his tense muscles seemed to loosen as if he had spent half an hour stretching. Then, suddenly, a dark aura surfaced. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened in an instant as he looked down at himself. Beneath the patient gown, black blotches had appeared across the surface of his skin, like claw marks covering half his body. He had something like this on him, and he had not noticed. Under Amid's magic, the curse seemed to have nowhere to hide, which was why it had been exposed directly. When Amid saw those terrifying marks, her face went pale, and her footing became unsteady, as if she had been frightened. But seeing Rayleigh remain calm and composed, as though he trusted her completely, the girl quickly steadied herself again. She raised her staff high and strengthened the effect of her magic. Before the serious Amid, the curse on Rayleigh's body vanished like ice and mist beneath the sun. There was no intense clash, nor any backlash. The difference between their powers was too great. The curse was easily erased by Amid's magic, leaving not the slightest trace behind. As the last wisp of darkness was purified, Rayleigh felt an earth-shattering change inside his body. It was like water erupting once more from cracked, dried-up earth, turning into a vast lake in the blink of an eye. It was only recovery, but because of the difference in efficiency, Rayleigh now felt as though endless Ryatsu was surging outward from within him. He knew it was an illusion. It had not felt like this when he was level 3. Or rather, this was his complete state after leveling up to level 4. If the current him fought Althea. Never mind. Power really was intoxicating. In the blink of an eye, it could make someone swell with arrogance. What a headache. If he wanted to control this thing, he could not relax his mental training even a little. Who? Only after seeing that the black aura had completely disappeared did Amid stop her magic. Seeing her still looking nervous, Rayleigh smiled, raised his hand, gently rubbed her head, and said, "Thank you, Amid. I'm fine now. As expected, you really are amazing. It would truly be a shame if she did not get a Zanpakuto." His current efficiency in gaining great deeds was roughly 200% of the base amount. Now that the major events had entered a lull, quickly gaining a large amount of experience would become difficult. He needed to increase the efficiency of his workers, his experience multiplier. Healing others was also a great deed and could raise proficiency. Not to mention, this child was the finest healer in the city. He had to make that old Dien sect willingly bleed for this. I am really glad I could help you. Amid lowered her head, her neck almost shrinking into her collarbone as she fidgeted shyly. Just then, Rayleigh suddenly sensed malice. So he reflexively used Shuinpa, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Where he had been standing before, an old man came flying through with both feet together, launching a straight flying kick. Thud. Ow. Dien sect landed hard on his backside, and his pelvis immediately produced a crisp sound. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched violently. Because it sounded incredibly painful. It's cracked. It cracked. Ah. It hurts. Hurry up and cast healing magic on me. Dien sect lay collapsed on the ground, not daring to move, and could only wail miserably. Seeing this, Rayleigh was speechless. Just how much strength had he used trying to kick him, to end up throwing himself into such a state instead? Rayleigh walked forward and crouched down. He sent the power of Kaido into the old man's body, repairing the injuries he had suffered. Feeling the pain ease, Dien sect turned around. He had originally thought it was Amid treating him, but when he saw that the person healing him was actually Rayleigh, he froze for a moment before immediately exploding again. You brat. Take this punch. Dien Sek threw a punch at him. Rayleigh merely tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Dien Sek did not give up. This brat was actually trying to abduct his money tree, no, his precious child. Absolutely outrageous. He could not let Amid be deceived. Otherwise, how was he supposed to maintain his luxurious lifestyle? So, sorry, but you can just go die, brat. Thwack. Dien Sect had only just lifted his head to launch a sneak attack when, in the next second, a pure white staff came down on top of his head, knocking it sideways and making him pass out on the spot. Really, please don't move around while receiving treatment. You'll cause trouble for Rayleigh-san. Plop. Dien Sect collapsed with his eyes rolled back. That strike made Rayleigh's heart tremble. For a moment, he almost wanted to ask whether Amid was a Yandere. Because beneath the cute appearance, pearl-like skin, and silky hair, there seemed to be a very frightening, violent heart hidden away. Ah, he should be fine now. Rayleigh somewhat guiltily withdrew his hand, then quickly said goodbye. Watching the adorable Amid wave goodbye to him, Rayleigh prayed in his heart that his thoughts were only his imagination. Otherwise, that would be far too tragic. This also gave Rayleigh a stronger sense of reality. Even the people he knew well did not behave as simply as they did on a screen. Everyone had far more than just a surface and a hidden side. For someone who knew part of the future, that discovery was truly unexpectedly terrifying. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Update Potion. In a certain anime, Steins Gate, there was a famous theory known as convergence. Its full name was the World Line Convergence Theory. Convergence meant that world lines would eventually lead toward a shared result. When a world line produced something that did not conform to causality, it would correct itself, making the world presented before people perfectly satisfy the laws of cause and effect. So far, there were several events Rayleigh had deliberately interfered with. The first was bringing Zanpakuto into Orario, strengthening their wielders and allowing them to play as great a role as possible during the Great Feud. However, Rayleigh did not know what the losses had been like in the original world line, so he could not determine whether everything he had done had truly produced a positive effect. And then, there was the most crucial point. The people who should have already fulfilled their mission had not died. For example, Althea. Her ending should have been guiding the heroes of the new generation during the Great Feud, helping them step onto a new stage, tempering their will and conviction, aiding their growth, and finally using her own life to contribute a massive amount of experience to those who came after her before dying. That was one ending. The other ending was that she never took part in the necessary evil plan, chose to raise Belle Cranel instead, and eventually overcame her terminal illness through the power of family love before ultimately defeating the Black Dragon. But now, both of those endings could no longer be reached. Althea, who no longer had a special mission, seemed to have become free. She was no longer bound by inevitable fate. But was everything truly that simple and smooth? If the world was not being controlled toward a certain direction and was only progressing through coincidence, then why could he foreknow anything at all? Had he truly changed their fates? Or had the convergence of the world line simply not begun yet, and sooner or later, fate would be corrected back into place? Who? I really have gotten stronger, huh? I even have the luxury to think about questions like this now. Shaking his head, Rayleigh stood up and picked up his forging hammer. But after lifting the hammer, he stood in place again, seeming to think about something. After quite a while, he put the hammer down, returned to his room, lay on the bed, and scattered the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Early the next morning, before he even opened his eyes, he smelled something pleasant. It was Althea's scent. Sitting up, Rayleigh looked beside him and saw Althea seated elegantly on a chair, reading a book titled The Witch. What's wrong? Rayleigh asked in confusion. Because until now, Althea had never done something like this before. Coming all the way to his bedside just to read. That probably was not the reason. I should be the one asking you that, Althea said, sounding somewhat helpless. She gently raised the book and covered her face, her eyes also closed. But Rayleigh had the feeling that she had deliberately averted her gaze and was refusing to look his way. Althea hesitated for a while before saying, perhaps because there is a soul-level connection between us, I can sense some of your will. Rayleigh froze for a moment. Then he activated his spiritual sight and observed himself and Althea. Sure enough, he saw a faint ryuraku, like a red thread, connecting the two of them. It was likely because of this that he had been able to obtain part of the price of talent, skill from her. You said you can sense my will. What exactly does that feel like? Rayleigh asked curiously. After all, it had made her come straight to his bedside. Althea pinched the corner of her book, then said, it feels like being seen through an object. Cough. Rayleigh suddenly choked on his own saliva and started coughing. Because Althea's words had startled him. If he had really done something like that, it would have been pure suicide. She would absolutely kill him. As your magic, no, your Ryatsu grows stronger, that feeling has changed from something very vague into something much clearer. Stronger. Hearing that, Rayleigh fell into thought. It was related to Ryatsu. In other words, this connection might become even stronger in the future. Did that mean his GIF blessing, minor, still had the possibility of evolving? For example, turning into medium or major. It was possible. However, if the skill grew stronger, would the side effects appear along with it? That was a problem he had to take seriously. Althea, I'm going to check the black market and see if I can get my hands on an update potion. After that, how about we update your status? Althea froze. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. She immediately understood Rayleigh's intention. He wanted to confirm whether she had obtained one of his skills, just as GIF blessing had appeared on Rayleigh through the connection between their souls. Rayleigh's skills might also appear on Althea. Update potion was a secret medicine that could update status without requiring the patron god of a familia to personally perform the process. That thing isn't cheap. Hee hee. Rayleigh laughed softly. Money. He no longer remembered how much he had. And even if he had none, he would still find a way to get it. Althea fell silent. She stood up, turned her back to Rayleigh, and said, "Are you going to keep sleeping? It should be time for treatment, shouldn't it, my personal doctor?" Yes, yes. For half a day, Rayleigh searched every black market and underground market he could ask about, but he could not find anyone selling update medicine. Update potion was rare, so it was only normal that he could not find it. However, there was still one place that might have it. Rivera. The town of Rivera, located on the 18th floor's safe floor, the under-resort, was completely outside the guild's management. Familius on the surface could barely interfere with what happened there, and there were also many black markets around Rivera. The possibility of buying it there would be much higher. Thinking of that, Rayleigh immediately took action. It shouldn't have been that long, but coming back to the dungeon feels strangely nostalgic. Rayleigh was not fully armed today. He had only brought Hyarinmaru and Ruriiro Kujaku with him. Following the long line into the dungeon, Rayleigh waited until the crowd had spread out, then immediately began moving at full speed. His entire body appeared only once every so often, as if he were flashing through space. Continuously using Shuinpa to travel was no longer much of a burden to the current him. His figure swept over the heads of groups of war shadows and goblins. The monsters did not even have time to react, and when they tried to track his scent, they found that it had already gone so far that it vanished. Even his traces and sound had disappeared. Experiencing the thrill of moving like the wind and lightning, Rayleigh even activated Shunko. And so, in the upper floors of the dungeon, a streak of white lightning appeared, racing through the caves at terrifying speed. Chapter 189, One Hitting the Goliath. So I've already reached the middle floors. Rayleigh had taken less than 20 minutes to pass through the upper floors completely. While maintaining Shunko, every monster along the way had been smashed into chunks of flesh by his body alone, their magic stones crushed into powder with them. The moment he entered the middle floors, he quickly encountered a small group of 10 Almirage. The instant he noticed them, they also noticed this uninvited guest. So they immediately launched an attack. Holding deadly axes, they rushed over with frightening speed. Still maintaining Shunko, Rayleigh flexed his 5 fingers, clenched them into a fist, and lightly punched toward the direction of the monsters. White lightning surged out. Accompanied by the roar of his Ryatsu, all 10 Almirage were blown apart from a distance before they even landed, turning into flying ash. After casually wiping out middle-floor monsters with a wave of his hand, Rayleigh looked at his fist. Just now, he had used at most 1/3 of his strength. In truth, what had struck the Almirage was merely the Ryatsu leaking from Shunko. Yet that level of attack power was already enough to make many level 3 adventurers cry. Through that strike, Rayleigh found the feel for it. So the middle floors were only at this level. In that case, there was no need to be cautious. Having found his rhythm, Rayleigh began charging through the middle floors as well. No matter what monster it was, the moment it saw that streak of white lightning, its life stopped in that instant. Godlike speed, far beyond their ability to react. The instant they collided with him, the first thing that came was not pain, but a distortion of vision, followed by the feeling of all the air being drained from their bodies within a thousandth of a second. Their bodies had clearly been smashed into a mess, yet sensation still lingered. Aside from lightness, every other sense disappeared. Then endless darkness and chaos swallowed their consciousness completely. Rayleigh descended all the way to the 15th floor in one breath. Only then did he begin to feel a little tired. He stopped before entering the 16th floor and stood there panting. The moment sweat emerged from his body, it was evaporated by the heat on his skin and his Ryatsu. Wrapped in white mist from head to toe, he did not feel uncomfortable because of fatigue. On the contrary, it felt incredibly refreshing. The deeper the floor, the broader its area became. Running all the way from the surface into the 15th floor while maintaining Shunko the entire time, using Shuinpa at high intensity, was a double test of stamina and endurance. When he broke through that test, Rayleigh felt nothing but exhilaration. Huh. Only after stopping completely did Rayleigh realize that his clothes were now in tatters. The moment he activated Shunko, most of his upper clothing had practically exploded into scraps of cloth. The remaining parts had also been torn by his violent movements. He precisely controlled Ryoryoku to reconstruct his shahakusho, and soon, a set of black-fitted clothing appeared over his body. After checking himself front and back and confirming there were no problems, he stepped into the 16th floor. Thud. 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 As he walked through the passage, Rayleigh heard the sound of something heavy. Immediately after, under his surprised gaze, 3 minotaurs actually appeared in the passage, running toward the 15th floor. An abnormal situation. No. It did not look like one. Rayleigh calmly raised his foot. Before the 3 minotaurs could react at all, he appeared before the first one with Shuinpa and kicked it in the abdomen. The bull-headed monster was instantly sent flying backward by his kick, crashing into the 2 of its kind behind it and sending them flying as well. All 3 were smashed straight into the wall of the passage. Bwah. The 2 minotaurs pinned behind were crushed outright. The one that had been kicked spat out a large mouthful of blood, then collapsed. Within 2 seconds, it had completely stopped breathing. Watching their corpses be reclaimed by the dungeon, leaving behind only 3 magic stones, Rayleigh casually picked them up and placed them in his bag. After entering the 16th floor, the first thing Rayleigh saw was the ground damaged in many places. They were clearly battle marks left only a short time ago, and the dungeon had not yet had time to repair them. It seemed the minotaurs from before had fled during a battle. And in quite the panic too. They had even run toward the upper floors. If something like that happened on the floors above, it would be rather troublesome. After all, most adventurers in the upper floors were rookies. If a middle-floor monster escaped upward, especially a highly dangerous one like a minotaur, it would be no different from a disaster for low-level adventurers. A minotaur would undoubtedly carry out a massacre on the upper floors. Speaking of which, the fated hero, Bel Cranel, had met the object of his admiration because of a similar situation, beginning his cheat-like path and reaching level 5 only half a year after becoming an adventurer. Compared to that, he, a transmigrator, was honestly quite embarrassing. It had already taken him 2 years just to reach level 4. Heh. Laughing self-deprecatingly, Rayleigh headed straight for the 17th floor. By the time he entered the 17th floor, the energy he had consumed earlier had already more or less recovered. So he once again opened up his speed completely. In only 10 or so minutes, he reached the room where the floor boss Goliath resided, the great hollow known as the Wall of Grief. Halfway through, Rayleigh suddenly stopped. Because the ground was shaking. This is... He looked at the white wall in surprise. Cracks rapidly appeared across it, and from within the wall, a figure struggled its way out. Looking up at the towering giant, Rayleigh's expression remained extremely calm. The guild didn't send anyone to clear it. How strange. There was no one from Rivera either. Had he just happened to arrive at the right time? The giant's roar spread through the entire Great Hollow. It even traveled down the passage and into the dungeon, instantly alarming all the adventurers nearby. However, Goliath would not leave. Or rather, it could not leave that Great Hollow. So they merely became alert. What was truly troublesome was the monster rampage triggered by the floor boss's roar. So noisy. Rayleigh's brows furrowed slightly. His right hand grabbed the sword at his left side, and as he drew it, he swung once toward the giant in front of him. Less than a minute later, hurried footsteps sounded in the passage. Huff. Huff. Hey, what was that sound just now? Just hearing it made my hair stand on end. The Amazon girl asked the captain of her familia. The Paolum hero ran while replying, that was the roar of the monster Rex. Be careful. Right now, you two lack experience, and it is not yet time for you to fight a floor boss. If a battle happens, you should observe first. But the sound suddenly stopped again. Maybe it's already been defeated. Tiona guessed casually. The group from Loki Familia rushed cautiously into the Great Hollow. What is this? Finn looked at the scene before him, utterly shocked. The monster Rex he had just seriously emphasized as being extremely dangerous, the giant Goliath, was now leaning motionlessly against the Wall of Grief. A massive wound stretched from the top of its head all the way down its lower body, splitting it into 2 halves from the middle. Even the Wall of Grief behind it had been carved with an enormous scar. Chapter 190, The Trace of the Battle. What? What is going on here? It's huge. Seeing such an enormous monster for the first time, Tiona cried out in surprise. Then she stared in shock and said, wait, that thing is dead, right? Tiona nodded and said, judging by the shape of the wound, it was probably a slash. She startled herself with her own conclusion. Hey, how big would the sword have to be to do that? Even Bet, the ever-defiant werewolf, was staring at the scene before him in shock. Unlike the Amazon sisters, he had already been in Orario for several years and was no rookie anymore. Precisely because of that, he understood. Goliath had clearly been killed in one hit. From the moment they heard the roar to the moment they arrived here, only about a minute had passed. During that time, there had been no other sounds at all, not even the slightest noise of battle. And now, after seeing Goliath's miserable state with his own eyes, he could already guess why. Honestly, this was ridiculous. Even for a level 6 adventurer, killing Goliath instantly would be extremely difficult unless they used a fully chanted high-tier attack spell, and even then, it would probably have to be an ultra-long chant. But just as the Amazon over there had said, this wound looked like a slash. Could it have been some kind of cutting-type magic? Captain Finn. There were 7 members of Loki Familia in this group. Finn led them, followed by Ace, Bet, Tiona, and the supporters in charge of carrying the bags, Raoul and Anakity. Aside from Finn, everyone here belonged to Loki Familia's new generation. Braver, Finn Dame, level 6. Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, level 4. Vanergand, Bet Loga, level 4. Background character, Raoul Nord, level 2. Noble Cat, Anakity Autumn, level 2. With the 2 Amazon warriors who had yet to receive titles added in, this was an extremely luxurious team in terms of combat power. They could even crush most mid-tier familias in a war game. The 2 Amazon girls had only just arrived in Orario. Although they had fought monsters outside before, this was their first time entering the dungeon. They still had no clear understanding or concept of what the dungeon, or a labyrinth, truly was. Because their starting point was so high, Finn had decided to personally act as commander and bring everyone into the dungeon for hands-on learning and testing, while also deepening their understanding of one another. Although this team was luxurious, it also had more than a few problem children. Ace naturally went without saying. The Amazon twins were also quite troublesome, and then there was the extremely short-tempered Bet. Aside from Raoul and Anakity, everyone else was someone who needed watching over. That was also why Finn had set aside his busy schedule and personally come here. Riveria and Gareth probably would not have been suitable for this. Bet looked somewhat tense as he asked Finn for instructions. Although the floor boss had been defeated, in the dungeon, anything incomprehensible was usually bad news. Even Bet was silent now, staying alert to their surroundings. Finn pinched his thumb and found nothing unusual, but he did not relax immediately. Whenever danger appeared, his thumb would ache faintly. Since there was no reaction now, perhaps that meant they were not currently in danger. Of course, he would never entrust his judgment entirely to such an unstable ability, even if it had never failed him before. Suddenly, Ace let out a soft eh. She walked forward a few steps, as if wanting to see or feel something more clearly. Raoul called out worriedly, Ace-san. In his view, acting rashly was dangerous. Even if Ace was very strong, whatever had caused this scene was probably an unbelievable monster in its own right. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Finn hesitated for a moment, then led the others after her. The group arrived before Goliath, and the giant body began to collapse. Its magic stone had also been cut open. For monsters in the dungeon, that was an absolutely fatal wound. It was only because its body was so massive that it had not disappeared immediately. Watching the giant turn into ash and be absorbed by the dungeon, Ace's golden eyes shone faintly. As I thought. Did you find something, Ace? Ace raised her hand and caught something in the air. Only, apart from her, no one present could see the glowing threads of Ryuraku. There are traces of Ryatsu left here. The girl displayed the trace of Ryatsu she had caught in her hand to everyone, but in everyone else's eyes, there was clearly nothing there at all. However, Finn understood immediately. Because of his knowledge of Zanpakuto, or rather, because of his understanding of Ace, he knew that the nature of a Zanpakuto user's magic would undergo a unique change. Though it was similar to mind at its core, it possessed many characteristics that mind did not. This energy was different from mind. It was called Ryatsu or Ryoryoku. The basic element that formed mind was magic essence. The thing that formed Ryatsu was Raisure. Whether Raisure and magic essence were the same thing, Finn did not know. Riveria was far more professional in that field. In short, through observing Ace's training, he had come to understand one thing. This so-called Ryatsu was a unique characteristic possessed by Zanpakuto users. It had been quite some time since Ace obtained Ganryamaru. Ace's control over Ryatsu had clearly become more deliberate, and that was a trait that could not be obtained no matter how one trained ordinary mind. According to Ganryamaru, controlling Ryatsu could allow one to do all sorts of things. For example, using a high-speed movement technique called Shuinpa, or adding Ryatsu to his Zanpakuto and releasing a long-range, wide-area slash. Wait. Thinking up to that point, Finn suddenly froze. He looked again at the terrifying scar carved into the wall of grief. Could it be? There were traces of Ryatsu here. That meant the person who fought here just now was a Zanpakuto user. At the very least, they had participated in the battle, which was why they left traces behind. If that was the premise, then there were two possibilities behind what had caused all this. The first was that this was the ability of that person's Zanpakuto. Finn had used Bakuseiga during the Great Feud. If he were the one using it, he should be able to accomplish something similar. Because of that, he felt it was very likely caused by a Zanpakuto's ability. Other than that, the second possibility was. The other party was simply that strong, killing Goliath instantly with sword pressure alone. Among every adventurer with a Zanpakuto that Finn knew of, perhaps only Otter could do something like that. By now, Finn already regarded Zanpakuto as strategic class weapons. Because of that, he paid special attention to Zanpakuto users as well. He had even ordered the intelligence department within the Familia to closely monitor information about every known Zanpakuto wielder. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Update Potion 2. Rayleigh walked into a shop in Rivera. Although the shopkeeper saw him enter, he only glanced at him, showing no intention of getting up to welcome him. In this place, even an attitude this awful could only be considered neither good nor bad. Rayleigh was not surprised by it. He simply looked around the store on his own. Then he walked straight to the counter and asked, "Are you the one in charge?" The lazy man slouching behind the counter gave a casual in reply, which counted as agreement. So Rayleigh took out a pouch, held it a short distance above the counter, then loosened his grip and let the heavy bag drop onto the surface. The weighty sound made the shopkeeper's ears twitch. In the next instant, he shot to his feet and immediately changed into a flattering expression. "Customer, no, esteemed customer, what would you like?" Although the men acted like this, Rayleigh knew it was because the bag contained 3 times the average transaction amount of this shop. 500,000 on the surface, 1 million in Rivera. If he wanted good service on top of that, then multiply it by 3 again. And this was exactly 3 times that. Heh. Looking at the man's fawning appearance, Rayleigh only said flatly, "Save your excitement for after you can actually get it. I want update potion." The shopkeeper froze. His face instantly became conflicted. In that moment, his expression turned unwilling, regretful, even remorseful. Seeing his face, Rayleigh knew there was a high chance this shop did not have what he wanted. Even so, he took out a small portion from the pouch and casually scattered it across the counter. "Consider this information fee. Tell me where I can buy it." The man curled his lips, suddenly lacking interest. He looked at the bulging pouch on the counter, then glanced at the small change beside it, and his attitude instantly became indifferent. This was Rivera. People here would not bend for 5 bowls of rice, but for 50 pounds of rice, they would abandon their wives and children, or even commit crimes. To put it simply, the people here only cared about big profits. The man picked up the benefit money, sighed, and said, "Go to the tent west of Rivera. There's an old palum there." After hearing that, Rayleigh put away the pouch and left without looking back. The pouch did not contain valise. Inside were rare materials with high general utility, and every one of them was worth over 100,000. This kind of thing was the favorite currency of Rivera's crooked merchants. Compared to money with a fixed value, they could resell those materials at a higher price. During the best times, adding 80% was not strange at all. A 50% markup could only be considered standard practice. After quickly leaving Rivera, Rayleigh arrived at the black market the men had introduced. "Kid, where are you from?" As soon as he approached, several adventurers stopped him. Rayleigh glanced at them and judged that among them were 4 level 2s and 2 level 1s. Seeing this, Rayleigh explained, "The owner of Shop 45 on Rivera's outskirts told me I could buy what I needed here." "Shop 45? Jimmy. The customers that guy introduces are always trash. TCH, whatever. Let him in first." Seeing that they let him pass, Rayleigh prepared to enter. But suddenly, they reached toward the Zanpakuto at his waist and said, "Hey, take off your weapons." As they spoke, they had already made their move. Rayleigh frowned. With a slight turn of his body, he avoided their hands, then slapped the sheaths of his swords across their faces. "Ah. Ah, that hurts. What the hell are you doing, you, ah?" Before the men could finish his threat, Rayleigh had already lost patience. He grabbed the man by the collar, lifted him up, and slammed him hard into the ground. Bang. The man was thrown so hard that his head spun and his bones felt as if they had scattered apart. Just then, one of the others suddenly stopped his companions, looking over in panic. Wait. This guy is. After stopping his companions, he asked Rayleigh, are you Yodasai?" Rayleigh nodded. By now, he had already accepted the fact that he was rather famous, and he no longer felt surprised every time someone recognized him. We apologize for our rudeness. Please enter. No need to confiscate my weapons. And no, there's no need. Rayleigh did not make things harder for him and directly walked past them into the camp. Seeing that he had no intention of pursuing the matter, the men let out a breath of relief. Seeing his reaction, his companions did not show dissatisfaction or mock him. Instead, they belatedly asked. That boy just now was Hephaestus's. Yeah. It was definitely him. Did we just get our lives handed back to us? Strictly speaking, that was not wrong. After all, they were people who could not live under the true sunlight. Every one of them had committed more than a few crimes, or they would not have hidden themselves in the dungeon. Their crimes might not have deserved death. But if the other party really became unhappy and killed them all, no one would stand up for them. He might not even receive any punishment. He had only killed a few suspicious people. And it had happened inside the dungeon. Considering that this was a vicious man who had slaughtered hundreds of Evolus members, they did not dare gamble with their own lives. After successfully obtaining the update potion, Rayleigh did not rest and immediately began the return journey. In total, it took him only half a day to make a round trip to the 18th floor, and he did it with ease. In the past, the most he could have done was return on the same day. He would never have been this efficient. Back at home, Rayleigh and Althea were alone in the same room. So this is update potion, since it's so rare, this is my first time seeing it too. Althea held the update medicine in her hand and examined it. Even as an executive of Hera Familia, this was the first time she had personally touched such a thing. How do we use it? It seems to be the same operation as updating ability values. It just requires someone to assist. I see. After listening to Rayleigh's explanation, Althea suddenly began undressing. With her back to Rayleigh, she removed her upper clothing without hesitation. Her smooth back was pale and luminous, seemed to give off a white glow, like a flawless piece of beautiful diamond. Rayleigh almost lost himself staring. Hera's emblem appeared on Althea's back. Rayleigh opened the update medicine and poured it over Althea's back. The sealed sacred text instantly unfolded and mysterious divine letters floated in the air. Having prepared in advance, Rayleigh awkwardly began interfering with Althea's unlocked ability values. Chapter 192, Level. Rayleigh's brows drew together when he realized Althea's ability values had not changed at all. He looked at the divine letters floating before him, expecting at least some movement, even a small increase. After all, Althea had survived the great feud, fought, endured, transformed, recovered, and lived through experiences no ordinary adventurer could ever imagine. Yet the results showed no increase at all, not even a single point. Her strength, endurance, dexterity, agility, and magic remained frozen exactly where they had been. That meant one of two things. Either there was no exilia inside her body waiting to be updated, or the remaining exilia was so small that it could not raise even a single ability value by 1 point. Rayleigh's gaze moved toward the line representing her level. There was still one thing that could change. Her vessel had already reached its limit, and if she wanted to move forward, only one path remained, a level up. Rayleigh's fingers paused above the divine text. He held back for a moment. Update potion had limits. It could never serve as a convenient replacement for a god, and it certainly could never allow someone to casually tamper with another person's fauna. At most, it was a secret medicine capable of briefly loosening a locked blessing and performing stored fauna maintenance under special conditions. Even that was already illegal enough to make most gods and guild officials pretend they had never heard of it. Normally, update medicine could only draw out information already stored inside the fauna, and even then, it required someone who understood the divine text well enough to guide the process. It had no power to create miracles out of nothing, force a level up where no qualification existed, or replace a god's authority in any complete sense. What Rayleigh was doing now was only possible because Althea's situation had been abnormal from the very beginning. Her Hera fauna had lost its stable, ordinary state the moment he tore open the boundary of her soul and remade part of her existence into something close to a Shinigami. Her excessive talent had been sealed into that silver dagger, her body had become partially spiritualized, and their souls had been linked by a faint thread that even fauna itself seemed unable to properly classify. The update medicine was only a catalyst. The thing truly allowing him to touch the divine text was the connection between their souls. In other words, this was a method no one else could copy. It was a one-time miracle born from Althea's broken fate and Rayleigh's interference with her soul. Althea. Rayleigh's voice became serious. You can level up. A stretch of silence followed. To most adventurers, a level up represented glory, hope, and the greatest proof that they had carved their name into the world. For Althea, it had once been a death sentence. Unlike Zald, she was still young. Her potential had not yet been fully drawn out, and if she had been born with a healthy body, the world might have witnessed an even more terrifying version of the woman called the Silence. Yet precisely because her talent was too overwhelming, that future had nearly been cut off before it could bloom. She had reached the peak of level 7 long ago. If she had wished to level up, she could have done so at any time. Her body simply could not endure it. Her illness, her absurd talent, and the curse-like blessing known as Jif blessing had already been tearing her apart from within. If she had stepped into level 8 back then, the power filling her vessel would have accelerated her collapse instead of opening a path toward the future. Magic was born from wishes, and Silentium Eden had been born from the deepest wish inside Althea's heart, the wish for silence, and the wish to suppress the excessive power she had never asked for. That was why Silentium Eden went far beyond ordinary defensive magic or a simple barrier. It was an enchantment capable of nullifying magic while also greatly reducing the power of Althea's own spells. Its very existence proved that some part of her had always wanted to restrain herself. That was the kind of monster she had been, a woman so gifted that her own soul had wished for a way to silence her power. Now, however, things had changed. Rayleigh had sealed her uncontrolled talent into that silver dagger, turning it into something closer to an Arrancar's resurrection than a normal skill. Her body had been treated again and again with Kaido. Her spiritual body had stabilized. Her breathing, sleep, and pain had all improved little by little. The old Althea would have been destroyed by level 8. The current Althea should be able to withstand it. After a long silence, the woman finally spoke. "Update my level." Her voice was calm, though Rayleigh could feel the faint ripple beneath it. For her, this meant far more than a number changing. This was the future she should never have been able to reach. Rayleigh nodded and focused on the divine letters before him. For some reason, operating someone else's fauna felt completely different from watching Hephaestus update his own status. When Hephaestus did it, everything was as natural as breathing. The divine text obeyed her as though it was part of her hand. For Rayleigh, it felt like reaching into a machine made of light and law, touching gears he could see without fully understanding. Every movement carried pressure, and every line seemed to resist him faintly. Even so, the soul thread between him and Althea pulsed softly. The divine letters trembled. Then the number in the level column changed. Level 7 became level 8. At that instant, the atmosphere in the room seemed to still. Rayleigh felt it before he saw it. A quiet, overwhelming presence spread from Althea's back, vast and deep, with none of the violence of a sudden explosion, yet heavy enough to make the air itself feel thin. For a moment, the phrase strongest adventurer alive crossed his mind, though even that felt too small. If one ignored the dead legends and only looked at the current lower world, Althea had now become something even more absurd. Althea was level 8. A new line began to appear in the skill column. Rayleigh's eyes sharpened. It's a new skill. Althea did not turn around, though he could tell she was listening. As the letters continued to form, Rayleigh froze when the skill name appeared before him as a string of warped symbols his eyes could not make sense of, no matter how long he stared. The divine letters flickered like a broken reflection on disturbed water, twisting into marks that refused to settle into any language he knew. Permanent. Constantly active. Unique constitution. Rayleigh stared at the garbled text. What is this? Even after focusing his spiritual sight, he still could not properly parse the characters. The problem seemed larger than a gap in his knowledge. The text itself appeared unable to decide what shape it should take. After a moment, he copied down what little he could read and handed the note to Althea. She accepted it, still holding her clothes against herself with one hand, and glanced over the copied text. Then she laughed softly. This is my first time seeing something even the fauna cannot explain. Probably because you aren't completely human anymore, Rayleigh said after a moment. Althea looked at him. Rayleigh continued, your body, your soul, your skill, the dagger, the connection between us, none of it follows the normal rules anymore. Fauna can read adventurers, monsters, spirits, and even reincarnated souls, while your current existence sits halfway outside those categories. So even the omniscient gods would be unable to explain it. Perhaps only partially. Another person came to mind, Cassandra Alien. Among Orario's 3 great cheat-like existences, Cassandra's abnormal skill was also something even gods could not properly name. The characters did not appear in ordinary divine text, and Mayak had only managed to give it the temporary name, Princess of a Tragic World, through guesswork and intuition. Prophetic dreams, near-perfect predictions, a future that everyone refused to believe, and most terrifying of all, the possibility of changing a tragedy once she crossed the despair carved into that dream. That went beyond ordinary prophecy and touched the script of the world itself. If Cassandra's skill could exist, then Althea's unreadable skill was also possible. It was simply proof that the world had failed to classify her. Rayleigh folded the note and placed it aside. We'll treat it as unknown for now. Until we understand more, don't test it carelessly or fully release your dagger. You sound like a doctor. I am your doctor. Althea gave him a faint look. For a moment, the room fell quiet. Then Rayleigh's gaze shifted down by accident. Before he could even understand what had happened, his body had already flown out of Althea's bedroom and slammed face first into the floor. For several seconds, he lay there motionless. As expected of level 8 Althea, he had seen absolutely nothing. There had been no visible shift in her muscles, no change in her breathing, and no attack trajectory for him to follow. By the time his mind caught up, his entire body had already been launched through the doorway. When she was level 7, Althea could casually one-shot level 5 Otter with a hand chop. Now that she had reached level 8, a casual strike from her could probably take his head clean off if she meant it. Rayleigh slowly lifted his face from the floor. TCH. When would he finally be able to stand properly in front of that woman? Zanpakuto alone were not enough. He needed more wielders, more growth, more exilia, and more people walking forward with his blades while carving new stories into the world. Rayleigh's eyes slowly sharpened. It was time to stop waiting for suitable people to conveniently appear. If the right wielder existed somewhere in Orario, then he would make them come to him. Chapter 193, Zanpakuto for trial. Early the next morning, Rayleigh entered Hephaestus' weapon shop with a sword wrapped in cloth. As a recognized smith of Hephaestus Familia, he had the right to place weapons he forged inside the Familia's official shops for sale, though whether those weapons actually reached the display floor still depended on appraisal, safety, reputation, and whether the shop manager dared to take responsibility for them. Rayleigh had forged countless weapons by now, but until today, he had never placed a Zanpakuto on public sale. The shop was already open, with several adventurers browsing the lower-tier weapons displayed near the entrance. The deeper one went, the more expensive the merchandise became. Third-tier weapons, second-tier weapons, and even a few first-tier masterpieces sat behind protective glass and layered enchantments. For ordinary adventurers, weapons were consumables. Even a good sword could break, be lost, melt under monster acid, get swallowed by a dungeon anomaly, or be abandoned during a desperate retreat. Because of that, buying equipment was never as simple as choosing the strongest weapon one could afford. It was a calculation of profit, risk, repair costs, replacement costs, and survival. A better weapon could absolutely change one's life, but first, one had to be able to pay for it. The only people who could ignore that reality were members of great familias or monsters wearing human skin. Rayleigh-san. A beautiful shop clerk immediately approached when she saw him. His black hair and black eyes were already far too recognizable in Orario, and even if someone ignored those features, the multiple swords at his waist made his identity obvious. "Good morning," Rayleigh said. "I'm here to place a weapon for sale." "A weapon? One of your works, Rayleigh-san." "That's right." Rayleigh laid the wrapped sword on the counter and slowly removed the cloth. Whoa. The clerk's eyes widened. What appeared before her was a glossy black scabbard. 3 different flowers were inlaid across its surface with gold carving, the painted petals and raised metalwork overlapping in a strange harmony that made the entire piece seem to shift depending on the angle. The fittings had been made with orichalcum, giving them a brilliant luster and excellent impact resistance. The sword looked less like a simple weapon and more like a work of art. Gorgeous. That was the only word the clerk could think of. This sword, could it be? Yes, Rayleigh said. It's a Zanpakuto. So it really is. To think I'd actually get to see one with my own eyes. The clerk's face flushed with excitement. Rayleigh immediately understood. This person was a weapon otaku. She was not simply working here for money. She genuinely loved weapons. "May I take a look?" Rayleigh did not answer immediately. Instead, he placed one hand over the scabbard. "Before that, I need to explain something." The clerk froze. This sword is different from an ordinary product. It has its own will, and if someone draws it carelessly, it may release pressure or reject them. It won't deliberately harm bystanders, but it has a bad temper. A weapon with a bad temper. The clerk's eyes shone even brighter. Rayleigh sighed inwardly. Weapon otakus really are hopeless. "I'm serious," he said. "No customer is allowed to draw this sword inside the shop, and no one touches it without permission. It must be displayed in a sealed case, and anyone who wants to attempt its trial has to register in advance." Trial? Yes. Buying this sword is more complicated than paying money. The buyer has to ask it for its name themselves. Anyone who can't even reach that point is unqualified. The clerk swallowed. What happens if they fail? Normally, rejection. Pressure. Fear. Maybe being thrown back or knocked unconscious. Rayleigh paused for a moment before continuing. If someone tries to force it, insults it, or attempts to dominate it with arrogance, they should be prepared to die on the spot. The clerk's body shivered, though her eyes still gleamed. Understood. I'll report this to the manager and prepare the highest grade display area. Also prepare a written contract. Anyone who wants to challenge the blade must sign a death risk agreement, and their familiar representative or patron god has to be informed beforehand. The actual trial won't happen inside the shop. It has to be held in a secured testing room or underground arena, and I'll be present. If the guild insists on sending an observer, let them. Understood. The clerk nodded seriously this time. Rayleigh finally handed her the sword. She changed into gloves, took out a monocle, and handled the blade as reverently as a priest receiving a sacred relic. Even though Rayleigh had warned her, curiosity still won. She carefully pushed the guard and drew the blade only an inch. A cold aura leaked out, and the temperature inside the shop dropped at once. The clerk's pupils trembled. In that tiny exposed section of blade, she felt as if she were looking at the surface of a quiet lake, while something violent slept deep beneath it. The hammer along the edge looked like a painting of hell reflected under moonlight. Her spirit shook, and her knees weakened. Rayleigh immediately steadied her with one hand while smoothly pushing the blade back into its sheath. The cold atmosphere vanished, and the shop slowly warmed again. So amazing. The clerk sat down with Rayleigh's support, breathing unsteadily. Sorry, Rayleigh said. This one really is a problem child. It likes scaring people. Think of it as a little boy with a strange temper. A little boy. With a knife. That makes it worse. At least you understand. The clerk took a few breaths before slowly recovering. Even though she had clearly been frightened, her face was glowing with happiness. A weapon that chose its own master. A weapon with a will. A weapon capable of rejecting the unworthy. To someone who loved weapons beyond saving, this was more than frightening. It was myth made real. How much should we set the price at? 200 million valis. Understood. The clerk accepted the number without hesitation and wrote down the long string of zeros. For a Zanpakuto, this was cheap. The lowest priced Zanpakuto Rayleigh had ever sold was still Nejibana, which had gone to RD for 50 million. Most of the others were worth hundreds of millions or more, and some were effectively priceless. This sword was only priced at 200 million because it had a flaw. A small problem. For the right wielder, that flaw would barely matter. For the wrong wielder, it would become fatal. Rayleigh-san, the clerk asked carefully, what is this sword's name? Rayleigh's lips curved slightly. That is part of the condition. Huh. At the very least, its buyer has to ask for its name themselves. After saying that, Rayleigh turned and left the weapon shop. Behind him, the clerk stared at the sealed sword with a face full of awe. By noon, the rumor had spread. A Zanpakuto was being sold publicly in Hephaestus' weapon shop. The price was 200 million valis. The condition was that the sword itself had to acknowledge the buyer. The warning was that challengers might die. In less than half a day, adventurers began gathering around the shop. Some came to laugh, some came to dream, and some came with greed in their eyes. Others came because they had once believed their lives would never amount to anything, only for one sword to appear before them like a whisper that fate could still be overturned. Yet no one dared cause trouble. This was Hephaestus' weapon shop. In Orario, even the most unruly adventurers understood one truth: offending Hephaestus meant offending half the weapons in the city. The goddess herself did not need to act. Adventurers who wanted to maintain good relationships with smiths would crush the troublemaker first. And now, with Rayleigh's Zanpakuto displayed in the highest grade sealed case, the shop had become the eye of a very expensive, very dangerous storm. Chapter 194, Three Goddess. Wine cups touched with a crisp sound as three goddesses, who usually maintained only ordinary relationships despite each holding extraordinary influence in Orario, gathered in the same room. Hephaestus wore men's clothing as usual. Her posture seemed relaxed at a glance, though the look in her eye carried none of the carelessness. Across from her sat Astrea, beautiful and dignified, her presence gentle yet unmistakably firm. Beside them, radiating a charm so dangerous it almost felt like a natural law, was Freya. Hephaestus looked at the goddess of beauty and barely hid the suspicion in her voice. I'm happy enough to welcome Astrea, but Freya, why are you here too? Freya set down her teacup with graceful calm. Hephaestus, although my bond with that boy is not as deep as Astrea's bond through her children, my otter was still recognized by your Yodasai. Her smile deepened slightly. Tenken is a Zanpakuto as well. If this concerns children who have received Rayleigh's blades, then surely there is no problem with me being here. Hephaestus's expression did not improve. You make it sound very reasonable. Is it not? If Loki heard this, she would complain about being left out. Then perhaps you should have invited her. And let my shop become a battlefield before the sword even chooses anyone. No, thank you. Astrea gave a small, troubled smile. The topic before them was the public sale Zanpakuto. Rayleigh had placed it in the shop that morning, and the rumor had already spread across Orario like fire thrown onto oil. A weapon that chose its master. A weapon that could change fate. A weapon that might kill those it rejected. No shop could treat something like that as a simple expensive sword on display. Hephaestus tapped one finger lightly against the table. I've already ordered the shop to seal the display case. No one is allowed to draw it inside the store. Anyone who wants to attempt the trial must register, sign a formal waiver, and have their familia notified. Astrea nodded. That is wise. A public death inside the shop would cause unnecessary chaos. Unnecessary. Hephaestus let out a tired sigh. If some idiot gets himself killed after ignoring warnings, I can still deal with it. The problem is what comes afterward. Their god complains, their familia demands compensation, the guild interferes, Loki laughs, Ganesha shouts that he is Ganesha, and somehow I end up buried under a mountain of paperwork. Freya chuckled softly. What a vivid future. It's a future I intend to avoid. Hephaestus continued, the trial will be held in a secured underground testing room. Rayleigh has to be present. A guild observer may attend if necessary, and a patron god or familia representative must sign confirmation before the challenger is allowed anywhere near the blade. Astrea folded her hands. And if the challenger is an adventurer without a strong familia behind them? Then the guild acts as witness. I won't let this become a hunting ground for desperate children with more ambition than sense. Freya's eyes curved faintly. But ambition is exactly what such a blade will attract. That's what worries me. Hephaestus looked toward the window. Even from this distance, she could imagine the crowd forming around her shop. Rayleigh had not simply sold a weapon, he had placed a question in the middle of Orario. Who was worthy? To adventurers, that question was more intoxicating than wine. Astrea's expression softened. Rayleigh likely understands that. He may be using the blade to draw out someone who would never have crossed his path otherwise. I know, Hephaestus said. That child always thinks more than he says. Freya did not answer right away. Her gaze lowered toward the tea in her cup. A child who forged blades that possessed souls, connected people through weapons, and carried a soul layered with scars and secrets that even Freya found difficult to see through. Freya had seen many souls before. Beautiful souls, ugly souls, broken souls, pure souls, and twisted souls. But Rayleigh's soul was troublesome. It was surrounded by blades, or perhaps entangled with them so deeply that even Freya could not easily tell where the boy ended and the swords began. Each sword seemed like a petal, a fong, a mirror, a shadow, or a storm. Somewhere behind him, faint yet unmistakable, lingered a presence that should never have existed in Orario at all. Freya smiled. Hephaestus noticed that smile and immediately became wary. What are you thinking? Nothing dangerous. That's exactly what dangerous people say. How cruel. I only find him interesting. That is the problem. The room fell quiet for a moment. Hephaestus knew very well what kind of goddess Freya was. Gods were nearly indestructible. Even Hephaestus, the divine smith of heaven, could only forge weapons that killed gods. She could not create something that erased a god completely. To mortals, god-slaying meant killing a god and sending them back to heaven. For the gods themselves, even that was only a return rather than true disappearance. Unable to die even if they wished for it, trapped in eternal life and endless repetition, many gods eventually broke in one way or another. Among those broken gods, Freya belonged to the most dangerous handful. Her love was beautiful, terrifying, and capable of turning cities into cages while offering people up like sacrifices. Hephaestus did not hate Freya, but she would never casually trust her near one of her children. Astrea quietly looked between the two goddesses. This sword may become a blessing, she said. It may also become a fire. Most good weapons are both, Hephaestus replied. Freya smiled. And what kind of child do you think it will choose? Hephaestus fell silent. She did not know. Rayleigh had not even told her the sword's name. He had only left her with one troubling explanation. For the right person, its flaw is almost nothing. For the wrong person, it is a blade pointed at their own throat. That was not reassuring at all. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. A shop attendant entered and bowed deeply. Hephaestus-sama, the guild has sent word. They want to dispatch an observer for the Zanpakuto trial. Hephaestus rubbed her forehead. As expected. The attendant hesitated. There is one more thing. What now? The first challenger has already registered. The room went still. Astrea's eyes widened slightly while Freya's smile deepened. Hephaestus lowered her hand and looked at the attendant. Who? The attendant swallowed. A young adventurer without a famous familia. He says he has no money yet, but he wants permission to challenge the blade before anyone else buys it. Hephaestus's expression darkened. Before she could speak, the attendant quickly added, Rayleigh-sama already heard about it. And? He said. The attendant's face turned strange. He said, good. At least he knows he's broke. Astrea covered her mouth. Freya laughed softly. Hephaestus stared at the ceiling. That child. Outside the room, the storm surrounding the first public Zanpakuto had only just begun. Chapter 195, Zanpakuto Trial. By morning, the street outside Hephaestus' weapon shop was already crowded. Adventurers filled both sides of the road, some wearing armor and weapons as if they were about to enter the dungeon, while others had clearly come only to watch the excitement. Supporters, smith apprentices, merchants, and even a few bored gods mixed into the crowd, all trying to catch a glimpse through the shop windows. A Zanpakuto had been placed on public sale. A sword forged by Battousai. A sword that could choose its own master. And if the rumors were true, a sword that might kill anyone it rejected. For Orario, where adventurers treated weapons as lifelines and dreams often began with a blade in hand, that kind of rumor was impossible to ignore. Rayleigh arrived through the side entrance before the crowd became completely unmanageable. Today, he wore a simple black coat and only carried Senbon Sakura and Ruriiro Kujaku at his waist. Hyarinmaru and Sakanade had been left at home, partly because he had no need for them today, and partly because bringing 4 Zanpakuto into a situation like this would only make the adventurers outside even more restless. The shop manager hurried over as soon as he saw him, his expression already showing the exhaustion of someone who had spent the entire morning dealing with impossible customers. Rayleigh-sama. Did anyone cause trouble? Not yet. They're noisy, but no one has tried to force their way in. That's good. The manager gave him a tired look. I'm not sure good is the word I would use. We've displayed first-tier weapons before, but even they never drew a crowd like this. That's because this isn't a first-tier weapon. Rayleigh's tone was calm. It's a Zanpakuto. The manager looked as if he had a dozen complaints ready, but after opening his mouth once, he swallowed all of them back down. Rayleigh understood his headache. A first-tier weapon was expensive and powerful, but it still belonged within Orario's common sense. Adventurers could understand it through its materials, weight, sharpness, durability, special effects, and compatibility with their fighting style. A Zanpakuto did not fit neatly into any of those categories. It had a soul. Once that kind of weapon was displayed before adventurers, even those who knew they had no chance would still find themselves wondering whether they might be the exception. The display room had been sealed overnight. The black floral Zanpakuto rested inside a reinforced glass case surrounded by 3 layers of security. The first was the shop's own lock, the second was a magic item barrier arranged by Hephaestus Familia's craftsman, and the third was Rayleigh's Keto seal, written in thin strokes of racier that ordinary people could not see. Even through the glass, the sword had a quiet presence. The glossy black scabbard reflected the light in the room, while golden flowers decorated its surface with a refined elegance. At first glance, it looked more like a noble's treasured collection piece than a weapon meant for the dungeon. But the longer one looked at it, the more that gentle beauty seemed to carry something cold underneath. The female clerk from yesterday stood near the display case, her back straight and her expression serious. She still looked excited, but at least she had enough professionalism not to touch the case without permission. Rayleigh glanced at the sword. Still sulking. The sword gave no answer. Rayleigh smiled faintly. You agreed to this yourself. The cold inside the case seemed to deepen by a small degree. The clerk shivered. Rayleigh-san. It's nothing. This child has a bad temper in the morning. The clerk's eyes immediately brightened with curiosity. Rayleigh decided not to explain further. The underground testing room beneath the shop had also been prepared. It was originally a reinforced chamber used by Hephaestus Familia to test weapons, armor, shields, magic swords, and other equipment that could not safely be demonstrated above ground. The stone floor and walls had been strengthened many times over the years, and several defensive enchantments had been added for today's trial. A guild employee sat near the entrance with a stack of documents. A member of Ganesha Familia stood beside him as security. 2 Hephaestus Familia smiths guarded the weapon stand. The rules were strict. Anyone who wanted to attempt the trial had to sign 3 documents. The first confirmed that the challenger understood the sword possessed its own will, the second confirmed that injuries caused by rejection were the challenger's responsibility, and the third confirmed that the challenger's familia or legal representative had been notified. Rayleigh looked over the documents and then glanced at the shop manager. You prepared more than I expected. Lady Hephaestus personally ordered it. She said that if paperwork can stop even one god from screaming at her later, then the paperwork is worth it. That sounds like her. She also said that if anyone dies after signing everything, you're responsible for dragging their god away before they destroy the shop. Rayleigh paused. I refuse. I thought you might say that. The manager's smile became even drier. Lady Hephaestus also said that if you refused, she would deduct the repair costs from your future sales. Rayleigh silently turned his eyes away. My goddess has become more ruthless lately. The first challenger arrived before noon. He was younger than Rayleigh expected, probably around 16 or 17. His brown hair was rough, his skin was darkened by the sun, and his patched leather armor had clearly been repaired many times. His sword was cheap, his boots were worn, and the cloth tied around his wrist looked more like a keepsake than proper equipment. His name was Ansel. A level 1 adventurer from a small familia Rayleigh had never heard of. When the guild employee asked about his savings, the answer was exactly what the attendant had reported yesterday. He had almost no money. The shop manager's expression immediately turned unpleasant. Then why are you here? Ansel clenched his fists. I know I can't afford it right now. That means you can't buy it. But the condition says the sword has to acknowledge the buyer first, doesn't it? The young adventurer raised his head. His voice was tense, but he forced himself to continue. If I'm not chosen, money won't matter. If I am chosen, I'll spend my whole life paying it back. The room quieted. The guild employee looked at him with sympathy, while the Ganesha Familia guard scratched his cheek awkwardly. Even the shop manager, who had looked ready to throw him out a moment ago, hesitated. Rayleigh studied the young man for a while. Ansel was afraid. His shoulders were tense, his breathing was uneven, and his eyes kept drifting toward the sword as if he could not decide whether it was hope or a monster. But he had still come. Why do you want a Zanpakuto? Rayleigh asked. Ansel looked at him. To become stronger. That answer is too vague. The young man stiffened. Rayleigh continued, everyone here wants strength. Some want fame, some want money, some want revenge, and some simply hate being stepped on. Wanting strength is normal. I'm asking why you need this sword. Ansel lowered his head. For a while, he said nothing. Then his fingers tightened around the cloth tied to his wrist. My younger brother died on the 9th floor. His voice came out rough. He was 15. We joined the same familia because we wanted to earn enough money to send back home. I was the older one, so I told him I'd protect him. His jaw trembled. I couldn't. No one interrupted him. A war shadow came out from the wall behind us. I panicked and I swung too late. He pushed me away, and the monster stabbed him instead. His voice grew lower. Everyone told me it wasn't my fault. The captain said rookies die in the dungeon all the time. The guild said the same thing. My god told me to rest, recover, and try again. Ansel gave a short, bitter laugh. But my brother is still dead. Rayleigh looked at the cloth around his wrist. Ansel noticed his gaze and gripped it harder. This was his. So you want revenge? I did. And now? I don't know. That answer made Rayleigh's expression soften slightly. Ansel lifted his head again, his eyes red. I just don't want to be the kind of person who survives because someone else dies in my place. If that sword can change anything, then I want to try. The testing room stayed quiet for several seconds. The shop manager no longer looked as annoyed as before. Even the guild employee sighed softly. Rayleigh walked to the sword case and placed his hand over the Keto seal. Ansel. Yes. Listen carefully. This sword is not gentle. If you only want comfort, it will reject you. If you try to force it, I'll stop you before it kills you. If you ignore my warning, whatever happens afterward is your responsibility. I understand. No, you only understand the words. Rayleigh's tone remained calm, but the pressure behind it made Ansel's face pale. That isn't the same as understanding the weight. Once you touch the sword, it may show you something you don't want to see. If your heart breaks because of that, no document you signed will help you. Ansel swallowed. His fear was obvious now. But after taking a long breath, he nodded. I still want to try. Rayleigh watched him for another moment before undoing the seal. The barrier faded, and the case opened. A thin chill spread through the room. The two Hephaestus Smiths stepped back at once, and the Ganesha Familia guard shifted his stance with one hand near his weapon. Rayleigh lifted the Zanpakuto from its stand. The sword was quiet in his hand. Too quiet. He looked at Ansel. Hold out your hands. Ansel obeyed. Rayleigh placed the sheathed Zanpakuto into his palms. The moment the sword touched him, Ansel's entire body went rigid and his eyes lost focus. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Cassandra Dream. In the vision, Ansel stood once again on the 9th floor of the dungeon, surrounded by the smell of dirt, blood, and monster ash. His younger brother stood in front of him wearing the same cheap armor as before, still 15 years old, still smiling with the same hopeful expression he had worn when they first left home. Big brother. Ansel's breath caught. No. The boy looked at him and asked softly, why did you live? Ansel shook his head, his fingers trembling around the sword. I didn't mean to. I tried to save you. Did you? The tunnel changed around them, and the war shadow appeared again. This time, Ansel saw everything clearly, his own hesitation, the sword frozen halfway through its swing, his brother noticing the monster first, the push, the blood, and the scream that had never truly left his memory. No, stop. The scene repeated again and again, each time forcing him to watch his brother die while he survived. When the tunnel finally stilled, his brother stood before him with blood running down his chest. Would you die in my place? Ansel opened his mouth, but no answer came. The boy tilted his head. Would you? Ansel's hands shook violently. He wanted to say yes. He wanted to scream it, to prove that he had loved his brother enough, and to convince himself that his survival had not been cowardice. But the words caught in his throat. The dungeon's cold air filled his lungs, and the answer that escaped him was not the one he wanted to give. I don't know. The vision cracked. In the testing room, Ansel suddenly gasped and collapsed to one knee. The sword nearly slipped from his hands. The Ganesha Familia guard moved, but Rayleigh raised one hand to stop him. Ansel's face was covered in sweat. His lips had gone pale, and his eyes were wide with terror. I don't know, he whispered. His voice shook. I don't know if I could die in his place. The sword trembled faintly in his hand. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Let go of the sword. Ansel did not seem to hear him. The young adventurer stared at the sword in his hands with an expression close to desperation. Please. His fingers tightened. I need this. I need to change. If I don't, then what was the point of him dying? Ansel, let go. Rayleigh's voice became firmer. The sword's pressure grew colder. Ansel's breath turned white. I can do it, he muttered. I can become strong. I can. The scabbard opened by a finger's width, and a dark reflection appeared along the exposed blade. Rayleigh moved before it could go any farther. His hand closed around Ansel's wrist and forced his fingers open, while his other hand pressed the blade fully back into its sheath. The pressure vanished. Ansel collapsed forward, shaking so badly he could not support himself. Rayleigh caught the sword before it hit the floor. The room stayed quiet. After several seconds, Ansel finally raised his head, his expression was hollow. I failed. Rayleigh looked down at him. Yes. The young man lowered his gaze. For a moment, he looked as though he might cry. Rayleigh returned the Zanpakuto to its stand, but he did not immediately seal the case. You failed, but you didn't lie. Ansel froze. Rayleigh continued, that's better than most people. I was scared. Of course you were. Ansel looked at him in confusion. Rayleigh's voice remained calm. Only idiots think courage means not being afraid. You faced the question honestly, and when you realized you didn't know the answer, you didn't pretend otherwise. The sword rejected you because you aren't ready, but it didn't try to kill you. Ansel stared at the floor. Then what should I do? Live. The answer was simple. Ansel slowly lifted his head. Rayleigh looked at the cloth around his wrist. Live long enough to become someone who can answer that question without lying. Whether you try again after that is up to you. Ansel's mouth trembled. He bowed his head until his forehead touched the floor. Thank you. Rayleigh resealed the case. The guild employee quietly wrote something in his report. That was already dangerous. That was mild. The manager's face stiffened. Rayleigh glanced at the sealed sword. This child was in a good mood. The shop manager looked as though he wanted to close the shop immediately. Above ground, the crowd erupted into discussion when Ansel was carried out by two clerks. He was alive, which disappointed some people and relieved others. What happened? Did he get chosen? No way. Look at his face. He looks like he crawled out of a nightmare. Maybe the sword cursed him. Idiot, if it cursed him, would Hephaestus Familia let him walk out? Rumors twisted themselves before they even left the street. By the time they reached the next block, Ansel had already become an adventurer who saw his dead brother inside the sword and survived only because Yotasai tore him away from hell. By the time the rumor reached the taverns, the sword had become a cursed blade that devoured memories. By the time it reached the pleasure quarter, someone claimed the sword showed people the face of the person they loved most before killing them. Orario was very good at making stories. Rayleigh stood near the second-floor window of the weapon shop and watched the crowd below. Behind him, Hephaestus leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. You handled that more gently than I expected. He was honest. That rare. In Orario. Very. Hephaestus smiled faintly, though her expression soon turned more serious. Will the sword choose someone soon? Rayleigh did not answer immediately. His gaze shifted toward the sealed display case below. I don't know. This one isn't looking for talent, level, or money. It wants someone who can keep looking at a future they hate. That sounds cruel. It is. And you still put it up for sale. Rayleigh's eyes remained calm. Because someone like that exists in the city. Hephaestus looked at him for a while. You already have someone in mind. Not exactly. That was the truth. Rayleigh had suspicions, but he did not plan to force the blade onto anyone. Zanpakuto had wills of their own, and the more unusual the blade was, the more meaningless outside arrangements became. Still, somewhere in Orario, there was a girl who saw the future and was never believed. If this sword was meant to find anyone, Rayleigh could think of no better candidate. That night, in Apollo Familia's home, Cassandra Alien woke with a broken cry. Her thin nightclothes clung to her body with cold sweat, and her silver hair spilled messily across the pillow. For several seconds, she could not breathe properly. The remnants of the dream pressed down on her chest and refused to fade. In the dream, she had seen a black scabbard decorated with golden flowers resting beneath a moonless sky, surrounded by dark water where people reached for the blade one after another and sank below the surface, leaving only pale bones drifting back up. A young voice had come from beneath the water, soft but unsettling. Will you open your eyes? Cassandra clutched the blanket with both hands. No. The dream had continued after that. She had seen Orario's streets covered in pale mist, people laughing at her warnings, and a sword behind glass while a young man with black eyes stood beside it with the calm expression of someone who knew tragedy could not always be avoided by running away. When the lake in the dream split open, countless eyes beneath the water looked up at her. Cassandra pressed one hand over her mouth. Her body trembled so badly that the bed creaked beneath her. No one will believe me. The familiar thought rose inside her like a curse. She wanted to lie back down, cover her ears, and wait for morning to carry the dream away like all the others. But the young voice from beneath the water still echoed in her mind. Will you open your eyes? Cassandra curled into herself and whispered into the dark room. I don't want to. Outside her window, Orario's night remained quiet. Far away, inside Hephaestus' weapon shop, the black floral Zanpakuto trembled once inside its sealed case before becoming still again. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Rumors. Cassandra did not sleep again after waking from the dream. She stayed curled beneath her blanket until morning, listening to the faint sounds of Apollo Familia's home slowly coming alive around her. The servants began moving through the corridors, adventurers returned from early training, and somewhere outside her room, someone laughed loudly enough that the sound slipped through the door and stabbed into her already aching head. Her hands were still trembling. No matter how many times she told herself that it had only been another dream, the feeling refused to leave her. The black scabbard, the golden flowers, the dark water, the people sinking beneath it, and the voice asking whether she would open her eyes all remained clear in her mind. It was the same as always. A terrible future had shown itself to her, and once again, she had woken knowing that no one would believe her. Cassandra slowly sat up and hugged her knees. Maybe I can just ignore it. The thought came naturally. It was cowardly, but she was tired. She was tired of running to people with warnings they would laugh at. She was tired of watching Daphne frown at her with that mixture of worry and exasperation. She was tired of Apollo praising her beauty while dismissing her words as another strange episode. Above all, she was tired of being the only one who saw the cliff ahead while everyone else kept walking with smiles on their faces. Even so, ignoring the dream did not make it fade. The voice from the water remained. Will you open your eyes? Cassandra buried her face against her knees. I don't want to. Her voice was barely audible. A knock came at the door. Cassandra. Are you awake? Cassandra flinched. The person outside did not wait long before opening the door, and Daphne Loros stepped into the room with a towel draped over one shoulder. She had probably just finished morning training. Her hair was tied back, and there was still a thin layer of sweat on her skin. The moment Daphne saw Cassandra's face, her expression changed. You look terrible. Good morning, Daphne-san. Don't good morning me with that face. Did you have another nightmare? Cassandra lowered her gaze. That was enough of an answer. Daphne sighed, walked over to the bed, and placed one hand against Cassandra's forehead. No fever. At least that's good. I saw something. You always see something. This time, Daphne's voice was gentler than her words. She sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at Cassandra properly. What was it this time? Cassandra hesitated. She wanted to speak, but the familiar pressure gathered in her chest as soon as she tried. It was not pain exactly. It was closer to the feeling of trying to scream underwater. Her words could leave her mouth, but they would never reach anyone the way she wanted them to. Still, Daphne had asked. So Cassandra forced herself to answer. There was a sword. A sword. A black scabbard with golden flowers. It was inside Hephaestus Familia's weapon shop, and people were reaching for it. Some of them sank into dark water, and some of them came back as bones. Daphne stared at her for a few seconds. Then she closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. Cassandra. I know it sounds strange. It sounds like one of your worst dreams. It's real. You don't know that. I do. Daphne opened her eyes again. She did not look angry, only tired. Cassandra hated that expression more than anger. If Daphne shouted at her, at least that would mean her words had struck something. But that tired look made Cassandra feel as if she had become a burden someone was patiently carrying. Daphne-san, please listen to me. There's going to be a trial at Hephaestus' weapon shop. A Zanpakuto is being sold publicly. If people touch it carelessly, something terrible will happen. Daphne blinked. Wait. A Zanpakuto. Cassandra nodded quickly. Yes. That part might actually be true. Huh. Daphne stood up and walked toward the window, pulling the curtain aside. Morning light spilled into the room. I heard people talking when I passed through the corridor. Apparently, Yodasai placed one of his swords in Hephaestus' weapon shop yesterday. Everyone's making a fuss about it. Cassandra's heart dropped. The dream had already begun. She gripped the blanket tightly. Then we have to stop them. Stop who? The people going to touch it. Daphne turned back and gave her a helpless look. How exactly are we supposed to do that? Walk into Hephaestus Familia's shop and tell them Cassandra had a scary dream, so they need to shut everything down. Cassandra's throat tightened. That sword is dangerous. Of course it's dangerous. It's a weapon made by Yodasai. Everything about that man is dangerous. Daphne crossed her arms and leaned against the window frame. Do you know what people are saying about him now? They say he fought Reikia's army alone and came back as if he'd only gone out for a walk. Some people even claim he froze the royal capital with one sword. I don't know how much of that is exaggerated, but even half of it would be ridiculous. It isn't only the sword. The dream showed me people dying because they tried to force it. Then Hephaestus Familia will handle it. They aren't fools. Cassandra shook her head. That won't be enough. Daphne's brows drew together. Cassandra, listen to me. I know your dreams scare you, but this involves Hephaestus-sama's Familia and Yodasai himself. We can't just rush in and make accusations. Apollo-sama will hear about it, and if he gets interested, things will become troublesome. At the mention of Apollo, Cassandra's face paled. Daphne noticed and sighed again. See. You understand too. Apollo was not cruel to her in the way some gods were cruel. He smiled at her, praised her, dressed her beautifully, and called her one of his beloved children. But his affection was heavy, and when he decided something was beautiful, interesting, or entertaining, he could easily drag everyone around him into trouble. A public Zanpakuto trial was exactly the kind of thing that would amuse him. Cassandra looked down at her hands. Daphne-san, if Apollo-sama hears about it, he might try to make someone from our Familia challenge the sword. Daphne's silence answered her. They both knew that was possible. After a while, Daphne clicked her tongue softly. Fine. Get changed. We'll go look at the situation first. We're only looking, understand? If Hephaestus Familia has proper rules in place, we don't interfere. Cassandra lifted her head. Daphne-san. Don't give me that face. I'm not saying I believe the dream. I know. I'm going because if I leave you alone, you'll probably sneak out by yourself and collapse somewhere. Cassandra's shoulders relaxed slightly. That sounded like Daphne. She did not believe her, but she still came with her. To Cassandra, that was already more than most people gave. By the time they reached the district around Hephaestus' weapon shop, the crowd had grown even larger than expected. Daphne stopped at the edge of the street and stared. This is worse than I thought. Adventurers were gathered in clusters, arguing loudly about the trial. Some claimed the sword had already killed someone. Others said the first challenger survived but lost his mind. A few insisted that Yodasai had personally dragged a soul out of hell and shoved it back into the challenger's body. Daphne's mouth twitched. People really will say anything. Cassandra barely heard her. Her gaze had already moved toward the shop. The moment she saw the building, her chest tightened. It was the place from her dream. The angle was different, the street was brighter, and the crowd was noisier, but the feeling was the same. Somewhere inside the shop was the black scabbard with golden flowers, and it was waiting. Cassandra took half a step back without realizing it. Daphne noticed immediately. Cassandra. It's there. Well, yes. That's why everyone is gathered here. No, I mean. Cassandra pressed one hand against her chest. It feels like it knows I'm here. Daphne looked at her for a moment, then followed her gaze toward the shop. I'm starting to regret coming here. I'm sorry. Don't apologize yet. Save that for when something actually happens. They moved closer to the crowd. Chapter 198, Apollo hears the rumors. Near the entrance, members of Hephaestus Familia were controlling the flow of visitors. A guild employee was also present, and Ganesha Familia had sent guards to keep order. That alone eased Daphne's expression a little. At least they're not letting people run wild. Cassandra nodded, but her unease did not fade. The dream had shown people laughing at her warnings, and the street around her was full of laughter now. Some of it was harmless excitement, but some sounded exactly like the laughter she had heard in her sleep. Then she heard a group of adventurers nearby. So the first guy failed. Obviously. He was just some poor level 1. I heard he cried. I heard he saw his dead brother. That's creepy. Creepy or not, he survived. Maybe the sword isn't as dangerous as they say. One of them laughed. If a nobody like that can survive, maybe I should try too. Cassandra turned toward them before she could stop herself. You shouldn't. The adventurers looked at her and Daphne's face immediately tightened. The man who had spoken looked Cassandra up and down, then smirked. Ha! What's that supposed to mean? That sword shows people things they don't want to see. If you touch it carelessly, you might not come back properly. The man stared at her for a moment. Then he laughed. His companions followed. Cassandra's fingers curled into her skirt as Daphne stepped forward with a sharp expression. That's enough. We're leaving. Wait, is she a fortune teller or something? Maybe she had a vision. Hey, can you tell me if I'll get rich too? The laughter grew louder. Cassandra's face turned pale, but she still tried to speak. I'm serious. Please don't touch it if you only want to test your luck. The man's smile faded into annoyance. Who asked you? Daphne grabbed Cassandra's wrist and pulled her back before the situation could worsen. That's enough. But Daphne-san. I said enough. Daphne's voice was firm. Cassandra lowered her head. The men behind them continued laughing, and every step away from them felt like stepping away from a disaster she had failed to stop. Inside the second floor of Hephaestus' weapon shop, Rayleigh stood near the window and watched the street below. He had noticed Cassandra before she spoke, his attention drawn first by the faint tremor from the sealed Zanpakuto downstairs. Her silver hair was easy enough to spot in a crowd, but the sword's reaction was what truly caught his attention. It had reacted. Only slightly, but that was enough. Rayleigh's gaze followed Cassandra as Daphne pulled her away from the group of mocking adventurers. So that's her. Hephaestus stood beside him with her arms folded. Cassandra Aelian, Rayleigh said. Apollo Familia. The girl with the strange dreams. You've heard of her. Only rumors. Most people treat her as a gloomy child who says unsettling things. That's because most people are idiots. Hephaestus glanced at him. You sound more annoyed than usual. Rayleigh watched Cassandra lower her head while Daphne spoke to her. I dislike people who laugh at warnings just because the person giving them is weak. Hephaestus's expression softened slightly. Is she the one? I don't know. But you think she might be? Yes. Hephaestus looked toward the display room below. And the sword? It reacted at least. That made Hephaestus fall silent. After a while, she asked, Are you going to call her in? Not yet. Why? Because if I do, Apollo will smell something interesting and come running. Hephaestus's mouth twitched. That is a very unpleasant way to describe it, but you're probably right. Rayleigh turned away from the window. For now, we let the trial continue. If she comes forward on her own, that will mean more than me inviting her. And if someone else gets hurt first, I'll stop it before it goes too far. Hephaestus looked at him with a mixture of trust and worry. You say that like it's simple. It isn't. Rayleigh smiled faintly. But I'm the one who put the sword here. I'll take responsibility. Cassandra and Daphne did not return to Apollo Familia immediately. Instead, Daphne dragged her into a nearby alley where the noise from the street was quieter before finally letting go of her wrist. What were you thinking? Cassandra lowered her head. I wanted to warn them. And did they listen? No. Then what did you accomplish? Cassandra bit her lip. Daphne looked at her pale face and sighed, her anger fading. I'm not saying you did something wrong. But you can't throw yourself at every person who refuses to listen. You'll break before the future changes. Cassandra's voice was small. Then what should I do? Daphne had no answer right away. That question had never been easy. For all her complaints, she knew Cassandra was sincere. The girl truly believed what she saw, and sometimes, even Daphne had to admit that Cassandra's dreams became uncomfortably accurate after the fact. The problem was that Cassandra could never explain them in a way that made people believe her beforehand. Daphne leaned against the alley wall and folded her arms. For now, we report nothing to Apollo-sama. Cassandra looked up in surprise. Really? Yes. If he hears about this from us, he'll definitely become interested. I'd rather he learn about it from someone else later than drag us into the center of it right now. But he'll hear about it anyway. Probably. Daphne clicked her tongue. That God hears about every troublesome thing eventually. Cassandra looked back toward the street. The crowd outside Hephaestus' weapon shop was still growing. The pressure from her dream remained in her chest, but something else had joined it now. The sword had felt close, almost as if it had noticed her, and as if the voice beneath the water had followed her into the waking world. Daphne-san. What? If I said I need to try touching that sword, would you stop me? Daphne stared at her. Yes. Cassandra flinched. Daphne continued without hesitation. I'd stop you, drag you home, lock the door, and sit in front of it if I had to. I see. But if you still tried after that, I'd probably end up following you. Cassandra slowly lifted her eyes. Daphne looked away, annoyed by her own words. Don't look so happy. I said probably. Cassandra's lips trembled into a faint smile. Thank you, Daphne-san. Don't thank me. I already regret saying it. That evening, Apollo finally heard the rumor. He was lounging in his hall when one of his children excitedly reported that Battousai had placed a Zanpakuto on public sale at Hephaestus' weapon shop. At first, Apollo only listened with mild interest, but the moment he heard that the sword chose its own master, his eyes brightened. A sword that chooses its wielder. His smile widened. How romantic. The members of Apollo Familia around him began speaking at once. Some praised the sword. Some wondered whether it was truly as powerful as the rumors claimed. Others suggested that Apollo Familia should send a challenger. Cassandra stood quietly near the back of the hall, her fingers tightening around her sleeve. Daphne, who stood beside her, noticed. Their eyes met, and Daphne's expression said the same thing Cassandra was thinking. Too late. Apollo rose from his seat with graceful excitement. A weapon that chooses its own hero. How could I ignore such a beautiful event? Cassandra's face went pale. Apollo smiled brightly. Tomorrow, we shall go to Hephaestus' shop ourselves. Then his gaze swept over his children. And if that sword is truly searching for a worthy soul, perhaps one of you will be chosen. Cassandra felt the dream close around her again, carrying the black scabbard, the dark water, and the voice waiting beneath the lake. She lowered her head and clenched both hands. No one will believe me. That thought still hurt, but for the first time, another thought followed it. Even so. I already saw it. And because she had seen it, she could not pretend she knew nothing. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Hyacinthos Trial. Apollo Familia arrived at Hephaestus' weapon shop like a procession. Which was exactly the kind of thing Apollo enjoyed. He had never been a god who moved quietly when he could turn even a short walk through Orario into a performance. He wore a white cloak embroidered with gold thread, his hair shone beneath the morning light, and the members of his familia followed behind him in neat formation, some proud, some excited, and some simply pleased by the attention they were receiving from the crowd. Cassandra walked near the back with Daphne beside her, her hands folded tightly in front of her as she tried to keep her breathing steady. She had barely slept after the dream. Even after morning came, the images refused to fade the way ordinary nightmares did. The closer they came to Hephaestus' weapon shop, the heavier her chest felt. We shouldn't go. She had thought that again and again since leaving Apollo Familia's home, yet Apollo had already made up his mind, and once he decided that something was beautiful, romantic, or amusing, it became almost impossible to turn him away. Daphne glanced at her from the side. Your face is terrible. Cassandra lowered her head. I'm sorry. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm asking whether you're going to collapse before we even enter the shop. I'll be fine. You say that every time. Cassandra had no answer to that, so she could only look down and continue walking. Daphne sighed under her breath, but she still moved half a step closer, close enough to catch her if her knees suddenly weakened. That small gesture made Cassandra's eyes sting more than any scolding would have. Daphne still did not fully believe her dreams, but she always stayed beside her anyway. The street outside Hephaestus' weapon shop was even more crowded than the day before, with adventurers gathering in loose groups around the entrance while arguing over the first challenger's failed trial. Since no one outside the testing room had seen what actually happened, the story had already split into several ridiculous versions. One rumor claimed the sword had dragged the challenger into hell, another insisted that Battousai had cut open the man's memories and stitched them back together, and a third said the sword asked him to kill the person he loved most. Daphne heard that last version and clicked her tongue. Orario really is hopeless when it comes to rumors. Cassandra said nothing, because although the stories had clearly been twisted beyond recognition, the fear beneath them was not completely wrong. The sword truly had shown Ansel something he did not want to face, and she could not shake the feeling that it would do the same again. When Apollo Familia approached, the crowd opened a path without needing to be told. Apollo was still Apollo, and even adventurers who disliked him understood that blocking a god's path in public was asking for trouble. Apollo smiled as if he had arrived at a festival. So this is where the famous sword is being displayed. His eyes moved toward the shop entrance, bright with curiosity. A weapon that chooses its wielder, how wonderful. A blade with a heart, waiting for the soul beautiful enough to answer it. Several members of Apollo Familia immediately praised his words, while Daphne's mouth twitched in a way that suggested she was working very hard not to sigh. Cassandra lowered her gaze further. She could feel the sword inside the shop. Even through walls, seals, glass, and the crowd, something faint brushed against the edge of her awareness. It did not speak as clearly as it had in the dream, but the sensation was close enough to make her feel as if she were standing at the edge of deep water while something beneath the surface noticed her reflection. Her fingers tightened around the fabric of her skirt. Daphne noticed and whispered, "Stay calm." "I'm trying." "I know." That short answer helped more than Cassandra expected. Inside the shop, the manager looked as though his soul had nearly left his body when he saw Apollo walk in. "Welcome, Apollo-sama." Apollo smiled warmly. "No need to be so nervous. I only came to see the sword that has set half of Orario talking." The manager's expression did not improve, because gods who said things like that were usually the most troublesome customers. The female clerk from before stood near the display room and did her best to remain professional, though her eyes kept flicking toward Apollo Familia. She had been told that gods might come, but hearing it and seeing it in person were different matters. Then Rayleigh came down from the second floor. The moment he appeared, the noise in the shop lowered by itself. He wore his usual calm expression, with Senbin Sakura and Ruriiro Kajaku at his waist, and nothing about his posture suggested that he was concerned by Apollo's arrival. Apollo's eyes brightened. "Ah, Yotosai-kun." Rayleigh stopped a few steps away. "Apollo-sama. You're more handsome up close than the rumors suggested. No wonder so many children talk about you lately. I'm sure most of those rumors are slander." Apollo laughed lightly. "Perhaps, but beautiful people are always surrounded by rumors. It can't be helped." Rayleigh looked at him for a moment before speaking in the same calm tone. "If you're here to look at the sword, please follow the shop rules. If you're here to make trouble, I'll ask Hephaestus-sama to charge an entrance fee before throwing you out." The shop manager almost choked, while Daphne's eyebrows rose slightly. Apollo only laughed again, seemingly amused rather than offended. "How cold." "I came with sincere admiration." "Then admire sincerely from behind the line." A few Apollo Familia members frowned at Rayleigh's tone, but none of them stepped forward. Yotosai's current reputation was not something anyone could ignore, especially after the rumors from Rakia had begun spreading through Orario. Apollo placed one hand over his chest. "Of course. Rules make games more elegant, after all." Rayleigh's expression barely changed. Cassandra stood behind Daphne and watched him quietly. That was the young man from her dream. His black eyes were the same, and so was the calm expression she had seen beside the sword behind glass. But now that she was looking at him in reality, she noticed something the dream had not fully captured. He was not calm because he was indifferent. He was calm because he had already accepted the risk. For some reason, that frightened her more than open arrogance would have. The display room was opened only after the shop manager confirmed the number of visitors. Apollo, Daphne, Cassandra, Hyacinthos, and 2 other Apollo Familia members were allowed inside first, while the rest had to wait outside because the room could not safely hold more people. The black floral Zanpakuto rested inside the sealed case. The moment Cassandra saw it, her breath caught. It was exactly the sword from her dream, from the glossy black scabbard and golden flowers to the elegant fittings and the strange coldness hidden beneath its beauty. Even though it did not move, Cassandra felt as if it had quietly turned its attention toward her. She took a small step back. Daphne immediately noticed. "Cassandra." "I'm fine." "You don't look fine." Daphne frowned, but before she could say anything else, Apollo approached the display case with open admiration. "How beautiful." His voice softened as he looked at the sword. "It truly is different from ordinary weapons. Even through the case, I can feel its presence." Rayleigh stood nearby and said nothing. Apollo turned toward him. "May I see it drawn?" "No." The answer came immediately. "No one draws it inside the shop," Rayleigh said. "If someone wants to challenge it, they register, sign the documents, notify their familia, and enter the underground testing room under observation." "How strict?" "It is a sword, not a theater prop." Apollo smiled. "But a sword that chooses its master is already a kind of theater. The soul stands before the blade gazes back, and destiny decides whether the two are beautiful enough to meet. I can think of few things more poetic." Rayleigh looked at him. "Apollo-sama, if you turn the trial into a performance, I'll cancel your familia's right to challenge it." The atmosphere tightened at once. Hyacinthos' expression changed. How dare you speak to Apollo-sama like Hyacinthos? Apollo lifted one hand and stopped him before he could continue. His smile remained, but his eyes had sharpened with interest. You would deny a god? I would deny a customer who risks damaging my product, my shop, or my goddess's reputation. Apollo stared at Rayleigh for a moment before laughing softly. I see why Hephaestus likes you. Rayleigh did not respond. Cassandra's gaze moved between the two of them. Apollo was amused, while Rayleigh-san was not afraid, and the difference between those two attitudes made the room feel unstable. The group moved to the underground testing room soon after. Apollo had not yet chosen a challenger, but he insisted on seeing the procedure with his own eyes. Rayleigh allowed it, though only after making Apollo sign as the Familia representative in advance. Apollo found even that amusing and signed the document with elegant handwriting while smiling as if he were leaving an autograph. Daphne watched the process with a tired face. This is becoming worse. Cassandra stood beside her with her hands clasped tightly. Daphne-san. What? I think someone from our Familia will try. Of course they will. Apollo-sama didn't come here only to look. Cassandra's face paled. Daphne glanced at her and lowered her voice. Listen to me. If he chooses Hyacinthos, don't interfere. But Hyacinthos is level 3, experienced, and stubborn. If you run out and tell him not to touch it because of a dream, he'll only get angry, and Apollo-sama might even find it entertaining enough to push him harder. Cassandra knew Daphne was right, and that made it worse. Apollo looked over the members of his Familia, his gaze soon settling on Hyacinthos. Hyacinthos immediately straightened. Apollo-sama, if you wish it, I will challenge the blade. His voice was filled with devotion, and several Apollo Familia members looked at him with obvious envy. Cassandra felt the dream press against her chest again. Please don't, she whispered. Her voice was small, but the room had grown quiet enough for the people nearby to hear it. Hyacinthos turned his head. What did you say? Cassandra flinched, while Daphne's expression tightened. Apollo looked interested. Cassandra. Cassandra lowered her head, but she forced herself to speak. That sword is dangerous. If someone touches it with the wrong heart, it will show them something painful. Hyacinthos frowned. That is what makes it a trial. No, it's different. If you try to force it, something terrible may happen. Hyacinthos's expression cooled. Are you saying I'm unqualified for it? Cassandra shook her head quickly. No, I only. Enough. His voice was not loud, but it made her shrink. Daphne stepped forward. She's only worried about you. Hyacinthos looked at Daphne, then back at Cassandra. Worrying is one thing. Speaking as if Apollo-sama's chosen child will fail before I even touch the sword is another. Apollo raised a hand to his chin and watched them with a smile, making no move to stop the argument. Cassandra's fingers trembled. She wanted to retreat and apologize, but the memory of dark water and pale bones remained in her mind, pressing against her fear until she forced out one more sentence. Please don't treat it like something beautiful just because it is dangerous. Hyacinthos's face darkened. Daphne's eyes widened slightly, perhaps because she had not expected Cassandra to continue. Rayleigh, who had been standing near the weapon stand, finally looked at her properly. Apollo's smile deepened. What a strange thing to say. Cassandra lowered her head again. I'm sorry. Daphne quietly moved closer to her. Hyacinthos exhaled and turned back to Apollo. Apollo-sama, please allow me to challenge it. Apollo smiled. Very well. Cassandra felt her heart sink. The procedure began. Hyacinthos signed the required documents without hesitation. Unlike Ansel, he had money, status, level, and Apollo's direct approval, so he remained composed from beginning to end, as if the trial were merely another stage on which he could prove his worth. Rayleigh watched him quietly. You understand the risk. I do. You understand that the sword may reject you regardless of everything. Hyacinthos's eyes narrowed slightly. I understand. Then one last warning. Do not draw the blade unless it gives you permission. Hyacinthos looked faintly displeased, but he still nodded. Rayleigh opened the sealed case, and the familiar cold spread through the room. Cassandra unconsciously held her breath. The Zanpakuto was placed into Hyacinthos's hands. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Hyacinthos looked down at the sword with a calm expression, but his eyes soon began to lose focus. In the vision, Hyacinthos stood inside a sunlit hall where Apollo sat on a white throne beneath golden curtains, smiling at him with the warmth and beauty that had once made him feel chosen. He lowered his head. Apollo-sama. The god smiled. Hyacinthos. That single word filled him with pride. Then the hall began to change. The white pillars cracked, the golden curtains darkened with stains, and the flower petals drifting through the air became scraps of torn paper bearing his own name. Hyacinthos frowned. What is this? Apollo was still smiling, but countless people now stood behind him, some familiar and some unknown, all waiting for the god's attention. Apollo reached out to them one by one, and each person shone beautifully for a brief moment before fading into the crowd behind him. Hyacinthos tried to move forward, but his feet would not obey him. Apollo-sama. The god did not look at him. The scene shifted again, and Hyacinthos found himself standing before a mirror. In the reflection, he saw himself kneeling with both hands extended, offering the black floral sword to Apollo with a joyful expression, though his eyes were empty and his hands bled from gripping the blade too tightly. The reflection spoke first. If Apollo-sama desires it, then my hands, my blood, and my soul are all his. Hyacinthos stared at his own face in the mirror, and anger rose in him before fear could. What a load of nonsense. The reflection smiled. Is it? Shut up. If Apollo-sama tells you to draw the sword, will you refuse? Hyacinthos gritted his teeth. That is loyalty. If Apollo-sama wants the sword even after it rejects you, will you still let go? The question struck him harder than he expected. He did not answer. The reflection continued smiling with his own face. Will you? In the testing room, Hyacinthos' fingers tightened around the sword. Rayleigh's eyes sharpened. Hyacinthos. There was no response. The Zanpakuto's pressure began to rise, and Cassandra felt the air turn cold enough that her skin prickled. Daphne immediately grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, while Apollo's smile faded slightly. Hyacinthos' hand moved toward the hilt. Rayleigh spoke again, his voice calm but firm. Don't draw it. Hyacinthos' lips moved. It belongs. The scabbard opened slightly. It belongs to Apollo-sama. Rayleigh vanished from where he stood. Before the blade could be drawn any farther, he appeared in front of Hyacinthos and struck his wrist with 2 fingers. The impact forced Hyacinthos' hand open, and Rayleigh caught the sword as it fell, while his other hand pressed against Hyacinthos' chest. Bakuto number 1, Sai. Hyacinthos' arm snapped behind his back as the binding spell took hold, and the cold pressure filling the room disappeared. Hyacinthos staggered, breathing harshly as his eyes slowly regained focus. No one spoke for several seconds. Apollo looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh resealed the sword without looking away from Hyacinthos. You got rejected. Hyacinthos' face twisted. I was not finished. You were about to force the blade open. I only. You said it belonged to Apollo-sama. That sentence made Hyacinthos freeze. Rayleigh's tone remained even. That answer alone disqualifies you. Hyacinthos' face went pale, then red. Apollo watched the scene with an unreadable expression. Cassandra was trembling. She had seen the edge of the trial, not the full vision, but enough to understand what the sword had asked him. The sword had not asked whether Hyacinthos was strong. It had asked whether he could stand before it as himself. And he could not. Chapter 200, Aftermath. After Hyacinthos was released from the binding, Apollo Familia left the underground room in a tense silence. Apollo did not scold him, which somehow made the humiliation worse. He only smiled gently and told Hyacinthos to rest, while Hyacinthos lowered his head and followed in silence. Cassandra watched him from behind Daphne. For once, no one mocked her warning. No one apologized either, but at least the room had heard her. As they returned to the first floor, Apollo slowed his steps beside Rayleigh. That sword is harsher than I expected. It was rather merciful if I'm to be honest. You call that merciful? He tried to force it and kept both of his hands. Apollo studied him. You truly do not fear offending gods. I fear plenty of things. Offending gods who treat living swords like trophies isn't high on the list. For a moment, the air between them sharpened. Apollo's smile returned as if Rayleigh's hostility had only amused him further. Then I'll take it as a compliment. Come, my children. We will return for today. The members of Apollo Familia followed him out. Cassandra walked near the back again, but as she passed the display room, she could not stop herself from looking toward the sealed case. The black floral sword rested quietly behind the glass. For a moment, Cassandra felt the same young voice from the dream brush against her thoughts. Will you open your eyes? She stopped walking. Daphne noticed immediately. Cassandra. Cassandra looked at the sword for a long time before lowering her head. Not yet. Her voice was soft enough that only Daphne heard it. Daphne's expression changed slightly, though she did not ask. Rayleigh watched Cassandra leave from the second-floor stairs. The sword in the display case gave a faint tremor, and this time, Rayleigh understood that it was no longer sulking. It was waiting. Apollo Familia's return was much quieter than their arrival. When they had walked toward Hephaestus' weapon shop that morning, Apollo had looked as if he were leading his children to a festival. The white cloak, the golden embroidery, the admiring gazes from the street, and the neat formation of the familia behind him had made the whole thing feel like some beautiful outing arranged for the amusement of a god. Now, however, no one seemed eager to speak. Hyacinthos walked with his head lowered, his face calm on the surface but pale around the lips. He was not injured, and Rayleigh had not humiliated him publicly beyond declaring his rejection, yet the silence around him was heavier than any wound. To Hyacinthos, being rejected by the sword was already painful enough. Being rejected in front of Apollo was worse. Cassandra walked behind Daphne, keeping her gaze lowered as the city's noise rolled around them. The streets were lively, the crowd was still arguing about the sword trial, and a few people even tried to follow Apollo Familia to ask what had happened inside the shop, only to be pushed back by the Familia's members. No one dared to ask Hyacinthos directly. That might have been the only mercy Orario showed him that day. Daphne glanced at Cassandra from the side. "You're shaking again." Cassandra hurriedly pressed both hands against her skirt. "I'm sorry." "You apologize too much." "I'm sorry." Daphne stopped walking for half a step and stared at her. Cassandra only realized what she had said after the words left her mouth, and her face turned red. Daphne let out a long sigh. "Really, what am I supposed to do with you?" Even though her words sounded exasperated, the hand she placed on Cassandra's back was gentle enough that Cassandra's shoulders loosened slightly. Ahead of them, Apollo suddenly laughed. It was not a loud laugh, nor was it angry. If anything, he sounded genuinely entertained. How fascinating. The members of Apollo Familia immediately straightened. Hyacinthos' shoulders stiffened. Apollo walked slowly, his eyes half lowered as though he were still thinking about the trial. A sword that looks past devotion, beauty, strength, and status, then asks whether the person holding it can stand before it as themselves. Hephaestus really has taken in an unusual child. One of the Familia members cautiously asked, "Apollo-sama, should we challenge it again?" Apollo glanced at the speaker and smiled. "Not immediately. A beautiful game loses its charm if one keeps throwing pieces at the board without understanding the rules." Daphne's mouth twitched. "So it's a game after all?" Cassandra could almost hear Daphne's unspoken tsukomi without needing to look at her face. Apollo turned his gaze toward Hyacinthos. "Hyacinthos." "Yes, Apollo-sama. You were rejected." Hyacinthos' face went white. Apollo's tone remained gentle, but because it was gentle, the words landed even more sharply. "That sword did not reject your strength. It rejected the way you stood before it." Hyacinthos lowered his head further. "I have failed you." "No." Apollo stopped and reached out, lightly touching Hyacinthos' cheek. "You are still beautiful in your loyalty. However, that sword seems to dislike beauty that belongs entirely to someone else." The surrounding members looked moved by Apollo's words. Daphne's expression said she wanted to complain but had decided that doing so in public would only cause trouble. Cassandra, however, looked at Hyacinthos and felt a strange discomfort. Apollo's words were kind. They were also cruel. Because Hyacinthos would take them as comfort, but he would not understand the wound the sword had shown him. He would only work harder to become beautiful in Apollo's eyes, never realizing that the blade had rejected exactly that. When Apollo Familia returned home, the atmosphere inside the manor quickly became restless. The members who had not gone to the shop surrounded those who had, asking question after question. Some wanted to know what the Zanpakuto looked like, others asked whether Hyacinthos had truly failed, and a few less tactful members asked whether the sword had shown him something embarrassing. Hyacinthos left the hall almost immediately. No one stopped him. Apollo watched him leave with a faint smile, then turned his attention to the rest of the Familia. "The sword is real." Those 4 words silenced the hall. Apollo sat down gracefully, his cloak spreading across the chair like sunlight on white marble. "It is not a simple magic sword, nor is it merely an expensive weapon given a frightening rumor to raise its price. It possesses a will, and that will is proud enough to reject even my Hyacinthos." The members exchanged looks. Apollo rested his cheek against one hand. Yodasai-kun said something interesting. "If the trial is turned into a performance, he will cancel our Familia's right to challenge it." A few members immediately became angry. How arrogant. He dared to threaten Apollo-sama. Just because he forged a few famous swords, he thinks he can. Apollo raised one finger. The hall quieted at once. He is arrogant, yes, but arrogance supported by ability becomes charm. Besides, he is Hephaestus's child, and I have no desire to quarrel with her over a sword that has not yet chosen anyone. Daphne stood near the side of the hall with Cassandra. Her face remained calm, but Cassandra knew her well enough to understand the thought behind that expression. "You absolutely want to quarrel. You're just waiting for a prettier excuse." Cassandra almost smiled despite herself. Then Apollo's gaze moved toward her. "Cassandra." Her body stiffened. "Yes, Apollo-sama." You warned Hyacinthos. Every eye in the hall turned toward her. Did you see something? Cassandra's fingers curled. This was always the worst part. If she stayed silent, the guilt would crush her later. If she spoke, no one would believe her properly. Even when they listened, something always twisted between her words and their hearts. Still, Apollo had asked her. I had a dream. A few members immediately looked away with familiar expressions. Someone near the back muttered, again. Daphne's eyes sharpened, and the person quickly shut up. Cassandra lowered her head. I saw the sword before we went there. I saw people reaching for it and sinking into dark water. I saw someone trying to claim it for another person, and the sword rejected him. Hyacinthos was not there to hear it, but the hall still stirred. Apollo's eyes curved. How interesting. That was not belief but interest, and Cassandra knew it. To Apollo, her dream had become another decoration for the event, something mysterious and beautiful to place beside the sword. Apollo continued, then perhaps your dream is connected to that blade. Cassandra lifted her head in surprise. You believe me? Of course I believe that you dreamed something. The answer made her heart sink. But whether the dream is prophecy, fear, or the whisper of the sword itself, that is something we can only discover by watching. A mystery is most beautiful before it is fully solved. Cassandra wanted to say that mysteries were not beautiful when people died because of them. But she could not. The words pressed against her throat and stayed there. Apollo looked at her for a while, then spoke gently. Do not look so frightened. I will not force you to challenge the sword. Cassandra's shoulders loosened slightly. Then Apollo added, at least not yet. Daphne's expression changed. Apollo-sama. Her voice was controlled, but sharp. Apollo looked at her with amusement. What is it, Daphne? Cassandra is not suited for that kind of trial. Cassandra turned toward her. Daphne-san. Daphne did not look away from Apollo. She is a healer and a support mage. She is not a swordswoman, and she has always been sensitive to dreams and omens. If that sword truly shows painful visions, forcing her to touch it would be dangerous. Apollo listened quietly, and for a moment, Cassandra felt hopeful. Then Apollo smiled. That is exactly why she might be interesting. Daphne's jaw tightened. The hall grew quiet enough that even the servants stopped moving. Apollo leaned back and continued in a light tone. Do not misunderstand me. I have no intention of breaking one of my children. But the sword rejected Hyacinthos because he could not stand before it as himself. If Cassandra's dreams are connected to it, perhaps the blade has already noticed her. Cassandra felt the blood drain from her face as Daphne stepped in front of her. She already said she was afraid. I know. Then. Daphne. Apollo's voice remained gentle, but this time there was enough divine weight behind it to stop her. You care for her. That's good. I like that about you. But do not forget that I also care for my children. Daphne's expression made it clear that she wanted to say something very rude. Very, very rude. Cassandra nearly panicked just imagining it. Daphne-san, please don't fight Apollo-sama because of me. Thankfully, Daphne swallowed the words with visible effort. Apollo smiled as though he had not noticed. For now, we will wait. Let others challenge the sword first. If it chooses someone else, then this matter ends. If not, perhaps Cassandra's dream will become more meaningful. Cassandra lowered her gaze. The room began speaking again after Apollo changed the topic, but the noise felt distant to her. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, The Chusen. Daphne dragged Cassandra away the moment they were dismissed. She did not stop until they reached a quiet hallway far from the main hall, where sunlight fell through tall windows and the noise of the familia became muffled behind several walls. Only then did Daphne release her wrist. That bastard. She bit off the rest of the sentence. Cassandra looked at her anxiously. Daphne-san. Daphne turned around, saw Cassandra's face, and forced herself to calm down. Sorry. I scared you. No, you didn't. Liar. Cassandra lowered her head. Daphne sighed and leaned against the wall. I knew he'd get interested, but I didn't think he'd aim that interest at you this quickly. He said he won't force me yet. That yet is exactly the problem. Daphne's voice rose before she could stop it. Cassandra flinched. Daphne immediately closed her eyes and took a breath. Sorry. I'm not angry at you. I know. No, you don't. You always think everything is your fault. Cassandra's fingers tightened around her sleeve. Daphne walked closer and placed both hands on her shoulders. Listen to me carefully. You don't have to touch that sword just because Apollo finds it interesting. But if the dream means I have to, then we think about it properly, not rush in because a god is bored. The Tsukomi slipped out so naturally that Cassandra blinked. Daphne also froze for a moment. Then Cassandra gave a tiny laugh. Daphne looked embarrassed and turned her face away. What are you laughing at? Nothing. You're definitely laughing. I'm not. You are. Cassandra's smile trembled, and for a moment, the fear inside her loosened. Daphne saw that and quietly let out a breath. After a while, Cassandra whispered, Daphne-san. What now? If I really do need to touch the sword, will you come with me? Daphne did not answer immediately. She looked out the window, her expression troubled. I'll try to stop you first. I know. I'll probably complain the whole way. I know. And if that sword hurts you, I'll blame Rayleigh-san even if it's not completely his fault. That sounds unfair. It is unfair, but I don't care. Cassandra looked at her. Daphne crossed her arms and clicked her tongue. But yes. If you really decide to go, I'll come with you. Cassandra lowered her head. Thank you. Daphne looked away again. Don't thank me yet. We're not going anywhere. But despite saying that, her hand stayed near Cassandra's shoulder, as if she was afraid the girl might vanish the moment she looked away. At the same time, Rayleigh was back at Hephaestus' weapon shop, looking at the sealed Zanpakuto while Hephaestus read the report from the guild employee. So Apollo came, Hyacinthos challenged it, got rejected, and Cassandra warned them before it happened. That's the short version. Hephaestus lowered the report. And the long version. The sword disliked Hyacinthos because he wanted to offer it to Apollo. Cassandra likely saw part of that through a dream before arriving here. The sword reacted to her twice. Hephaestus's expression became serious. Then she really is connected to it. Probably. Are you going to tell Apollo? Nah. Rayleigh answered without hesitation. Hephaestus stared at him. Rayleigh looked back calmly. If Apollo realizes the sword is interested in Cassandra, he'll either treat her like the heroine of a beautiful tragedy or try to arrange the scene so she stands before it. Either way, he'll make it worse. That's harsh. Is it wrong tough? Hephaestus opened her mouth, paused, then closed it again. After a moment, she rubbed her forehead. No, that's the annoying part. Rayleigh looked at the sword. The choice has to be hers. If Cassandra only touches it because Apollo orders her to, the sword will reject her too. And if she never chooses, then it waits forever. Hephaestus studied him. You sound patient. I'm not. I just know rushing this will break the wrong thing. The goddess's expression softened slightly. Rayleigh. Don't treat every broken child in Orario like a sword waiting to be reforged. Rayleigh was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled faintly. That sounds like something a goddess of smithing would say. It sounds like something your goddess is telling you seriously. Rayleigh's smile faded a little as he bowed his head. I'll remember it. Hephaestus nodded, satisfied. Then the sword inside the case trembled. Both of them turned toward it. The movement was faint, but it was different from before. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. What is it? The sword did not answer with words. But for a brief moment, the Keto seal around the case reflected an image that had not been there before, a girl standing in a dark room, clutching her sleeve while trying not to cry. Hephaestus's eyes widened slightly. Was that Cassandra? Yes. Rayleigh placed one hand against the glass. The image vanished and the sword became still again. Hephaestus looked at him. It's calling her? No. Rayleigh's voice was quiet. It's showing me that she's already standing at the edge. Hephaestus did not speak for a while. Outside the shop, the crowd continued to grow, and somewhere in Orario, rumors about the second failed trial were already spreading through taverns, inns, and familia homes. Rayleigh looked at the black floral Zanpakuto. What a troublesome child. The sword remained silent. But this time, Rayleigh had the feeling it was laughing at him. Cassandra dreamed again that night. This time, she knew she was dreaming from the very beginning. The world around her was quiet, colder than any room inside Apollo Familia's home should have been, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing barefoot at the edge of a dark lake. The water was perfectly still, reflecting nothing of the sky above it, while a black scabbard decorated with golden flowers rested near the shore as if someone had placed it there for her alone. She did not want to approach it. Every instinct she had screamed at her to turn away, to close her eyes, to wake up before the dream showed her something she could never forget. Yet her feet would not move backward, and the moment she lowered her gaze, she saw countless pale hands beneath the water, reaching toward the surface without breaking it. Cassandra pressed both hands against her mouth. She knew those hands. Not their names, not their faces, but the feeling attached to them. They were people who had not believed her, people who had walked toward danger while laughing, people she had failed to save because her warnings never reached them properly. The lake rippled. The young voice came again from beneath the water, soft and unsettling in a way that made her heart ache. Will you open your eyes? Cassandra shook her head. I can't. The answer slipped out of her before she could stop it. I can't make anyone believe me. Even if I see it, even if I tell them, they won't listen. They never listen. The water slowly reflected her face. The girl staring back at her looked pale, frightened, and exhausted. Her silver hair clung to her cheeks, her eyes were red, and her lips trembled as if she had already spent years crying without anyone noticing. Cassandra hated that reflection. She hated how weak she looked, but more than that, she hated how familiar it was. The voice beneath the lake asked, "Then will you close them?" Cassandra froze. The question was simple, but it struck her more deeply than all the frightening images before it. She had always thought of herself as someone cursed to see terrible things, yet somewhere along the way, she had begun wishing she could stop seeing them entirely. If no one believed her, then what was the point? If the future would still arrive no matter how desperately she screamed, then why did she have to be the one who saw it first? Her fingers tightened around the fabric of her nightclothes. I don't want to see people die. The surface of the lake trembled, and the dream shifted. Now she stood inside Hephaestus' weapon shop. The black floral Zanpakuto was inside its sealed case, surrounded by adventurers, gods, and curious onlookers. Apollo stood among them with a beautiful smile. Daphne reached for Cassandra's wrist, and Rayleigh watched everything with those calm black eyes that seemed to notice more than he said. Then the case opened. Someone reached for the sword. Cassandra could not see who it was at first, only that the person's hand was shaking badly. The moment their fingers touched the scabbard, the shop filled with mist, and the people around them began speaking over one another. Some laughed, some shouted, some denied what they were seeing, and some reached out too late. The dream blurred before Cassandra could understand the rest. She saw blood on white cloth, Daphne's frightened face, Apollo's smile cracking for the first time, and Rayleigh standing with one hand on the sword as if he had stopped something from becoming far worse. Then, in the middle of that chaos, Cassandra saw herself. She was standing close to the sword, trembling so badly she could barely breathe, but her eyes were open. Cassandra woke with a gasp. Chapter 202, Cassandra Trial. For several seconds, she could only sit there in the dark, clutching the blanket while her heartbeat pounded in her ears. The room was quiet. Only moonlight through the curtains, the faint sound of someone walking in the distant hallway, and her own shaky breathing. But the dream remained. Not as scattered images this time, but as a path. If she did nothing, someone would touch the sword again. The result would be worse than Hyacinthos' rejection, and though Rayleigh would stop the worst of it, someone would still be hurt because she had chosen silence. Cassandra pressed a hand against her chest. I don't want to go. The thought was honest. She was afraid of the sword. She was afraid of Apollo's interest, afraid of Daphne getting angry because of her, afraid of Rayleigh looking at her and seeing everything she had tried to hide. More than anything, she was afraid that even if she stood in front of the sword, it would reject her too, proving that her dreams were nothing but a curse without meaning. But if she stayed here, the dream would happen. She knew it. She always knew. Cassandra slowly pushed the blanket aside and got out of bed. Her legs felt weak, and the cold floor made her shiver, but she forced herself to cross the room and take her cloak from the chair. Her hands were still trembling when she tied the ribbon. She wanted to wake Daphne first. But the moment she imagined Daphne's worried face, her firm voice, and the way she would immediately try to stop her for her own good, Cassandra hesitated. If she waited too long, she might lose what little courage she had. I'm sorry, Daphne-san, she whispered. Then she opened the door. She made it 3 hallways before someone grabbed the back of her cloak. Where do you think you're going? Cassandra froze. Her body stiffened so hard that she nearly squeaked. Behind her, Daphne stood in her nightclothes with her hair loose and her expression so flat that Cassandra instantly felt the urge to apologize 10 times in a row. Daphne-san. Don't Daphne-san me with that guilty face. Do you have any idea what time it is? I'm sorry. Of course you are. That's your default setting. Cassandra lowered her head. Daphne released her cloak and rubbed her forehead with the exhausted air of someone who had expected this and was still annoyed it had actually happened. I knew it. I knew you'd try to sneak out if I took my eyes off you. Honestly, why do I even bother sleeping? I didn't want to worry you. You sneaking out at night to touch a cursed sword worries me more. Cassandra flinched. Daphne immediately clicked her tongue, though her voice softened after that. Sorry. I'm not shouting because I hate you. I'm shouting because you're doing something terrifying with the face of someone asking permission to borrow sugar. That comparison is strange. It fits. Cassandra almost laughed, but the emotion caught in her throat and turned into something closer to a sob. Daphne noticed. Her expression changed. Cassandra. I saw it again. Daphne's annoyance faded. Cassandra gripped the edge of her cloak with both hands. If I don't go, someone else will try, and something worse than today will happen. I don't know everything, but I saw enough. There was mist in the shop, people shouting, blood on white cloth, and Rayleigh-san stopping the sword before it became worse. Daphne listened without interrupting. That alone made Cassandra's chest tighten. I know you don't fully believe me. I know no one does. But I can't stay here and pretend I didn't see it. If I do that, then I'm the same as someone closing her eyes while people walk toward a pit. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed so deeply that Cassandra almost shrank. You really are impossible. I'm sorry. I'm not finished. Cassandra closed her mouth. Daphne crossed her arms and looked at her with a serious expression. If you go alone, Apollo-sama will find out, and then everything becomes worse. If you touch that sword alone, I won't know whether you're alive, dead, cursed, or trapped in some weird Yodasai nightmare. And if you collapse in the street because you panicked halfway there, I'll have to explain to everyone why my friend is lying face first on the road in her nightclothes. Cassandra blinked. That last one probably won't happen. Probably isn't good enough. Daphne exhaled again, then reached out and adjusted Cassandra's cloak roughly, though not unkindly. We're going together. Cassandra looked up in surprise. Really? Yes, really. I said I'd stop you first, and I'm doing that now by telling you this is a terrible idea. Then. But if you're still going after hearing that, I'm coming with you. Cassandra stared at her. Daphne looked away, annoyed by the gratitude already forming on Cassandra's face. Don't look at me like that. I'm not supporting the sword touching. I'm supervising your bad decision. Daphne-san. If you cry, I'm dragging you back to bed. Cassandra quickly rubbed her eyes. I'm not crying. You absolutely are. I'm not. You are. At least lie better. The small exchange loosened something in Cassandra's chest, and although the fear did not disappear, it became easier to breathe with Daphne beside her. They did not leave through the main entrance. Daphne knew the patrol pattern inside Apollo Familia's home better than Cassandra expected, and after borrowing a plain cloak for herself, she led Cassandra through a side corridor, down a servant's stairway, and out through a small garden gate that was usually used by delivery workers. Cassandra looked at her in surprise. Daphne-san, how do you know this route? Daphne did not look back. Because unlike someone, I plan ahead before doing suspicious things. That sounds like something you've done before. Cassandra, do you really want to ask me that right now? No. Good. They walked quickly through Orario's night streets. The city was quieter than during the day, but never truly silent. Taverns were still open, drunk adventurers laughed too loudly in alleys, and magic stone lamps glowed softly along the main roads. Every time someone looked in their direction, Cassandra's shoulders tensed, but Daphne guided her away before anyone could pay too much attention. When Hephaestus' weapon shop came into view, Cassandra's steps slowed. The building looked different at night. Without the crowd surrounding it, the shop seemed calmer, almost solemn, but Cassandra could still feel the sword inside. The sensation was clearer now, like a faint pressure behind her eyes. Daphne stopped beside her. Still want to go in? Cassandra's fingers tightened. No. Daphne looked at her. Cassandra swallowed. But I think I have to. Daphne stared at her for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. At least that answer sounds like you. They approached the side entrance. Before Daphne could knock, the door opened. Rayleigh stood inside, wearing a dark coat over his clothes. His eyes were calm but not surprised. Cassandra froze. Daphne immediately stepped in front of her. Rayleigh-san. Daphne-san. Cassandra-san. His gaze moved briefly over their cloaks. Sneaking out at night? Daphne's face stiffened. Cassandra lowered her head. Rayleigh looked at them for a moment before stepping aside. Come in. If you stand outside too long, people will start making rumors. Daphne's eyebrow twitched. People will make rumors anyway. True. Then don't say it like you're being considerate. Rayleigh paused, then nodded seriously. I'll reflect on my poor wording. You absolutely won't. Nah. Daphne stared at him. Cassandra, despite everything, nearly laughed. Rayleigh's gaze softened slightly when he saw that, though he did not comment on it. Instead, he looked at Cassandra. You saw something again. It was not a question. Cassandra's smile faded. Yes. And you came before Apollo could turn it into a stage. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You expected this. I thought it was possible. Then why didn't you stop it earlier? Because if I pulled Cassandra-san into this by my own decision, the sword would reject the whole process. Daphne wanted to argue, but the words stopped halfway. Rayleigh continued calmly. This sword does not want someone ordered forward by a god, dragged forward by me, or protected from every choice by a friend. If Cassandra-san stands before it, then at least part of that decision has to be hers. Cassandra lowered her gaze. Daphne turned slightly toward her. Are you sure? Cassandra's hands trembled beneath her cloak. She was not sure. She was afraid, confused, and painfully aware that the sword waiting below might tear open every dream she had tried to bury. But she had come here. Not because Apollo ordered her. Not because Rayleigh called her. Not because Daphne dragged her. She had come because the dream would not leave her alone, and because closing her eyes had finally become more frightening than opening them. Cassandra took a slow breath. I'm scared. Rayleigh nodded. That's normal. I don't know if I'm ready. Most people who say they're ready are lying. Daphne muttered, that is not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Then what was it meant to be? The truth. Daphne stared at him as if she wanted to kick him. Cassandra's lips curved faintly, but the expression soon faded. She looked toward the stairs leading down into the testing room. I still want to try. Daphne closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them again, her voice was quieter. Then I'll stay with you until the door. Cassandra looked at her. Thank you. I said until the door. If the sword starts doing weird things, I'm blaming him. Daphne pointed at Rayleigh without hesitation. Rayleigh nodded. That's fair. It's not fair. I'm just angry. That's also fair. Daphne's expression twitched. Why are you so hard to argue with? Skill issue. Cassandra let out a small breath that was almost a laugh. For the first time that night, the fear inside her did not feel quite so lonely. The underground testing room was colder than Cassandra remembered. Rayleigh unlocked the seals one by one, while Daphne stood beside Cassandra with her arms crossed. No guild observer was present at this hour, and no Apollo Familia representative had signed anything, which made Daphne frown almost immediately. Is this even allowed? Nope. Rayleigh answered too quickly. Daphne stared at him. Rayleigh-san. Officially, no trial is happening tonight. Unofficially, the sword has been calling her, and waiting until morning might make Apollo interfere. That sounds like something Hephaestus would get angry about. She will. And you're still doing it. I'll apologize properly. Daphne looked at him with open suspicion. Have you ever apologized properly in your life? Rayleigh thought for a moment. Yes. Why did you need to think? Cassandra covered her mouth with one hand, and this time the small laugh escaped before she could stop it. Daphne looked at her, then sighed. Fine. Laugh while you can. I'm still angry. Rayleigh opened the final seal. The black floral Zanpakuto rested on the stand. Cassandra's laughter faded. The room seemed quieter now, though nothing had actually changed. The sword did not move, but Cassandra felt its attention settle on her with frightening clarity. Rayleigh stood beside the weapon stand and looked at her. Cassandra-san. Yes. If you want to stop, stop now. Once you touch it, I can pull you away if your life is in danger, but I can't decide what you see. Cassandra nodded slowly. I understand. Daphne reached out and squeezed her hand. Come back properly. Cassandra looked at her. Daphne's face was stern, but her fingers were trembling too. That was when Cassandra realized Daphne was also afraid. Cassandra squeezed back. I'll try. That's not enough. I'll come back safely. Daphne held her gaze for a long moment before letting go. Cassandra walked forward. Each step felt heavier than the last, but she kept moving until she stood in front of the black floral Zanpakuto. Rayleigh lifted the sword with both hands and offered it to her. Cassandra stared at it. The golden flowers on the scabbard looked beautiful under the cold light, and for a moment she understood why people had mistaken the sword's danger for romance. Beautiful things were easier to trust. That was why they were dangerous. Her fingers closed around the scabbard. The room disappeared from her vision. And this time, Cassandra opened her eyes inside the dream. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, That's Not Parenting. Cassandra had always hated the moment before a prophecy became clear. The dream itself was frightening, of course. Anyone would be afraid after seeing blood, collapsing floors, monsters waiting behind corners, or people they knew walking toward places they would never return from. But the worst part was the hazy moment before the vision sharpened, when fear gathered without a proper shape and her heart already understood that something terrible was coming while her mind had not yet been forced to understand the details. Standing in the underground testing room with the Zanpakuto in her hands felt exactly like that. Her fingers wrapped around the scabbard, but the room was already slipping away from her senses. The stone floor beneath her feet, Daphne's worried presence behind her, and Rayleigh's steady gaze nearby all faded until only the cold touch of the sword remained. It did not feel like ordinary chill. It reached deeper than her skin, brushing against the part of her that had always dreamed too much. When Cassandra opened her eyes, she was standing in Apollo Familia's home. At first, the familiar corridor should have comforted her. The lamps were warm, the polished walls reflected the wealth Apollo loved so much, and somewhere in the distance she could hear faint laughter from the main hall. But the longer she stood there, the more wrong it felt. There were no footsteps, no servants moving through the halls, and no Daphne waiting nearby to scold her for spacing out. Daphne-san. Her voice sounded smaller than she wanted. No answer came. Cassandra moved forward carefully, passing doors that should not have been connected to one another. Her room, the dining hall, the courtyard, the training grounds, and the hallway near Apollo's chamber all appeared one after another, as if the mansion had been rearranged by someone who understood the shape of her memories but not the logic behind them. The last door opened into Orario. She stepped through and found herself in front of Hephaestus' weapon shop during the day, surrounded by adventurers laughing, shouting, and pressing toward the entrance. It was not exactly the same as the scene she had visited with Daphne, but she recognized the feeling immediately. The crowd was too loud, too eager, and far too careless around something they did not understand. A man she did not know shoved one of the shop guards aside. "I'm strong enough. I don't need some stupid paperwork." Someone else laughed and called out, "Let him try. If the sword kills him, at least we'll get a good story out of it." Cassandra reached out before she could stop herself. "No, don't." No one heard her. The scene shifted, and she found herself inside the testing room, watching a challenger grip the Zanpakuto with both hands. She could not see his face clearly, only the greed in the way his fingers dug against the scabbard and the stubborn set of his shoulders as Rayleigh warned him to let go. The man ignored him and drew the blade anyway. Mist spread across the room. Daphne shouted and grabbed Cassandra's arm, but the sound warped before reaching her ears. The challenger screamed, blood splashed across white cloth, and Rayleigh moved so quickly that Cassandra only saw the aftermath. The sword sealed again, the man collapsed on the ground, and everyone staring at the blade as if they had finally remembered that a living weapon could hate someone back. Cassandra pressed both hands over her mouth. The worst part was not even the blood. It was the knowledge that she had seen enough to stop this and still almost stayed in bed because she was tired of being ignored. The room dissolved again, and this time Daphne stood in front of her with crossed arms and an expression so familiar that Cassandra nearly ran to her on instinct. "Honestly, Cassandra, if you're going to sneak out in the middle of the night, at least pick shoes that don't make you look like a runaway ghost." Cassandra froze. "Daphne-san. What? Why are you looking at me like I grew a second head?" Relief crashed into her so suddenly that her eyes stung. She took one step forward, but Daphne's expression softened into something sad before she could reach her. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Cassandra stopped. "I did. You whispered, apologized, and then gave up the moment someone frowned at you." The words were not cruel, but they slipped past every defense Cassandra tried to raise. "That's not fair. Isn't it?" Daphne's voice remained gentle, which somehow made it harder to endure. "You always say no one believes you, and most of the time, you're right. But sometimes you stop before they even have the chance to try. You hide behind the curse because pushing until someone finally hears you hurts too much." Cassandra shook her head. "I tried. I always tried. I know." Daphne stepped closer and placed a hand against her cheek. "That's why it hurts, doesn't it?" Cassandra's lips trembled. The warmth of Daphne's hand felt so real that she almost forgot this was a trial, and that only made the pain sharper. "You're not Daphne-san." "No," the dream Daphne said softly. "But you still wanted her to say this." Cassandra lowered her head. "That was unfair." The sword was digging into places she had avoided looking at for years, pulling out thoughts she hated because they sounded too close to the truth. "I'm scared," Cassandra whispered. "I don't want to be brave. I just want someone to believe me first, before I have to stand there and beg them to listen." Daphne looked at her with the same sad gentleness. "And if no one does?" Cassandra could not answer. The question followed her as the scene changed. Rayleigh watched Cassandra from the real testing room and rubbed his thumb against the side of the weapon stand. She had gone pale almost immediately after touching the sword, and her breathing had become uneven enough that Daphne looked ready to start yelling at either him or the blade. Possibly both. Considering the circumstances, Rayleigh could not even blame her. Still, Cassandra had not tried to draw the sword, had not attempted to force it open, and had not dropped it in panic. That alone put her far ahead of Hyacinthos in terms of compatibility, which was both impressive and a little depressing. Imagine losing a trial to a terrified girl in nightclothes. If Hyacinthos ever finds out, his pride might need a healer. Daphne stepped closer, her eyes fixed on Cassandra. "She's shaking, Rayleigh. I know you said this thing isn't trying to kill her, but you'll have to forgive me if I'm not comforted by the standards of a man who forges swords with personalities." Rayleigh gave the sword in Cassandra's hands a sideways look. "To be fair, I don't personally choose their personalities. If I did, I would have requested fewer brats, fewer sadists, and at least one child who says thank you after I polish their blade. That is somehow even less reassuring. I know. I heard it after saying it. Daphne looked at him as if she wanted to grab him by the collar and shake useful answers out of him. Rayleigh sighed and let the humor fade from his voice. She's in the deeper part of the trial now. That means the sword is no longer only testing whether she can endure fear. It's asking what she intends to do with the things she sees. If her condition turns dangerous, I'll pull her out, even if Yumitsutsu hates me for it later. Daphne caught the name at once. Yumitsutsu. Rayleigh paused. Ah. So that's his name. You didn't know. Of course not. I'm the one who forged him, not the one he chose. A Zanpakuto's name belongs to its wielder first. Daphne stared at him, then looked back at Cassandra with a complicated expression. So you're telling me she's currently inside a spiritual trial with a sword whose name you only just learned, whose personality you admit is probably terrible, and whose power you only partly understand. Rayleigh considered the summary. When you put it like that, it sounds irresponsible. It is irresponsible. In my defense, if I waited until every Zanpakuto was safe, polite, and fully documented, I would never sell a single one. Daphne opened her mouth, probably to deliver a very well-deserved complaint, but Cassandra suddenly moved slightly and whispered something too faint for either of them to hear. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. The trial was changing again. Cassandra was standing before Apollo now. The god sat in his hall, beautiful as always, his smile bright enough to make the people around him forget how heavy his attention could become. Apollo Familia's members stood on both sides, their gazes fixed on Cassandra as though she had stepped into the center of a stage without permission. Apollo smiled at her. My Cassandra, did you dream of something beautiful again? Cassandra's hands tightened at her sides. No. I dreamed of something frightening. How lovely. Her heart sank. That answer was so familiar it almost made her laugh, though there was nothing funny about it. Apollo leaned forward with shining eyes, already turning her fear into something poetic inside his head. Fear can be beautiful too, you know. A trembling soul standing before destiny, the delicate moment before despair becomes revelation. Ah, how wonderful. Something in Cassandra's chest tightened until the words came out before she could swallow them. No. The hall quieted. Apollo blinked. Cassandra's voice trembled, but she forced herself to continue before fear dragged her back into silence. It isn't beautiful. Being afraid isn't beautiful. Watching people die before it happens isn't beautiful. Telling people and having them laugh isn't beautiful. Her voice rose with each sentence. The members of Apollo Familia stared. Apollo's smile softened in the way he used when he thought someone was being delicate. Cassandra. Please don't call it beautiful. The shout tore out of her throat so rawly that even she startled herself. Apollo's expression changed. For once, he did not immediately answer. Cassandra stood there shaking from head to toe. She had never shouted at Apollo like that, had never even imagined doing it, and the part of her trained by years inside his familia wanted to apologize until her throat gave out. But this was a dream, a trial, and maybe she was tired enough to finally say what she had swallowed for so long. I don't want my fear to be a decoration, she said, her voice quieter now but still unsteady. I don't want my dreams to become a story someone else gets to enjoy. I don't want people to die while someone stands nearby and calls it tragic. The hall faded around her, and nothing punished her for saying it. That surprised her more than anything. In the real world, Cassandra suddenly shouted. Please don't call it beautiful. Her voice echoed through the testing room, and Daphne nearly jumped out of her skin. Cassandra. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows. Well, that was unexpected. Daphne whipped around. Is she okay? She might actually be doing better than before. How does shouting inside a damn sword dream mean better? Rayleigh opened his mouth, paused, and decided he needed to phrase this like a normal person rather than a sword-obsessed lunatic. He was not entirely sure he succeeded most days, but effort mattered. Fear makes her shrink, he said. That shout means she's starting to push back. The sword isn't only scaring her now. It's making her confront the things she normally swallows, which is unpleasant, invasive, and exactly the kind of thing I would scold him for if he had a face right now. Daphne gave him a sharp look. You sound like you're defending him and threatening him at the same time. That's parenting. That is not parenting. It might explain why my swords keep turning out like this. Daphne stared at him for a second, then looked away with the expression of someone who refused to laugh because the situation was too serious and Rayleigh did not deserve the satisfaction. Rayleigh wisely pretended not to notice. Chapter 204, Yumutsu. Cassandra next found herself in a theater. Rows of empty seats stretched into darkness, and she stood alone on the stage beneath a single light. There was no audience, but she still felt watched, as if the shadows themselves were leaning forward with interest. A child sat at the edge of the stage. He looked around 10 or 11 years old, with dark hair, pale skin, and golden flower patterns embroidered along the sleeves of his black kimono. His feet swung lazily above the floor, and the look he gave her carried far too much awareness for such a young face. Cassandra knew he was the sword, or at least the spirit inside it. He rested his chin on one hand. "You're noisy when you finally get angry." Cassandra stared at him. "Was that you?" The annoying questions. Obviously. That was frightening. It was supposed to be. Why? Because people don't listen to gentle warnings. Cassandra wanted to argue, but considering her entire life, the words died before leaving her mouth. The boy hopped down from the stage and circled her with open curiosity, each step making the shadows beneath the stage lights ripple faintly. "You see things before they happen. People don't believe you." After enough of that, part of you started wishing you could stop seeing anything at all. Cassandra's fingers curled. "Yes." The boy tilted his head. "That's stupid." Cassandra looked up, startled. "Eh? It's stupid," he repeated, entirely merciless. "If you close your eyes because other people are idiots, then the idiots win." Cassandra opened her mouth, then closed it again. What was she even supposed to say to that? He was not wrong, but did he have to say it like that? The boy's smile sharpened slightly, as if he had heard the complaint she had not voiced. "I'm not a comforting sword." "I noticed." "Good. I'd hate to be misunderstood." Cassandra took a shaky breath. "Are you going to reject me?" "I haven't decided it yet, ha 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 ha." The blunt answer nearly made her stumble. The boy laughed, sounding far too pleased with himself. "You're honest when you're scared. That's good. Most people lie to me immediately. The last one wanted to hand me to his god like I was some shiny toy. How annoying." "That was Hyacinthos-san. I don't care what his name was. If he wanted to be remembered, he should have been less boring." Cassandra blinked. For a moment, the absurdity of hearing a sword spirit complain about Hyacinthos was enough to loosen the fear gripping her chest. The boy stopped in front of her. "Tell me, Cassandra. If no one believes you, will you still speak?" Her smile faded. That question hurt because the answer was not simple. She wanted to say yes, but she knew how many times fear had made her fall silent. She wanted to say she always tried, but the trial had already shown her the moments when exhaustion made her give up before a warning could even become a proper sentence. "I don't know," she admitted. The boy watched her carefully. "I want to. I really do. But sometimes I'm tired, and sometimes I'm scared, and sometimes it hurts so much when people laugh that I can't make myself keep talking." The theater remained quiet. Cassandra forced herself to continue. "But I don't want to close my eyes anymore. If I see something terrible, I'll still be afraid. I'll probably cry, and I'll probably apologize too much, and Daphne-san will get angry because I'm being pathetic again." "Very pathetic," the boy agreed. "That was not the part you were supposed to agree with. You said it first." Cassandra nearly choked on her own breath. Was the sword bullying her? The sword was definitely bullying her. He looked extremely satisfied with himself, which somehow made him feel less like a nightmare and more like a very rude child who had been waiting too long for someone to talk to. Cassandra rubbed at her eyes with one sleeve. "Even if I'm scared, I want to try. I don't know if I can make everyone believe me, but if I can show them even a little proof, if I can make one person stop before walking into danger, then maybe seeing these dreams won't only be a curse." The boy studied her for a long moment, his expression losing some of its earlier mockery as he looked at her more seriously. "Then ask." Cassandra's breath caught. "Ask. You know what I mean." She did. Somehow, she did. Cassandra held both hands in front of her chest and bowed her head slightly. No one had taught her the proper way to speak to a Zanpakuto, but anything less felt too casual after everything the trial had shown her. "Please tell me your name." The theater dimmed, and the shadows gathered around the boy until his figure blurred at the edges, as if he were standing halfway inside a dream and halfway in reality. "My name is Yumitsutsu." The name settled into Cassandra's heart like a bell ringing through a quiet room. Between dream and waking. A place where nightmares could leave proof behind. Cassandra repeated it softly. "Yumitsutsu." The boy smiled again, this time with enough personality that Cassandra could already imagine him causing her no end of trouble. "Don't make me regret this." "I'll try not to. Also, stop apologizing so much." "I'm sorry." He stared at her. Cassandra realized what she had said and covered her mouth. Yumitsutsu sighed with the weary air of someone who had already accepted a difficult future. "Wonderful. My wielder is hopeless." In the testing room, the Zanpakuto's pressure changed. The strange chill softened into something closer to night air after rain, cool but no longer hostile, and Rayleigh felt the moment Cassandra's Orario could connected properly with the blade. He let out a slow breath and Daphne noticed immediately. What happened? She heard its name. Daphne stared at Cassandra, then at the sword, then back at Rayleigh. And that means? It means the sword acknowledged her. It also means I now have to deal with the fact that one of my Zanpakuto has apparently chosen an Apollo Familia member in the middle of an illegal midnight trial under Hephaestus-sama's shop, which is going to make tomorrow's paperwork absolutely disgusting. Daphne blinked, clearly not expecting that answer. You're worried about paperwork? I'm worried about many things. Paperwork is simply the one least likely to stab me. That is not the priority here. It will be when Hephaestus wakes up. Daphne looked as if she wanted to argue, but Cassandra's eyes opened before she could. They were wet with tears, but clearer than before. For several seconds, Cassandra only looked down at the sword in her hands. Then she whispered the name. Yumitsutsu. The sealed blade answered. A faint ripple of Ryoryoka spread across the room, touching the floor, the walls, and the Kido seals around them. Daphne shivered as something brushed past her skin, not hostile, but strange enough to make her instincts scream that this was not ordinary magic. Cassandra slowly lifted her head. Rayleigh-san. I think he chose me. Daphne, who had been tense enough to bite through iron a moment ago, paused. He. Cassandra's face warmed despite the tears still clinging to her lashes. His voice sounded like a little boy's. A rude little boy, actually. He called me pathetic too. Daphne slowly turned toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at the ceiling with the quiet dignity of a man regretting several life choices at once. Before you say anything, I would like to clarify that I forged the sword. I do not personally assign the personality. Your sword is a brat. A spiritually gifted child with communication issues. That means brat. Most Zanpakuto are difficult in some way. If they were obedient, polite, and emotionally stable, they probably wouldn't be a unique weapons. Daphne stared at him as if he had just made the problem worse, which, in fairness, he probably had. Cassandra let out a small, shaky laugh. It still sounded half full of tears, but for the first time since this began, fear was no longer the only thing in her voice. Daphne's expression softened before she could hide it. Rayleigh took one step closer. Can you release him, Cassandra-san? Cassandra looked down at the sword. The name was still inside her, warm and frightening at the same time. I think so. Daphne snapped back to attention at once. Wait. We just survived the talking brat sword part, and now you want her to release it. Rayleigh rubbed his chin. Ideally, yes. Ideally. Why does that word make me want to leave? Because you have good survival instincts. Then maybe listen to them. Rayleigh gave Cassandra a more serious look. If you feel resistance from him, stop. A Shirkai release should feel like answering someone calling from inside you, not like prying open a locked door. If it feels wrong, let go. I'll handle the rest. Cassandra swallowed and nodded. Okay. Daphne still looked unhappy, but she did not stop her. Cassandra held the sword with both hands and felt the name settle more firmly inside her soul. She was still afraid, and that had not changed, but fear no longer felt like a wall she could only cower behind. Her voice trembled when she spoke, yet the words came out clearly. Open your eyes within the dream, Yumitsutsu. The Zanpakuto released a soft chime. Its black scabbard dissolved into a ribbon of pale mist, and the blade changed shape in Cassandra's hands. The metal became thinner and almost translucent, like moonlight reflected across glass, while small golden flower marks spread along the flat of the blade like delicate cracks filled with light. Rayleigh's interest sharpened immediately. The air around Cassandra shimmered, and a faint red mark shaped like a flower petal appeared on the floor near Daphne's feet. Daphne looked down. What is that? Cassandra's eyes widened. Daphne-san, move. Daphne reacted instantly, jumping back just as a ceiling tile cracked loose and fell exactly where the red mark had appeared. The tile hit the floor and shattered, leaving everyone staring at the broken pieces for a moment. Daphne slowly looked from the tile to Cassandra. Cassandra stared back, equally stunned. Rayleigh crouched beside the fading mark, his expression turning thoughtful in the way it always did when a weapon showed him something interesting enough to make every future headache worth it. Huh. That is much more useful than I expected for a first release. Daphne turned toward him. Explain. With actual words this time, not sword parent nonsense. That mark was a warning, Rayleigh said, still studying the trace left on the floor. Yumitsutsu pulled a fragment of Cassandra-san's prophetic sense into the real world and turned it into something visible before the danger happened. Cassandra gripped the sword tighter as the meaning settled over her. For the first time, her warning had taken shape clearly enough for someone else to see before disaster arrived, and the realization hit her with enough force that her throat tightened. Daphne understood a heartbeat later. Cassandra. Cassandra lowered her head, tears slipping down her cheeks before she could stop them. I'm sorry, she whispered, then immediately remembered Yumitsutsu's complaint and gave a small, helpless laugh through the tears. No, I mean. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Daphne walked over and pulled her into a hug without saying anything. Cassandra froze at first, then clutched Daphne's sleeve with one hand while still holding Yumitsutsu with the other. Rayleigh watched them quietly. The sword had chosen well. Cassandra was fragile in ways that would make future training a nightmare, and the sword spirit was clearly going to bully her with the confidence of a small tyrant, but the compatibility was there. More importantly, Yumitsutsu gave Cassandra something she had desperately needed long before she ever touched a blade. Proof. Then the testing room door opened. Hephaestus stood at the entrance in a robe thrown hastily over her clothes, her red hair slightly messy and her single visible eye narrowed. Behind her, the shop manager looked like a man praying for the world to become reasonable again. Hephaestus took in Cassandra crying in Daphne's arms, the released Zanpakuto, the shattered ceiling tile, the disturbed Kido seals, and Rayleigh standing in the middle of the illegal midnight trial with the expression of someone who had known this would be annoying but had done it anyway. Her gaze slowly settled on him. Rayleigh. Rayleigh straightened. Hephaestus-sama. Her smile was gentle enough to make the shop manager take a step back. Would you like to explain why I woke up feeling your seals tremble under my shop? Rayleigh was quiet for a moment, weighing several possible answers and discarding all of them because lying to Hephaestus is useless. Good news. The sword found its wielder. Hephaestus's smile did not change. And the bad news? Rayleigh glanced at the broken ceiling tile. Minor property damage. The shop manager made a strangled sound that might have been the death of his soul. Daphne stared at Rayleigh as if he were unbelievable. Cassandra, still crying into Daphne's shoulder, almost laughed again. Hephaestus closed her eye and took a slow breath. Come upstairs. All of you. Rayleigh nodded obediently. Yes, Hephaestus-sama. Yumitsutsu gave a faint chime in Cassandra's hand. Somehow, Cassandra had the distinct feeling the sword was laughing too. What a terrible sword. For the first time in a very long while, though, Cassandra did not feel alone while thinking that. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Discussion. The upstairs reception room of Hephaestus' weapon shop had never felt so much like a courtroom. Cassandra sat on one side of the table with Yumitsutsu resting across her lap, both hands placed carefully over the sheathed blade as if she was afraid it might float away if she relaxed too much. Daphne sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, and although she had stopped glaring at Rayleigh every few seconds, the improvement was only because Hephaestus had entered the room and become a larger source of danger. Rayleigh stood near the window. That had not been his choice. Hephaestus had pointed there with the calm smile of a goddess who had already decided where the criminal belonged, and Rayleigh, being a sensible child who valued his life, had gone there without arguing. The shop manager stood near the door holding a stack of documents, his expression suggesting that his soul had aged 10 years in the span of one night. To be fair, a secret midnight trial, an Apollo Familia girl being chosen by a Zanpakuto, ceiling damage, disturbed Kido seals, and the absence of a guild observer would make any responsible manager reconsider his life choices. Hephaestus sat at the head of the table with a cup of tea in front of her. She had not drunk from it even once. That was how Rayleigh knew he was in trouble. If she drinks tea, she's thinking. If she doesn't drink tea, she's calculating how much of my earnings to confiscate. Crap. The silence stretched long enough that Cassandra began shrinking into herself. Rayleigh sighed inwardly. He had expected the trial to be troublesome. He had not expected Cassandra to look like she would apologize to the furniture if the atmosphere got any heavier. Hephaestus finally spoke. Rayleigh. Yes, my goddess. You used my shop and our reputation to conduct an unofficial Zanpakuto trial in the middle of the night, without a guild observer, without Apollo's permission, and without telling me beforehand. Rayleigh considered several possible responses. Most of them were bad. One involved claiming that the sword had started it, which was technically not false but would also make him sound like the sort of smith who blamed his own hammer after breaking a wall. Another involved pointing out that Cassandra had come voluntarily, which was true but also dangerously close to making the frightened girl shoulder part of the blame. So he did the only intelligent thing. I take full responsibility. Daphne blinked, clearly not expecting him to say that so cleanly. Hephaestus's visible eye narrowed slightly. You're not going to add some clever excuse. I have several, but none of them are good enough to say aloud while you're looking at me like that. I would rather preserve what little dignity I still have. The shop manager looked as if he wanted to ask where the dignity had been when Rayleigh caused property damage under the shop, but wisely chose silence. Daphne, unfortunately, did not possess the same survival instinct. That's the first reasonable thing you've said tonight. I was beginning to think all smiths were required to throw common sense into a furnace before forging anything. Rayleigh glanced at her. I only did that once, and in my defense, the result was Senbon Sakura. Daphne opened her mouth, then closed it with visible effort, probably because arguing with him while Hephaestus was present felt like getting dragged into someone else's punishment. Hephaestus rubbed her brow. Really, I am trying very hard to scold you properly, and you are making it difficult by sounding like Tsubaki after she breaks something expensive. That is hurtful, Hephaestus-sama. Tsubaki would have blamed the equipment. She has. Many times. The shop manager gave a tiny nod before realizing he had done it and immediately froze. For a moment, the tension in the room loosened. Cassandra looked between them, clearly confused by how quickly the conversation had shifted from severe judgment to strange family comedy. Daphne noticed her expression and leaned closer, whispering just loud enough for Rayleigh to hear. This is apparently how Hephaestus Familia handles crimes. Rayleigh turned back toward the window. She says that as if Apollo Familia is a model of legal behavior. Their god treats emotional boundaries like decorative ribbons. He kept that thought to himself. Hephaestus finally picked up her tea, but only to move it aside. Jokes aside, this situation is serious. Cassandra is Apollo Familia's child, and the sword has acknowledged her without Apollo's prior consent. If Apollo decides to make trouble, he has enough room to do so. Cassandra's grip tightened around Yamitsutsu. I'm sorry, Hephaestus-sama. I came here on my own. Rayleigh-san didn't force me, and Daphne-san tried to stop me before she came with me. If Apollo-sama gets angry, I'll explain that it was my choice. Her voice was soft, but she managed to say everything without stumbling. Daphne looked at her with obvious concern. Hephaestus's expression softened. I'm not blaming you, Cassandra. You came because you believed something dangerous would happen if you stayed away, and judging by what Rayleigh has told me, you were probably right. The problem is that gods do not always care about who is logically at fault when emotions and ownership are involved. Daphne clicked her tongue. That sounds like Apollo-sama, unfortunately. If he sees this as Cassandra being chosen by some beautiful tragic destiny, he'll get excited before he gets angry, which might actually be worse. Cassandra lowered her head. Rayleigh pushed off from the window and walked closer to the table, though he stopped before he seemed like he was crowding her. Then we need to decide the terms before Apollo-sama decides them for us. The sword chose Cassandra-san, but the sale was public, the listed price was 200 million valis, and the trial was supposed to follow formal procedures. We can't pretend nothing happened, and we definitely can't let Apollo-sama frame this as his familia obtaining a Zanpakuto through divine romance or whatever poetic nonsense he'll invent before breakfast. Daphne stared at him. You really don't like him. I have a healthy distrust of gods who call fear beautiful. That is fair. Annoyingly fair. Hephaestus nodded slowly. The price still matters. If we waive it completely, every god in Orario will accuse us of favoritism or start pushing their children toward future trials without paying. If we demand the full amount immediately, Apollo gains leverage because Cassandra cannot pay it herself. Cassandra's face went pale. I don't have that kind of money. I don't even have anything close to that amount. I knew the price before I touched the sword, but I thought if it really called me, then maybe. Her voice shrank. Daphne placed a hand over hers. You don't have to apologize for not casually carrying 200 million valis around. Most adventurers can't even imagine that number without getting dizzy. Rayleigh nodded. 200 million is a ridiculous price from a normal adventurer's perspective, and I say that as the terrible person who said it. Daphne gave him a sharp look. At least you know. I am self-aware, not merciful. Cassandra looked down at Yamitsutsu. The sword was quiet, but she could feel the name inside her now, faint and steady, like a candle seen through fog. Hephaestus studied her for a moment. Rayleigh, what was the original reason you priced this one so low compared to your other Zanpakuto? Rayleigh did not answer immediately. He looked at Yamitsutsu, then at Cassandra. Compatibility. This child has an ability that is nearly useless to someone who only wants power. Worse than useless, honestly. Give it to an arrogant frontliner and they'll either ignore the warnings, misunderstand them, or go mad trying to force the future to obey. A sword that makes you stare at the outcome you fear is not suited for most adventurers. Cassandra's shoulders curled slightly, but she did not look away. Rayleigh continued, his tone gentler. For Cassandra-san, though, the flaw becomes the foundation. She already sees futures she hates. Yamitsutsu does not remove that pain. It gives shape to it. Daphne looked at the sword with a complicated expression. Can it really make people believe her? No, Rayleigh said, and when Cassandra's fingers tightened, he added before the hurt could settle too deeply, but it can make ignoring her much harder. There's a difference. Stubborn idiots can deny anything if they're committed enough, but when a glowing warning appears under their feet right before a ceiling tile caves their skull in, they at least have to work harder to pretend nothing happened. Daphne let out a breath that was almost a laugh. That sounds depressingly realistic. Reality has terrible manners. Cassandra looked at him, eyes still damp. But if people still don't believe me after seeing it, then what should I do? Rayleigh pulled out a chair and sat down across from her, which made the shop manager twitch because apparently even sitting without permission was now another offense to add to his mental ledger. You keep the ones who do believe you close, and you learn how to make the proof clearer next time. You won't convince everyone. No one does. If you try to save every person who laughs while jumping into a pit, you'll break before they learn anything. Cassandra lowered her gaze. That sounds cruel. It is cruel. It's also the kind of cruelty healers, commanders, and prophets all have to learn, otherwise the world eats them alive. You can care about people without handing them every piece of yourself. Daphne's expression shifted at that. Hephaestus looked quietly satisfied, as if Rayleigh had finally said something she could approve of without adding a complaint. Cassandra's hands relaxed a little around Yumitsutsu. I don't know if I can do that. That's fine. If you already could, you probably wouldn't need the sword. Yumitsutsu gave a faint chime from her lap. Daphne leaned back slightly. Was that agreement or insult? Cassandra hesitated, then said with a weak smile, I think both. Rayleigh nodded solemnly. A true Zanpakuto he is. Rude even when supportive. Daphne stared at him. Why do you sound proud? Because I am suffering as a parent and need to find joy somewhere. You are impossible. I've been told. Chapter 206, Problem Child. They spent the next hour discussing the official terms. By the end, Hephaestus had decided on a structure that would keep the situation from turning into immediate political poison. Cassandra would not be asked to pay 200 million valis at once. Instead, the sale would be converted into a long-term contract under Hephaestus Familia's authority, with Cassandra herself named as the chosen wielder and Apollo Familia forbidden from claiming ownership over the blade. That last clause required careful wording. Daphne insisted on it. Hephaestus rewrote the clause 3 times before it sounded legally sharp enough to make a god hesitate and polite enough to avoid sounding like a direct insult. The final version stated that Yumitsutsu's ownership was bound to Cassandra Alien as the recognized wielder, and any attempt by a third party, including a patron deity or familia representative, to transfer, seize, sell, trade, or command the blade against the wielders would be considered a violation of the sale contract and grounds for direct arbitration by Hephaestus Familia and the guild. Daphne read it twice, then she looked at Rayleigh. I hate how relieved I am that you people are good at contracts. Rayleigh leaned back in his chair. We sell weapons to adventurers who regularly lose limbs, money, and common sense. Contracts are necessary. That explains Orario more than I wanted it to. Hephaestus placed the document down. Cassandra still needs Apollo's acknowledgement, but this gives us a position before he can twist the situation. I'll speak with him in the morning. Cassandra immediately looked alarmed. Hephaestus-sama, you don't have to do that for me. Apollo-sama may become upset, and if this causes trouble between your familias because of me. Hephaestus raised one hand. Cassandra, listen carefully. Rayleigh used my shop, my seals, and my familia's name to let this trial happen. That means Hephaestus Familia is already involved whether you worry about us or not. Besides, Apollo needs to learn that calling something beautiful does not give him the right to take it home. Daphne looked deeply moved. Please say that to his face. I intend to. Rayleigh smiled faintly. I should attend that meeting. No. Hephaestus, Daphne, and the shop manager spoke at almost the same time. Rayleigh paused. That was very coordinated. Hephaestus gave him a flat look. If you attend, you will say something true, rude, and politically explosive within 5 minutes. That is unfair. Daphne crossed her arms. Rayleigh, you told Apollo-sama to admire sincerely from behind the line after threatening to throw him out of the shop. 5 minutes is generous. Rayleigh considered protesting, but the evidence was unfortunately recent. I can be diplomatic. Everyone look at him. Even Cassandra, who clearly wanted to be kind, looked doubtful. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest. I see how it is. Betrayed by everyone in the room. Daphne snorted. You betrayed yourself first. Cassandra finally laughed softly, not from nerves this time, but because the exchange had become too ridiculous to fear. Yumitsutsu chimed again. Rayleigh pointed at the sword. And you don't get to laugh. Half of this is your fault. The sword chimed once more, lighter this time. Cassandra looked down at it with a strange mix of embarrassment and affection. He says it was necessary. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. You can understand him already. Only a little. It's more like. I know what he means, even if I don't hear every word. Wonderful. The brat has found someone to translate his excuses. Daphne leaned toward Cassandra. Please don't let the sword learn from him. I think it may be too late. Rayleigh looked offended. I am an excellent influence. Hephaestus finally drank her tea. No, Rayleigh. You are an effective influence. Those are very different things. The room went quiet for 1 second before Daphne failed to hold back a laugh. Even the exhausted shop manager looked like he had nearly smiled before remembering the night's paperwork. Rayleigh accepted the blow with dignity, though internally he was fairly certain his goddess had become much sharper ever since Althea started living in his house. Perhaps sarcasm was contagious. If so, Orario was doomed. Near dawn, Cassandra and Daphne prepared to return. The formal documents could not be completed until Apollo was informed, and Cassandra could not openly carry Yumitsutsu back before the conversation happened. For the night, the blade would remain sealed in Hephaestus' weapon shop, but this time the seal was different. Rayleigh adjusted the kido around the display case, then asked Cassandra to place her hand against the glass. Think of his name. Cassandra nodded and closed her eyes. The golden flowers along the scabbard glimmered faintly. Rayleigh watched the response and gave a satisfied nod. That should be enough. The sword is still here physically, but the connection is yours now. If someone tries to forcefully touch him before the contract is settled, he'll reject them harder than before, and I'll know immediately. Daphne looked at him sharply. Harder than before means what, exactly? Rayleigh avoided the shop manager's gaze. Let's call it non-lethal discouragement unless they try very hard to deserve worse. That is a horrifying phrase. Cassandra touched the glass gently. Yumitsutsu, please don't hurt anyone too badly. The sword remained silent. Cassandra listened for a moment, then frowned. He says he'll consider it. Daphne stared at the display case. Why does your sword sound like an awful child? Rayleigh sighed. I am starting to feel unfairly blamed for this. You forged him. Yes, but Cassandra-san is the one who asked his name. If a rude spirit chooses a polite wielder, that's between them. Cassandra gave him a helpless look. Rayleigh-san, please don't abandon me to him already. Rayleigh's expression softened. I won't. You'll need training, and not only with the sword. Yumitsutsu's ability is tied to your dreams, your mind, and your courage, which means it's going to be messy. But messy doesn't mean impossible. Cassandra nodded slowly. The word courage still made her uncomfortable. It felt too big for her, like armor made for someone stronger. But when she looked at the sword now, she no longer felt only fear. Daphne noticed and gently touched her shoulder. Ready? No, Cassandra admitted, then added before Daphne could worry, but I think I can walk. That's better than sneaking out alone. I said I was sorry. And I said you apologized too much. We're both repeating ourselves. Cassandra smiled faintly. Rayleigh opened the side door for them, checking the street before letting them out. The sky was beginning to pale, and Orario was slowly shifting from night to morning. Before leaving, Cassandra turned back. Rayleigh-san. He looked at her. Thank you for letting me choose. For once, Rayleigh did not answer with a joke immediately. He leaned against the doorframe, his expression calmer than usual but not cold. You were the one who walked here, Cassandra-san. I only opened the door. Daphne rolled her eyes. That almost sounded cool. Don't ruin it, damn it. Rayleigh smiled. I was about to. I knew it. Cassandra laughed quietly and followed Daphne into the early morning street. Rayleigh watched them go until they turned the corner. Only then did Hephaestus speak from behind him. You're getting attached to her. Rayleigh did not turn around. She reminds me of someone who kept shouting warnings no one wanted to hear. Yourself. Maybe. Or maybe every idiot who knows too much and still can't stop the world from being stupid. Hephaestus stood beside him. That sounds lonely. Rayleigh looked at the brightening sky. Yeah, it is. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Rayleigh sighed. Also, I'm absolutely being dragged into Apollo trouble after this. Hephaestus smiled. Yes. Rayleigh sighed. I hate gods. Hephaestus gave him a dry look. You say that while standing beside your goddess. You're the exception. That sounded almost sweet. Don't get used to it. I'm under stress, and my judgment is impaired. Hephaestus stared at him for a moment before flicking his forehead. Ow. There. Your judgment should be clearer now. Rayleigh's expression changed. Hephaestus-sama, surely family should not involve money. You should have thought of family before damaging my shop. That ceiling tile was already weak. Rayleigh. Yes. Financial punishment. Understood. Inside the display case, Yumitsutsu chimed softly. Rayleigh glanced at it. Don't laugh. You're paying too. The sword gave no answer, but somehow, the silence felt smug. Wonderful. He had created another problem child. Chapter 207, Negotiation with Apollo. By morning, Hephaestus' weapon shop looked perfectly normal from the outside. The display windows had been polished, the front door opened on time, and the clerks greeted customers with the same professional smiles they always used when adventurers came in wanting a weapon strong enough to save their lives but cheap enough not to ruin them financially. The public display room had also been restored before dawn, which meant none of the curious onlookers outside knew that a ceiling tile had fallen in the testing chamber several hours earlier. A sealed Zanpakuto had chosen its wielder during an unofficial midnight trial, and the shop manager had experienced what Rayleigh privately considered a near-death event of the soul. Physically, the man was fine. Emotionally, Rayleigh was not optimistic. The shop manager sat in the upstairs reception room with a stack of documents arranged in front of him, his face held together by professional discipline and the kind of quiet despair only paperwork could produce. Every few minutes, his gaze drifted toward Rayleigh with the exhausted resentment of a man who had calculated the repair cost, the legal risk, and the possibility of having to explain the incident to the guild. Rayleigh pretended not to notice since it was easier for everyone that way. Cassandra sat near the table with Daphne beside her. She had changed out of her nightclothes after Daphne dragged her back to Apollo Familia's home before sunrise, but she still looked like someone who had slept for perhaps 3 minutes and regretted all of them. Her hands rested in her lap, fingers twisting together whenever the silence became too heavy. Daphne, meanwhile, looked ready to bite the first person who tried to blame Cassandra for anything. Rayleigh respected that. He also suspected she had slept even less than Cassandra, which made her current level of aggression entirely reasonable. Yumitsutsu had been returned to the sealed display case downstairs for the morning, though the seal now included Cassandra's Ryoryoka signature. Rayleigh had adjusted the keto himself, and he had done it properly despite Hephaestus watching over his shoulder with the calm expression of a goddess waiting for a child to admit he had broken the rules on purpose. Which, unfortunately, he had. Hephaestus sat at the head of the table. She was fully dressed now, her eye covered as usual, her red hair tied neatly back, and her expression calm enough to make everyone in the room nervous. Hephaestus placed one hand on the contract draft in front of her and looked at Cassandra. Before Apollo arrives, I want you to understand what we are going to say and what we are not going to say. The sword chose you, but the original sale was public, and the trial did not follow the formal procedure. That gives Apollo room to object if he wants to make this difficult. Cassandra's shoulders tensed. I understand, Hephaestus-sama. I also know I caused trouble by coming here at night, so if Apollo-sama becomes angry, I can explain that Rayleigh-san didn't call me here. I came because of my dream, and Daphne-san only followed because she was worried about me. Daphne leaned forward before Cassandra could shrink any further into herself. Cassandra, stop trying to prepare a neat little speech where all the blame lands on you. That is not happening. The sword was calling you, Apollo-sama was already interested, and if we had waited until morning, someone else might have touched it first because people in this city see a dangerous weapon and immediately think, what if I poked it? Rayleigh nodded with the solemnity of a man who had seen too much stupidity to deny it. She's not wrong. Adventurers have a frightening talent for turning obvious warnings into personal challenges. I once watched a man read a sign that said do not touch and then ask whether it meant with both hands. The shop manager closed his eyes as if he remembered the customer. Cassandra looked like she wanted to apologize again, but Daphne's hand settled over hers and stopped her. Rayleigh leaned back in his chair, letting the tone stay light enough that Cassandra could breathe. If we're assigning blame, Yumitsutsu should be near the top of the list. He caused the dream, called Cassandra-san here, mocked her inside the trial, and then laughed after damaging the ceiling. Unfortunately, punishing a Zanpakuto for bad behavior is difficult unless you count polishing him with cheap oil, which I suspect would make him worse out of spite. Cassandra's eyes widened slightly. Rayleigh-san, please don't do that. He might actually get angry. Daphne stared at her, then toward the floor as if she could see the display case beneath them. The sword has opinions about oil. Cassandra hesitated for a moment, listening to something only she could sense, before answering with a troubled expression. He says cheap oil is an insult to his dignity. Rayleigh looked toward the floor as well. His dignity caused property damage before breakfast. I feel we are already being generous. A tiny smile tugged at Cassandra's lips despite her anxiety. Daphne rubbed her forehead. I cannot believe I'm listening to people discuss the emotional standards of a sword before I've had breakfast. Apollo Familia has problems, but at least our weapons don't complain about skincare. Hephaestus let the exchange continue for a few breaths, perhaps because it helped Cassandra relax, then tapped the contract with one finger. The important part is this. Yumitsutsu chose Cassandra personally. The blade cannot be treated as Apollo Familia property, cannot be transferred to Apollo, cannot be drawn by another member on Apollo's order, and cannot be used as a decoration for divine entertainment. If Apollo wants to sponsor the payment, he may do so, but sponsorship does not create ownership. The shop manager cleared his throat and added carefully, the wording also states that any attempt to force the wielder to release, transfer, display, or command the Zanpakuto against her may trigger cancellation of the contract and direct arbitration through both Hephaestus Familia and the guild. Daphne read the clause again, then looked genuinely impressed. That is much sharper than I expected. I thought contracts were usually written to make ordinary people fall asleep before realizing they had been robbed. Rayleigh nodded. That is also a valid style of contract, but Hephaestus-sama prefers the kind that politely places a knife against the other person's throat. Hephaestus gave him a look. Rayleigh smiled. In a legal sense. That clarification did not make it better, Hephaestus said, though the corner of her mouth moved slightly. Cassandra looked at the contract as if it were something far more frightening than the sword trial. If Apollo-sama refuses, what happens to Yumitsutsu? Rayleigh did not answer immediately. He wanted to make a joke, partly because Cassandra looked like she might dissolve if the air became any heavier, but there were times when jokes helped and times when they only made him look like the sort of person who should not be trusted with soul-cutting weapons. Unfortunately, those categories overlapped more often than he liked. If Apollo refuses to acknowledge the contract, he said, then the sword stays here under Hephaestus Familia custody until the dispute is resolved. He can argue about money and procedure, but he cannot make the sword unchoose you. That part already happened. Cassandra breathed in slowly. Daphne squeezed her hand. You hear that? The sword chose you, and no one gets to pretend it didn't just because the paperwork is inconvenient. Rayleigh glanced at the stack of documents. To be fair, the paperwork is extremely inconvenient. Daphne glared at him. Rayleigh lifted both hands in surrender. I am reading the room. I am simply also reading the paperwork, and the paperwork is winning. Cassandra let out a tiny laugh, and Hephaestus finally picked up her tea. Rayleigh considered that a sign that he might survive the morning. Apollo arrived just after the shop opened. He did not come with the full procession from the previous day, which was either a sign of restraint or proof that he understood Hephaestus would not tolerate theatrical nonsense before the contract was discussed. He brought hyacinthos, 2 attendants, and a smile bright enough to irritate Rayleigh on principle. Eleonora arrived almost at the same time as the guild witness. That was not an accident. She entered with a neat folder tucked under one arm, her posture professional, her expression mild, and her eyes sharp enough that Rayleigh immediately revised his estimate of how much she intended to merely observe. The guild had sent her because the matter involved a public sale, a famous smith, Apollo Familia, and a weapon no one in Orario fully understood. Or perhaps Aurenas had decided Rayleigh's problems were becoming everyone's problems. Both were plausible. Eleonora greeted Hephaestus first, then Apollo, then Cassandra with the same polite smile, though her gaze lingered briefly on the girl's hands. Not long enough to be rude, only long enough to notice the faint tremor Cassandra was failing to hide. Rayleigh filed that away. Apollo, unsurprisingly, noticed the atmosphere the moment he entered the reception room. Oh my. I expected a negotiation, but this feels more like I've walked into the first act of a courtroom drama. Hephaestus, you wound me. I thought we were friends. Hephaestus did not rise from her seat. We are friendly enough that I'm giving you the chance to resolve this cleanly. Apollo laughed lightly as he sat across from her. Cleanly. Such a cold word for something as wondrous as a living blade choosing a girl who dreams of tragedy. Surely you can understand why I would want to hear the story properly before signing away my rights. Daphne's fingers tightened around the edge of her chair. Cassandra went still. Rayleigh, who had promised Hephaestus he would not say anything politically explosive within the first 5 minutes, counted silently in his head and realized they were barely past 30 seconds. Apollo looked toward Cassandra. My dear Cassandra, I heard something marvelous happened after you returned last night. You went back to the shop on your own, stood before the sword, and came away chosen. If I were a poet, I might accuse destiny of being too heavy-handed. Cassandra lowered her head slightly, not because she wanted to hide, but because she was gathering herself. Daphne looked ready to answer for her, but Cassandra spoke first. I didn't go because it was beautiful, Apollo-sama. I went because I was afraid someone would be hurt if I stayed silent. Apollo's smile softened. Fear and beauty are not enemies, Cassandra. Cassandra's fingers tightened, but she did not retreat. They are not the same either. The room quieted. Rayleigh's eyes shifted toward Apollo, waiting to see whether the god would dismiss that small act of resistance or understand that the girl in front of him had changed overnight. Apollo's smile did not disappear, but something behind it sharpened. Hephaestus placed the contract on the table before the moment could become heavier. The sword's name is Yumitsutsu. It acknowledged Cassandra as its wielder, and because Zanpakuto are soul-bound weapons rather than ordinary equipment, Hephaestus Familia recognizes her as the only legal wielder. The terms are written here. You may sponsor the purchase price if you wish, but Apollo Familia cannot claim ownership of the blade. Hyacinthos' expression changed at once. Apollo-sama has paid for the equipment of our Familia members before. If he sponsors the price, then it is natural to consider the sword part of the Familia's assets, even if Cassandra is the one carrying it. Daphne turned toward him so sharply that Cassandra almost reached out to stop her. Rayleigh spoke first, partly because he suspected Daphne's version would involve more honest anger and less plausible deniability. That logic works for armor, spare blades, and things that don't have opinions. Yumitsutsu is not a sword you can place in the Familia armory and hand to whoever looks prettiest under Apollo's light. If someone other than Cassandra tries to claim it, the best outcome is rejection. The worst outcome depends on how stubborn they are and whether I arrive before the sword decides to make a point. Hyacinthos' face darkened. You speak as if you can threaten Apollo Familia whenever you please. Rayleigh leaned back, not bothering to look impressed. If I were threatening you, I would be much clearer. This is a warning from the person who made the weapon and would prefer not to scrape anyone's dignity off the floor. It's bad for the room, bad for the witnesses, and extremely bad for my schedule. Eleonora's pen paused for half a second. Daphne looked away, shoulders trembling with the effort not to laugh at Hyacinthos' expression. Apollo raised one hand, stopping Hyacinthos before the exchange worsened. Rayleigh-kun, you have such a sharp tongue for a craftsman. I can see why Hephaestus keeps you close. Troublesome children are always the most entertaining. Hephaestus's visible eye narrowed. Rayleigh smiled pleasantly. Hephaestus-sama keeps me because I'm profitable, occasionally useful, and charming under specific lighting. Hephaestus gave him the look of a woman who had heard this nonsense before and regretted allowing it to continue. Rayleigh. I'll stop before I damage my own case further. Apollo laughed, genuinely amused this time, though Rayleigh could feel the calculation beneath it. The god turned his attention back to the contract and read through the terms with more care than his theatrical attitude suggested. 200 million valis as the listed price. Long-term installment structure. Sponsorship permitted but ownership restricted to Cassandra. The blade may not be transferred, seized, drawn, displayed, or commanded against her will. Any violation leads to guild arbitration and Hephaestus Familia intervention. You wrote this quite thoroughly. Hephaestus folded her hands. I had motivation. Apollo looked toward Cassandra again. And what do you want, my Cassandra? Not what Daphne wants, not what Hephaestus demands, and not what Rayleigh-kun's sharp tongue insists is wise. You are the one this blade chose, so I would hear your answer. Cassandra seemed to shrink under the attention for a heartbeat. Daphne's hand moved toward hers under the table. Cassandra noticed, breathed in, and then looked up. I want to keep Yumitsutsu, she said, her voice quiet but steadier than it had been before. Not because I want a famous weapon, and not because I want people to look at me differently. I want to keep him because for the first time, my warning became something another person could see. I know I'm still weak, and I know I'll probably be scared every time I use him, but if this sword can help me stop even one person from walking into danger, then I don't want to let go. Apollo watched her in silence. For once, he did not immediately turn her words into poetry. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, New Sword. Hyacinthos looked dissatisfied, perhaps even hurt, but he kept quiet under Apollo's raised hand. Eleonora wrote something in her folder with a calmness that made Rayleigh wonder how much of this she intended to report and how much she intended to remember for herself. Apollo finally sighed. How cruel. When a child speaks with such sincerity, even a god looks petty if he refuses. Daphne's expression clearly said he had already looked petty, but she did not say it aloud. Cassandra's hand tightened around hers in silent gratitude for that restraint. Apollo took the pen. Before signing, he looked at Hephaestus. I will acknowledge the contract and sponsor the listed price under the payment structure written here. However, Cassandra remains my child, and I expect that training involving a weapon this unusual will not be conducted without informing me. Hephaestus nodded once. You will be informed of formal training. You will not turn that training into a performance. Apollo smiled. Still so stern. I'm a smith. I prefer tools to be used properly. And children. Hephaestus's gaze hardened enough that the air in the room changed. Children are not tools. Cassandra stared at her. Daphne's expression softened before she looked away. Apollo's smile lingered, but it lost some of its ease. He looked at Cassandra, then at the contract, and finally signed. The pen moved elegantly across the paper. Eleonora stepped forward to witness the signature, then Hephaestus signed as seller and guarantor. Cassandra's hand trembled when she took the pen, but Daphne leaned closer and quietly adjusted the paper so she could sign without smudging the ink. When Cassandra wrote her name, the room did not shake, no divine light descended, and Yumitsutsu did not chime dramatically from the display room below. Rayleigh was grateful for that. The last thing he needed was a sword with a sense of legal theater. Eleonora took the completed contract and checked each clause carefully. On behalf of the guild, I recognize the contract as witnessed. The terms are unusual, but given the nature of Zanpakuto and the prior public sale conditions, they are acceptable. I will file the ownership restriction as part of the weapon registration, with Cassandra Alien listed as the sole wielder. Cassandra stared at the contract as if the words had not fully reached her yet. Daphne gave her hand a squeeze. It's done. You signed it, the guild witnessed it, Hephaestus-sama backed it, and Apollo-sama cannot suddenly decide your sword looks better as a trophy in someone else's hands. Apollo laughed softly at that, though Hyacinthos did not look amused. My Daphne grows sharper every year. Daphne's expression tightened, but she bowed just enough to remain polite. I learned from surviving Apollo Familia, Apollo-sama. Rayleigh's mouth twitched. Hephaestus looked like she had decided not to hear that. Apollo rose gracefully. Then I suppose my Cassandra has gained a very troublesome partner. Cassandra's eyes flicked toward Rayleigh almost instinctively. Rayleigh lifted both hands. Don't look at me like that. I accept responsibility for the blade's forging, not every personality defect he develops from now on. Daphne gave him a flat look. You said that last night too. And I'll keep saying it until someone believes me. Based on Cassandra-san's life experience, I understand that may take a while. Eleonora looked at him with polite curiosity. Does repeating yourself usually work? Almost never, but habit and pride are difficult illnesses to cure. Cassandra laughed at that, soft but clear enough that Apollo's gaze returned to her. For a moment, the god looked less like a collector admiring something beautiful and more like someone seeing a child of his stand in a place he had not arranged for her. Then the moment passed. Apollo smiled again. Take care of the sword, Cassandra. If destiny has chosen you for something interesting, then I hope you will show me what kind of story it becomes. Cassandra bowed her head, but her answer came without the old helplessness. I will take care of him, Apollo-sama. But I don't want my fear to become a story for someone else anymore. Apollo studied Cassandra for a long moment, then gave a small bow that was somehow both accepting and amused. Then perhaps you should make it your own story first. It was very Apollo answer. But for now, that was enough. After Apollo left, the room remained quiet for several seconds. Then Daphne slumped in her chair with the exhausted relief of someone who had survived a battle without drawing a weapon. I cannot believe that worked. I was ready for yelling, shit poetry, Hyacinthos saying something stupid, and Rayleigh making it worse by being technically correct in the most irritating way possible. Rayleigh loosened his shoulders. That is a very specific prediction, and I resent how plausible it sounds. It worked because Apollo-sama liked the shape of the result better than the shape of the argument. If we had tried to corner him, he would have made a scene. Letting Cassandra-san speak made refusal look ugly. Daphne glanced at him. That sounds manipulative. It was, Rayleigh said, without trying to soften it. Negotiation is manipulation with better paperwork. The important part is that no one lied to Cassandra-san and no one took her choice away. Daphne stared at him for a moment before sighing. I hate that you can say things like that and still sound helpful. Specific lighting, Daphne-san. We discussed this. Cassandra covered her mouth, but her shoulders shook with a tiny laugh. Hephaestus collected the duplicate contract and handed it to Cassandra. Keep this copy safe. If Apollo respects the contract, you may never need to use it. If he does not, you bring it to me or the guild immediately. Cassandra accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Hephaestus-sama. I don't know how to repay you. You repay me by training properly, not letting the sword bully you into reckless behavior, and telling Rayleigh when something feels wrong instead of trying to carry everything alone. Cassandra nodded quickly. I'll try. Daphne looked at her with a very pointed expression. Try harder than last night. I am still not done being angry about the sneaking. I know. Rayleigh coughed lightly. To be fair, if Cassandra-san had not come last night, we might have had a much worse incident today. Daphne turned toward him. Do not encourage midnight sneaking. I am encouraging prophetic responsibility under extremely specific circumstances. That sounds like midnight sneaking wearing formal clothes. Hephaestus looked at Rayleigh. She has a point. Rayleigh sighed. Traitors. All of you. Eleonora, who had remained quietly near the door, closed her folder. Before I return to the guild, there is one more matter. It is not directly related to Cassandra's contract, but since Hephaestus Familia is already involved with unusual weapons, Auranas may request a private report from Rayleigh soon. Rayleigh's good mood thinned. What kind of private report? Eleonora smiled politely, which immediately made him distrust the answer. The kind where the guild asks questions first and decides how much trouble exists afterward. Daphne pointed at Rayleigh. See? That's how you sound half the time. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest. I feel unfairly attacked during my own legal victory. Eleonora's smile did not change. I will not discuss the details here, but there have been signs of movement beneath the city. Not in the dungeon. Beneath Orario itself. Old routes, sealed areas, and people who should not have access to either. The room's mood changed immediately. Hephaestus's expression sharpened and Rayleigh's thoughts moved just as quickly. Beneath Orario. Old routes. People moving where they should not. Knossos was the obvious possibility, but obvious did not mean simple. He knew the place existed, knew enough about Evelus remnants and the darkness under the city to dislike the direction this was going, but knowing the outline of a nightmare was not the same as having a key to its door. Eleonora's gaze met his for a brief moment. There was something behind her professionalism that did not fit a normal guild clerk. Rayleigh noticed it, but he did not press her in front of everyone. Not yet. I'll speak with the guild when summoned, he said. Preferably after I sleep, repair the shop, and convince Hephaestus-sama not to bankrupt me for ceiling damage. Hephaestus looked at him. I have not decided your punishment yet. That is why I'm still hoping. Hope is admirable. Expensive. In your case, yes. Rayleigh winced. Cassandra stood, clutching the contract as if it were as important as Yumitsutsu itself. Rayleigh-san. He looked back at her. Thank you. For the sword, for the contract, and for not letting everyone decide for me. Rayleigh's expression softened. You walked into the shop on your own. You answered the trial on your own. I helped with the legal mess afterward because I created the troublesome weapon that caused half of it. Cassandra paused, listening to something through the connection. Her face warmed faintly. He says he is not troublesome. Rayleigh looked toward the floor. He is absolutely troublesome. Cassandra listened again, then flushed even more. He says you should look in a mirror. Daphne lost the fight against laughter. Even Hephaestus's lips curved slightly. Rayleigh stared at the floor with the profound disappointment of a creator betrayed by his own work. I see. He has been officially hers for less than an hour and already developed better aim. Cassandra laughed properly this time. It was still quiet, still fragile in places, but it sounded real. That was a good enough ending for the sword's first day. By the time Cassandra and Daphne left with the contract, Yumitsutsu remained sealed in the shop until Cassandra's first formal training session could be arranged. The sword did not complain aloud, but Rayleigh felt a faint ripple of irritation from below as he passed the display room. He ignored it. Hephaestus walked beside him, reading the guild notice Eleonora had left behind. You know what this points toward. Rayleigh nodded. Knossos, or something close enough to be equally annoying. You sound calm. I'm not calm. I'm tired, hungry, and emotionally prepared to throw myself into work instead of thinking about the underground death maze beneath the city. That is a very specific kind of not calm. I like to be precise. Hephaestus folded the notice and looked at him. Before you get dragged into guild trouble, Ace still needs help. Welf has been hovering around the forge pretending he does not want advice. Airmid sent a message asking whether the strain from Zanpakuto can affect mind recovery. Astria also wants to speak with you after hearing about Cassandra's sword. Rayleigh stopped walking. Rayleigh stared at her. Hephaestus-sama, did you just summarize my entire week as a threat? I summarized your responsibilities. That is worse. You also forged another Zanpakuto recently and have not told me its name. Rayleigh's hand drifted toward the slender blade at his side. Unlike Senbin Sakura or Ruriiro Kujaku, this one carried a quieter presence, elegant and dangerous in a way that felt less like a storm and more like a woman smiling behind a fan while deciding where to cut. He had not forged it for sale. He had forged it because too many problems around him now required precision, barriers, restructuring, and tricks sharp enough to survive Orario's growing absurdity. Beneheim, he said. Hephaestus looked at the blade, then back at him. That sounds dangerous. Rayleigh smiled faintly. She is. Is she also troublesome? Probably. Hephaestus sighed. Of course she is. Rayleigh looked toward the stairs leading down to the forge, where Welf was almost certainly pretending not to wait for him, and then toward the street where Cassandra had disappeared with Daphne. Rayleigh rubbed the bridge of his nose. I miss when my biggest problem was money. Hephaestus gave him a dry look. You still owe me for the ceiling. Thank you, Hephaestus-sama. That was exactly the emotional support I needed. You're welcome. Chapter 209, Chapter. Welf Kratza was not standing around doing nothing. He had told himself that at times already, which was a pretty good sign that he actually was standing around doing nothing, and he just did not want to admit it. He was standing near the side of Hephaestus Familius' forge holding a hammer in one hand and working on a half-finished blade that was lying on the anvil in front of him. He was trying not to look at Rayleigh's workbench. It was hard. The forge was full of people who made things out of metal. They were all pretty good at noticing when someone was trying not to watch someone else work. Tsubaki was the one to notice what Welf was doing. She was leaning against a pole that helped hold up the roof with her arms crossed and a big grin on her face. Welf, if you keep staring at Rayleigh's workbench like that, his new sword is going to get embarrassed, she said. Then again, his swords can be kind of mean, so maybe it will start judging you back. Welf almost dropped his hammer. I was not staring. I was just. I wish everyone would stop acting like I am trying to get Rayleigh to lecture me or something. Rayleigh was sitting at his workbench with a blade lying across his knees. He did not look up. "If that is what you call work, then I think I owe some of my blades an apology," he said. "The piece of metal on your anvil has been waiting for you to either finish it or get rid of it." Some of the people in the forge started laughing. Welf looked down at the blade he was working on. The edge was not even. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I got distracted." Yes, that is what everyone noticed. Tsubaki started laughing hard and Welf looked like he wanted to hide. That would have been bad because Hephaestus had already yelled at them twice that month for not being safe at work. Rayleigh looked up from the blade he was working on. He had a sword called Beneheim lying across his lap. It looked really elegant. Welf could tell that it was not harmless. It felt like a woman who was smiling at you while she was thinking about how to attack you. Welf did not like that he could tell that. He liked it less that he wanted to know how Rayleigh had made the sword. Rayleigh noticed that Welf was looking at him. "If you want to ask me something, just ask," he said. "If you keep pretending like you're here to work, the metal might start getting mad at me for letting you get away with it." Welf put down his hammer before he did something with it. "Okay, fine. I wanted to know why that new sword feels different. Your other swords are all really loud and noticeable even when they are not being used. This one feels quieter. It does not feel weaker. It feels like it is waiting for someone to make a mistake." Rayleigh looked interested. Tsubaki's grin widened. "Oh. Look at you, Welf. That's a proper smith's observation." Welf looked away feeling embarrassed. Rayleigh rested a hand on Beneheim's sheath. "Good eye. Beneheim is not weaker than the others, but her temperament is different. Senbin Sakura is proud, Ruriiro Kujaku is vain enough to make Narcissus look humble, and this one has the kind of patience that makes me suspect she will cost me sleep." Welf frowned. "You talk about them like they're people." "They are, in the ways that matter. That's still hard to wrap my head around. A sword having a will is one thing, but you speak like each of them has preferences, moods, and enough personality to be annoying on purpose." Rayleigh looked at Beneheim as if considering the matter. "They do. Some more than others. If you ever hear Ruriiro Kujaku complain about color coordination, do not engage. He can smell weakness." Welf stared at him, deciding he was not ready to unpack that sentence. The problem was that he understood weapons. He understood steel, heat, quenching, balance, and the ugly pressure of expectations wrapped around the Kratso name. He knew what it meant for people to look at a blade and see power before they saw the hands that made it. But Rayleigh's weapons were different in a way that made all his old instincts itch. A magic sword was a tool. A dangerous tool, yes, but still a tool. You made it, used it, broke it, sold it, feared it, hated it, or worshipped it depending on how stupid you were feeling that day. A Zanpakuto did not fit into that category. That was the part Welf hated. If he admitted that, then he had to admit Rayleigh had stepped into the same territory as Kratso magic swords and somehow walked past it instead of sinking into the same mud. Rayleigh watched his face, then lowered his voice. "You're not wrong to be cautious. I prefer it. People who see a strange weapon and want to swing it are the reason I write death waivers." Welf grimaced. "You're still making people sign those. After yesterday, I'm adding a second page and perhaps a line that says, if the sword shows you your emotional problems, do not attempt to solve them by pulling harder." Welf's brows drew together. "What happened yesterday?" Tsubaki coughed. Rayleigh looked at her. Tsubaki looked away, wearing the expression of someone who knew and wanted him to say it himself. Rayleigh sighed. "A public sale Zanpakuto chose Cassandra Ailian from Apollo Familia, damaged a ceiling tile, forced me into contract negotiations before breakfast, and may have developed the personality of a rude child with prophetic tendencies." Welf stared at him. Then he looked at Tsubaki as Tsubaki nodded. "He's leaving out the part where Hephaestus punished him for the ceiling." Rayleigh's expression became pained. "Financially." Welf's eyes narrowed. "How bad was it?" "Bad enough that I reconsidered whether genius is worth the maintenance cost." "That sounds like your own fault." "Most expensive things are." Welf snorted before he could stop himself. Rayleigh gave him a look of exaggerated offense. "You laugh now, but one day you too will create something brilliant, troublesome, and expensive enough that Hephaestus-sama smiles while destroying your savings." The humor faded from Welf's expression. "I don't make magic swords." Rayleigh did not answer. Tsubaki's grin softened, and the nearby smiths returned to work, sensing the shift even if no one said a word. Rayleigh looked at the half-finished blade on Welf's anvil. "No, you don't. And I'm not telling you to. But eventually you'll have to decide whether your problem is with magic swords themselves or with the way people use the Kratso name to turn smithing into slaughter." Welf's jaw tightened. "That sounds like the same thing to me." "It isn't," Rayleigh said. "That's the annoying part. A blade can be made for killing, protecting, threatening, bargaining, or proving someone's pride. The steel doesn't get to choose the story people attach to it. A Zanpakuto is different because it talks back, and even then, people still try to turn it into whatever they want. Cassandra's sword was nearly treated like a trophy before the contract ink even dried. Welf looked away. His hands tightened on the edge of the anvil. Rayleigh did not push further. Not yet. The forge door opened before either of them could continue. The temperature in the room dropped, though not because of magic. Ace Wallenstein stood at the entrance with Riveria behind her. Ace looked the same at first glance, blonde hair, golden eyes, calm expression, sword at her side. But Rayleigh saw the difference. Her posture was controlled, her breathing steady, and her gaze fixed forward, yet a strain around her eyes remained, one that had not been there before Ganryamura shattered. Rayleigh, Riveria said, stepping into the forge with the calm of someone who could make a room full of loud smiths lower their voices without asking. Rayleigh stood, sliding Beneheim back to his side. If Ace is coming here about Ganryamura, then short notice is better than late notice. Ace's fingers tightened near her sword hilt. Tsubaki's expression sobered as well. She had been there when Ganryamura's Bankai shattered, and even if she did not understand every detail, she understood what it meant for a weapon to break in a way that could not be repaired with a hammer. Riveria placed a hand on Ace's shoulder. She has been sensing things since the battle. Not consistently, and not enough to explain clearly, but enough that Finn decided it was better to ask you before allowing her to keep training. Ace looked at Rayleigh. I can still feel him sometimes. The forge grew quiet. Rayleigh did not rush her. Ace seemed to struggle with the words, which was rare. She had never been talkative, but this was different from silence. This was someone trying to describe a wound no one else could see. When there is strong spiritual pressure nearby, something in my chest reacts. It is faint, like hearing someone call from far away. I cannot answer. When I try to move the way I did before, my body remembers the beginning of the step, but the path disappears before I can take it. Welf frowned. The way you did before? Shuinpa, Rayleigh said. A movement technique tied to spiritual control. She was starting to learn the shape of it through Ganryamura's bond, but after the blade shattered, the bridge collapsed before the foundation settled. Ace looked down. I tried anyway. Rayleigh exhaled. How many times? Ace did not answer fast enough. Riveria answered for her, voice calm but edged with irritation. 3 times that I know of. The first caused dizziness, the second made her collapse for several minutes, and the third gave her a nosebleed and temporary loss of balance. After that, I forbade her from attempting it without supervision. Ace lowered her head. Rayleigh stared at her, then rubbed his forehead. Ace, I understand being stubborn. Truly, I do. I work with Tsubaki, live under Hephaestus and am currently being trained by someone who thinks medical recovery means hit him less hard than usual. My tolerance for stubborn people is high. But trying to use Shuinpa through a broken Zanpakuto bond is not training. Ace looked at Rayleigh with wounded confusion. I wanted to know if he was still there. Rayleigh's expression softened. The frustration did not vanish, but it changed shape. I know. Those 2 words carried more weight than a long scolding. Ace's shoulders relaxed. Rayleigh hated that she looked relieved just because someone acknowledged the reason behind the behavior. He gestured toward the inner testing room attached to the forge. Come in. I need to examine the residue. Riveria-san, you can observe. Welf, since you were pretending not to be interested in soul weapons, you may as well learn something useful. Welf looked startled. Why am I involved in this now? I thought I was being insulted for bad hammer work 5 minutes ago. You were, Rayleigh said, walking toward the inner room. Now you're being educated. Hephaestus Familia is efficient. Tsubaki clapped Welf on the back hard enough to make him stumble. Go learn from him, brat. If Rayleigh starts sounding too smart, throw something at him. Rayleigh looked back at her. Please do not encourage workplace violence in front of guests. Tsubaki grinned. It's too late to pretend we have standards. Riveria watched the exchange with a hint of amusement, while Ace looked as if she was trying to understand whether this was normal Hephaestus Familia behavior. Rayleigh noticed her expression and sighed. It is often like this, but with more fire. Ace nodded, accepting that. The inner testing room was smaller than the public chamber under the shop, built not for customers but for experiments. Rayleigh did not want near anything flammable, fragile, or legally troublesome. Several Kido seals lined the walls, their spiritual patterns woven into Hephaestus's own defensive enchantments. Welf examined them as soon as he stepped inside, though he pretended not to when Rayleigh glanced at him. Rayleigh ignored the pretense. Ace stood in the center of the room while Riveria remained near the wall, staff in hand. Welf lingered by the door until Rayleigh dragged a chair closer with his foot and pointed at it. Sit if you want to watch. Stand if that helps you think. But if you hover in the doorway looking like a guilty cat, I'm putting you to work taking notes, and I warn you now, my notes are unpleasant. Welf sat. I hate how specific your threats are. Rayleigh drew a thin spiritual thread from his fingertip, letting it drift toward Ace without touching her. The thread shimmered as it approached her chest, then bent sideways as if caught by an unseen current. Rayleigh frowned. That's more residue than I expected. Ace looked up. Then he is still there. The hope in her voice made the room feel smaller. Rayleigh chose his words with care. He was not good at lies, and Ace did not need one. Part of the bond remains. Not Ganryamaru himself in the way you remember him, but the imprint he left on your soul is still reacting. Think of it like a sword-shaped scar that remembers the blade even after the steel is gone. Ace's expression tightened. Welf looked uncomfortable, perhaps because even he could hear how cruel that sounded despite Rayleigh's tone. Chapter 210, Chapter. Riveria stepped closer. Can it be repaired? Rayleigh let the thread fade, then formed another, this one thinner and sharper. It touched the air near Ace's shoulder and trembled. Repaired is the wrong word. If this were a normal sword, I could reforge the broken pieces, replace what was missing, and strengthen the core. But Ganryamaru shattered after Bankai, and the Bankai was not something Ace's body or soul could sustain. The bond did not break from outside force, it tore itself apart while trying to carry more power than the vessel could hold. Ace lowered her gaze. I was too weak. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. No. You were too early. There is a difference, and if you ignore that difference, you will learn the wrong lesson and do something more reckless next time. Ace's lips parted. Rayleigh continued before she could retreat into silence. Ganryamaru answered you because your will was real. The problem was that the path from sealed blade to Bankai should have taken years of growth, resonance, and spiritual adaptation. You reached the end of the road while half the bridge was still being built. That's not weakness but an absurd miracle with a repair bill attached. Welf muttered, that last part sounds like everything you make. Rayleigh turned toward him. Welf-kun, I invited you here for education, not betrayal. If you must betray me, do it with good timing. Riveria covered her mouth with one hand, though whether she was hiding a smile or a sigh was hard to tell. Ace looked less tense. Rayleigh returned his attention to her. If I forge Ganryamaru again, it cannot be a copy. The old bond is damaged, and forcing a new blade into the exact same shape would be like shoving a key into a broken lock until both snap. Ganryamaru 2.0 has to be built around what remains, what changed, and what you can sustain now. Ace listened. What should I do? First, stop trying to use Shuinpa through a broken connection unless you want Riveria-san to develop a new lecture for you. Riveria's expression turned serene. I already have one prepared. It has several sections. Rayleigh nodded. Good. Second, we need to map how the residue reacts to your wind, your fauna, and your emotions. Third, I'll need Ermid's help. Welf blinked. A healer. A good healer. Normal healing cannot restore this, but Ermid understands mind recovery better than most people in Orario, and this problem sits at the intersection of mind, soul strain, and physical backlash. If I only look at the Zanpakuto side, I might miss what it is doing to Ace's body. Riveria looked satisfied with that answer. Finn will approve it. Loki may complain about another Familia examining Ace, but she will approve after pretending not to. Rayleigh gave her a sympathetic look. Gods are exhausting. Riveria's lips curved. You chose Hephaestus Familia. I chose a goddess with standards. That does not make the species less troublesome. Welf looked at him. You say things like that in front of gods too, don't you? Rayleigh looked regretful. Unfortunately, yes. My survival is a tribute to Hephaestus-sama's patience and the fact that I remain profitable. Riveria's eyes narrowed with amusement. Unfortunately. For my finances. Ace tilted her head. Does Hephaestus punish you often? Rayleigh opened his mouth, but Welf answered first, gaining courage from sitting down. From what I've seen, not enough. Rayleigh stared at him. Welf looked proud of himself for 2 seconds, then realized he was still in a room with Rayleigh, Riveria, and Ace, and remembered embarrassment existed. Rayleigh sighed. Wonderful. Hephaestus Familia gains 1 Kratzo, and he joins the anti-Rayleigh faction. Welf looked caught between curiosity and regret. There's a faction. Tsubaki founded it. Hephaestus-sama funds it when I break things. Riveria seemed to lose the battle against her smile. Ace blinked, then asked with complete sincerity, can I join? Rayleigh looked betrayed. Welf started laughing so hard he had to cover his mouth. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest. Ace, that wound may take longer to heal than Ganryamaru. Ace looked at him, then lowered her gaze in the smallest hint of a smile. The tension in the room eased, and Rayleigh let it. Ace needed the information, but she also needed to remember the broken bond was not a funeral. Ganryamaru had shattered, and the grief was real, but a broken path could become a new one if she stopped treating herself like a failure. Rayleigh formed another spiritual thread and let it hover near her. One more test. This may feel strange, but it should not hurt. If it does, tell me right away instead of deciding pain is proof of effort. Ace nodded with seriousness. Reveria sighed. She heard you, but whether she obeys is another matter. I know. I work with adventurers after all. The thread touched the edge of Ace's spiritual residue. A faint rumble answered. It was weak, distant, and incomplete, but everyone in the room felt it. Ace took a sharp breath. The pressure lasted less than a second, like distant thunder, but it carried a familiar weight. Ganryamaru's storm had not disappeared. He answered. Rayleigh let the thread dissolve. It was more like an echo, but that is still good news. An echo means there is a chamber for sound to return from. If there were nothing left, the thread would have passed through without a response. Ace gripped the front of her skirt. Can you bring him back? Rayleigh wanted to say yes. The word sat on his tongue, but he swallowed it. I can try to forge a new vessel that lets the remaining bond grow. Whether Ganryamaru returns as he was, changes into something new, or refuses me until you are ready, I cannot promise. Zanpakuto are not obedient tools, and soul wounds do not heal because a smith is stubborn. Ace closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the hope was still there. Then I will wait. I will really wait. I will not use Shuinpa, I will not secretly try to use Shuinpa when Reveria is not watching, and I will not ask Tiona to distract her. Welf whispered, she's worse than she looks. Rayleigh nodded. Quiet ones often are. Ace looked at them both. I can hear you. Rayleigh smiled. Good. Then hear this too. If you keep your promise, I will begin the groundwork for Ganryamaru 2.0. If you break it, I will tell Loki, Reveria, Finn, and Tsubaki, in that order, because I believe in layered punishment. Ace went pale. Welf stared at Rayleigh with respect. That is evil. Reveria nodded. But effective. Ace looked betrayed by her own guardian's approval. Rayleigh clapped his hands. Excellent. We have reached an understanding. Reveria-san, I'll send a written summary to Finn and a separate one to Loki with fewer technical terms and more warnings about reckless behavior. Welf, you are staying for the next part. Welf's laughter died. What next part? Rayleigh pointed at the forge. You and I are going to talk about why a broken Zanpakuto bond and your hatred of magic swords are related enough to make you uncomfortable. Welf stared at him. I already don't like this. That means we are approaching the correct topic. Ace looked at Welf, then at Rayleigh. Can I listen? Reveria looked like she wanted to say no on principle, but Rayleigh answered first. You may listen, but you are forbidden from turning this into training. Ace looked away. Rayleigh sighed. You were going to try. Only a little. Reveria placed a hand over her face. Welf muttered, this familia makes more sense now. Rayleigh smiled. Welcome to Hephaestus Familia's education system. We fix weapons, traumatize common sense, and sometimes discover that our guests are worse than our members. Ace tilted her head. Is that good? Nope. Rayleigh opened the door back to the forge. Chapter 211, Chapter. Rayleigh returned home later than he planned, and by the time the rear gate closed behind him, the night around the house had gone quiet enough that even the distant noise of Orario felt muffled. He stood in the courtyard for a moment without moving, letting the cold air clear his head. The day had not been physically exhausting, not compared with a proper dungeon run or one of Alfia's so-called training sessions, but his mind had been busy from morning until night. Ace's visit to the forge and the faint response from the broken remains of Ganryamaru's bond had all piled together until his thoughts felt like a messy workbench. The worst part was that he could already see the beginning of the answer. That was always dangerous. When Rayleigh did not understand something, he could be patient. When he saw a possible path, his hand started itching before his common sense finished speaking. Ace still had part of Ganryamaru's imprint left in her soul, and if he handled it well, he might be able to build a new vessel for that remaining will. The idea was already forming in his head, piece by piece, and that was exactly why he had to be careful. Ace would not treat Ganryamaru 2.0 like a convenient replacement. She would cling to it, push herself for it, and probably bleed for it if nobody stopped her, because the girl was too honest and too stubborn when it came to strength. Rayleigh checked the seals around the house before stepping fully inside the courtyard. Only then did he look toward the veranda. Alfia was sitting there with a book in hand, a plain wooden staff leaning against the post beside her. The lamplight from the room behind her softened her figure, but Rayleigh knew better than to trust that kind of peaceful picture. Alfia could sit quietly enough to look like a noble lady in a painting, then break a man's ribs a breath later without changing expression. Her silver hair was tied loosely behind her, and her mismatched eyes lifted from the page when he approached. No one in Orario knew she was alive, and Rayleigh intended to keep it that way until revealing the truth became safer than hiding it, and right now the day was nowhere close. Althea looked at his face for a while before closing the book. "You look troubled." Rayleigh stepped onto the veranda and sat down across from her. "That obvious? To me. Then I'll blame your eyes instead of my face." He leaned back and let out a breath, not bothering to hide the fatigue from her. "Ace came by today and said Ganryamaru wasn't completely gone. What's left is damaged, but it responded when I checked it." Althea's gaze sharpened a little. Rayleigh continued before she had to ask. "She tried to use Shuinpa 3 times after the blade shattered. Riveria only found out after the 3rd attempt left her dizzy and bleeding. Ace said she wanted to know whether Ganryamaru was still there, and honestly, I can understand why she did it, which makes the whole thing more annoying." Althea listened in silence, her fingers resting lightly against the closed book. Rayleigh looked toward the stones in the courtyard, his mind returning to Ace's expression in the testing room. There's still an echo inside her. The problem is that if I forge a new blade too soon, she'll chase that echo like it's the only thing in the world. Ganryamaru protected her once by taking the burden of Bankai onto itself. Ace knows that. She also blames herself for it. If I hand her a new vessel before she learns how to stand still, she'll just hurt herself in a cleaner, more efficient way. Althea finally stood. Rayleigh's eyes dropped to the training staff. "Ah. I knew the staff was there for a reason." Althea picked it up without ceremony. "You already know the answer." "I know the beginning of the answer." "That is enough to make you reckless." Rayleigh could not even deny it properly, which was irritating. "You realize most people offer advice with words first, right? You have already used words. And now? Now your body learns." Rayleigh rubbed his face with one hand. "Every time you say something like that, my survival instincts start filing complaints." Althea stepped into the courtyard. "Good. Use them." That was how her training always began. No long lecture, no dramatic threat, no kind explanation about growth and hardship. Althea simply stood there, and the air changed because his body understood before his mind did that a monster had decided to move. Rayleigh drew Beneheim and released the blade in one smooth motion. "Awaken, Beneheim." Crimson light flowed along the steel. Althea closed the distance before the release had fully settled, her staff cutting toward him with the kind of clean, compact motion that looked almost gentle until it arrived. Rayleigh raised Chikasumi no Tate. The blood-red shield caught the blow, but the impact still drove through his arm and shoulder, making the bones in his forearm ache as the stones beneath his foot cracked. He had blocked it, but the way the force traveled into his body told him he had relied too much on the technique itself. Against most opponents, the shield would have ended the exchange. Against Althea, it only meant he had given her something solid to hit. She gave him no time to complain. The next strike came lower, aimed at his ribs. Rayleigh shifted with Shunko running through his legs, angled the shield instead of planting it in place, and let the staff's force skid across the crimson surface. The blow still dragged him half a step sideways, but this time it did not bury itself straight into his bones. Althea's expression did not change, yet the next attack came faster. That was the only praise she needed to give. Rayleigh used Snake, Beneheim to throw a crimson slash across her line of approach, then followed with a short burst of Shuinpa to create distance before she could fold the space against him. Althea moved around the slash with frightening ease, but not without adjusting her path, and that tiny change was enough for Rayleigh to breathe. He layered blood venet under his skin the moment she entered his guard, took the next strike on his forearm, and countered with Shunko driving through his elbow. The staff turned at the last instant, and his counter slid off harmlessly. Althea's palm stopped a finger's width from his chest. Rayleigh froze. If that had been a real strike, he would have been launched through the wall. Althea lowered her hand. "You are thinking too much about the sword." Rayleigh let out the breath he had been holding. "That is usually considered reasonable when someone is attacking me with a weapon. You used Zanpakuto to answer every problem. That makes you predictable." Rayleigh glanced at the blade in his hand, then back at her. He understood the point, and because he understood it, he disliked it even more. Beneheim gave him excellent answers. Too excellent, maybe. When the answer in his hand was this clean, it became easy to forget that the battlefield would not politely wait for the right technique to solve everything. Ace had done the same thing from the other side. Ganryamaru's Bankai had answered her will, and that answer had been so powerful that she would naturally want to reach for it again. The problem was never whether the power existed. The problem was whether the person holding it could survive wanting it. Rayleigh adjusted his stance. Again. Althea's eyes shifted slightly. This time, she came in barehanded. That was worse. The staff had reach, shape, and clear lines. Althea's hands had none of those comforting limits. She struck from angles that looked too short to carry power, stepped into spaces Rayleigh thought were safe, and used the smallest contact to ruin his balance. Rayleigh answered with Shunko, Blut Vene, Beneheim's shield, and the occasional Bakuto to break her rhythm, but Althea was merciless about wasted movement. Every time he relied on a technique without matching it to the moment, she punished him. Not heavily enough to truly injure him. Just enough to make his body remember. Rayleigh lost count of how many exchanges passed. Sweat dampened his shirt, his breathing grew rough, and his hands started to ache from shifting between sword work, Ryoryoka control, and defensive reinforcement. Still, the messy thoughts in his head slowly became clearer. Ganryamaru 2.0 could not begin with the forge. It had to begin with Ace learning not to chase the echo. If she could sit with the pain and still choose restraint, then the new vessel would have somewhere safe to connect. If she could not, then even the best blade Rayleigh could make would become another way for her to break herself. Althea finally stopped after a strike that forced Rayleigh to use Blood Vene and Chikasumi no Tate together just to avoid being sent across the courtyard. He stayed on his feet, barely. His shoulders were burning, and his breathing sounded terrible even to his own ears. Althea studied him, then rested the staff against the ground. You understand now. Rayleigh looked at her through the faint steam rising off his skin from Shunko's fading output. I understood before. You understood the words. He gave her a tired look. You really enjoy making the distinction painful. Pain is harder to forget. Rayleigh wanted to argue, but his body had just finished proving her right, which made the whole thing extremely unfair. Chapter 212, Chapter. Inside the house, Althea returned to her seat by the window as if she had not just spent the last hour turning Rayleigh into a practical lesson. Rayleigh checked the inner seals first. The barrier around the bedroom, the concealment tag near the side wall, the suppression mark tied to the silver blade Althea kept close, all of them remained stable. He took a little longer with the last one, because Jif Blessing was not something he could afford to treat casually. The sealed power inside that blade was the reason Althea could live without her old skill gnawing at her constantly, and even if the seal showed no sign of loosening, he still checked it every day. Althea watched him from the chair. You are more cautious than before. Rayleigh finished the inspection and let the glow fade from his fingers. Because my life keeps adding things that explode if I get lazy. That is a good habit. I would prefer fewer reasons to practice it. She picked her book back up. Then stopped collecting dangerous people. The silence that followed was calm enough to be insulting. Rayleigh eventually sighed and went to make tea, because arguing with her after losing a spar was bad for his dignity. When he returned with 2 cups, Althea accepted hers without comment, and that small, ordinary action softened the room more than either of them was likely to admit. For a while, neither spoke. The house was peaceful, but that peace existed because of rules. No mention of Althea outside these walls. No careless purchases, no open windows during training, no mistakes with the seals. Rayleigh had become used to those habits, which was exactly why Althea's earlier warning stayed in his mind. Comfort made people sloppy if they mistook it for safety. After a long quiet, he said, Ace is going to need more than a sword. Althea's eyes remained on the page. Most children do. She's not really a child anymore. In matters of pain, many adults are children. Rayleigh smiled faintly. That sounded almost gentle. It was not. Sure. Althea ignored him, which was probably her way of showing mercy. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling, thinking about everything. He could already tell waiting would be the hardest part. Writing formulas, drawing the structure, shaping the core, finding a way to bind the remaining will into a new vessel, all of that was work he understood. Letting the wielder heal enough to receive it was slower and more troublesome. Which meant it was probably right. Althea set the book down after a while and looked at him directly. Don't write tonight. Rayleigh blinked. I didn't say I was going to. You were thinking about it. That is an unfair accusation based on knowing me too well. You will make poor notes while tired, then become annoyed tomorrow when you cannot understand them. Rayleigh paused. That sounded painfully likely. He stood with exaggerated dignity, careful not to reveal how much his shoulder objected. Fine. I will sleep like a responsible person, which I hope everyone appreciates because it may not happen again soon. Althea lifted her book again. Make it useful. Rayleigh smiled faintly. From her, that was enough. The next morning, Rayleigh arrived at Dien Sect Familia's clinic with revised notes, a sealed case of spiritual measurement tools, and the faint ache of Althea's training settled into his shoulders like a bad memory. Ermid noticed before he said a word. She was waiting in a private treatment room with Ace and Reveria. Welf stood near the window, clearly trying to look like he belonged there while also avoiding every medical tool in the room. The moment Rayleigh set his case down, Ermid's gaze moved over his posture, his right arm, and the slight delay in the way he lowered the handle. Her expression became gentle in the way healers became gentle right before they said something unpleasant. You trained too hard. Rayleigh glanced at Welf before answering, because the boy was already trying not to smile. I trained exactly as hard as the person training me allowed, which means the blame should be shared. Ermid stepped closer and checked his arm without asking for permission, though her touch remained careful. If you say something like that in front of a healer, the healer will assume you had enough awareness to know better and simply did it anyway. Riveria looked at him with calm approval, as if Ermid had just said something she had wanted to say to adventurers for years. Rayleigh accepted the small potion Ermid handed him and drank it obediently. You know, I came here as part of the treatment team. And now you are doing your part by not becoming another patient, Ermid replied, already turning back toward Ace. That was Ermid's voice at its best, polite, soft, and impossible to argue with unless someone wanted to look like an idiot. Ace sat on the examination bed, hands resting in her lap. Her expression was calm, but Rayleigh could see the effort behind it. Riveria stood beside her, close enough to intervene if necessary and far enough to let Ace answer for herself. Before Ermid could begin, Ace looked at Rayleigh. I didn't try, Shuinpa. There was no pride in her voice, but there was something steadier than yesterday. Rayleigh's face softened. Good. That matters. Ace lowered her gaze. I wanted to. During meditation, it felt clearer for a moment. I thought if I moved closer, maybe I could hear him, but I stayed still. Riveria's hand settled lightly on her shoulder, and the small movement carried more relief than her face showed. Ermid wrote it down carefully. That is the correct kind of progress. The feeling appearing is not failure. The important part is that your body did not move before your mind chose to move. Ace nodded. The examination that followed was slow, but better than the first one. Ermid asked about the pressure in Ace's chest, the coldness in her fingers, the pull behind her eyes, and whether she felt any delay between thought and movement after meditation. Ace answered in simple words, pausing whenever she needed to, and nobody rushed her. Rayleigh added his own observations once she finished. The residue had become slightly less jagged, the reaction to Ryatsu was weaker than before, and the backlash in her body had not worsened overnight. Ermid compared the notes and gave the plan. For the next week, Ace would continue only supervised meditation. No Shuinpa, no active pulling on the bond, no technique practice connected to Ganryamaru's echo. If dizziness returned or her senses lagged even once, the session would stop immediately. Ace accepted the restrictions quietly, though Rayleigh could tell she did not like them. That was fine. She did not need to like them. She only needed to obey them long enough to survive the part of herself that wanted to rush ahead. Welf had been silent through most of the examination, but after Ermid finished speaking, his eyes moved to the sealed case Rayleigh had brought from the forge. So the sword comes later, he said. Rayleigh nodded. Later. If I start with the blade now, I'll end up building from memory and guilt instead of the bond that actually survived. Welf's jaw tightened at the word guilt. He looked down at his hands, and for once, his voice came out without the usual sharp defense. People hear Kratzo and decide what the weapon is before it exists. Magic sword, battlefield, fire, disaster. I hated that so much I started doing the same thing backward. I decided what I would never make before I asked what else my hands could do. The room stayed quiet. Welf looked embarrassed by his own honesty, but he continued anyway, forcing the words out like they were heavier than they should be. If you need help with the soul part, I'm useless. I know that. But if your sword needs a vessel, real steel with weight and balance, I can help there. I want to see what it's like to make a weapon for one person instead of for everyone's fear. Rayleigh looked at him for a while. Then he smiled, not teasing him this time. That's exactly why I want you there. Welf looked away fast, his ears faintly red. Ermid watched them with quiet warmth, while Riveria's gaze softened in understanding. Ace looked at Welf, then gave him a small nod. For Welf, that nod seemed to matter. By the time the meeting ended, the path ahead had become clearer. As Ace left with Riveria, she paused at the door and looked back. Thank you for waiting. Rayleigh understood what she meant. She knew he could begin the work. She also knew he was choosing not to, because rushing would hurt her. I'm not good at it, he said with a tired smile, so don't make me regret learning. Ace nodded seriously. I won't. Riveria gave him a calm look that carried both gratitude and warning. We will make sure she keeps that promise. Rayleigh almost said something sarcastic, then decided the moment did not need it. He only nodded. Rayleigh returned home before sunset for once. Alfea was seated near the window again, reading in the same position as the night before. The room was quiet, the seals remained clean, and her silver blade rested where it should, its presence steady beneath the concealment measures. Rayleigh checked it with one glance rather than making a show of it. She noticed anyway. Well. Rayleigh set Beneheim down and sat across from her. Ace didn't force the bond. Ermid confirmed the symptoms are stable. Welf offered to help with the vessel when the time comes, and I managed not to start forging anything even though my hands were being extremely unreasonable. Althea turned a page. Then you learned. Painfully. That is often the best way. I'm surrounded by terrible people. You chose most of them. Rayleigh leaned back and laughed under his breath. The ache in his shoulder pulled a little, but even that felt less irritating than it had in the morning. For a while, he simply sat there and let the quiet settle. The day had not fixed anything completely, yet it had moved the right pieces into place. Althea looked up from her book after a while. Sleep early. Rayleigh closed his eyes. That sounds less like advice and more like an order. It is both. How efficient. Yes. He smiled faintly, too tired to argue. After the last few days, obedience might be the most difficult technique he had practiced, but he was starting to see the value in it. Chapter 213, Chapter. The next few days were calmer than Rayleigh expected, though after everything Orario had thrown at him recently, he no longer trusted calm at face value. Ace followed the restrictions properly. That alone saved Rayleigh from at least 3 headaches. She came to the scheduled examinations, sat through Ermid's questions, and accepted Riveria's supervision without trying to sneak in another Shuanpa attempt the moment nobody looked. Riveria still watched her like a mother hawk with a staff, of course, but that was simply common sense. Ace was honest, not harmless, and the kind of honesty she carried could become more dangerous than lying when strength was involved. According to Riveria, there had been one moment during meditation where Ace's breathing changed and her hand moved slightly, as if she had almost reached for the echo by instinct. She stopped herself before Riveria needed to say anything. When Ermid asked about it later, Ace admitted in her usual quiet way that she had felt Ganryamaru more clearly for a few seconds and wanted to move closer. Rayleigh had written that down carefully. The urge itself was important. Stopping herself was more important. The residue inside Ace had also settled a little. When Rayleigh checked it with a thin thread of Ryuryoku, the response no longer pulled so sharply toward him. It still carried longing, and the faint thunder-like answer remained weak enough that he did not dare touch it for too long, but the jagged edge had softened. The bond was still wounded, yet the wound had stopped bleeding every time someone looked at it. That was enough for now. Ermid seemed to agree, though she refused to let Rayleigh describe it in overly abstract terms. She had taken over part of the record-keeping after seeing his first draft and quietly deciding that his notes were useful only if one already lived inside his head. Rayleigh had felt unfairly judged at first, then saw the phrase, unstable storm taste, in his own handwriting and decided he no longer had the moral high ground. Welf was the strangest change. He did not suddenly become friendly. That would have been suspicious and honestly a little creepy. Instead, he started showing up near Rayleigh's workbench with excuses that grew worse each time. A borrowed chisel. A question about furnace temperature. A half-finished blade that definitely did not need Rayleigh's opinion. Once, he stood there for several long minutes, holding a strip of folded steel while looking like he was trying to strangle the question before it escaped. Rayleigh waited him out. That was harder than it sounded. The temptation to tease the brat was strong. Eventually, Welf looked away and asked whether a weapon made for one person should be balanced around the way that person currently fought or the way the smith hoped they would grow. That question was much too good to laugh at. So Rayleigh answered seriously. He told Welf that a smith could guide growth, but if the blade ignored the wielder's current body, habits, and flaws, it would become a beautiful mistake. A weapon made only for the future would hurt the person holding it today, and a weapon made only for the present would turn into a cage once the wielder started changing. The real difficulty was leaving room for growth without forcing it. Welf had listened with a stiff face, muttered that Rayleigh always made things sound annoying, and stayed near the bench for another half hour. For him, that was progress. On the 4th morning after Ace's first proper examination, Rayleigh was in the workshop behind the main forge, sorting materials he was still refusing to use. That refusal bothered him more than he wanted to admit. Spirit-treated metal, lightning-conductive ore, binding thread, sealing ink, and a few experimental pieces from earlier Zanpakuto work sat on the table in neat trays. His hands understood how to begin the new vessel. His mind kept reminding him that beginning too early would be a stupid way to show care. Ermid sat at the other end of the table, copying his latest observations into cleaner medical notes. She looked small in the forge, surrounded by heavy tools and half-finished weapons, but somehow she did not look out of place. There was a steadiness to her that made people adjust around her rather than the other way around. Welf stood near the furnace with his arms folded, staring at the trays as if the metal had personally insulted him. After a while, he spoke. I still don't like it. Rayleigh glanced at him. The materials. The feeling. Welf's voice was rough, and he clearly disliked saying this much in front of Ermid, but he kept going anyway. Everyone starts talking about the right vessel, the right wielder, the right power, and I keep hearing the same stuff people said back home. The words are cleaner here, but the smell feels close. Ermid's pen slowed, though she stayed quiet. Rayleigh set down the binding thread in his hand. He knew that tone. Welf was not trying to pick a fight. He was standing close to an old wound and hating the fact that he could still feel it. In Rekia, they saw your blood before they saw you, Rayleigh said. That kind of thing does not disappear just because the room changes. Welf's mouth tightened. My grandfather used to talk about smithing like it was something sacred. The weight of the hammer, the feel of steel, the pride of making something with your own hands, all that crap. Then the moment magic swords appeared, all of that became garbage to him. Suddenly, the only thing that mattered was whether I could burn a battlefield. I hated it. I still hate it. His voice grew sharper near the end, and the shame that followed was just as obvious. Welf was still young. He wanted to sound like a man with firm convictions, but the anger inside him still belonged to a boy who had watched the adults around him turn greedy. Rayleigh did not soften the subject too much. Welf would only take that as pity. Then don't make Ganryamaru's vessel for power, he said. Make it for Ace's hand. Welf looked at him. Rayleigh continued while tapping one finger against the tray of metal. I'll handle the soul side. I'm not asking you to pretend you understand Zanpakuto, and I'm definitely not asking you to make a Kratso magic sword in a prettier shape. What I want is your instinct as a smith. Weight, balance, durability, grip, how the blade returns after a strike, whether it feels alive in the hand instead of impressive on a display stand. You know those things. Welf looked away, his ears faintly red from the direct thrust. Ermid finally spoke, gentle but clear. That sounds like the kind of work only a smith could do. Because she said it without pressure, Welf had no easy target for his embarrassment. He only scratched the back of his head and muttered that he would think about it, which meant he had already decided and simply needed time to pretend otherwise. Rayleigh let him have that much. Then the workshop door opened hard enough to make a row of tools clatter against the wall. Tsubaki stepped in with her eye patch, rough clothes, and broad shoulders, but her usual grin was gone. That changed the air faster than any shouted warning. Rayleigh boy, Ermid, you're needed at Diensek's private ward, she said. Guild sent word through Hephaestus. 2 adventurers were carried in this morning, and Ina asked for you by name. Ermid closed the notebook at once. How bad? Bad enough that the healers sealed the room. Tsubaki's gaze shifted briefly to Welf, then back to Rayleigh. 3 parties have gone missing in less than a week. These 2 are the first ones who came back breathing. The wounds are bad, but the healers say that's not what's wrong with them. Rayleigh reached for Beneheim. What did the survivors say? Tsubaki's face darkened. The conscious one keeps saying his body was late. Like he moved first and the rest of him followed after. When a mage got near him, he panicked so hard they had to clear the room. Ermid's expression tightened, though her voice remained calm. Then we should go now. If the panic is connected to the injury itself, keeping him unstable will only make treatment harder. Welf looked between them, the earlier embarrassment gone from his face. I'm coming too. Tsubaki frowned at him. This isn't a field trip, brat. I know that. Welf's voice rose a little, but this time it was not childish noise. If this has anything to do with strange weapons, old magic sword research, Evelus trash, or whatever the hell is hiding under the city, then I'd rather hear it properly than stand here imagining worse. Rayleigh looked at him for a moment and saw the stubbornness there. Welf had already been pulled close to the edge of these problems. Keeping him ignorant would only make him more reckless later. You can come as far as the ward entrance, Rayleigh said. If Ermid says the room needs fewer people, you wait outside and don't argue. Welf looked like he wanted to object, then caught Ermid's calm gaze and wisely decided against it. Chapter 214, Chapter. The private ward at Diensect Familia's clinic carried the tense quiet of a place where everyone was trying very hard not to frighten the wounded. The curtains had been drawn, the lamps were turned low, and the smell of medicine hung thick in the room. One survivor lay awake on the nearest bed with bandages across his shoulder and ribs. His eyes were open, but they did not focus properly. The other adventurer was unconscious on the far bed, breathing under a sedative while his fingers twitched every few seconds against the blanket. Ina stood near the foot of the first bed with a folder held tight against her chest. Her uniform was neat, her expression controlled, yet the tension around her eyes gave her away. Rayleigh had seen Ina worried before. This was different. This was the look of someone who had already guessed the answer and badly wanted to be wrong. Thank you for coming, she said quietly. His name is Lot. Level 2. His party took a side route near one of the older collapsed passages. He's the only one who returned. The second survivor came from another group, but their descriptions overlap. Ermid moved to Lot's bedside first. She did not rush to touch him, which was why Rayleigh trusted her in this kind of room. She introduced herself, told him what she needed to check, and waited until the men gave the smallest nod before placing her fingers at his wrist. The moment Rayleigh came closer, Lot's breathing changed. Fear rushed across his face. His fingers twisted into the blanket, and he tried to pull away from the side of the bed despite barely having the strength to move. Airmid shifted slightly so he could look at her instead, while Rayleigh stopped where he was and drew his Ryatsu in tight. "No, keep that away," Lot whispered. "Please, don't bring it near me." Rayleigh understood enough from that reaction alone. The man was not afraid of him. Something about Rayleigh's spiritual pressure had touched the same place as the injury, and Lot's body remembered before his mind could sort out the difference. Airmid held his wrist and spoke softly, her voice steady in a way that did not treat him like a child. She told him Rayleigh would stay back, that nobody would force anything, and that he only needed to breathe until the worst of the fear passed. It took time, but she did not hurry him. Gradually, Lot's breathing slowed enough for Aina to begin asking questions. His story came out in pieces. His party had taken a shortcut because the main route was crowded. The passage had been old but supposedly usable. At first, the only strange thing was the silence. Then the torches went out one by one, each flame vanishing as if pinched by invisible fingers. One of his companions noticed a crack in the wall that had not been there before and touched it before anyone could stop him. Lot's hand tightened around Airmid's sleeve. He said something breathed behind the stone, he whispered. After that, the corridor felt wrong. I stepped forward, but my head felt like it stayed behind. When I looked at my hand, it moved late. Cars screamed, and when I turned, he was already on the ground. His mouth kept moving, but the words came out broken. Aina's face paled slightly. Tsubaki, standing by the door, had gone very still. Rayleigh listened without interrupting. The dungeon could be cruel in plenty of ways, but this did not feel like a normal monster ambush. Lot continued after Airmid steadied him again. There was a shape by the wall. Then above us. Then behind the light. Every time we looked, it wasn't where it should have been. I don't know if it was one thing or many. I don't know if it was a monster. His voice broke there. Airmid stopped the questioning immediately and focused on bringing his breathing back under control. Aina did not push. That alone told Rayleigh she had already heard enough to be frightened. When Lot calmed, Rayleigh approached again, slower this time. "I can ease part of the reaction," he said, keeping his voice low. "It will not fix the whole wound, and I won't force it shut. Your body is catching on the damaged area every time energy moves near it. I can smooth the worst of that so you can rest." Lot looked terrified, but Airmid explained the process in simpler words and made sure he understood he could stop them. Once he agreed, Rayleigh placed 2 fingers lightly against his chest and let a thin thread of Kaido sink in. The injury answered sharply. Lot gasped, and Airmid immediately held him steady, speaking to him through it. Rayleigh kept the flow as small as he could. This was not ordinary healing. The damaged structure felt like a torn channel that had been twisted and left to rub against itself with every breath. Pouring power into it would only make the friction worse, so he guided the roughest edges back into place and withdrew before the body started depending on his energy. Lot's breathing slowly evened out. Airmid checked him again, and the smallest hint of relief touched her face. The feedback has settled. He still needs quiet, and no one with strong magic should approach unless necessary, but he should be able to sleep without his body panicking every few minutes. Aina wrote that down quickly, then handed Rayleigh a copied route map. These are the 2 locations. On a normal map, they look separate. If hidden passages are involved, that may mean nothing. Rayleigh studied the markings. The 2 points were far enough apart that most people would call them unrelated, yet that was exactly the kind of comfort that got people killed under Orario. Nasus had never cared about surface logic. Old branches, sealed doors, artificial corridors, routes brushing close to the dungeon, things Daedalus' descendants should have left buried, any one of those could connect places that looked separate on paper. Tsubaki said the name first. Nasus. Aina did not confirm it right away. She looked down at her folder instead, and that hesitation was enough. Lord Arenas have been informed, she said after a moment. Only a small number of guild officials know the details. We are treating it as a possible remnant incident until we have confirmation. Rayleigh folded the map carefully. If this really touches Nasus, sending a large team immediately will only warn whoever is inside. We need survivor statements, old access records, route checks, and someone who remembers which collapsed passages were never properly sealed. Aina nodded. Finn will be informed if Loki Familia support becomes necessary. Astria Familia may also be contacted. They should be, Tsubaki said, her voice rough. If Evolus leftovers are involved, those girls deserve to know before the city starts whispering. Airmid had moved to the second survivor, but she spoke while checking his pulse. I want a treatment point close to the investigation route. I cannot fight whatever did this, but if the wounds are like Lot's, waiting until the end of the operation could make the damage harder to reverse. Rayleigh looked at her. She did not sound brave in the showy way adventurers liked. She sounded like a healer stating what needed to be done, and that made it harder to argue. You should be near the safe point, he said. Close enough for the wounded to reach you quickly, far enough that nobody throws you into the front line by accident. Ermid's eyes flicked toward him, clearly noticing the word accident, but she let it pass. Aina seemed troubled, though she did not reject the idea. Dien Seksama may object. Ermid's expression remained calm. I will speak to him. Tsubaki gave a low chuckle. Poor old man. Rayleigh glanced at her. You sound like you don't feel sorry for him at all. I don't. That sounded exactly like Tsubaki, which somehow made the room feel a little less suffocating. The humor faded quickly when Lot shifted on the bed and mumbled something in his sleep. Ermid returned to his side immediately, and Rayleigh looked down at the map again. Rayleigh tucked the route map into his coat. I'll check a few things at the forge before meeting Arenas. If the wound left a recognizable trace, I want to compare it against old materials and spiritual residue before I start guessing in front of the guild. Aina's face showed clear relief at that, probably because, I will prepare before talking, was already more responsible than what she expected from most adventurers. Please come as soon as you can. Once rumors spread, some familia will try to search for hidden routes on their own. Rayleigh sighed. Orario really does have too many people who hear, dangerous sealed tunnel, and think, possible treasure. Aina's smile was tired. That is why the guild has paperwork. That may be the least comforting sentence anyone has said today. Ermid glanced up from the bed. It is still better than no paperwork. Rayleigh looked at the wounded men and could not argue. Chapter 215, Chapter. Welf was waiting in the corridor when Rayleigh stepped out. He had clearly been pacing, though he stopped the moment the door opened and tried to pretend he had simply been standing there. It was a terrible performance. Rayleigh decided not to comment, mostly because the boy looked genuinely unsettled. Tsubaki walked ahead, leaving the two of them a few steps behind. Welf looked toward the private ward door. Was it a weapon? Rayleigh handed him the sealed case, both to give his hand something to do and to see whether he would accept the weight without complaint. Welf took it carefully. I don't know yet, Rayleigh said. It could be a trap, a tool, a changed monster, or some leftover thing from people who had too much knowledge and too little sanity. What matters is that it touched the person underneath the flesh. That kind of damage does not happen by accident very often. Welf stared down at the case in his hands. The Kratzo magic swords burned everything in front of them. People feared them because they could see the fire. Something like this feels worse. Rayleigh walked beside him, slowing his pace a little. Fire is honest. Cruel, but honest. Whatever did that to Lot made his own body feel wrong to him. Welf's fingers tightened around the handle. For a while, he said nothing. When he finally spoke, the anger in his voice sounded younger than he probably wanted it to. I hate weapons like that. Rayleigh did not tell him that hatred was childish. It's not. Hatred could be useful when it knew where to stand. Then remember that feeling, he said. Just do not let it decide every answer before you know what you are looking at. Welf looked at him, frustrated because the advice was reasonable and he clearly hated that. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Annoying, I know. Very. That means it will probably stick. Welf clicked his tongue, but the tension in his shoulders eased a little. They stepped out of the clinic into Orario's busy morning. The streets looked normal. Adventurers shouted about supplies, merchants argued over prices, gods wandered through the crowd with too much free time and too little shame. None of them knew that two men were lying in a sealed ward with wounds that did not fit normal monsters. Rayleigh looked toward Babel in the distance, then down at the folded map in his coat. Knossos was not a place one entered casually. Even knowing of its existence did not mean understanding its current shape. Old Evelus routes, hidden branches, sealed doors, Daedalus' madness, remnants who might have learned to use what they did not build, there were too many possibilities, and every one of them was ugly. Tsubaki glanced back at him. How bad? Rayleigh thought of Lot's shaking voice, the way his body had rejected the brush of Ryatsu, and the crack in the wall that breathed. If we are lucky, a small group of remnants found an old route and started using something they barely understand, he said. If we are unlucky, something in Knossos has been waiting for people to forget it. Tsubaki's face darkened. Welf said nothing, but he held the case more tightly. Rayleigh kept walking toward the forge. Fine. If the Evelus wanted to breathe again, he would at least make sure they regretted doing it near his people. Rayleigh did not head straight to Arenas after leaving the clinic. Aina would probably have preferred that he did. The guild side of her was already thinking about restricted notices, witness protection, route records, and all the paperwork needed to stop Orario from turning one whispered rumor into a citywide disaster. Rayleigh understood the urgency, but walking into a meeting with only a shaken survivor's story and a bad feeling was asking to be questioned into the ground by people smarter and older than him. So he returned to the forge first. Tsubaki walked ahead of him with her usual heavy steps, though she was much quieter than normal. Welf followed with the sealed case in both hands, his face tense and his mouth shut. That alone said plenty. The boy usually had something to mutter when he was uncomfortable, but the clinic had left him with too many ugly thoughts and no clean target for them. By the time they reached the workshop behind Hephaestus Familia's main forge, Hephaestus was already waiting. The goddess stood near the main work table with her arms folded, and the apprentices had all developed a very sudden interest in being elsewhere. Even the older smiths gave the room a wide berth, which meant Tsubaki's messenger had told Hephaestus enough to make her stop smiling. Rayleigh took the case from Welf and set it on the table. The survivors are alive, he said before she could ask. Airmid stabilized the conscious one enough for sleep, and she's staying with both patients for now. Some of the tension left Hephaestus's face, though the worry remained. Then tell me what scared the guild enough to call you before they even finished their own report. Rayleigh opened the case and took out the small cloth bundle Airmid had allowed him to keep. Inside was a strip of blood-stained bandage, along with a little stone dust scraped from Lot's armor where the attack had left its strangest trace. It looked unimpressive on the table, almost insulting when compared with the fear it had caused, but Rayleigh had learned long ago that danger rarely cared about looking impressive. The cuts and bruises were not the problem, he said, taking out the tools for a spiritual trace reading. Something interfered with the deeper flow around his fauna and senses. When my Ryatsu got near him, his body reacted like the attack was happening again. I used Kaido to calm the feedback, but I didn't try to close the damage properly. Without knowing what caused it, that would have been a good way to make myself feel useful while making the patient worse. Hephaestus nodded. She liked that answer, or at least liked that he had stopped himself before doing too much. Tsubaki leaned against the side of the table, I narrowed. So it's not a normal monster wound. No. A monster can crush, burn, poison, curse, tear someone apart, or traumatize them badly enough that they shake for a month, but this felt more deliberate. The wound kept telling his own body the wrong timing. Welf stared at the bandage. Rayleigh noticed the look, but did not tell him to step back. Welf needed to see this. If he wanted to understand what kind of tools deserved hatred, he could not only look at clean steel and finished blades. Rayleigh held 2 fingers above the sample and let Ryaraka perception sharpen. The first things he felt were ordinary enough: blood, fear, pain, Airmid's healing touch, and the faint threat of his own Kaido from earlier. He separated those traces carefully, working through them the way he would separate impurities from metal before forging. Underneath it all, something thin and stiff remained, like a line of instruction burned into the residue. He frowned. Hephaestus noticed at once. What is it? Something artificial, or close to it. Rayleigh drew a small binding square around the sample with erasure and trapped the trace before it could fade. It does not feel alive, and it does not cling like a curse with intent. It feels like a command left behind after the thing that issued it moved on. Tsubaki's expression grew darker. A trap. Could be. Could also be a tool, a room effect, or part of the passage itself. Rayleigh adjusted the binding square, and the trace twisted inside it with an unpleasant stiffness. Lot said the wall had a crack that breathed. He said his body felt late, and that looking at the enemy made distance stop behaving properly. If that story is even half accurate, the route may have helped the attack. Welf finally spoke, voice low. Could a magic sword do that? Rayleigh looked up. There was fear under the question, but not fear for himself. Welf was looking at the sample like it had reached out and dragged the Kratzo name into the room with it. An ordinary magic sword would have a hard time with something this delicate. Kratzo magic swords are terrifying because of output. Fire, lightning, wind, that kind of direct destruction. This is different. It makes the person mistrust their own body. Welf looked down at his hands. Rayleigh continued, because leaving the answer there would only let the boy imagine worse. That does not mean a weapon cannot be involved. A cursed tool, a mechanism built into the wall, an altered monster carrying a pattern like this inside its body, any of those could fit better than a sword someone swings by hand. Hephaestus's visible eye sharpened. Daedalus's work. That is where my thoughts keep going. The name made the workshop feel smaller. Daedalus had built Knossos like a madman trying to carve obsession into the bones of the city. His descendants had continued the work through blood, sin, pride, and whatever else kept that disgusting labyrinth alive beneath Orario. Rayleigh knew enough about the place to hate any problem that pointed in its direction. He drew a Kido array on the work table with spiritual ink and placed the bandage at the center. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuichaku. The array lit up, numbers and directional marks forming in the air above the sample. For a moment, the spell tried to settle into a normal tracking pattern. Then the lines bent, crossed, and folded into each other. 3 directions appeared at once, rejected one another, then collapsed into a tangled shape that made Welf lean closer despite himself. Is it working? Welf asked. Rayleigh stared at the result for several seconds before answering. The spell is working, the target is the problem. Tsubaki cursed under her breath. The trace does not point to one stable location, Rayleigh explained, copying the twisted coordinates before they faded. Either the source moved through hidden routes after the attack, or the route itself changed enough to confuse the tracking. That confirms Lot did not imagine the distortion, which is useful, and also means our enemy can make a tracking spell argue with itself, which is annoying as hell. Hephaestus rubbed her temple. Only you would call that annoying. I am trying to stay professional. You're failing at it. Then I am staying emotionally stable through sarcasm. Tsubaki snorted at that, though the sound carried little humor. Rayleigh sealed the sample again, wrote a shorter report, and removed the more useless guesses from the page before the guild could mistake them for conclusions. Hephaestus watched him work in silence for a while, then looked toward Welf, who had not moved from the side of the table. The boy's frustration had changed shape. It was no longer the sharp, defensive anger he showed whenever magic swords came up. This was quieter, heavier, and more useful if handled properly. Hephaestus spoke before Rayleigh could decide whether to risk saying something. Welf, you are not going into those tunnels just because the matter touches weapons and old sins. If your hands are needed, they are needed here first. A smith does not become useless because he stays at the forge while others carry the blade. Welf's jaw tightened, but he did not snap back at her. With Hephaestus, his pride bent in a different direction. He respected her too much to turn every wound into rebellion. After a moment, he nodded. Rayleigh picked up a fresh sheet and began writing a list. Help Tsubaki prepare what we need before I return from the guild. Metal route markers that can be detected, lantern stones with covers, rope that can handle heat, smoke markers, anti-curse tags, and something simple enough that even an idiot adventurer can use it while panicking. Tsubaki took the list and grinned a little. That last one is the hardest request. Then make several. Welf accepted the work without complaint. Chapter 216, Chapter. The restricted meeting was held beneath guild headquarters, in a stone chamber far removed from the public counters where adventurers argued about commissions and clerks pretended not to hate them. Aurena sat at the far end, huge and solemn on his seat. Fels stood beside him in the familiar black robe, still as a shadow. Aina was present with her reports, while Hephaestus came as Rayleigh's patron goddess and Tsubaki remained at her side. Loki Familia sent Finn, Riveria, and Gareth. Astria Familia arrived with Elise, Kagaya, and Rio. Eleonora stood near Aina with a writing board in hand. Rayleigh noticed her immediately. She wore the guild uniform properly, posture straight, expression composed. There was still something royal in the way she held herself, but she had learned to hide most of it beneath work. When their eyes met, she lifted her chin slightly, as if prepared for him to question why she was there. Rayleigh did not. If the guild wanted to use her knowledge of old records, routes, and foreign families, that was their decision. If Eleonora wanted to prove she could stand there without her past owning the room, that was hers. Aurena's began without ceremony. Report. Rayleigh placed the copied map, the sample notes, and the twisted tracking result on the table. The two survivor groups were attacked in different areas, but their symptoms matched too closely to dismiss. Physical wounds are secondary. The real danger is a disturbance around the fauna-adjacent flow and senses. The conscious survivor experienced delayed perception, fear response to strong magic, and lingering feedback after the attack. I stabilized him enough for rest, but the source of the damage is still unknown. Fels turned slightly toward the report. The trace. Artificial, or at least structured. It does not behave like a living curse. When I used my tracking spell, the spell produced folded coordinates instead of a single direction. The simplest explanation is a hidden route network interfering with normal position tracking. Finn leaned over the map, thumb resting near his lips. A passage that changes, or an attacker using more than one route. Both are possible, Rayleigh said. Lot's testimony suggests the space itself may have assisted the attack. He described a crack in the wall, a breathing sound behind stone, torches going out one by one, and his sense of movement falling out of sync with his body. Gareth's face hardened. That would break most parties before a fight even starts. Riveria looked troubled, though her voice stayed composed. A mage-heavy response may also make the wounded worse if the residue reacts to strong magic. Ermid's judgment should be included in the operation plan. Aina nodded quickly. She requested a treatment point close enough to receive casualties before the deeper damage settles. She does not intend to join the front line. Elisa's hands pressed against the table, and anger burned clear in her eyes. If this is Evelys again, we cannot give them time to hide deeper. Those people always leave poison behind and wait for someone else to step in it. Kagaya stood beside her, graceful and sharp as a drawn blade. Charging too quickly into a tunnel that may shift under our feet would be a fine way to entertain them. Elise looked at her with open frustration, but the anger did not become argument. I know. I'm saying we move with our eyes open, not that we run in screaming like idiots. Ria spoke quietly, her hand resting near Heiniko's hilt. The survivor's fear matters. If the enemy can disturb perception, then courage alone will not solve it. We need signals, markers, and retreat rules decided before entering. That was Astria Familia's rhythm in one exchange, Elise burning hot, Kaguya cutting away recklessness, Ryu grounding both with plain sincerity. Rayleigh found it strangely comforting. Finn looked at Arenas before speaking, giving the old god the proper place in the room. A full sweep is unwise. If remnants are watching the entrances, they will vanish. If the route is unstable, more people means more confusion. I recommend a small probe team with enough strength to survive contact and enough discipline to retreat without turning confirmation into a pride contest. That sounds boringly correct, Rayleigh said. Finn gave him a mild smile. I will accept that as praise. You should. I don't hand it out cheaply. Hephaestus looked sideways at him, but did not interrupt. Fell's folded skeletal hands beneath the robe. Known Gnosis branches remain incomplete in guild records. Some were sealed after the Great Feud, some collapsed, and some were never confirmed. Daedalus' descendants destroyed or hid many access routes before capture. Tsubaki clicked her tongue. Of course they did. Madmen with labyrinth obsessions are rarely helpful archivists, Rayleigh said. Kaguya's smile sharpened. A pity. I would have respected their insanity more if they had at least maintained proper maps. That pulled a short laugh from Elise despite herself. Arenas let the room breathe for a moment before speaking again. Team composition. Finn answered first. I will join personally. Riveria should come for analysis and defensive magic. Gareth can hold a corridor if the route collapses into close combat. I will not bring Ace. Riveria's shoulders eased by a fraction. Rayleigh nodded. Good. Her current recovery cannot handle a place designed to make the body mistrust itself. Elise straightened. Astria Familia will send me, Kaguya, and Rio. Kaguya did not argue with the choice, though her eyes narrowed slightly in the way that meant she was already thinking about knives, angles, and every stupid thing Elise might do if provoked. Rio's voice remained steady. Heiniko may help detect dash movement, hidden cracks, or disturbed air. If the enemy uses dust or shifting walls, I can watch for changes through the blade. Rayleigh looked at her. Good. If Heiniko reacts strangely, tell me right away. Do not treat a warning as something to endure. Ryu accepted that with a serious nod. She understood the difference between discipline and stubbornness better than most, which was one of the reasons Rayleigh trusted her in dangerous places. Hephaestus finally spoke, and her voice carried the calm weight of a goddess who had already drawn her line. Rayleigh goes as the specialist. That does not mean the guild gets to use him as a convenient answer for every unknown in the tunnel. If the situation turns beyond the objective, the team withdraws. Investigation first, heroics only if survival requires it. Rayleigh did not look at her. He knew Tsubaki would grin if he did. Arenas inclined his head. Acknowledged. The objective is confirmation and recovery of information. Subjugation will be considered only if retreat becomes impossible or civilians are in immediate danger. Eleonora, who had been writing quietly, raised her head. The survivors should be guarded. Several people turned toward her. She held the writing board a little tighter, but her voice remained level. If a remnant group is behind this, the clinic becomes a weak point. The survivors are evidence, and airmid may become important if her treatment works better than ordinary healing. Visible guards should be posted, but the staff inside the ward must also know not to flare magic if the patients panic. Ina's expression changed first, embarrassment and gratitude mixing together. That's true. I will request Ganesha Familia for outer security and limit access through the guild. Finn studied Eleonora with interest, and Rayleigh could see the palm quietly filing her under useful. Tsubaki gave a low whistle. Good catch, little clerk. Eleonora's cheeks colored faintly, but she did not lower her head. Arenas accepted the point with a small nod. Arrange it. The rest of the meeting moved into tasks. Guild records, route checks, equipment, safe point placement, communication methods, fallback signals, and what to do if a passage shifted while half the team was inside. Rayleigh spoke only when needed, mostly about his markers, signals, and the limits of tracking something that seemed to fold its own trace. Finn shaped the mission with calm precision. Riveria translated magical risk into rules the guild could actually write down. Elise kept pushing the timing forward whenever procedure threatened to slow everything too much, while Kaguya kept her from turning impatience into a plan. By the time Arenas ended the meeting, they had something workable. In Orario, that often had to be enough. Most of the others stayed behind to handle their own pieces of the operation, but Rayleigh left the lower chamber with the map folded inside his coat and the taste of old stone still clinging to the air in his throat. Eleonora caught up near the corridor outside. She did not speak immediately. Rayleigh had no problem walking in silence, and Eleonora looked like someone choosing her words carefully because she refused to sound unsure. The guild assigned me to old records because of Rakia, she said at last. Routes, foreign families, abandoned claims, border incidents. I think Auranas wants to see whether what I know can be useful. Rayleigh glanced at her. He probably does. You are not going to make that sound nicer. No. You would notice. That earned him a faint, reluctant smile. Eleonora looked ahead again. Being useful is better than being protected in a room, but I can tell when people are testing whether I break. Then make the test inconvenient for them. She looked at him properly. Rayleigh shrugged. If they want to know where you can stand, stand well enough that they have to update their assumptions. It is annoying, but it works. For a moment, the old princess looked very young under the guild uniform. Then she straightened. That sounds like something you say because you enjoy making things difficult. I enjoy making things clear. Difficulty is just a common side effect. This time, her smile lasted a little longer before Ina called her back to help with the records. Rayleigh watched her return to work and thought, not for the first time, that Orario collected broken lives the way the dungeon collected shadows. Some people never climbed back out. Some did, usually while pretending the climb had not hurt. Elise was waiting near the stairs. Kaguya and Ryu stood a short distance away, speaking quietly between themselves, which meant Elise had asked for a moment without making it obvious. She looked serious, and on Elise that always made her seem older than the bright, reckless captain people saw first. Tell me honestly, she said. Do you think this is really Evelys? Rayleigh looked at her face before answering. Elise did not want comfort. She wanted something she could use. I think Evelys left too many things behind for the answer to be clean. It may be remnants, an old device, an altered monster, or someone who found part of Gnosis and decided touching it was a good idea. I don't know which yet. Elise clenched her fist. They lost. We beat them, buried them, dragged survivors out of the dark, and somehow their filth keeps finding ways to hurt people. Her anger did not sound immature. It sounded tired. Astria Familia had paid for every inch of peace Orario enjoyed now, and hearing that old poison might still be moving under the streets was not something justice could accept quietly. Rayleigh let her anger stand for a moment before answering. If it's their mess, we pull it out. Carefully, because traps are built for people who rush at them, and quickly, because leaving poison alone only helps the poisoner. Elise breathed in, then nodded. The fire in her eyes steadied instead of flaring wider. That sounds like work. It is work. Then we do it. Kaguya approached at that point, her smile elegant and completely lacking mercy. Captain, please do not make underground murder tunnels sound like cleaning a storeroom. Elise puffed her cheeks. I was trying to be motivating. You were making it sound like we should bring brooms. Ryu looked between them with the soft seriousness that often made her the most reasonable person in the group. Preparation can be motivating too. If everyone knows what to fear, they will not waste time fearing the wrong thing. Elise pointed toward Ryu. See. Ryu understands what I meant. Kaguya's eyes curved. Ryu made your point better. Rayleigh watched the exchange and felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. Their voices were different, their temperaments even more so, and yet they fit together in a way that made the room feel less cold. That was Astria Familia. Bright justice, sharp realism, quiet sincerity, all walking toward the same dark place with different expressions. Kaguya's teasing faded as she turned to him. Rayleigh, if we find people behind this, and if they are using old Evelys methods, do not hide the uglier details because you think we will take it badly. We have seen enough of their filth to know what it smells like. Rayleigh met her gaze. I know. Good. No extra promise was needed. When Rayleigh returned to Hephaestus Familia's forge, the workbench had already become a controlled mess of equipment. Metal route markers lay in neat rows. Welf had carved the Ryuraka-sensitive grooves into half of them already, and while the lines were not as clean as Rayleigh's, the structure was correct. Tsubaki had taken over the heavier preparations, covered light stones, reinforced rope, metal spikes, spare blades, smoke markers, and several tools Rayleigh suspected she had added simply because she believed every problem looked better after being hit by something solid. Welf looked up from his carving. Meeting done. For now. How bad? Rayleigh placed the map on the table and weighed the corners down with 2 ingots. Bad enough that Finn is leading the first probe, Astria Familia is involved, and the guild is securing the survivors. Good enough that no one has decided to solve the problem by throwing 30 adventurers into the first suspicious hole. Welf looked genuinely relieved by that, then tried to hide it by bending over the marker again. Tsubaki caught it and grinned. Look at you, brat. Worried like a proper member of the Familia. Welf's ears went red. I was thinking about equipment. Sure you were. Rayleigh picked up one of the finished markers and checked the groove with Ryuryoku. The pattern answered, faint but steady. This will work. Welf's hands paused for half a second. Rayleigh set the marker down and reached for another. Make the next batch slightly deeper along the inner line. Welf nodded and adjusted his tool without making a fuss. That was better than praise. The forge continued around them. Tools rang in other rooms, apprentices hurried past the door, and Tsubaki barked orders at someone who had apparently put the wrong rope in the wrong pile. The ordinary noise helped. It reminded Rayleigh that the city above those old tunnels was still alive, still messy, still full of people who complained about work because they had the luxury to do so. He looked down at the map. The attack points sat there in ink, far apart and harmless on paper. The lines between them were guesses, old records, suspected routes, and half-buried warnings from people who had either died or vanished. Somewhere among those lines was a door, a crack, a mechanism, or a living thing that had already sent men back with their own bodies feeling wrong. Rayleigh slid the finished marker into the prepared pouch. He had wanted a few more quiet days. Orario had answered with Gnosis. Fine, then. If something under the city had started breathing again, he would find where the breath came from and cut off whatever throat it belonged to. Chapter 217, Chapter. Finn chose to move before the morning rush. That was probably the smartest hour for it. Orario had already started waking up, so a small group passing through Deadless Street would not draw much attention, but the louder adventurers had not flooded the roads yet. A few shopkeepers were lifting shutters, guild workers were dragging carts through side streets, and the first parties heading toward Babel made enough noise that nobody cared too much about one more group walking with covered equipment. Rayleigh still thought any plan that dragged him out before breakfast deserved criticism. The temporary treatment point had been set up in an old guild storage room connected to one of the sealed service passages. Someone had cleared it in a hurry. The floor still showed clean streaks where crates had been dragged away, and the air smelled of dust, lamp oil, and the sharp bite of medical alcohol. Airmaid had taken one look at the room and quietly rearranged half of it, turning a neglected storage space into something that could actually receive wounded adventurers without embarrassing the word clinic. Potions, bandages, sedatives, mind-restoring drafts, sealed cloth, and a few tools Rayleigh recognized only because she had explained them before were lined up neatly along a table. A folding screen stood near the wall in case anyone needed privacy, and a second table had been kept clear for contaminated equipment. The room looked plain, but the setup was thoughtful. Airmaid had prepared for panic, bleeding, strange residue, and stubborn adventurers who would insist they were fine while actively falling over. Shakti and 2 members of Ganesha Familia handled the outer door. That was another good choice. Shakti did not crowd the treatment area, and her people kept their voices low. No one flared magic, no one played at intimidation, and no weapon knocked loudly against the stone. After seeing Lot nearly lose control from a brush of spiritual pressure, Rayleigh was happy to have guards who understood that secure the room did not mean make the wounded feel cornered. Welf arrived with Tsubaki not long after, carrying a cloth-wrapped box against his chest. He looked awful in the very specific way of someone who had slept badly and hated being told to stay behind. His hair was messier than usual, his mouth was set in a hard line, and he walked like he was daring someone to call him useless. Tsubaki, naturally, looked like she had been enjoying his mood all morning. Welf put the box down on Rayleigh's table. The grooves are deeper this time. Tsubaki checked the throwing ones, and the fixed markers should bite into stone properly. If they fail because someone smashes them in wrong, that's not on me. Gareth, who was adjusting the strap on his gauntlet nearby, laughed from deep in his chest. A proper tool should survive a little rough handling, lad. Welf's face twitched, and Rayleigh could already see the argument lining itself up, so he opened the box before the boy took the bait. The markers looked like dark metal spikes, plain enough at first glance. Each one had a carved channel meant to hold a faint line of Rayleigh's spiritual power, something he could sense from a distance even if the passage twisted or the light failed. They were not elegant, but they had the solid feel of work made by hands that cared more about function than praise. Rayleigh picked one up and let a thin pulse run through it. The groove held. He tested a second, then a third, before setting them back into the cloth. Good. These will do. Welf tried to look like the result had never been in doubt. Of course they will. I wasn't carving decorations. Tsubaki hooked an arm around his neck and dragged him down with a grin. Hear that? The brat's already proud. Give him another month and he'll start glaring at customers who touch his blades wrong. I already do that. See. Natural talent. Airmaid looked up from her supplies, her voice calm enough to make the teasing land softer. If he is going to glare at people all morning, he should eat first. Tired hands make poor cuts. Welf glared at her. I'm fine. You are tired, upset, and trying very hard to look fine. That is different. Airmaid reached into one of the supply baskets and took out a small wrapped biscuit. Eat something before your pride becomes a safety issue. Tsubaki burst out laughing. Welf took the biscuit with the expression of a man being forced to accept public defeat in front of every god in heaven. Everyone here is unbearable. Rayleigh closed the marker box and patted it once. That means you fit in. Finn arrived before Welf could answer, Riveria and Gareth falling naturally into place behind him. The moment Finn entered, the room's scattered energy sharpened. He did not raise his voice or demand attention. He only looked over the equipment, the guards, the medical setup, and the people present, and somehow everyone understood that the operation had properly begun. He unfolded the map on the table. We enter through the old maintenance passage and follow the guild route until the first suspected shift point, Finn said. Rayleigh's markers will help us confirm whether the route behind us remains stable. We move slowly, avoid unnecessary contact with the walls, and return once we confirm the hidden passage. Rescue takes priority if we find living captives within reach, but we do not follow voices or signs deeper without verification. Elise stood with her arms folded, jaw tight. I understand the rule. I'm not planning to sprint after every sound in the dark, but if someone is really trapped in there, I won't walk away because the mission title says probe. Finn did not look irritated. He had probably expected that exact response from her. That is why I want you on the team. You will not ignore someone in need, and I do not want an investigation team that can. I only need everyone to remember that Evelyn has used compassion as bait before. Elise breathed out through her nose, clearly hating how reasonable that was. Fine. We check first. Then we move. Kaguya stood beside her, elegant and relaxed in a way that made the room feel more dangerous rather than less. If a wall starts crying for help, I will assume it is guilty until proven otherwise. Elise turned her head. Please don't interrogate a wall while someone is actually dying behind it. Then the victim should make an effort to sound less like suspicious stone. Ryu touched the hilt of Heiniko, her voice quiet but practical. If there is air movement, dust, ash, or a real person breathing behind the wall, I may be able to tell before we open anything. I will check first. That helped. Elise's shoulders loosened a little, not because the rule became easier, but because Ryu had given it a shape she could trust. Airmid came forward before the team left. She did not give some grand speech about coming back alive. She checked each person's emergency potion, made sure the anti-curse tag sat where they could actually be reached, and reminded them what symptoms mattered. When she reached Rayleigh, she paused longer than she had with the others. If someone suffers the same kind of injury as Lot, bring them back to me after stabilizing them enough to move, she said. Do not try to complete the treatment inside the passage unless leaving them alone would kill them. Rayleigh nodded. I'll keep it light. Airmid gave him a look. He sighed. I'll keep it light even if the wound looks interesting. Better. Welf muttered around the biscuit, healers are scary. Tsubaki slapped him on the back. Took you long enough to notice. Airmid continued arranging supplies as if she had not heard them, though the faint lift at the corner of her mouth gave her away. Finn lifted one hand, and the joking faded without needing to be killed. The room had done what it needed to do. Everyone had breathed, eaten something, complained, and remembered they were still people before walking into the dark. Then they moved. The old passage beneath Deadless Street was narrow, damp, and unpleasant in the way old underground places always were. Guild workers had opened the first sealed gate before dawn, then pulled back to the treatment point. Beyond it, the corridor sloped downward between walls stained by age and old repairs. The lantern stones gave steady light, but the glow did not travel far. It clung to armor, faces, and the nearest patches of floor, leaving the corners ahead looking thicker than they should. Gareth took the front with his shield angled slightly so it would not scrape against the wall. Finn followed just behind him, small and calm, eyes moving over the floor, the ceiling, the cracks, and the dust. Rayleigh stayed near the middle with the marker pouch, close enough to reach either side if something went wrong. Riveria walked beside him, her staff ready but her magic held carefully in check. Strong magic might bother the residue if the same thing that hurt Lot was nearby, and Riveria understood restraint better than most. Elise, Kaguya, and Ryu covered the rear. They did not look like a neat formation from a training manual, but they moved well together. Elise watched the path ahead like she wanted to drag the enemy into daylight by the collar. Kaguya paid attention to places honest people forgot to check, especially cracks, corners, and the space behind every shadow. Ryu listened more than she looked, with Heiniko at her side and a thin touch of ash drifting near the floor whenever the air shifted. Rayleigh set the first marker after 50 paces. He drove it into the wall and filled the groove with a fine thread of spiritual power. The mark pulsed back to him, weak to anyone else, but clear in his own senses. Finn watched closely. How reliable is the signal? In a normal passage, reliable enough. Down here, I'll trust it more after the walls prove they aren't petty. Gareth chuckled. I have known many enemies in my time, but a petty wall is new. It breathed at a survivor, Rayleigh said. I'm comfortable insulting it. Elise looked at the marker with curiosity. So this is like a spiritual string. That's close enough, Rayleigh said. Think of it as me tying a thread to the wall. If the path moves, or if something cuts the thread, I'll feel it. Kaguya smiled. A trail of invisible string in a tunnel that dislikes visitors. Charming. You can say it in a way that makes anything sound worse. That is one of my better talents. Ryu slowed a few steps later and lifted her hand slightly. There's air coming from the right. Everyone stopped moving as one group. According to the guild map, the passage should turn left up ahead. The right wall had no marked opening, no chamber, and no reason to breathe. Rayleigh moved closer, crouched, and brushed dust away from the floor with the edge of a tool. A seam appeared beneath the dirt, thin and nearly hidden, running along the base of the stone. Gareth tapped the wall lightly with his gauntlet. The sound came back dull. Riveria frowned. That is too shallow for solid stone. Then our wall has been lying to the guild for years, Rayleigh said, setting another marker near the seam. Or someone opened it recently and covered the signs badly enough that we can still catch them. Elise leaned in, anger already warming her voice. Can we open it? Finn answered while keeping his eyes on the stone. After Rayleigh checks whether touching it will do to us what it did to Lot. Rayleigh placed a second marker higher on the wall and connected both with a faint line of power. I'm going to nudge the seam first. If the wall tries anything clever, do not touch the dust. Kaguya tilted her head. There goes my plan to lick the masonry. Elise stared at her. Why would you even say that? To make the warning feel unnecessary. It was already unnecessary. Ryu's ash drifted near the seam, and her teasing expression faded into focus. The dust is moving inward. Rayleigh formed a small repulsive field over the crack. Bakuto number 8, Seiki. A flat pressure pushed against the seam, and the dust along the floor slid backward into the crack as if the wall had drawn in a slow breath. Elisa's face tightened. That's the same as the survivor's story. Close enough, Rayleigh said. Rayleigh placed a third marker beneath the first two, then fixed all three together so the opening could not shift too easily once it moved. He did not like how the wall reacted to spiritual power, but the reaction gave him a grip on it, and sometimes that was the best anyone got. He pointed 2 fingers at the seam. Heido number 1, show. The push struck the hidden mechanism. The wall resisted at first, then scraped inward with a low grind. A cold breath rolled over Riveria's barrier, bringing the smell of wet stone, old blood, and something bitterly chemical. The hidden doorway revealed a narrow corridor sloping down at an angle that did not make much sense. Its floor looked steep, but the visible distance stayed short. Lantern light stretched oddly along the stone, and if Rayleigh looked too long at one spot, the edges of the passage seemed to slide. Elise stared into it, her hand already near Injetsu. People went through here. Maybe, Finn said. Or the route wants us to think so. She grimaced but kept herself still. Rayleigh took out the sealed strip of Lot's bandage and held it near the doorway. The trace inside twisted toward the corridor at once, ugly and eager. This connects to the wound, he said. Whatever hurt him either came through here or left the same pattern behind. Riveria's grip tightened on her staff. Then we follow the original limit. Finn nodded. Next stable point only. Mark every 10 paces. If the way behind us changes or we lose 2 markers, we withdraw. Elise drew a slow breath. Understood. Kaguya glanced at her. I will be right behind you. I know. I mean that as reassurance and a threat. That too. Ryu touched Heiniko's hilt. I'll watch the dust. If the air moves like it is carrying a voice, I will say so. Chapter 218, Chapter. Rayleigh went through first. The moment he crossed the threshold, pressure settled behind his eyes. It was not painful, just irritating enough to make his body want to blink, look back, and make sure the exit still existed. He ignored the urge and drove a marker into the wall. The signal answered and connected to the one outside the door, which gave him a little more confidence than he had a second ago. The others followed. At 10 paces, Rayleigh set another marker. At 20, Ryu paused and crouched, guiding a small stream of gray dust into her palm with Heiniko's help. There is ash here, she said. It is mixed with something metallic. Riveria leaned closer without stepping into the disturbed patch. Burn residue. Maybe. It does not feel like a normal torch. Rayleigh opened a vial and let Ryu pour the sample in without touching it. We'll take it back. Northwest 1 breathed too close to the floor until Airmid checks it. Gareth glanced down at his beard with a tired dignity that made Elise almost laugh, and for one brief second the tunnel felt less oppressive. Then the thread behind them vanished. The change ran through Rayleigh's senses like a tugged wire snapping loose. His hand went to Beneheim at once, and the others reacted to him before he finished turning. Hold, Rayleigh said. The marker was still there, fixed in the wall exactly where he had placed it, but the spiritual thread inside the groove had been scraped clean. The metal looked unharmed. That made the damage worse, not better. Finn's voice stayed level. 1 marker. 1, Rayleigh said. The shell is intact. The signal inside is gone. He reached toward it with a narrow thread of power, testing rather than trying to force a connection. The thread bent halfway there, dragged sideways by something he could not see, and snapped against the stone with a small crackle. A thin split opened beside the dead marker, dark and wet-looking. A voice whispered through it. "Help." Elise took half a step before catching herself. Kagaya's hand closed around her wrist, firm but not cruel. Rya's eyes slid shut, and ash spread along the floor in a thin gray sheet. The whisper came again, shaking like a young man trying not to cry. "Please, we're still here." Rayleigh listened closely. The voice had breath, texture, and fear. It sounded human enough to make any decent adventurer hate standing still. That's the problem. Behind the sound, Rayleigh felt no soul thread, no body warmth, no living presence trapped in stone. Only vibration and a faint pull from the same ugly pattern that had eaten the marker. "Don't answer it," he said. Elisa's voice came tight. "Are you sure?" Ryu opened her eyes. "There is no person behind it. Only sound." Riveria added, "I cannot sense life through magic either." Gareth stepped between Elise and the crack, not grabbing her or scolding her, just putting his shield in the way so she had one more heartbeat to think. That was a kinder move than most people would notice. The whisper shifted. "Captain." Elise went rigid. Kagaya's face sharpened, and her grip around Elisa's wrist tightened enough to hold. Rayleigh's mood dropped fast. "It picked that up from us." Finn did not wait for the passage to become more creative. "Withdraw. Same formation. Gareth, rear guard once we turn." Rayleigh raised his hand toward the crack. Bakudo number 30, Shitatsu Sansen. 3 golden beams shot out and pinned the broken section of wall in place. The whisper cut off with a wet little choke, and the floor trembled as something deeper in the route shifted against stone. They moved back at a controlled pace. Running would have been easier on the nerves and worse for survival. Finn had made that clear before entering, and everyone obeyed it now. The corridor tried to stretch. Rayleigh felt it through the active markers, the distance to the entrance lengthening by a few steps before snapping back when he fed more power into the thread. The route disliked being measured. It disliked being refused even more. A sharp crack cut through the passage, and the dead marker tore free from the rear wall, shooting toward Elise like a dart. Kagaya moved before anyone shouted. Her blade flashed once, and the metal split cleanly in midair before clattering across the floor in 2 pieces. Kagaya looked at the broken marker with cold annoyance. Throwing back a gift is terrible manners. Elise swallowed, still shaken. "Thanks. You can thank me by staying behind me when I tell you to. I hate how often you're right." "Good. Hate it from a safe position." Rayleigh crouched long enough to wrap the broken marker in sealed cloth. The groove had been hollowed from the inside, as if the passage had sucked the power straight through the carved channel and left the metal behind as a joke. Welf was going to take that personally. They reached the hidden doorway a few breaths later. The original guild passage waited beyond it with its steady lantern stones and ordinary dust, and Rayleigh had never been so pleased to see a boring corridor. He stepped through last, slapped a ceiling tag onto the wall, and drove one reinforced marker into the seam with Beneheim's pommel. Bakudo number 39, and Kozen. A round shield of condensed spiritual force unfolded over the opening and locked against the stone. The hidden door shuddered, tried to close, then froze half open between the guild passage and the wrong corridor behind it. The breathing stopped. Rayleigh kept his hand on the seal for another few seconds, waiting to see if the wall would try to be clever again. It stayed still. Finn looked over the doorway, the remaining markers, and the team. Assessment. "The hidden route is real and connected to Lot's injury," Rayleigh said. "It can drain the markers, imitate voices, and interfere with distance once we enter. The fake voice reacted to what we said, so either someone is watching through the route or the mechanism can learn from nearby sound. I prefer the first option, which should tell you how much I dislike the second." Riveria's expression tightened. "Could it have learned Elisa's title from our conversation?" "Yes. That is the most likely answer." Elise looked at the half-open door. Her anger had settled into something colder, but her hand still gripped and Jetsa hard enough to whiten her knuckles. "Next time, we need a faster way to know if someone is real." "I'll make something," Rayleigh said. "A life check charm, maybe. Simple enough for anyone to use. It won't solve everything, but it should stop a stolen voice from deciding where we go." Finn folded the map without taking his eyes off the opening. "Then the probe is over. We have confirmation, and we still have the team intact. That is enough for today." Gareth lowered his shield with a grunt. "Good. I prefer leaving while the tunnel is annoyed. Angry tunnels sound like poor company." Kagaya sheathed her blade. "I may borrow that line." Ryu stayed near Elise while the others started back. "You stopped." Elise gave a bitter little laugh. Barely. Barely, counts. It said Captain. Kagaya's expression softened in a way that disappeared almost as soon as it appeared. Cheap tricks work because they grab expensive wounds. Elise looked at her, then let out a breath. You make comfort sound like an insult. I have many gifts. That finally pulled a small smile from Elise, even if it did not last long. They returned to the treatment point without rushing. Airmid was waiting when they arrived, and the first thing she did was count heads. Only after confirming no one was bleeding did she start asking questions. There was no panic in her voice, only the calm healer's firmness that made even high-level adventurers sit down before they realized they had obeyed. Exposure symptoms first, she said. Pressure behind the eyes, delayed movement, nausea, voices after leaving the passage, strange coldness in the fingers. Elise lifted one hand. Pressure behind the eyes. The voice stopped once we left. Sit down. I'm fine. Sit down while being fine. Elise blinked, then sat. Kagaya smiled. Captain, you lost quickly. To Airmid. Everyone loses quickly, Rayleigh said, setting the sealed marker pieces on the table. Airmid glanced at him. You too. I was including myself. Welf came closer before he seemed to notice he had moved. His eyes fixed on the wrapped metal. Is that one of mine? Rayleigh opened the cloth enough for him to see without touching. The tunnel pulled the signal out through the groove. The metal held but the pattern didn't. Welf stared at the damaged marker for a while. The shame Rayleigh had half expected did not come. Instead, the boy looked offended, as if the passage had personally insulted his craft. Then the signal needs to sit deeper, Welf said. A surface groove gives it a path to scrape out. If we build a closed channel inside the marker and leave only small contact points, it has to chew through metal before reaching the line. Tsubaki stepped up behind him, grinning. There he is. I wondered how long it would take before the brat got angry at a wall. I'm angry at bad design. The wall or yours? Welf's face flushed. Both of you. Shut up and give me paper. Rayleigh handed him a sheet without comment. Welf snatched it, grabbed a charcoal stick, and began sketching with fierce concentration. His lines were rough, but the idea came fast. Layered shell, protected channel, recessed spiritual contact point. It would take more work to make, and Rayleigh would need to adjust the way he filled the marker, but the direction was good. Make the inner channel too narrow for dust to settle, Rayleigh said. If the passage uses residue to follow the signal, we give it less to grab. Welf nodded without looking up. And if we use 2 cores? Then if one goes dead, the second tells us whether it was drained from outside or cracked from within. That's better. Tsubaki leaned over the sketch. Expensive for something we plan to stab into dirty walls. Rayleigh smiled. Build a guild. Hephaestus would approve of that part, at least. Around them, the support room settled into practical noise. Airmid checked Elise, then Ryu and Kagaya. Finn spoke quietly with Shakti about tightening the guard around the entrance. Riveria began drafting the magical report in language Aina could hand to the guild without making half the clerks faint. Gareth sat on a crate, accepted water from one of Ganesha Familia's guards, and looked deeply pleased to be somewhere the walls were not whispering. Rayleigh looked from Welf's sketch to the sealed corridor beyond the guards. The passage had shown them enough to be a problem, a hidden door, a matching trace, a trick voice, and a habit of eating the very markers meant to measure it. That would have to be enough for the next plan. When they went back in, they would bring better markers, better ways to confirm life, and much less patience for walls that thought crying for help was clever. Chapter 219, Chapter. The treatment point got busier after the first probe came back. A lot of that was the guild finally moving. Once Finn's report reached Aina, the quiet storage room near the sealed passage picked up 2 more clerks, a sealed document box, a second table for copied maps. And so many warning labels that Rayleigh started to wonder if anyone had thought about just covering the whole door with one big sign that read, "Do not touch the suspicious breathing wall." Rayleigh, if I put that on an official guild notice, half the adventurers in Orario will go looking for the wall just to find out whether it really breathes. Fair, Rayleigh admitted. Never underestimate the suicidal curiosity of people who get paid by the monster part. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Please don't call adventurers that in front of adventurers. They know what they are. They'll still complain. They complain when the guild saves their lives, so that's not exactly a clue. She looked like she wanted to argue and couldn't find the angle. Years of working with adventurers had a way of using up a person's good counterpoints. She wrote another line on her board instead and went back to sorting access permissions, the way someone does when they've picked a hard job and are too responsible to walk away from it. Airmid kept Elise on the examination stool for the better part of half an hour after the team got back. Elise hated it. She sat with her arms folded and her boots tapping the floor, and the pressure behind her eyes had faded and still, Ermid checked her pupils, her pulse, her mind flow, and her reaction speed twice over. There was no winning an argument against that kind of calm. Every time Elise tried to insist she was fine, Ermid agreed in that soft voice of hers and kept right on with the checkup. I said I'm fine, Elise complained at last, not loudly enough to mean it. You are, Ermid said, 2 fingers light against her wrist. I'd like you to stay that way. Kaguya leaned on the wall nearby and made no effort to hide that she was enjoying this. Captain, you should be flattered. Ermid's giving your skull more care than you ever have. My skull survived plenty. Only because other people kept working on its behalf. Rio, sitting beside Elise, nodded once. Kaguya's right. Elise stared at her. Rio. Not you too. I want you to stay fine as well, Rio said, and she meant it so plainly that Elise gave up. From the equipment table, Rayleigh decided Ermid had it under control. If he weighed in, Elise would accuse him of taking the healer's side, which was true and therefore best left unsaid. Welf had already taken one of the broken markers apart and laid the pieces out across the work table. The annoyance he'd come back with had cooled into something more useful. Welf was easier company once he had a problem to chew on. Aim his temper at a person and he got defensive, aim it at bad work and he got things done. Tsubaki stood behind him with her arms crossed, her one eye narrowed at his sketch. A closed channel takes longer, she said. You can't carve it after the marker's shaped. You build the core first, wrap the shell around it, and keep the contact point small enough that the tunnel can't bite straight down the line. Welf's charcoal kept moving. I know. Then why does this bit look like the shell crack if Gareth so much as breathes on it? It won't crack. It will if you keep the side that thin. The idea's good, brat, but make the marker too delicate and you've just forged jewelry for a wall to eat. It has to hold Rayleigh's thread. And it has to survive being thrown, hammered, dropped, stepped on, and insulted by Kaguya. Kaguya raised a hand from across the room. I only insult tools that disappoint me. Tsubaki pointed at her without looking up. See. Standards. Welf scowled at the page, then scrubbed out the sideline with the heel of his hand and drew it thicker. Getting corrected stung him, but a flawed tool stung worse. Rayleigh liked that about him. He moved closer and set a hand on the edge of the table. The inner thread doesn't have to touch the surface the whole time. Give me 3 contact points, one near the head, one at the center, one near the base. If the passage drains one, the other 2 can still tell me how the damage is spreading. Welf looked up. So it's less of a line and more like 3 anchors. Right. 1 anchor dies, I've still got 2. All 3 go dark at once, and we know the passage isn't scraping from outside. It's swallowing the whole pattern. That'd be bad. Very. But at least it'd be bad in a way I can use. Welf gave him a look. You say things like that way too calmly. Panic hardly ever improves research. Tsubaki snorted. Liar. I've watched you panic over material costs. That's different. Money's real. Hephaestus came in just in time to catch that, which was unfortunate. Rayleigh, she said, in a voice sweet enough to be a warning, did you just tell me money is more real than danger? He turned around, already regretting the last few seconds. I said money is real. I didn't rank it against danger. That would be irresponsible. She came to the table and looked over the sketches, Welf's design, then the wrecked marker, then the sealed door at the end of the hall. The teasing went out of her face. What replaced it was the quiet, serious look she got whenever her children were building tools for something that could kill them. Can you finish a working batch today? Welf straightened before Rayleigh could open his mouth. I can. Tsubaki slid him a look. You can with help. His ears went red. I can with help. Better ha 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 ha. Hephaestus smiled, not at his expense, and that got Welf to look away faster than any of Tsubaki's needling had. Then make them properly. We're not out to prove your pride in one night. We're trying to bring people back alive. Welf nodded. Alive hit differently than the rest of it. Rayleigh picked up the broken marker and tapped the hollowed groove. I also want a separate charm. Simple enough that Elise can use it before her conscience drags her through a wall. Across the room, Elise's head came up. I heard that. You were supposed to. Ermid pressed 2 fingers to Elise's temple before she could get to her feet. Please don't move during the examination. Elise went still, then sank back down with the expression of someone bearing up under great injustice. Rayleigh carried on like nothing had happened. The fake voice had no living presence behind it, but in the tunnel that gap might not be obvious fast enough. So, a charm that reacts to nearby life. It won't identify anyone or prove anything clever. If the voice is only sound coming through stone, the charm stays cold. If there's someone alive on the other side, it warms. Ina had drifted closer while he talked, already taking notes. Can non-specialists use it? That's the whole point. If it needs me to read it every time, it's just another bottleneck. I'll make the first few, then teach Welf and Tsubaki enough to help build the bodies. The part that responds to life still has to come from me. She wrote fast, then glanced at the sealed passage. How many? As many as my patience and Hephaestus's budget can stand. Hephaestus looked at him. Ahem, as many as we need, Rayleigh corrected. Good. Welf looked from the charm sketch to the marker design, and his face settled into the particular dread of a man doing the math on how much work was in front of him. Then he grabbed a fresh sheet and started carving the job into pieces. Markers first, he said. If we botch those, the charm doesn't matter, because everyone gets lost anyway. Tsubaki, I need thinner steel for the inner casing. Not too soft. If the channel warps when it's struck, the thread breaks. Tsubaki grinned. Now you're talking. Hephaestus watched the two of them, and something in her expression eased. Rayleigh saw it and had the sense to keep quiet. The forge room they used for the new markers was smaller than the main workshop but better for fine work, 2 furnaces, a wide stone table, racks of tools, and a window set high enough that no one outside could see in. It heated up fast once Tsubaki got going, and Welf looked far more at home sweating over metal than he ever did in a treatment room with his own feelings jabbing him in the ribs. Rayleigh took the spiritual thread cores. Welf and Tsubaki worked the metal shells. He had to explain the structure twice, then a third time in words that didn't sound like a lecture on things nobody else could feel. It landed better once he put it in terms of heat moving through a blade during tempering. So if the heat only runs along the surface, the blade looks finished and fails on the inside, Welf said, holding a half-shaped marker in the tongs. Close. The thread's the part one can feel from a distance. The casing protects it. The 3 contact points let me touch it without leaving the whole thing exposed. Welf frowned at the glowing metal. Then why not hide all of it? No contact points at all. Because if I can't sense it, it's an expensive nail. Tsubaki laughed from the second furnace. A very fancy nail. We could sell it to nobles. Welf's face twisted. No. Rayleigh glanced at him. That sounded personal. Nobles buy good weapons and hang them somewhere stupid. Tsubaki nodded like she was at a funeral. A tragedy every smith knows by heart. Welf settled the casing and set it aside to cool. A weapon that doesn't get used is just decoration. Careful, Rayleigh said. Some decoration's expensive enough to cover rent. It came out so easily that Welf didn't notice he'd loosened up until Tsubaki smirked at him for it. The second he caught on, he got twice as serious about the work, which only made the smirk worse. They worked through the afternoon. The first 2 markers failed. One cracked under pressure when Gareth tested it with more force than anyone had asked for, and the other held its outer shell but lost the center contact point the moment Rayleigh filled it. Welf cursed both failures with the wounded dignity of a man whose craftsmanship had just been insulted by physics. The third held. Rayleigh filled the 3 anchors one at a time, then closed his eyes and backed off until the marker's signal thinned into the general noise of the forge. The thread stayed steady. He pushed on it lightly, doing his best to imitate the pull from the hidden passage, and one anchor flickered while the other 2 held. Welf was holding his breath without realizing it. Rayleigh opened his eyes. That works. Welf let the breath out through his teeth and tried hard not to look pleased. Course it works. We fixed the stupid part. Tsubaki propped her elbow on his head. He shoved her off. By evening they had 9 usable markers and 3 life-check charms. The charms were uglier than Rayleigh wanted, mostly because he'd thrown them together fast, flat metal tags no bigger than 2 fingers, sealed between thin layers of treated silver and stamped with a simple pulse pattern. If a living person stood beyond a wall or a door inside a short range, the tag warmed and gave off a faint tremor. If it picked up only sound, or magic residue, or the dead trace left in lots wound, it stayed cold. In theory. Rayleigh tested one on Tsubaki through a wall, then on Welf behind a closed door, then on Hephaestus, who wanted to know why her tag warmed faster than anyone else's. Because you're a goddess, Rayleigh said. Hephaestus stared. And because you're very warm-hearted. Too late. Welp, I tried. Tsubaki nearly dropped a tray, she was laughing so hard. Welf, who'd been watching the charm with real interest, leaned in. What happens if the person on the other side is dying? The response weakens, Rayleigh said. Unconscious but stable, it should still warm. Barely alive, it might only twitch. Dead, and it doesn't react at all. Welf's face went quiet. Rayleigh didn't soften it. The charm was built for ugly situations, and dressing it up would only make it worse later. Ina came back near sunset with Finn, and the room slid back into operation planning. Chapter 220, Chapter Finn looked over the improved markers and charms the way a man does when he understands tools through what they do rather than how they're made. Rayleigh kept it plain for him, 3 internal anchors instead of 1 exposed line, harder to drain, life check tags that warm to a living presence, short range, unreliable through thick enchanted stone, useful mainly for keeping a fake voice from pulling the team out of formation. Finn took it in, then asked the question that mattered. How many false reactions should we plan for? Rayleigh appreciated that. Most people asked whether a thing worked. Finn asked how it failed. If there's a living monster right behind the wall, it might warm. If the trap uses a living victim as bait, it'll warm and still be a trap. If a god's standing back there, the reaction may go strange. And if the passage has learned to imitate life itself, then I'll complain very loudly and rebuild the whole thing. Finn nodded. So the charm confirms life. Not safety. Exactly. Elise had come in with Ryu and Kagaya partway through, and she looked steadier after Ermid's forced rest. The first thing she did was pick up one of the charms and turn it over in her fingers. This little thing can tell me whether someone's actually behind a wall. It can tell you whether something alive is close enough to matter, Rayleigh said. You still have to use your head after that. I use my head. Kagaya smiled. On occasion. With great passion too. Elise ignored her and kept her eyes on the tag. Good. Next time that thing cries at us, I'm checking first. Ryu touched the charm lightly. If it reacts and Heiniko senses no air or dust moving, we should be careful. A living person making no disturbance may be bound, or sealed, or set out as bait. That pleased Finn. Good. The charm, Heiniko, magic detection, and Rayleigh's thread, 4 separate checks. No single signal picks the route. Kagaya spun a charm on its cord. I like it. When enough suspicious things agree, they get a little less suspicious. That's not how I'd put it, Riveria said from the doorway, having come in quietly enough that half the room turned at once. But the principle holds. Rayleigh looked over. How's Ace? Riveria's face softened, though the worry stayed in it. Frustrated, but she's behaved. She asked if she could help with the operation. I told her no before she finished the sentence. Good. She looked at me like a puppy left out in the rain. Rayleigh winced. That's cruel. Yes, but necessary, Riveria said, and the steel in her voice made it clear she'd spent the afternoon repeating that word to herself. Elise set the charm down and looked between them. If she asks me, I'm saying no too. Kagaya raised an eyebrow. Will you survive the puppy face? Elise's confidence flickered for a second. Ryu can stand next to me. Ryu nodded with total gravity. I'll help. Rayleigh smiled in spite of himself. The planning ran on into the evening. They settled on going back to the hidden door in the morning instead of pushing in after a full day's work. Finn wanted them rested, Ermid backed him with a healer's full authority, and even Elise gave in after a single look from Ryu. Rayleigh could have argued that every hour they waited gave the enemy more time to move, but the passage had already shown it could learn, and walking in tired would only hand it more to work with. He got home late again. Alfia was waiting by the window. She looked up from her book when he came in, taking in the soot on his sleeves, the tired set of his shoulders, the sealed pouch at his waist. You found the entrance. One of them. Rayleigh set Beneheim down and checked the house seals before he sat, quickly, more habit than worry, though Alfia tracked every movement. The hidden blade that sealed her Jif blessing rested where it always did, quiet and steady. He checked that too, with a glance and a thin thread of power, and let himself ease down. Alfia closed her book. You smell of old stone. That's the kindest thing anyone said to me all day. Her eyes narrowed a fraction. With her, that meant report. Rayleigh leaned back. The passage can imitate voices and drain the marks I leave. It used Elise's title to try to pull her toward a wall. Nothing living behind it, just sound. We pulled out before it got cleverer. Good. That because nobody died, or because I withdrew? Both. He smiled faintly. I'm turning into a very responsible person. It's worrying. You're getting less careless in the places where cleverness gets punished. That sounded like praise right up until the end. It was accurate. He gave her the short version of the new markers and the life check charms, the structure, the weak points, the way the passage had eaten the first signal. She listened without breaking in, calm as ever, though he noticed her fingers settle nearer her own blade when he described the voice calling for help. Cheap trick, she said. Rayleigh nodded. That's what makes it annoying. Alfia looked toward the dark window. Then don't go in with only good people. He laughed under his breath before he could stop it. I'm fairly sure Kagaya counts as good. Though she'd enjoy that sentence. Good doesn't mean soft. No. He thought of the way Kagaya's blade had split the throne marker before it reached Elise. It doesn't. Althea opened her book again, which meant they were nearly done. Sleep. If the place learns, it'll be less clumsy tomorrow. Rayleigh stood with a sigh. You always know how to send a man off feeling reassured. Comfort makes people slow. That explains a great deal about your training. He went down the hall to bed with that word trailing after him. The second probe went in after sunrise. This time the route felt less like an unknown mouth and more like a problem that had already introduced itself badly. The sealed door stood half open behind Rayleigh's barrier, guarded from outside by guild staff and Ganesha Familia. The hidden corridor beyond waited at the same crooked angle as before, but the breathing had stopped while the seal held. Finn handed out the life check charms before anyone crossed the threshold. One rule, he said. Nobody answers a voice without 2 confirmations. The charm and one other method, minimum. If Rayleigh says the thread's wrong, it's wrong. If Riveria senses no life, there's no life. If Ryu and Heiniko find no movement, we doubt what we're hearing. Elise took her charm and tied it to her wrist. Got it. Kaguya tied hers to the guard of her weapon. If a wall wants my attention today, it'll have to earn it. Ryu held hers in her palm a moment before tucking it under her glove. It's warm near us. That means it's working, Rayleigh said. It'll cool when you move away from the group. Don't panic if it goes quiet in an empty stretch. Elise gave him a flat look. Do I look like someone who panics over cold jewelry? Rayleigh glanced at Kaguya. Kaguya smiled. Leave me out of it. I'm innocent. No one believes that, Ryu said quietly. Elise laughed for real that time, quick and bright, and for a moment the tunnel seemed a little less pleased with itself. They went in. Rayleigh swapped the first old marker for Welf's new one. The 3 anchors caught his power cleanly and held it deeper than before. He set the second at the 10-pace mark, then checked the line back to the doorway. Both answered. The corridor still pressed faintly behind his eyes, but it bothered him less now that he knew the shape of the discomfort. At 20 paces, they reached the spot where the old marker had died. The crack in the wall stayed pinned shut by yesterday's binding spell. It looked smaller now, a dark wet line beside the damaged stone. Rayleigh set a new marker near it and watched the pull sink into the wall and settle. The crack whispered. Captain. Elise looked at her charm. It stayed cold. Ryu's ash slid along the floor, brushed the crack, and came back without urgency. Riveria's magic found nothing alive. The voice tried again, softer, but the one advantage it had was already gone. Elise breathed out through her nose. Shut up. Kaguya's smile sharpened. Excellent answer. Rayleigh laid a sealing tag over the crack and fed power through the new marker. That one was free. Next time it speaks, I start charging. Gareth chuckled. Can a wall pay? It can give me answers. Finn waved them on. Then let's collect it. They went deeper than the first probe had. The corridor turned twice where the map said it should run straight, then ran straight where it should have turned. Each time it tried to bend the route, the new markers held long enough for Rayleigh to catch the pull and correct course. The 3-anchor design didn't stop the passage from meddling, but it gave the meddling edges. Instead of a vague wrongness, he could tell where the route tugged, where the signal thinned, where the wall leaned hardest. Welf was going to be insufferable when he heard. Rayleigh decided to let him have it for at least 5 minutes. Near the 4th marker, the charm on Elisa's wrist warmed. She stopped at once, there's no voice this time. The corridor ahead only sloped down toward a patch of darker stone where the lantern light seemed to pool and sink. Elise raised her hand. Warm. Ryu closed her eyes, ash drifting low. Air moving ahead. Weak. Breathing, maybe. Riveria's staff glowed. A living presence but faint. Finn's expression went keen. Where? Rayleigh ran his thread out through the nearest marker and felt along the wall. The presence wasn't in the corridor at all. It sat off to the right, lower than the floor, behind stone laid with the same strange pattern as Lot's wound. There, he said, pointing to a stretch of wall that looked no different from the rest. Behind it, and below. The wall's probably hiding a small space. Elise took a step closer, caught herself, and looked at Finn. Finn nodded once. Rayleigh, check for traps. Riveria, barrier, Kaguya, anything that comes out that isn't our survivor, cut it. Kaguya drew her blade, smiling. Now that's a proper instruction. Chapter 221, Chapter. Rayleigh knelt by the wall and ran his fingers just above the stone without touching it. The pattern there felt tight, like a wire strung past its limit. Forced open, it would likely lash out with the same delay effect that had wrecked Lot's body sense. He set 2 markers above the hidden seam and 1 below, then tied their anchors together. Everyone back up a little. Elise stayed close enough to see and far enough to obey. Rayleigh shaped the force carefully this time, a binding layer first, then a soft push. The stone resisted, scraped, and finally ground aside with an ugly sound. The space behind it was small, low, and foul-smelling. A young adventurer lay curled on the floor, wrapped in a net of black-red cord that bit into his armor and his skin. His eyes were open but unfocused. Each breath came shallow, and the charm on Elisa's wrist warmed harder the moment the air from the chamber reached them. Elisa's voice went tight. He's alive. Yes. This was the moment, Rayleigh thought, when people did stupid things. He moved before anyone could reach in barehanded. Don't touch the cord. It may be what keeps the wound active. Elise froze with her hand half raised. Rhea's ash slipped into the chamber and circled the cord without settling on it. The dust won't go near the bindings. Riveria's eyes narrowed. Then the cord's enchanted. Or treated with whatever made the passage wrong. Rayleigh drew Beneheim and used the tip to lift one strand. The cord twitched like something alive, though it carried no living presence of its own. Annoying. Gareth shifted his weight. Can we cut him loose? We can. But cut it all at once and his body might take the whole reaction. Finn looked at the trapped adventurer, then back down the dark corridor. In stages, then. We've got time. But assume the route knows we found him. Rayleigh slid a thin stabilizing charm under the first strand and cut only the outer layer. The cord snapped back, trying to bite into Beneheim's edge, and missed. He cut a second, then a third, letting the charm take part of each reaction before he moved on. Riveria held a barrier across the chamber mouth, and Ryu used Heiniko's ash to draw loose dust away from the boy's face so he could breathe easier. Elise knelt nearby, fists tight on her thighs. She wanted to help, Rayleigh could feel it from where he crouched. She wanted to grab the boy, tear the cords off, carry him out. Instead she held still and spoke to him in a voice gentler than most people would expect from her. Hey. We're from Orario. You're going home, all right. Don't try to move yet. Let the playboy do his work first. The boy's eyes shifted, faintly. Rayleigh didn't look up. Playboy. I'm trying to sound comforting. By slandering me. It makes you seem familiar. Kagaya, guarding the corridor, smiled without turning. She's not wrong though. Even Riveria looked like she was working to pretend she hadn't heard it. The last cord came free with a wet snap. The boy convulsed once, and the chamber wall answered with a low scrape that ran through the stone around them. Rayleigh set his palm just above the boy's chest and pushed in a small amount of healing power, enough to settle the backlash. The damage was like Lot's, but deeper. He didn't like the way the boy's inner flow kept slipping sideways, as if his body had spent too long obeying a rhythm that wasn't its own. Stable enough to move, he said. Gareth stepped in the instant Finn signaled. For all his size, the dwarf lifted the young adventurer with careful hands and wrapped him in the prepared cloth so none of the leftover residue touched skin. The corridor groaned. Every marker behind them pulsed at once, the route was leaning on the line. Rayleigh fed more power through the anchors and the new markers held. One flickered hard while the other two kept the thread steady. Welf was definitely getting his 5 minutes. Finn's voice cut through the grinding stone. Withdraw. This time nobody wanted to stay. They fell back in formation with Gareth carrying the survivor. The crack from earlier whispered as they passed. Captain, help. Elise didn't slow. She touched the warm charm on her wrist, kept her eyes ahead, and said, already did. Rayleigh smiled in spite of the pressure behind his eyes. The hidden door came into view, and the plain guild passage beyond it had never looked so welcoming. Finn crossed first, then Riveria, then Gareth with the survivor. Elise and Ryo followed. Kagaya stepped through ahead of Rayleigh, blades still up. As Rayleigh backed out, something deep in the corridor finally moved. Not a wall this time. A figure stood far down the sloping passage, half lost in the warped lantern light, tall, thin, wrapped in dark cloth or shell, one arm too long, its head tilted as if it were listening through the stone itself. The distance around it bent badly enough that Rayleigh couldn't say whether it stood 20 paces off or 100. The life check charm at his wrist stayed cold. The thing lifted a hand and tapped 2 fingers against the wall. Every marker in the corridor shuddered. Rayleigh smiled without any humor in it. So there you are. The figure slid back into the dark as the passage began to close. He stepped through the doorway and slammed the prepared seal into place. The hidden route hit it once, hard enough to shake dust loose from the ceiling, but the improved marker held the seam long enough for Finn and Riveria to lock it down from their side. The breathing stopped again. 4 now. Airmid was waiting when they came back with the survivor. The moment Gareth carried him into the treatment room, something in her shifted. Still calm, still gentle, but the softness narrowed to pure focus. She sent Gareth to the prepared bed, told Elise where to stand, ordered Welf not to touch the black-red cord scraps under any circumstances, and asked Rayleigh for the exact sequence of exposure, all without once raising her voice. Nobody argued. Even Tsubaki only muttered, "Scary," under her breath and started clearing space. Rayleigh gave the report while Airmid worked. Found behind the fourth marker, sealed in a hidden chamber. Alive, conscious but unresponsive. Black-red cord binding him to the wall. I cut the restraints in stages and used a light healing flow to keep his body from panicking. He needs proper treatment now. Airmid nodded once. Help me hold the backlash down when I ask. Nothing more. Understood. Welf stood by the tool table, staring at the stripped cord scraps in their sealed tray. His face had gone pale, but his hands were steady when Tsubaki pushed a pair of tongs into them. Move the tray to the far table, she said. Slow. Drop it and you're explaining that to Airmid. Welf carried the tray like it might go off. Maybe it would. Aina came in a few minutes later, out of breath from running. When she saw the rescued adventurer on the bed, the relief hit so hard she had to grab the edge of the table. You found one. Elise, near the wall with dust still on her sleeves, gave her a tired smile. One's a start at least. Kagaya wiped her blade clean beside her. And the wall's less smug now. Aina seemed to have no idea what to do with that, so she sensibly retreated into paperwork. Name. Finn handed over the boy's damaged guild card. Cars. Same party as Lot. The room went quiet around the name. Lot's friend. The one whose scream had shown up late in the survivor's memory. Airmid's hands didn't pause, but her voice gentled. Then we tell Lot only once Cars is stable enough to survive the meeting. Hope can hurt a patient if it comes too suddenly. Aina nodded, blinking fast. I'll make sure no one tells him yet. Rayleigh helped Airmid settle the backlash around Cars's chest and shoulders. The wound fought them, trying to turn every pulse of energy into confusion, but out here, away from the passage, it had less to draw on. After several minutes the boy's breathing went deeper. His fingers twitched once, then loosened. Airmid finally let herself take a breath. He'll live, if nothing changes. Elise closed her eyes for a moment. Nobody teased her for it. Rayleigh stepped back, tired now that the work was done. Across the room Welf was already sketching changes to the marker anchors with charcoal-stained fingers, muttering about closed cores, deeper shells, making that damn tunnel choke on the next one. Tsubaki read over his shoulder, plainly approving. Finn stood by the sealed map table, talking quietly with Reveria and Shakti. The operation had changed shape again, a hidden route, a living survivor, a fake voice that talked back, and now a figure that left the life-check charm cold. The report to Arenas was not going to be a pleasant one. Rayleigh looked at the sealed cord scraps, then at the door that led back toward the passage. Next time, Rayleigh meant to make sure the wall wasn't the only one learning. Chapter 222, Chapter. Cars woke near midnight. He did not wake gracefully. His eyes snapped open, his fingers clawed at the sheet, and the first sound out of his throat was a broken gasp that had Airmid moving before anyone else in the room could stand. Rayleigh was at the equipment table with Welf and Tsubaki, half buried in sketches for the next batch of markers. Aina had fallen asleep over a stack of reports some time before, her glasses crooked on her nose, and Shakti stood outside the door with Ganesha Familia's guards. The moment Cars started fighting the blanket, Rayleigh's hand went to Beneheim out of habit, though he didn't draw it. Airmid reached the bed and rested one hand near Cars's shoulder without pinning him down. Cars. You're in Dien Sect Familia's care. You were pulled out of the hidden passage. You're safe for now. He didn't seem to hear her. His gaze skipped across faces, lamps, ceiling beams, still hunting for a wall that had moved away from him. No, don't close it. Lot's still. Lot is alive, Airmid said. The name reached him. Cars stopped struggling so suddenly that the whole room seemed to lean toward him. Airmid softened her voice but kept it level. He came back before you did. He's hurt, but he's alive. You aren't the only survivor. Cars's mouth trembled. He tried to speak, failed, and covered his face with one hand. The sound he made then wasn't loud, but it was harder to sit through than screaming would have been. Aina had woken by then. She sat up too fast, nearly knocking over her ink bottle, and looked mortified for having slept until Airmid gave her a small shake of the head. Nobody needed a guild clerk apologizing for being human after 2 days of crisis work. Rayleigh stood and came closer, stopping where Cars could see him without feeling boxed in. You remember me? Cars blinked through the tears. His eye settled slowly on Rayleigh's face, then dropped to the sword at his waist. Yodasai, he said, hoarse. That's right. I'm Rayleigh. This is Airmid, she's the one keeping you alive, so if she tells you to breathe, drink, sleep, or stop being brave for 5 minutes, you listen to her. Cars let out a shaky breath that might have been a laugh, if he'd had the strength for one. That sounds easy to believe. Airmid only gave Rayleigh a brief look, then lifted a cup to Cars's lips. Small sips. Don't rush. Kars drank, coughed once, and sank back against the pillow. His face was pale, dark hollows under his eyes, but the wild edge of the panic had loosened. Ermid checked his pulse again and glanced at Rayleigh. He can answer a few questions if he wants to. A few. Not an interrogation. Understood. Kars watched the small, ordinary exchange and seemed steadier for it. It gave the room its edges back, real people, real voices, a table, a lamp, a healer who wouldn't let anyone push him into talking too long. Ina came forward with her report board held close. Kars, I'm Ina Tool, from the guild. We need to understand what happened, but you can stop whenever you need to. It doesn't have to come out neat. Kars stared at the blanket for a while. When he spoke, the words came slow, like each one had to be worked loose from somewhere deep. We took the side route because Boar said it would save time. It was supposed to loop back near the older stair. We'd used it once before. Nothing strange that time. Who was in your party? Ina asked gently. Me, Lot, Boar, Nasha, and Will. Level 2 party. Nothing fancy. We just wanted to finish the commission and get back before dinner. His throat worked. The torches went out one by one. Will joked about ghosts, and Nasha threw a stone at him for sounding too happy about it. Then Boar found the crack. Rayleigh listened without breaking in. Kars's fingers twisted in the sheet. He said there was air coming from behind the wall. Lot told him not to touch it, but Boar already had his knife in the seam. The wall opened before he found any mechanism. It just breathed out. Ermid's eyes flicked to Rayleigh for half a second. That matched Lot's story too closely. Kars swallowed. After that, everything felt wrong. My feet were on the floor, but my head felt half a step behind. Will started talking and his mouth didn't line up with his voice. Nasha grabbed for my arm and I thought she missed, then her hand was already there. We tried to turn back. The corridor behind us was longer than it had been. Ina kept writing, though her fingers had gone tight around the pen. Kars closed his eyes. The first voice sounded like Lot. That was the worst part, because he was right beside me. I could hear him calling from behind the wall and hear him breathing next to me at the same time. Boar panicked. He hit the wall with his sword, and something came out. Rayleigh leaned in slightly. The figure. Kars opened his eyes. You saw it. Only from a distance. It wasn't a monster. I mean, maybe it was, but it didn't move like one. One arm longer than the other, and cloth hanging off all of it. Or skin. I couldn't tell. It tapped the wall, and the corridor answered. Rayleigh's face stayed calm, but his mind closed around that detail. Tapped the wall. Like giving a command. What happened after it appeared, he asked. Kars looked sick. Boar swung at it. His sword landed, but the sound came late, and the thing was already behind him. Nasha cast, the flames turned sideways and burned the ceiling instead. Lot grabbed me and we ran. I remember falling. Something wrapped around me. The cords were hot and cold at the same time. His breathing had gone ragged. Ermid raised a hand at once. Stop there. Kars looked like he wanted to argue, but his body decided for him. He sank into the pillow, shaking from the effort of having spoken at all. Ina lowered her board. Thank you. That's enough for tonight. Kars turned his head toward the wall between his room and the next ward. Can I see Lot? Ermid didn't answer too quickly. She checked his pulse, his eyes, the faint tremor in his fingers, before she spoke. Not tonight. If I let the two of you meet while your bodies are still unstable, the shock could set off both wounds. Tomorrow, if you rest properly, I'll arrange it. Kars's face crumpled, but he nodded. Rayleigh respected that. The boy wanted to see with his own eyes that his friend was real, and Ermid had just asked him to wait, after everything the wall had done to his senses. That was not a small thing to ask. I'll tell him you woke up, Ina said quietly. Only that much. He should know you're alive. Kars closed his eyes. Please. Ermid gave him a mild sedative, and the room stayed quiet until his breathing evened out. Only then did anyone move. Welf let out a slow breath and stared at the marker sketch as if it had turned into something else while he wasn't looking. It used Lot's voice while Lot was standing next to him. Yeah, Rayleigh said. Welf didn't have anything to add to that, and neither did Rayleigh. Tsubaki folded her arms, her eye fixed on the sealed tray that held the black-red cord. That thing tapping the wall bothers me. If it can command the route, maybe it isn't trapped in there the way the victims are. Finn arrived not long after, called in by Shakti the moment Kars woke and Reveria came with him. Gareth was absent, forced to rest, probably, by someone with more sense than he had. Elise, Kagaya, and Ryu turned up a few minutes later, all three with the look of people who'd been waiting close by despite being told to sleep. Airmid saw them and sighed. Elise raised both hands before the healer could say a word. I know. Quiet voices, don't crowd the patient, and if you say leave, we leave. Airmid studied her a moment. Good. Finn read Ina's notes once, then again, in no hurry. His thumb rested near his lips, his eyes moving through the details with the patience that made him dangerous in a command room. The figure tapped the wall, he said at last. That points to control. Or at least communication with the passage. Riveria looked at the black-red cord through the sealed tray. And the binding kept Kars alive. If it only wanted death, it could have killed him in the chamber. Elisa's face tightened. So it kept him as bait. Or storage, Kaguya said, her voice cool. Bait is meant to be taken. Storage is meant to be used later. No one in the room liked that. Rayleigh liked at least, because it made sense. Ryu looked toward Kars's sleeping shape behind the screen. The voices may come from people it's already taken. Even with no one behind the wall in that moment, the sound could have been stolen from them earlier. That would explain it using Lot's voice while Lot was standing right there, Rayleigh said. And how it picked up Elisa's title so fast. It may be recording sound through the stone. Welf looked up. Then talking inside the route just gives it more to work with. Probably. Elisa's jaw set. So the evil wall hates rescue work and steals our conversations. It is not funny, she added, before Kaguya could say anything. Kaguya only inclined her head. I wasn't going to laugh. Finn set the report down. Then the next operation needs stricter speech rules. Short commands only inside the hidden route. No names unless necessary. No titles. No emotional confirmation where the walls can hear it. Elise winced, clearly remembering the whisper of Captain. A sound-dampening field might help, Riveria said, but cast too strongly, it could disturb the wounded, or the passage itself. I can manage a low veil around the team. It won't block everything, but it should blur our voices past a short range. Rayleigh nodded. I can prepare written command cards for the common decisions. Stop. Withdraw. Living presence. False voice. Left, right. Wall movement. Injured. It sounds clumsy until the wall starts borrowing names. It doesn't sound clumsy, Ryu said. In the dungeon, simple signals save lives. Finn moved on. We also need to decide whether the figure is even alive. Rayleigh's charm didn't react to it. Could be too far away, Rayleigh said. Could be a puppet, a corpse moved by magic, a construct, or something that hides its life signs well enough to fool a rough charm. I built those tags in a hurry. I don't want to bet everyone's life on them being perfect. Chapter 223, Chapter. Fells entered during the explanation. No one heard the door. One moment the black-robed mage wasn't there, and the next he stood near the entrance, quiet enough that Welf nearly dropped his charcoal. Then you're right to doubt them, Fells said. Gnosis holds mechanisms old enough that even their broken pieces can produce strange effects. Daedalus did not think the way ordinary builders do. Rayleigh looked at him. You have records. Fragments. Fells drifted closer to the table. Auranas has allowed me to share more, now that you've confirmed an active route. Many suspected passages were sealed after the Great Feud, but a seal placed from outside can only hold back what we understand. The true doors answer to Daedalus's bloodline and a particular key. Without one or the other, the guild can only block, watch, and guess. The Daedalus orb, Rayleigh said. Finn's eyes moved to him. Fells turned slightly too. You know the name. Rayleigh's expression didn't change. I know a lot of inconvenient names. I don't have the key, if that's the next question. Fells was quiet for a few seconds, then let it go. The orb opens certain sealed doors and traces routes ordinary maps can't follow. If a remnant group has one, they can move through Gnosis far more freely than we can. Ina went pale. Do we know whether any surviving Daedalus descendants are missing? That's being checked, Fells said. Which meant they did not know. Tsubaki clicked her tongue. A creepy tunnel, a wall-tapping scarecrow, stolen voices, and maybe someone holding the master key. Welf had gone quiet again, but this time his eyes were on the sketches, and Rayleigh could see him working the problem through in metal and channels. What kind of tool could survive a place that listened? He let the boy think. Finn tapped a finger on the map. If they have the orb, chasing them through unknown passages hands them every advantage. We deny routes instead of following blind. Riveria nodded. Seal the confirmed openings, push their movement toward exits we control, and use the survivors' route records to predict where they may surface. That takes time, Elise said, frustrated. It does, Finn answered. But if we rush in and vanish, the next rescue team has it that much harder. Elise didn't like the answer, but she respected it. Then give me work that actually helps. Finn turned the map toward her. Astria Familia knows the old Evolus sites better than most. Mark every place where a hidden exit was suspected but never confirmed. Missing witnesses, strange collapses, routes that never matched the reports. Elise leaned over the map at once, the anger turning into something to do with her hands. Kagaya, you remember the warehouse near the 7th block? The one with the fake wine cellar, Kagaya said. That one. Mark it. Ryu moved in beside them, quiet but sharp-eyed. There was the abandoned shrine near the East Canal, too. We never found the escape route, but the smell of wet stone stayed after the fight. Aina hurried to fetch a clean copy of the city map. The support room shifted again, this time into a rough command post. Finn and Riveria worked off the confirmed route. Elise, Kagaya, and Ryu added memories from the Great Feud, not as a tidy history lesson, but as old scars pointed in directions. Rayleigh ended up standing between the maps and the workbench, turning one side into the other. A hidden exit near a collapsed warehouse meant they needed markers that could bite into brick as well as dungeon stone. A possible route under a canal meant waterproof seals. And if the passage listened, then the life check charms needed a silent signal instead of warmth alone, because touching a charm and saying it's warm inside the tunnel was exactly the kind of habit the route would steal. Welf caught that last problem first. What if the charm changes weight, he said suddenly. Rayleigh looked over. Weight. Not a lot. Just enough for whoever's holding it to feel the difference. Warmth's easy to miss, gloves, blood on your hands, whatever. But if it gets heavier when there's life nearby, nobody has to say a word. Tsubaki's eye lit up. That's good. Can you make it do that? Welf asked, ignoring her. Rayleigh picked up one of the unfinished tags. Maybe. A small pull toward the living presence instead of a plain warmth response. It would tug in the person's direction, but only within short range. Finn's attention sharpened at once. That would improve rescue speed. It also makes false positives more dangerous if the route learns to mimic it, Rayleigh said. Still useful. But no single signal becomes the truth. Trust nothing alone, Kagaya said from the map table. I'm starting to like this operation's philosophy. Fells looked at the tag in Rayleigh's hand. Can you finish enough before the next operation? Rayleigh looked at Welf. Welf looked at Tsubaki. Tsubaki looked at the furnace as if already counting how much sleep she could afford to lose. Hephaestus, who had come in quietly during the map work, answered before any of them could make a stupid promise. They can finish a small batch after proper rest. Hephaestus, Rayleigh said, your definition of support has gotten very restrictive. My definition of support includes not letting my children collapse on the floor because they tried to outwork a cursed tunnel. Tsubaki started to lift a hand. You'll sleep before sunrise, Hephaestus said, before she could speak. Tsubaki lowered the hand. Understood. Welf stared at the goddess, then at Tsubaki, plainly shaken by how fast the captain had folded. Rayleigh decided that lesson could teach itself, and went back to the charm. By the time the room finally went quiet, the city outside had sunk deep into night. Cars slept under Ermid's watch. Lot had been told only that his friend was alive, and according to the healer who carried the message, he'd cried himself into exhaustion without setting off another backlash. The two of them would be brought together slowly, with Ermid present and everyone else well out of the way. Rayleigh carried the sealed tray of black-red cord scraps into a smaller side room for one last check before leaving. Fells followed him. The black-robed mage said nothing at first, only watched as Rayleigh set one cord under a clear glass cover and drew a small isolation circle around it. The cord looked dead. It didn't move, twitch, or breathe. Even so, Rayleigh trusted it about as far as he trusted gods who claimed to be just watching. After a minute, Fells spoke. You knew the name of the orb. Rayleigh didn't look up. I did. From where? Is this curiosity, suspicion, or Arena's asking through you? All three. Rayleigh tapped the glass cover lightly. I know fragments of a lot of things. Some from dreams, some from patterns, some from the same place that tells me what kind of soul a blade should carry. Explaining the whole source would take too long and sound less believable than the short version. And the short version? I know the name. I don't know where the orb is now, and I can't open a Gnosis door without it. Fells seemed to accept about half of that, which was fair. Rayleigh wouldn't have believed himself all the way either. Then answer this, Fells said. The figure you saw. Did it have a soul? Rayleigh finally looked up. With the charm I made? No reaction. With my own senses, from the distance and inside that passage, I can't be sure. It felt empty. But the tunnel itself interferes with perception. Could it have been a creature without a soul? In this city? I wouldn't go as far as impossible. Fells lowered his hood slightly, though the dark beneath stayed unreadable. Daedalus' later descendants experimented with more than architecture. Some tried to build guardians for Gnosis. Some used monsters. A few, if the old reports can be trusted, used people. Rayleigh's expression cooled. Fells went on, his voice dry and heavy. Many records were destroyed. Many witnesses died. The guild buried what was left because the city needed peace after the great feud. That peace may be charging interest now. Rayleigh looked back at the cord, still and ugly under the glass. Then we collect the debt from whoever's still around to pay it. Fells made a faint rasping sound that might have been amusement. Hephaestus was right. You should sleep. Everyone keeps telling me that today. Perhaps because you don't listen when only one person says it. Rayleigh had no answer to that. As Fells turned to leave, the cord inside the isolation circle shifted. It was tiny, barely enough to count as movement. A small curl at the end, like a finger bending in sleep. Rayleigh's hand went to Benaheim. Fells stopped at the door. The cord tapped the glass once. Then again. 2 soft clicks. A pause. 3 more. Rayleigh stared at it, and every trace of tiredness drained out of him. Fells's voice came low from the doorway. A signal. Rayleigh leaned closer, careful not to touch the glass. The cord tapped again, and this time the rhythm matched the one Cars had described. The thing in the tunnel had tapped the wall, and the corridor had answered. Rayleigh smiled slowly, and there was nothing warm in it. No, he said. An invitation. Chapter 224, Chapter. The cord tapped against the glass again. 2 soft clicks, a pause, then 3 more. Rayleigh didn't move. He kept one hand resting near Benaheim and watched the ugly little thing coil inside the isolation circle, like something that had only just remembered it was awake. The room was narrow and lit by a single lamp, and the glass cover threw a dim reflection across the black-red strand. Anyone wandering in without context might have written it off as a scrap of old binding cord twitching on leftover magic. Rayleigh had never trusted the convenient explanation, least of all this late at night. Fells stood by the door, motionless under the black robe. It repeated the pattern. Yeah. Can you tell whether the signal came from the cord itself, or through it? Rayleigh leaned in, fingers hovering just above the circle without breaking it. The cord gave off nothing that felt alive. There was no sense of a creature playing dead, no held breath under the surface. The movement was coming from somewhere else and traveling through the material, the way a knock carries down a length of pipe. It's being used as a receiver, he said. The cord is dead, but something on the other end still knows how to pull on it. Fells considered that. Then whoever controls the passage knows the survivor was removed. That, or the route itself does. I'm not sure which one's worse, so I'll save that debate for a night I hate myself a little less. The cord tapped again. This time Rayleigh listened past the sound itself. He let his senses run along the trace left in the binding, chasing the faint tug still buried in the material. It didn't lead cleanly back to the hidden corridor. The line bent through old stone and standing water, through dead air and places that refused to sit still on any mental map. Even pinned under glass, the cord stayed tied to Gnosis in a way no ordinary tool had any right to be. Fells drew closer to the table. A deliberate invitation. Probably. It's tapping the exact way Cars described. The figure in the passage knocked on the wall, and the corridor knocked back. Now this piece is doing the same thing, in a sealed room, after we cut it off the victim. That's too much effort for a random aftershock. Rayleigh took a small metal plate from his pouch and set it beside the isolation circle. He didn't answer the rhythm, not yet. Answering strange things you didn't understand was how people in horror stories died before the first meal break. Instead he drew a second, smaller circle around the plate and joined it to the first with a thin line of power. Fells watched. What are you doing? Giving it something safer to knock on. If the signal wants to move, it can move into the plate instead of the cord. If it won't, that tells me the cord matters. If it will, we can start reshaping the reply without ever touching the original. And if it reacts violently, I break the plate and insult the designer. That is not a method listed in guild procedure. It should be. The cord tapped once, faint. The plate answered. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. The sound coming off the plate was lower and cleaner, far easier to read. The cord had been moving like dead muscle. The plate answered like an actual tool, and that alone loosened something in his shoulders. A thing got less frightening the moment you could move it out of flesh and into metal. He waited through 3 more repetitions, then wrote the rhythm down. 2. Pause. 3. A few minutes later, the pattern shifted. 2. 3. 1. Fells bent over the table. A code. Maybe. Could be a direction. Could be counting how many idiots have answered before us. Rayleigh set the second pattern beside the first and compared them. Cars said the figure tapped and the passage moved. So the taps might be commands, not words. Door controls. Or route controls. Fels's hood tipped toward the sealed tray. Daedalus' descendants built mechanisms keyed to blood, to special tokens, to hidden triggers. Sound-based commands were never confirmed. But there were rumors during the Great Feud, of doors that opened when struck in the right rhythm. Rayleigh looked at the plate again. The new pattern kept repeating, firmer now than before. If this is a door command, the invitation's less friendly than it sounds. It could be telling us where to stand southwest the route can close around us. And yet you seem interested. I'm extremely interested. I'm also not walking into it just because some damp string learned how to knock. For once, Fels made a sound that came close to approval. Rayleigh noted down the next sequence, then drew a third circle around the whole table, sealing cord and plate together under a small layered barrier. The tapping went on inside it, quieter now, held in tightly enough that it wouldn't bleed out into the room. We need Lord Aurena's, Finn, Riveria, and Aina, he said. Airmid too, if cars can handle questions tomorrow. The survivors might recognize the rhythm. Fels nodded. I will inform Lord Aurena's. Rayleigh looked from the plate to the cord. The rhythm changed again. 3. 1. 1. 2. It didn't sound like a simple lure anymore. It sounded impatient. Morning came with too much paperwork and not nearly enough sleep. The guild's lower chamber had been converted into a restricted command room. Maps covered one table, equipment lists another. Sealed samples sat in marked boxes along the wall, watched over by 2 guild employees who looked like they'd been warned, very clearly, that touching anything would end their careers and possibly their lives. Aurenas heard out Rayleigh's report without once interrupting. Fels stood at his side. Finn, Riveria, Aina, Hephaestus, Tsubaki, Airmid, Shakti, and the 3 Astria girls had gathered around the main table. Welf had been let in this time as well, though only after Hephaestus gave him a look that made it plain he was here as a smith, not as a reckless brat hunting for an excuse to sneak underground. Rayleigh laid the copied rhythm notes on the table. The cord we took off cars is carrying a signal from the hidden route. I moved that signal into a metal plate so we could watch it without letting the cord keep working as the main receiver. The pattern changed several times overnight. I don't think it's speech. It feels more like route commands, knocks used to make a door or a passage respond. Aina adjusted her glasses and leaned over the notes. Can the guild match it against old records? Fels answered before Rayleigh could. I have already begun. A handful of reports from the Great Feud mention rhythmic tapping before walls opened, but none of them are complete. Most of the witnesses died. The ones who survived couldn't reproduce the sounds. Elisa's hands tightened on the edge of the table. There were dark circles under her eyes, but her expression was steady. Cars heard it. Lot might have too. We should ask them. Airmid didn't reject the idea, but she took her time answering, and every word carried weight. Cars can manage a little, if we keep the questions short. Lot is more fragile. If hearing the rhythm sets his wound off, I stop the interview then and there. Finn turned to Rayleigh. Can you play the rhythm without the original chord? Yes. The plate's safer, and I can dampen the sound until it's barely there. I can also show them the pattern on paper first. If their bodies react to seeing it alone, that tells us something too. Riveria's eyes moved across the map. If the rhythm is a route command, then tapping it near the wrong wall could open something we aren't ready for. Which is why nobody taps it inside the hidden passage yet, Rayleigh said. Not until we know whether the sequence means open, close, shift, or please step into the murder corridor. Hephaestus gave him a flat, disapproving stare. Rayleigh corrected himself with a tired little wave. The unsafe corridor. That is not better, she said. It's more polite. Tsubaki folded her arms and cut in before the room could slide into banter. Forget polite. Can we build something that taps from a distance? If the rhythm opens a door, I'd rather we were standing somewhere else when the door starts getting ideas. Welf glanced at her, then down at the notes on the plate. A striker box. Small hammer inside, worked by a cord or a trigger. Set it against the wall, pull it from a safe distance, and it knocks out the pattern without anyone standing next to it. Tsubaki's good eye lit up, though her voice stayed rough. That works. Make the shell heavy enough that the wall can't spit it back the way it did the marker. Welf looked to Rayleigh, not for permission, but because the spiritual side of it still needed him. If we put one of your threads inside, can you tell whether the wall answers before the box breaks? Rayleigh nodded. If the signal lasts long enough, yes. We can fit a life check tag in there too, though that might muddy the reading if the wall reacts to both at once. Finn absorbed the proposal fast. A remote tester. Good. That lets us learn something without putting the team inside the first reaction. Elise still didn't look satisfied, but she looked less trapped by all the caution now that caution had turned into a plan. And if the rhythm points to where the captives are? Then we prepare a rescue, Finn said. A real one, with enough checks that we don't hand the enemy another hostage. That she could accept, because Finn had said rescue and not delay. To Elise, the two words were nothing alike. Kaguya studied the rhythm notes, tapping one fingernail against her sleeve instead of the table. If the route is listening, we should stop saying names near the samples, too. The fake voice used captain after it heard us. I'd rather not teach it everyone else's weak points in the middle of a meeting. The room went quiet at that. She was right, and no one in it needed to be told so. Rayleigh slid the rhythm pages back into the center. From now on, near the samples and inside the route, we use roll calls. Captain, Mage, Shield, Healer, Smith, Scout. No personal names, unless someone's dying and there's no time left to care. Ryu nodded. Difficult, but manageable. Gareth grunted. I've been called worse than Shield. Airmid glanced toward the sealed medical notes. I'll have my staff avoid the survivors' names near any contaminated object as well. If the route is stealing sound, then in the clinic we treat words as exposure. Aina wrote that down at once. Auranas finally spoke, his voice settling over the room like a slab of stone. Proceed with the interviews. Build the remote tester. The next entry into the route waits until both are complete. Elise opened her mouth, closed it again, and nodded. She plainly wanted to move faster. Even she could see the sense in not walking into a labyrinth that had started sending messages. Rayleigh gathered the notes and looked to Airmid. Let's start with Cars. Cars looked better than he had the night before, though better only meant he could sit up without falling apart. Airmid had set the interview in the quieter treatment room, with Lot kept next door under watch. The windows were covered, the samples were nowhere near the beds, and the only version of the rhythm allowed inside was a clean copy on fresh paper. Rayleigh had left the metal plate sealed in the side room. He had no interest in discovering that the route could listen through its own handwriting. Cars held the page in both hands and, at first, only stared at it. Airmid sat beside him, close enough to take it away if she had to. Aina stood at the foot of the bed with her report board. Finn and Rayleigh hung back a little further. Too many people would have turned the room into an interrogation, and Cars had already spent more than enough time trapped. After a long silence, he swallowed. That's the sound. Airmid's hand twitched, ready to steady him, but he kept breathing. Rayleigh spoke gently. Which part? Cars touched the first sequence with a trembling finger. 2 taps, a pause, 3 taps. This one opened the crack. I remember because Boar joked that even the wall knocked better than Will. That was before. His voice trailed off. Aina wrote the detail down without pushing him. He made himself look at the second line. This one came after the corridor changed. 2, 3, 1. The wall ahead of us moved. We thought the way had opened, so we ran through it. Finn's gaze sharpened. And the third? Cars went pale. Airmid reached for the paper. He held onto it with surprising strength. That was when the thing came, he whispered. 3, 1, 1, 2. We heard it through the wall first. Then it tapped from behind us. Boar swung at it, and after that everything just broke apart. The answer settled into Rayleigh's mind, and he didn't like where it landed. The invitation wasn't random. The route had handed them the exact sequence that called the figure. Chapter 225, Chapter. Cars looked up at him, terrified and ashamed at once. Did it follow us here? No, Rayleigh said, and he made it firm enough to hold on to. The cord carried a signal. That's all it did. The thing itself is still in the route. Cars gripped the answer like a handhold. Airmid finally took the paper from him. That's enough. You did well. I need to see Lot. His voice cracked around the name. Please. I know you said slowly, but if I don't see him, my head keeps telling me the wall copied him and he's still down there. Airmid looked at him for a long moment. Rayleigh could see her weighing the risk against the harm. Meeting too soon might trigger backlash, waiting too long might let the route's tricks keep gnawing at the boy's mind. Briefly, she said. No sudden movements or shouting. If either of you starts to come apart, I end it. Cars nodded so fast he nearly made himself dizzy. They brought Lot in a few minutes later, in a chair, wrapped in a blanket, one of Airmid's assistants at his side. The moment the two boys saw each other, the whole room seemed to draw tight around their silence. Lot's lips parted, but nothing came out. Cars looked afraid to blink. Rayleigh stepped back without being told. This part wasn't for the guild. Cars reached out first. Lot caught his hand in both of his own, and the two of them just sat there shaking, alive enough to hurt and relieved enough to make the hurt worth carrying. Airmid watched their pulses and their breathing and didn't interrupt. Aina turned her face away for a moment and blinked hard. After a while, Lot whispered, I heard you behind the wall. Cars squeezed his hand. I heard you too. It wasn't me. I know. Small words, yet, they did more than any report could. Rayleigh left the room quietly as Finn followed him out into the corridor. For a few steps, neither of them said anything. After that room, the guild passage felt too ordinary, with its clean lamps and the distant shuffle of clerks. Eventually Finn crossed his arms and leaned a shoulder against the wall. The third rhythm summons the figure, he said. Looks that way. And the route sent that rhythm through the cord after we removed cars. Rayleigh pinched the bridge of his nose. Which means it wanted to scare us, or bait us into summoning the figure somewhere stupid, or find out whether we understood what it was. Finn stayed calm, but his eyes had gone hard. If there's intelligence behind it, then it's testing our reactions. Yeah. And we're testing back. A small nod. Then we should make sure our answer feeds it bad information. Rayleigh looked at him. This was exactly why Finn was dangerous. What kind of bad information? Let the remote tester answer the first rhythm, the one that opens the crack. Let it think we're still cautious, still curious. Don't use the third. Don't let on that we know what it means. If something's listening, it'll expect us to call the figure once we've learned the rhythm. So we disappoint it. Rayleigh smiled faintly. That's a very polite way of saying we should lie to a tunnel. Finn's mouth curved. If the tunnel is listening, then it's already entered negotiations. That answer was good enough to make up for the lost sleep. The remote tester came together in the forge that afternoon. It was an ugly little box, a weighted base, a protected striker inside, 3 replaceable marker cores, and a cord long enough to set it off from around a corner. Welf and Tsubaki built the body between them, which kept the room mostly quiet apart from tool noise and the occasional low correction. Rayleigh preferred it that way. After the last few days, constant joking would have felt forced. Welf worked with a fierce kind of focus. The design was his in a way the first markers hadn't been. Rayleigh had handed him the spiritual requirements in plain language. The box had to knock out a chosen rhythm, hold a thread he could sense through, and last long enough to report whether the wall answered. Welf had taken all of it and turned it into metal. He adjusted the weight twice, changed the hinge after testing the striker, and reinforced the base after Gareth wandered past once and asked, casually, whether it could survive being thrown. By the time the sun dropped low, Welf's hands were black with soot, but his eyes were clear. Hephaestus came to inspect the result. She didn't praise it right away. She picked the box up, tested the weight, checked the hinges, went over the casing the way only a goddess of the forge could. Welf stood stiffly beside the table, pretending not to care while caring so much it practically radiated off him. At last she set the box back down. It's rough. Welf's face fell for half a breath, until she went on. But it understands its job. Today, that matters more. He looked away, ears red. I'll make the next one cleaner. I know. That simple answer hit him harder than any speech could have. Rayleigh filled the internal markers one by one, then tested the remote trigger. The striker knocked against the plate inside the box. 2 taps. A pause. 3 taps. In the forge it sounded harmless, which somehow made it worse. Welf wiped his hands on a cloth and stared at the box. So that opens the crack. According to Cars. And the third rhythm calls that thing. Yes. Welf's jaw worked. Are we building a weapon for it? Rayleigh understood the fear underneath the question. It wasn't only about the box. For Welf, anything he made that something terrible could turn and use carried the long shadow of the Kratzo name. No, Rayleigh said. We're building a tool that lets us choose when we take the risk. The wall already knows how to knock. We're not handing it a new power. We're handing ourselves some distance. Welf looked at the box again, still unhappy. Rayleigh let him stay unhappy. Some discomfort earned its place. It kept people honest. After a while, Welf nodded. Then don't let it use my work better than we do. I'll do my best. Do better than that. Rayleigh met his eyes and found nothing childish in the demand. All right. I will. Tsubaki, who'd stayed quiet through most of it, settled the finished tester into a padded case. Good. Now would the two of you stop staring at it like it's about to grow teeth? If it does, I'm smashing it with a hammer. Nobody laughed out loud, but the tension eased a little. That was enough. The test happened after sunset. Finn picked a different entrance from the last 2 probes, an old suspected outlet near a collapsed wine cellar that Astria Familia had marked back during the Great Feud. The guild had cleared the building above it quietly, using maintenance as the excuse. Ganesha Familia held the perimeter. Once they were down in the basement, no one said a single name. The wall at the back of the cellar looked like nothing at all, cracked brick, dry mold, old water stains. Rayleigh could feel it, though. The same wrong pressure sat behind the stone, faint but waiting. Finn gave the signal. Rayleigh linked to the thread inside the tester from behind a stone pillar. Ready, he said. Finn pulled the cord. The box knocked. 2 taps. A pause. 3 taps. For a few seconds, nothing. Then the brick wall inhaled. Dust slid inward through cracks that hadn't been there a moment before. The tester's first core flickered but held. Rayleigh felt the route stir around the rhythm, not fully awake, just enough to register the knock and reach back through the stone. The wall opened halfway. No voice came through, and somehow that was worse. Rhea's ash flowed into the gap and drifted slowly back. Empty space behind it. Air moving downward. Riveria kept her voice low. Nothing alive nearby. Elise checked her charm and gave a small shake of her head. Cold. Finn didn't step forward. He only studied the opening. We don't enter. The wall seemed to wait. Rayleigh fed a little more power into the tester, letting the first core brighten as though the team were still poking at the crack with clumsy curiosity. He wanted the passage to see hesitation and interest and nothing sharper than that. The second core trembled. Something inside the route touched the signal. Rayleigh felt it slide over the core like a tongue running along metal, hunting for the exposed line that Welf's first design had left it. This time the thread sat deeper. The contact points were small and reinforced and unpleasant to chew through. The thing tried anyway. The first core dimmed. The second held. The third sent a clean pulse back into Rayleigh's senses, carrying the direction of the pressure. He caught the angle and marked it on the board beside him without a word. The pull didn't run straight through the opened wall. It curved left. Toward the old canal. Finn saw Rayleigh's hand move over the board and understood. He waited 2 more breaths, then gave the signal to pull back. Gareth hauled the tester free with the secondary cord. The wall snapped shut the instant the box left the stone, fast enough that the edge would have taken a hand clean off. Elisa's expression darkened, but she held her tongue until they were back past the cellar's outer room and the sound-dampening field had come down. It wanted us to walk into the wrong opening. Rayleigh set the tester case on a crate and opened it. The first core had been drained almost empty, the second was damaged, and the third still pulsed with the direction he'd copied. Looks like it. The visible door was bait. The real signal came from somewhere else. Finn looked at the marked angle. Old canal route. Rhea nodded slowly. The abandoned shrine I mentioned sits near that line. Kagaya's eyes sharpened. The one with the wet stone smell, after the fight. Elise stared at the closed cellar wall for a long moment, her anger reined in tight enough to be useful. Then that's where we go next. After we prepare, Finn said. This time she didn't argue. The wall had tried to lead her by the nose, and if there was one thing Elise hated more than waiting, it was being played. Chapter 226, Chapter. The abandoned shrine near the East Canal looked too small to be worth guarding. That was probably why it had lasted this long without anyone paying it any attention. Orario was full of old buildings like it, cracked walls, the worn marks of forgotten gods, stories nobody could be bothered to check anymore. This one sat wedged between 2 warehouses and a narrow drainage path, half swallowed by moss and bad weather, its roof sagging low enough that Gareth had to duck before he even reached the door. The canal ran past it, carrying dark water through the district, slow and foul-smelling under the early morning mist. A handful of guild workers had blocked off the nearest street with the excuse that they were repairing old drainage stones. Ganesha Familia worked the perimeter in plain gear, so they passed for local security rather than an operation team. 2 alleys away, Ina held the temporary command post with the maps, the reports, and enough worry to fill the whole building on her own. Rayleigh stood in front of the shrine with the remote tester case in one hand and the new life check charms tied under his glove. Welf hadn't come this time. He had wanted to. That much was obvious from the way he'd handed over the updated gear with his jaw tight and his eyes fixed anywhere but Rayleigh's face. Hephaestus had killed the argument before it could start, and for once Welf had swallowed his pride fast enough to keep the moment from turning ugly. His work was going into the tunnel. For a first operation, that was already more than enough. The new tester felt heavier than the first. Welf had reinforced the casing, cut the inner channels deeper, and added a locking plate so the route couldn't drain the thread as easily. It was still ugly, but Rayleigh had learned to respect ugly tools that did their job. Finn gave the shrine a quiet look, then turned to the group. Same rules as before. Keep the talk short inside, no names, and nobody follows a sound without confirmation. If the passage opens, we test before we enter. If the route tries to split us, we leave. Elise adjusted the charm under her glove. She looked calmer than yesterday, though Rayleigh knew better than to mistake calm for comfortable. If someone living is inside, we bring them out. If someone living is inside and reachable, Finn said. That last part matters. It does. This time she sounded like she'd spent the whole night forcing herself to accept the ugly half of the rule. I know. Kagaya wiped the edge of her blade with a cloth and slid it back into place. I'm starting to dislike how clever this tunnel is. Traps are easier to laugh at when they don't learn. Ryu stood by the canal wall, watching the water instead of the shrine. There's airflow under the stones. It's weak, but it keeps changing direction. Riveria moved closer and lowered her staff toward the shrine floor. The magic here is thin. That may be deliberate. A passage hidden under a canal would be hard to detect if the water keeps washing the traces away. Gareth looked the old building over. Then let's not trust the floor. That's becoming a theme too, Rayleigh said. Finn gestured toward the entrance, and they went in. The shrine smelled of dust and old wood, damp stone, and stale offerings. Someone had cleaned it once, years ago maybe, then given up when no one came back to pray. The little altar at the back still held a cracked bowl and a stone figure whose face had been worn smooth by time. Moss had crept in through one corner of the floor, and thin, ugly water marks ran along the base of the wall. Rayleigh crouched by the altar and brushed his fingers just above the stone without touching it. There was a hollow beneath them. Small, at first. More like a pocket of trapped air under the shrine, with several narrow channels branching off it. The canal muddied the reading. Moving water washed away scent and smeared the old traces together until everything went soft at the edges. It was exactly the kind of place a hidden door would like. He set one of the new markers into the floor beside the altar and filled it, slow and careful. The signal sank deeper than before and held. Good, he said. The new design likes stone better than the old one did. Kaguya glanced at the marker. Should we send the brat a thank you letter if we live? He'd pretend not to care and read it 3 times, Rayleigh said. Elise gave him a small look. That sounds very specific. It's very accurate. Finn didn't rush them. He let the exchange run its course, then pointed at the altar. Tester. Rayleigh linked his thread to the inner core and stepped back behind the shrine pillar. Finn pulled the cord. The tester knocked out the first rhythm. 2 taps, a pause, 3 taps. For several seconds the altar did nothing. Then the water answered. A ripple ran through the canal outside, soft enough that a normal person would have missed it. The moss in the corner darkened. Water seeped up between the stones and formed a thin ring around the altar before draining back down through cracks that hadn't been there a heartbeat earlier. Rayleigh felt the tester's first anchor flicker. The second held. The third handed him a clear direction through the floor, down and slightly east, following the canal line. The door's under us, he said. The altar's only the trigger. Riveria kept her voice low. Is the water part of the mechanism? Looks that way. If someone opened this without a marker, the whole floor might shift before they even worked out where the route started. Gareth frowned at the wet stones. That sounds like a fine way to drown in a shrine. The altar clicked. A rectangular section of the floor slid aside, not with the heavy scrape of stone but with a smooth, wet sound, as if the edges had been kept slick for years. A narrow stairway opened beneath it, dropping into darkness alongside an old drainage channel. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of canal water and rust and something faintly sweet that Rayleigh disliked on sight. Ryu's ash slid down the first few steps and came back slowly. Northwest one close. The air moves farther down. Finn studied the opening. We go as far as the first junction, no further without a confirmed route. Mark every turn. Rayleigh picked up the tester and checked the casing. The first anchor was damaged again, but the second and third were alive. Welf's design had bought them the answer without spending the tool. That was progress. Tester's still good for one more knock, he said. 2, if the wall's feeling generous. Kaguya looked into the stairwell. I've yet to meet a generous wall. Then 1. They started down. The stairway was narrow enough that Gareth had to turn sideways in places. Water ran along a channel beside their feet, not deep but steady, and the old stones were carved with small grooves that guided the trickle downward. Rayleigh kept one hand near the wall without touching it, reading the pressure through the markers he set along the way. The route here felt different from the breathing wall. Less hungry. More patient. He kept that to himself. Patient tunnel wasn't a phrase anyone needed to hear while walking under a canal. At the bottom of the stairs the passage opened into a low corridor with water running down the center. The air was colder here. Lantern light caught the channel and trembled across the walls. Southwest the whole place seemed to move even while everyone stood still. Riveria murmured a soft spell, and a thin skin of wind spread around their boots to keep the water off. Don't step into the channel. If the mechanism uses water to carry signals, contact may matter. Rayleigh nodded. Good call. Elise looked down the corridor. Left or right? The map was no help. By the guild's records, there shouldn't have been a corridor here at all. Rayleigh set the tester down and aimed it at the left wall first. Finn gave him a nod. The first rhythm knocked. Nothing opened, but the water in the channel slowed, and the charm under Rayleigh's glove tugged faintly to the right. Something alive on the right, he said. Elisa's focus snapped to it at once. Ryu checked with Heiniko. Breathing. Very faint. Behind the right wall. Riveria's magic confirmed it a moment later. A living presence. Weak. Finn's face stayed calm, but his eyes moved fast across the corridor. Check for bait first. Rayleigh set 3 markers around the right wall and fed power into them. This time the stone didn't breathe. It sweated. Drops gathered along the cracks and slid down into the channel, and the signal inside the markers bent toward the living presence without snapping. Stable enough to open, Rayleigh said. No promises after that. Gareth shifted his shield. That's the best kind of bad news. Chapter 227, Chapter. Rayleigh used the smallest push he could manage. The wall opened into a cramped hollow, and the life check charms warmed against their wrists. Inside was a girl. She wasn't an adventurer. One glance told him that. Her clothes were torn and filthy, but they'd once been a clerk's uniform from one of the smaller trade offices near Deadless Street. Her wrists were bound with the same black-red cord, though not as tight as Car's had been. A dirty gag hung loose around her neck, and her eyes were open enough to see them without ever quite focusing. Elise drew a sharp breath and made herself stay put. Rayleigh moved first, careful and slow. She's alive. Civilian, I think. The girl's lips moved. No sound came out. Airmid wasn't here, so Rayleigh did the next best thing. He checked the cord without touching it, slid a stabilizing charm beneath the first loop, and looked to Riveria. Can you keep the water out of the hollow? Yes. Riveria's wind slipped into the space, lifting the damp air and pushing the trickle back from the girl's body while Ryu sent ash along the floor to sweep the corners. You're safe. We're getting you out, Elise said, low but steady. Don't move yet, okay. Let him deal with the cords first. The girl's eyes drifted weakly toward her. Rayleigh cut the bindings in stages. The cords reacted, but with less violence than before, probably because she hadn't been held as long as Car's. The moment the last loop came free, the water in the central channel stopped moving. That was bad. Finn caught it the same instant Rayleigh did. Move. Gareth lifted the girl carefully and wrapped her in the prepared cloth. The second he stepped back into the corridor, the water surged up in a thin sheet, rising off the channel like a curtain. Faces formed in it, rough and half-finished, mouths opening on nothing. Elisa's charm stayed warm, because the girl was in Gareth's arms. That made the fake shapes worse. They'd learned to hide right next to a real-life sign. Eyes on the one we're carrying, Finn ordered. Ignore the water. Riveria raised her staff and spoke with tight control. Wind swept down the corridor and pinned the water curtain against the channel before it could spread. The faces collapsed into ripples, but now the channel started flowing backward, dragging the air along with it. Rayleigh felt the markers along the stairs flicker. The route was trying to close the way up. He pushed power into the nearest marker, then the next, using Welf's 3-anchor design to force the path to hold its shape. The first anchor on the lower marker died. The second dimmed. The third held on stubbornly enough that Rayleigh could almost hear Welf shouting at the tunnel through the metal. Good brat. Stairs are still open, Rayleigh said. Move, now. They pulled back, Gareth carrying the girl and Riveria holding the water at bay. Kagaya took the rear, cutting down thin lashes of black-red cord that snaked out of the cracks. Ryu's ash flooded the floor behind them and dried the slick stones enough for Elise to keep her feet when the passage tilted. Halfway up the stairs, the tunnel tried a new voice. Don't leave me. This one sounded like the girl. Elise looked down at the person in Gareth's arms. The girl's mouth hung slack, her breathing shallow but steady. The charm stayed warm against Elisa's wrist, because the real girl was right there, not somewhere below them. Elisa's face hardened. Lazy trick. She kept climbing. Rayleigh sealed the lower stair as they passed, leaving the tester wedged on the first landing with its damaged core still pulsing. He didn't like abandoning Welf's tool, but the box could keep the route arguing with a false signal long enough for the team to get clear. The shrine floor came into view. Gareth went up first with the girl. Finn followed, then Riveria. Elise and Ryu climbed next. Kagaya waited for Rayleigh at the last turn, blade still in hand. You're leaving the box. For now. The brat will be upset. He can yell at me once I've made sure we're alive. Kagaya accepted that and moved. Rayleigh stepped onto the shrine floor last and slapped a ceiling tag over the opening. The floor tried to grind shut before the tag could set, but the last live marker caught the edge and held it just long enough for the seal to bite. Stone locked against stone, and the wet air pouring out of the stairwell cut off all at once. The old shrine went quiet again. Outside, the canal flowed as normally as ever, as if nothing beneath it had so much as stirred. Airmid was waiting at the command post when Gareth carried the girl in. The room reshaped itself around her before she'd given a single order. A bed was cleared, the clean cloth came out, the contaminated bindings were sealed away. She checked the girl's breathing, her pulse, her pupils, the faint tremor running through her fingers, then asked Rayleigh for the order of contact while her hands never stopped working. Civilian, Rayleigh said. Found under the shrine, right side hollow past the first water channel. Bound with the same cord, but the reaction was weaker than Karz's. The route used water to fake shapes once we moved her. Airmid nodded once. Did the water touch anyone? Not directly. Riveria kept it off us. Good. Everyone who went in still needs checking. Elise opened her mouth, caught Airmid's expression, and closed it again. The girl woke while Airmid was cleaning the marks on her wrists. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first, then flooded with panic as she tried to pull away. Airmid steadied her without pinning her down too hard. You're safe. You're outside the passage now. My name is Airmid. The girl stared at her, breathing too fast. Ina hurried in from the map room and stopped short when she saw the uniform. She works at Belch Trade Office. I've seen her bringing documents to the guild. The girl's eyes moved toward Ina. Being recognized reached her where an explanation couldn't. Guild. She whispered. Yes, Ina said, coming closer but keeping her voice soft. You're with the guild now. We'll contact your office once Airmid says it's safe. The girl swallowed. They took the ledgers. The whole room went still. Finn, who'd been talking with Shakti by the door, turned back at once. What ledgers? The girl shook her head weakly, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Old property records. Canal warehouses, shrine land, sealed maintenance rights. My boss said someone offered too much money for copies, and then people came at night. I hid under the archive table. They found me. Ina's face drained of color in a way Rayleigh had seen far too often lately. Rayleigh looked to Finn. This turned the whole problem into something else. It wasn't only about old tunnels waking up anymore. Someone up on the surface was collecting the legal records tied to the hidden routes, buying or stealing the information you'd need to move through Orario without ever looking like you were touching Gnosis. Kagaya's voice came from the wall, quiet and sharp. A trade office would hold maps the guild doesn't. Ownership, repairs, old drainage claims, forgotten basements. Boring papers that tell you exactly which walls nobody bothers to check. Elisa's hand curled at her side. So the captives weren't random. The girl started shaking harder, and Airmid shut the conversation down with a single look. Enough. She's told us what she can for now. No one argued. Rayleigh stepped away from the bed and dropped his voice as Finn came closer. We need that office secured before whoever took the ledgers clears it out. Finn was already looking toward Shakti. Ganesha Familia can move fastest without starting a panic. Shakti nodded. I'll send a squad. Quietly. Ina gripped her report board. I know where the office is and the owner's name. I can guide them. Finn studied her for half a second, then nodded. Go with Shakti. Stay behind the front line. Ina didn't argue. She was frightened, but she'd turned the fear into something she could use. Rayleigh turned toward the sealed tray that held the girl's bindings. The black-red cord lay still inside it, damp from the canal air. This time, it didn't tap. Maybe the route had learned some caution, or maybe the person behind it had. Either way, the shadow under Orario had finally surfaced, and paperwork had just become every bit as dangerous as a hidden door. Chapter 228, Chapter 5 swords lay across his bed, and Rayleigh looked at them the way a man looks at a bill he already knows he can't argue down. A proper Shinigami carries one. Just one. Kayaraka carries two, and half of Soul Society thinks he's compensating. He picked up Senbenzakura first, because it had the manners to sit still. The wrappings were cool against his palm, and the pressure that answered his grip was unhurried, faintly smug, a blade that had already decided how the fight ended and saw no reason to rush the middle. Left hip, where it lived. Ruriiro Kajaka next. Holding that one always felt like shaking hands with a snake that had agreed, for the moment, not to bite. Good for going underground. Vines didn't care about a corpse's dignity, and after last night, dignity was in short supply down there anyway. Hyarinmaru's cold bled through the sheath before he'd fully lifted it, so he tied it high on his back and out of the way. Sakanade went over the opposite shoulder. That left the newest one, humming its low red hum at the bottom of the row like it resented sharing the mattress. He weighed Beneheim a moment before he strapped it to his right hip. The pressure off it was a woman's smile with a knife somewhere behind it, and he still hadn't decided whether the two of them were partners or just hadn't gotten around to the argument yet. He turned to the mirror. 5 sheaths, none of them balanced and all of them pulling a different direction. He looked like a market stall that had learned how to walk. This is the first time you carried all 5 of them at once. Althea hadn't looked up from her book. She sat in the good chair by the window with one leg crossed over the other, silver hair loose down her back, a bar of thin gray morning across the page. The update medicine had dragged her up to a level even the dead legends would have flinched at, and not one soul in the city knew she was breathing. He meant to keep it that way until hiding her stopped being smarter than the alternative, which would be roughly never. "I'm being thorough," he said. "You're stalling." She turned a page without any particular interest in his suffering. "You carried 4 to the war. 4 when you flattened Rakia. Now you want all 5 to look at whatever crawled out of the canal. And there it is." He kept his face flat. It bought him nothing. Behind his sternum, on the thin red thread that had run between the two of them ever since he'd shoved a piece of his own soul through her chest and refused to let her finish dying, her attention shifted. A light, cool weight against the inside of his ribs, the sensation of being read through a wall he'd have sworn was solid. Her expression didn't move, but she set the book face down on her knee, which from Alfea was practically shouting. "You already know what it is," she said. He thought about last night. The shrine floor peeling open over black water. The girl bound in cord who kept ledgers for a trade office and couldn't understand why she'd been worth taking. The corridor that wore people's voices and called them by name. He thought about Cars and Lot in Ermid's ward, still flinching at their own reflections. Whatever moved under Orario had spent the whole investigation being coy, and coy things did not suddenly get loud to say hello. "I've got a guess," he said. "It's the kind of guess where 5 swords feels reasonable." Neither of them spoke for a moment. She watched him and he pretended to check a strap that didn't need it. A gull started up over the roof, and a cart clattered by 3 streets down, and he tightened a buckle that was already tight. Then Alfea picked her book back up, which was how he knew they were done. "Don't die," she said, to the page. "I've gotten used to the chair." "The chair." "Of course. The chair." He almost gave her the smile and stopped himself, because handing her that would keep her warm a week and unbearable for 2. She felt the near miss anyway. The thread carried it before he could shut it down, and one corner of her mouth moved, and she let him watch her decline to mention it. Someone hammered on the front gate hard enough to rattle the frame. Rayleigh was already moving. And there's the louder. The runner was a Ganesha rookie who'd sprinted the whole way and was paying for it, bent double on the step with one hand flat on the stone. He got out 3 words before his lungs revolted: Vyasa, Benen Street, the sick one. Rayleigh didn't wait for the rest. He laid a hand on the boy's shoulder, said, "Breathe, you'll live," and was gone between one blink and the next, the doorstep registering his absence a full second late. The wrong thread found him before he found the plaza. Among the thousands of Ryuraku streaming over the eastern market, one ran a color no living person should, gray at the core, going black where it frayed. The fish market off Benen Street had become a cordon. Ganesha's people had thrown a wall of shields across every mouth of the square, civilians shoved back behind them and craning anyway, because a crowd would always rather see the thing that might kill it than walk away. In the cleared space at the center, something that had been a man an hour ago was screaming without a mouth. There was still an apron. Still one boot. From the ribs up, the rest of him had opened like a fist going slack, and out of the opening a viola had bloomed, thick fibrous petals the wet dark red of a lung, threaded through with pale roots that had driven down into the cobbles and split them apart. Where the face should have sat, the flower had a hollow, and the hollow was making a sound. This time the sound was a little girl's voice. "Big brother, it hurts, why won't you look at me, please look." Half the shield line was leaning toward it without knowing they'd moved. Of course they were, that was the whole trick. You built something that sounded like the worst moment of a stranger's life, and you aimed it at people who couldn't hear that and stay put. At the front of the line, one person stood absolutely still. "Hold." Artie's voice cracked across the square, and the line held, because when the captain's little sister used the tone even the veterans forgot she was the gray-haired girl who apologized for bumping your elbow. She was a level 4 with a title and a Zanpakuto and both arms flung wide to keep a shaking rookie in rank. Her chin was up, her eyes bright and wet, and she looked ready to bite, because she'd worked out what the voice was, and she despised it, and she was not going to let it herd her men into a flowerbed made of a person. She saw him, and for half a heartbeat the captain's face slipped and something younger and enormously relieved surfaced before she crammed it back down. Chapter 229, Chapter. Rayleigh. Artie. He walked into the square without slowing, and the roots dragged toward the motion with a sound like teeth on a plate. The petals turned to face him, and the voice hitched and slid into a young man's. "Sir, I think I'm lost, could you come here a moment, just here?" Behind him a rookie made a broken noise and took half a step. Artie's arm shot back across his chest without her head so much as turning. "Eyes down, Toll. Watch the roots, not the voice. Whatever's talking, there's no one left in there to answer it." She'd shrunk her world to the shield in front of her and the wall of it beside her, and she was holding both. He talked at this girl for the better part of a year about how her sword thought, how her enemies thought, and some of it had stuck after all. "How long?" he asked, stopping 10 paces from the thing. Since he dropped at his stall, maybe 6 minutes. Her knuckles stood white around Nejibana's grip, the tremor she kept out of her voice loose in her hands instead. He went missing 4 days back. He came home, Rayleigh. Walked in yesterday, ate dinner, opened his stall this morning like nothing happened, and then that. Her jaw worked. It said my name. A minute ago it said my name in his voice. How does it know my name? Somebody said it near a wall it was listening through. He looked at what was left of the fishmonger, the apron and the single boot and the roots threaded through the place a heart used to be, feeding the empty shell so it could keep broadcasting. When she asked the next question he didn't dress it up, because she'd hear the lie, and because she deserved better than one. Can you save him? No. Her throat moved. She looked at the ruined man a second longer, then nodded once, and it cost her something to give that nod, and she paid it without a word. Then don't let it keep him, she said, low, meant for him and no one else. He was somebody's neighbor. Don't let it walk him around after. Whatever settled in Rayleigh's chest then had nothing gentle in it. Not mercy. The thing she'd asked him for, underneath the words. Fast. Clean. Gone before it can make him into another mouth. He could manage that. A viola grown through deadless wiring moved with a purpose no honest monster had, so before anything else he took the purpose off the board. He raised 2 fingers, and didn't bother with the chant, because for something this small the chant would have been an insult to them both. Bakuto number 61, Rikuchikoro. 6 thin bars of yellow light snapped into place around the flower's core and slammed shut, pinning the whole obscene structure where it stood. The roots hauled at the far cobbles, trying to drag the mass sideways out of the light the way they must have dragged it out of tighter spots before. They got nowhere. The rods weren't cobbles, and he wasn't a frightened level 2 in a dark tunnel. There. Now you can't lunge at the children. Let's have a look at you. He drew Ruriiro Kujaku, and the square took a small breath. Bloom in a frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. The blade came apart into lapis light and the light became vine, and the vine poured into the pinned flower like ivy with a whole season crammed into 1 second, reaching and threading and sinking into the roots. Where it touched, it drank. The borrowed knot life came up the vines and into him, sour and thin and deeply wrong, and it told him everything he'd been afraid of. There was no soul in the thing. There had been one, 4 days ago, and something had scooped it out and left the socket wired to a length of cord, a rhythm, and a hunger that was not the flower's own. Rayleigh, Artie had Nejibana leveled, water already climbing the trident's tines. It's pulling toward the line again. It can't reach them. But go ahead and remind it. With pleasure. She drove the butt of the trident down and called it out clean and bright, like she still half believed she was in one of her hero stories. Rankle the seas and the skies, Nejibana. A low wall of water climbed between the flower and the shields. The roots recoiled from it, and behind the rush her men steadied and the fake voice went muffled and small. Water. It doesn't like open water any more than the tunnel did. He'd seen enough. Rayleigh let the vines fall slack, because every second he drew this out was a second the fishmonger's own voice might surface in that hollow, and he'd promised a girl it wouldn't. His right hand found the newest weight at his hip. Fine. Let's find out if you're as much trouble as you look. Awaken, Beneheim. The blade came out red. Not painted, not lit from within. Red the way the inside of a body is red, and the low hum he'd never fully trusted climbed into a note that set the flower's petals rigid and every hair on the cordon on end. Beneheim didn't drink and it didn't bind. It held one opinion about a problem, and the opinion was a single crimson line drawn through the world at the height of his shoulder. Nake, Beneheim. The crescent of red light left the edge and crossed the square ahead of the sound of its own name. It went through the roots where they clustered thickest, through the base of the bloom, through the whole wired architecture of the thing in one clean stroke, and it did not cut the flower so much as cut the decision holding it together. The viola came apart into wet dark petals already rotting before they touched the ground. The roots died in the stone all at once. The socket where a man's soul had been simply went out. The voice stopped in the middle of a word. An apron, a single boot, and a drift of ash the wind had already begun taking were all that remained of whoever had sold fish on Binan Street. Silence dropped over the plaza like a sheet let go. Even the gulls had shut their beaks. Rayleigh flicked Beneheim once out of habit, though it never carried blood to flick, and slid it home. The red hum sank back to a mutter that sounded, distinctly, like it had found the whole business beneath its dignity and had only obliged because he'd asked nicely. Artie let her water fall. It came down in a hiss and ran away down the gutters, and she stood in the middle of it breathing hard, trident still up, staring at the little gray pile where a person had been standing. We didn't even get his name, she said. The fury had drained out of her, and what it left behind was quieter and heavier and suited her worse. Ganesha keeps stall registries. You'll have it by tonight. He crossed to the ash and crouched. There among it, where the roots had bunched thickest, something gleamed that wasn't ash, a short length of black-red cord, the same wet color as the flower, coiled neat and whole in the wreckage of everything it had grown through. The twin of the one they'd pulled off the girl beneath the canal. It was tapping. Slow and deliberate. 3 beats, then a pause. 3 beats, then a pause. He knew that rhythm from Kars's testimony and from the sealed sample that had fallen quiet on his desk sometime after midnight, and it meant the thing wasn't sending a message so much as knocking on a door. Except this time the door had been a man in a market, and the whole city had just been demoted to a wall for the thing underneath it to rap its knuckles against. Artie crouched beside him, close enough that her shoulder nearly came against his. The earlier fear had scrubbed off her, and her jaw was set now in a way that made her look older than the girl who'd flinched at the voice. "It's checking if anyone's home," she said. She wasn't asking. She'd worked it out already, and faster than he'd have said aloud, since telling her would only go to her head. "Yeah. So do we answer it?" Rayleigh reached out with 2 fingers and pressed the cord flat against the stone until the rhythm died under his hand, and very far below the plaza he felt something take note, cold and certain, that its knock had met no answer. "We answer." He stood, 5 sheaves riding heavy and crooked on his back, and this time the weight of them didn't feel absurd at all. Just not by knocking back politely. Chapter 230, Chapter. Belch Trade Office looked like it had been robbed by someone with a filing system. That was the part that bothered Rayleigh as he stepped through the door. A panicked thief tore a place apart, drawers appended, shelves swept bare, the mess of a man grabbing whatever glittered. This was tidier and worse. Whole cabinets stood untouched. The account books, the tax stamps, the shipping manifests, everything a trade house actually made money on, sat on their shelves under a night's worth of dust. Only one cabinet had been emptied, and it had been emptied neatly, the rest left in order, as if someone wanted the office running long enough that no one looked too hard at what was missing. Shakti met him at the ruined archive with her arms folded and her sister's gray hair tied back into something far more severe than Artie ever managed. "Nothing forced," she said, in the clipped way that meant she'd already walked the whole building twice and disliked all of it. The night lock was opened with a key, not broken. The staff were sent home early that evening by a note none of them can find now. "My people have been here since before dawn, and the only thing anyone's certain of is that the property archive is gutted and the account books aren't. Whoever did this wanted paper that doesn't make money. Which is the only kind worth stealing, if you're not in it for money." Rayleigh crouched by the empty cabinet and let his perception widen. Under the ordinary smells of the room, sweat and ink and the stale fear of a place people worked in, he caught the fainter trace of the clerk they'd pulled from under the canal. Beneath even that, soaked into the grain of the empty shelves, sat the flat wrong signature he'd been chasing since the first survivor came back broken. The same wrongness that had been in the fishmonger's chest that morning. So it was here. Something carrying the cord stink stood right where I'm standing and read the shelves before it took them. "It's connected," he said, straightening. "Same signature as the tunnels. Same as this morning." Shakti's jaw tightened. She'd heard about the market by now, everyone had. Behind them a new voice cut in, crisp and a little imperious. The voice of someone who'd been raised above servants and never fully lost the habit of it. "Then they were looking for the same thing here that they're looking for down there. Which means they didn't take these at random, and I can prove it, if the captain will let me touch her crime scene." Eleonora had a stack of the surviving ledgers braced against one hip and a guild inspection board under her arm, and she was already reading over the top of the pile as she picked her way through the wreckage. Shakti made a small permitting gesture. "The scene's recorded. Don't remove anything. I'm a clerk, captain, not a looter." Eleonora set the pile on the one clear table with a thump and began laying volumes out in a row, spine to spine, the way you deal cards. Whoever planned this understood exactly what they were taking. "Watch." Rayleigh drifted over. Watching her work beat watching Ganesha dust a doorframe, and he told himself that was the whole of it. "You've got that face." "What face?" "The one you had in Rakia, right before you told your brother Stuart his numbers were a crime against arithmetic." Her pen paused for a beat, and color came up along her cheekbones before she flattened it by sheer will. "That man deducted a war levy twice and called it accounting," she said, "to the ledgers, not to him. And I'll thank you not to bring up Rakia while I'm working. Okuyorokuin. She's never going to let that slide, isn't she?" The corner of his mouth moved. He'd handed her a fake name in a cell under a palace, and she'd hoarded it like a coin ever since, spending it whenever she wanted the upper hand back. "It saved your life," he said mildly. "It was ridiculous, and you enjoyed it." She tapped the open page, done with him, back on the scent. "Here. Look at what's left. This warehouse is owned outright by the trade house, clean title, 3 generations. Untouched. They didn't want it. But this one," she slid a finger to a marginal note in a different hand, "is a warehouse on the canal whose ownership transferred 4 times in 1 year. Died, sold, seized, sold again. During the Great Feud. The last buyer is a name that pays its dues on time and has never once been seen." Shakti leaned in despite herself. A shell. A very tidy shell. And it isn't alone. Eleonora's pen moved down the row, and she was alight now, the boredom of the uniform burned off her, the same look Artie had worn in the plaza once the fear turned into a job. Every property in the stolen archive shares a shape. Ownership that changed hands after a suspicious death or a convenient collapse, always around the war, always ending with an owner who exists as a signature and a fee and nothing else. Someone spent this whole reconstruction quietly buying the deeds to Orario's forgotten cellars. She looked up, and for a moment the princess and the clerk were the same person and both of them were grim. They aren't hunting treasure. They're assembling a set of keys nobody remembers exist. Surface doors. The whole thing turned over in Rayleigh's head and settled into a worse shape. The tunnels below, the routes that closed and lied. And up here, someone patiently buying the legal right to walk into 100 old cellars without a single alarm ringing. You found the pattern faster than the guild's records office managed in 3 days, he said. Eleonora's chin came up half an inch. The guild's records office never had to survive a court where the wrong signature got you disinherited. She said it lightly, but her grip on the pen tightened a shade too far, and he let that one alone. The front door banged open like it was making an entrance, because the person coming through it always was. Now this is a party. Hermes swept in, head at an angle, coat making the most of the doorway. He took in the wreckage, the Ganesha guards, and the whole gathered company like a man who'd wandered into a better show than the one he'd paid for. Ledgers, corpses, a beautiful mystery, and Uchiha himself brooding in the corner. Asfi, I told you it'd be worth the walk. You told me a great many things this morning. Asfi came in behind him with a sheaf of documents and a visible headache, spectacles catching the light. She gave Shakti a short nod and Rayleigh a shorter one, then set her papers beside Eleonora's. She'd learned long ago to get business done fast, before her god could turn it into a performance. We can save time. Whatever the clerk found in the deeds, we found the other half in the money. She found that they bought forgotten cellars, Rayleigh said. You're going to tell me who paid? A broker. Asfi slid a single page to the top. Licensed, technically, out of an office near Deadless Street. For the past year he's been acquiring access rights and repair claims on old properties across the Canal District. Always the boring ones, always the derelict ones, always the ones near passages the guild would rather forget. He files everything correctly. That's what makes him difficult. He hasn't broken a single law you could arrest him for. Hermes had drifted to the empty cabinet and stood peering into it with his hands clasped behind his back, and when he spoke the lightness stayed in his voice but something under it went sharp. The interesting thing about a man who never breaks the law, he said, is how frightened he has to be to stay that careful. People are only that neat when they're terrified of being noticed. And there's the god doing the thing where he pretends to be an idiot. Rayleigh had learned not to underestimate Hermes years ago, and it still took effort not to. You have eyes on him, he said. Had. A new voice, dry and amused, from the window ledge where nobody had been sitting a breath before. Lolian perched there with one boot up, the beastwoman's ears twitching toward every sound in the room. Charming fellow, always sweats through his collar, jumps at shadows, checks the same 3 streets every time he leaves his office like he's expecting something to follow him out. Which, to be fair, I was. She flicked a scrap of paper onto the table with 2 fingers. Yesterday evening he met someone in the back of a shuttered wine shop off Deadless Street. Thin man, hood, walked like his knees hurt. My broker did all the talking. The thin one just listened, and after it left, my brave little broker sat in that empty shop 20 minutes before his legs would hold him. The room went quiet, and not out of politeness. Eleonora's pen stopped. You saw the buyer? The one behind all this. I saw a scared man report to someone scarier. Lolian's tail flicked. Couldn't get the hooded one's face, and I've tailed enough people to know when not to push it. Whatever it was, my broker isn't the top of this. He's the errand boy who handles the paperwork so the real players never have to stand in a lit room. A handler afraid of his own client. A client too careful to be seen. And something under the city knocking on people to find out who's home. Rayleigh turned the pieces over and liked the picture less for having more of it. Whoever was assembling those keys was no lone madman with a shovel. There were layers here, and the one man they could actually reach was the least frightening thing in the stack. Then we start with the errand boy, he said. He's licensed, careful, and terrified, which means he keeps records, and he'll fold the second he's more afraid of us than of whatever met him in that wine shop. Asfi adjusted her spectacles. You want to walk into a legal broker's office and frighten a confession out of him. I want to have a conversation. He glanced at Eleonora. You'll come. You speak deed and levy fluently, and his type respects paper over swords. And Kagaya, he'd already decided, Kagaya can remind him what happens if the paper turns out to be a lie. Hermes clapped his hands, delighted all over again. The clerk, the assassin, and the demon swordsmith walk into a broker's office. Asfi, cancel my afternoon. You had no afternoon plans. Then cancel them harder, this is going to be wonderful. Eleonora didn't laugh. When Rayleigh looked over she was staring at Lulian's scrap of paper, that small crease between her brows she got when she'd caught something no one else had. A hooded man near Deadless Street who walks like his knees hurt, she said slowly. Deadless. You don't think? I try not to think about that family before noon. He straightened off the table. But yeah. This stopped being about tunnels a while ago, and your errand boy is going to be the last easy door we walk through for a good while. Eleonora gathered the ledgers under her arm and turned for the door before he could say anything else. Then we go tonight, she said, before he learns to vanish the way his master already has. Chapter 231, Chapter. The office had a brass nameplate, a swept floor, and a man behind the desk who was sweating before anyone spoke. His name was Ves. Lulian had walked them to the door and then gone up to the roof to watch the street, which left three of them in the warm little room, Rayleigh, Eleonora with her stack of ledgers, and Kaguya, who had not said a word since they came in and made the silence worse for it. Ves stood up too fast when he saw the swords. We're closed for the evening. If you want to book an appointment. Sit down, Master Ves. Eleonora set her ledgers on his desk and opened the top one to a page she'd marked. We won't take long. He sat, because a woman in a guild uniform holding your own paperwork is hard to argue with. But his eyes kept sliding to the door. Rayleigh took the chair across from him and let him look. 2 days of jumping at shadows, Lulian said. He's not afraid of us yet. He's afraid of something else, and we're just standing in front of it. You've been busy this year, Eleonora said. She turned the ledger so he could see it. Access rights. Repair claims. Old properties along the canal. All of it filed correctly, all of it legal, and all of it pointed at buildings nobody set foot in since the war. She tapped one line. This warehouse changed owners 4 times in 12 months. You handled the last 3. Would you like to tell me who paid you, or should I read you the parts you left out of your own records? Ves wet his lips. Property is a legal business. People buy old buildings all the time. There's nothing. There's a dead clerk 2 streets over who'd disagree, if she could talk yet. Rayleigh kept his voice easy. And a fishmonger who came apart in a market this morning. You've heard about that one. Everyone has. The broker's hands went still on the desk. So here's where we are, Rayleigh went on. The guild has your ledgers. Ganesha has the warehouse. And I'm the one they send when a body stops behaving like a body. He let that sit. You're not in trouble for buying old sellers. You're in trouble for who you bought them for. Give me a name and this stays a paperwork problem. For a second Ves wavered. Rayleigh watched it happen, watched the men weigh the guild against whatever had him sitting up at night, and then watched him decide the guild was the safer thing to lie to. I don't know any names, he said. I get instructions. Money comes, I file the papers, I don't ask. That's the whole job. Instructions from who? Letters or a drop box. I never see anyone lie. It wasn't even a good one. Rayleigh had been about to say so when Kaguya finally moved. She crossed the room without hurry and stopped beside the desk. She didn't draw her sword. She simply set one hand on the hilt, tilted her head, and looked at Ves the way you'd look at a stain on a good table. You met someone last night, she said. Her voice was pleasant, which made it worse. A shuttered wine shop off Deadless Street. You did all the talking, and afterward you sat alone in the dark for 20 minutes because your legs wouldn't hold you. She smiled, small and cold. I've watched a great many people lie about a great many things. What I find interesting is that you're more frightened of a man you claim never to have seen than you are of 3 armed strangers in your office at night. That takes a special kind of employer. Ves had gone the color of old paper. His voice cracked. You don't understand what you're asking. Then explain it, Kaguya said, slowly, and only once. The office was very quiet. Somewhere in the walls a clock ticked. Rayleigh didn't push. Kaguya had the men now, and Kaguya was better at this than any of them, in a way he'd never once asked her to explain. There was an old sharpness under all that court grace, something she'd learned long before she ever picked up a blade, and it only ever showed when she was standing in front of someone who deserved it. Ves broke like a cheap plank. His name's Corvin, he said, fast, the words spilling now that they'd started. That's all I have. Corvin. I don't know if it's real. He handles the groundwork, the collections, the buildings. He's the one who tells me which properties to buy and when to hand the keys over. He swallowed. But he's not the one paying. The money's older than him. Cleaner. He answers to somebody, same as I answer to him, and whoever that is has been funding this since before the reconstruction dust settled. He shook his head. I never see them. I'm not sure Corvin does either. He's just as scared as I am. Eleonora's pen was moving. Scared of the person paying? No. Vess looked at her, and for the first time he wasn't performing. Scared of the thing they've got down there. The word landed in the middle of the room and nobody touched it for a moment. What thing? Rayleigh said. I only saw it once. Last night. It came to the wine shop with Corvin, stood in the back where the light didn't reach. Vess's hands had started to shake again, and this time he didn't try to hide it. Tall. Too thin, one arm longer than the other. It had a hood, or a cloak, or, I couldn't tell where the cloth stopped and the rest of it started. It never spoke. It just stood there, and every so often it reached out and tapped the wall. 2 knocks. A pause, then 3 more. Rayleigh felt Eleonora go still beside him. And when it tapped, Vess said, quieter now, the wall answered. I heard the stone move somewhere behind the plaster. Corvin went white. He gave me my instructions like he couldn't get the words out fast enough, and then he took that thing and left, and I sat down and I couldn't get up. He looked between the 3 of them, pleading now. Corvin uses it. He thinks it's his. But it isn't. It does what it wants, and half the time he's just trying to stay out of its way. I've heard him talk to it like a man praying he doesn't get noticed. A tool that scares the hand holding it. Rayleigh had suspected as much since the market, but hearing it out loud made it colder. Whatever the knocker was, the people using it were riding something they didn't own, and men who ride things they don't own tend to get thrown. The handover, Eleonora said. You said you file the papers and hand over the keys. When's the next one? Vess's mouth opened, then shut. Kagaya's fingers shifted a bare inch on the hilt. Tonight, he whispered. There's a warehouse on the old Dai Canal. The transfer went through this afternoon. Corvin's people take possession at moonrise. That's an hour, maybe less. He put his face in his hands. I wasn't supposed to say. He'll know it was me. He won't, Rayleigh said, standing. Because you're not going to be here. Lolyun. The beast woman dropped in through the back window like she'd been waiting for her name, which she had. She took one look at the broker's face and grinned. He sang, then. He sang. Take him to Aina, quietly. Guild custody, protected, and no one gets told where. Rayleigh glanced back at Vess. You cooperate with the guild and you keep breathing. That's a better deal than your employer would have given you, and we both know it. Vess didn't argue. He looked almost grateful, in the sick way of a man who's finally been caught and can stop running. Kagaya took her hand off her sword and stepped back, and the room felt like it could hold air again. She caught Rayleigh's eye as she passed him. Corvin, a hidden buyer with old money, and a thing that opens walls by knocking, she said, low. This was never a treasure hunt. No. He was already checking the blades at his hip. It's a door somebody's been very patient about opening. And we've got an hour before they open the next one. Eleonora gathered her ledgers and shoved them into her bag with quick hands. The Dai Canal warehouse. I know the district. If there's a hidden entrance filed under any of these deeds, I can find it faster than they can walk to it. Then let's not keep them waiting. Rayleigh held the door for her, and past the frame the night sat dark and quiet over Deadless Street, the moon not yet up. Somewhere under all of it, a wall was waiting to be knocked on. He had every intention of getting there first. Chapter 232, Chapter. The Dai Canal warehouse was dark, but not empty. Rayleigh saw the lantern light leaking under the loading door before they reached it, and heard the low voices of men who thought they had the night to themselves. He held up a hand, and Kagaya stopped beside him without a sound. They started early, she murmured. Corvin's people, taking the keys. He glanced at the 2 shapes coming up the towpath to meet them. Right on time, though. Elise reached them first, red hair loose, already grinning like the fight was a gift someone had left out for her. Ryu came a step behind, quiet as ever, one hand resting near the sword at her hip. They'd been on standby with Finn's people since the market, and it showed in how fast they'd come. Please tell me we're not just here to watch, Elise said. There are men inside stealing a door, Rayleigh said. Try not to burn the whole building down around it. That was one wall. It was a city wall, Elise. And it's fine now. Ryu spoke over the top of them, calm and low. How many inside? Rayleigh let his senses widen. Blue threads, ordinary adventurers, nervous ones. 6. Low level. And behind them, at the back of the floor, a cold spot in the stone where there shouldn't be one. He drew a slow breath. That's the door. They've already opened it. Eleonora came up last with Lolyun, her ledgers clutched to her chest. She took one look at the warehouse and pointed to the far corner. There. The old dye vats. If there's a hidden stair on this deed, it's under them. Then you found it. Rayleigh nodded to Lolyun. Hold the surface. Nobody in or out, and get word to Finn that we're going down. He looked at Eleonora. Stay up here. I mean it. She lifted her chin, but she didn't argue. She wasn't a fool. They went in fast. The 6 men barely had time to shout. Elise was among them before the first one drew, and she didn't even release her blade for it, just cracked the flat of the sheath across a jaw and put him on the floor. Kaguya took 2 more with a pair of clean, bored strokes. The rest broke and ran for the dark corner in the black gap in the wall behind the dye vats, exactly as Rayleigh had known they would. Let them go, he said, when Elise moved to follow. They'll run straight to the thing we're looking for. The gap was a doorway that had no business existing. The stone had slid aside on a track worn smooth by years of use, and past it a stair dropped down into cold air that smelled of wet rock and something sweet and rotten underneath. Ryu's hand tightened on her hilt. That smell. Flowers, Rayleigh said. The kind that eat people. Stay off the walls. He went first. The others followed, and the warehouse light shrank to a square above them, and then the passage turned and swallowed even that. The route did not behave. The stair led out into a corridor that leaned wrong, longer than it looked and pitched at an angle that made the eye slide. Lantern stones threw light that clung close and left the far end thick with dark. The walls weren't only stone. Pale roots ran through the cracks, and here and there a bloom pushed out of the rock, wet and red and slowly breathing. Rayleigh drove one of Welf's markers into the wall and fed it a thread of power. It answered, steady in his senses, a fixed point in a place that wanted to move. Good. At least we'll know if the way out starts wandering. The dust won't sit still, Ryu said. She had her blade out. Growl, hey Nico. The sword came apart into a fine gray ash that spread out ahead of them along the floor and up the walls, feeling the shape of the corridor better than any lamp could. Ryu closed her eyes, reading it. The passage forks twice before it opens up, she said. The left fork is false. The floor's thin. And there's a nest ahead, a big one. The blooms are thicker there, and something's moving behind them. How many somethings? More than I'd like. They took the right fork. The corridor widened into a low chamber, and the walls here were nothing but violas, dozens of them, packed root to root, their hollows all turning to face the light at once. In the middle of them, hauling itself up out of the floor, was a thing that had been a monster once. A war shadow, maybe, but wrong now, its body threaded through with the same pale roots, its movements a half-beat behind themselves. Then the flowers began to sing. A dozen stolen voices at once, children and mothers and men, all crying for help in a wet, layered wail that filled the whole room. Elisa's jaw set. Her charm stayed cold at her wrist. None of them are real. None of them, Rayleigh agreed. Good. She drew, and fire ran down the steel before the name was even out of her mouth. Burn, and Jetsu. The flame came off the blade in a wide, roaring arc and went into the nest. Violas don't scream, but they curl, and these curled and blackened and came apart, and the wet chorus choked off row by row as the fire ate through the wall of them. The heat rolled back over the team, and Rayleigh felt Ryu's ash pull tight around their feet to keep the flames from spreading where they weren't wanted. The altered war shadow came through the burning nest anyway, half on fire and not caring. Kaguya stepped past Elise like she had all the time in the world. Kate in Kayakatsu. Her 2 blades came free, and she moved into the thing's reach instead of away from it, ducked the long slow swing of a rooted arm, and opened the monster from hip to shoulder in one pass. It came apart at the seam. She was already stepping back before the pieces hit the ground, flicking ash and worse off her steel with a small grimace. It didn't even bleed properly, she said. Everything down here is spoiled. That's the theme. Rayleigh raised 2 fingers at the far wall, where the roots had begun to writhe and pull, trying to drag the chamber's shape sideways and close them in. He didn't have the patience for it. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Chains of golden light burst out and lashed the shifting wall in place, pinning the mechanism mid-move. The grinding stopped, the chamber held its shape. For a moment there was only the crackle of burning flowers and 4 people breathing hard in a room that stank of smoke and rot. Then, from the dark past the dead nest, something tapped the wall. 2 knocks. A pause. 3 more. Every viola root in the chamber went still at once. It came out of the far wall as if the stone were a curtain. Tall, too thin, one arm hung longer than the other, and cloth or skin or something between the 2 draped off it in the dark so you couldn't tell where the thing ended. It had no face that Rayleigh could find. It didn't need one. It simply stood there, exactly as Vess had said, and at its feet, wrapped in black-red cord. And slumped against the base of the wall, was a person. Alive but barely. A young woman, chest moving in shallow jerks, eyes half open and seeing nothing. Rayleigh's charm was stone cold against his wrist, so was Elisa's. There was no soul thread in the tall thing at all, no warmth, no breath, nothing a living creature leaves in the world. But it turned its head to look at them, and the movement had a patience in it that no dead thing should own. That's the captive. Elisa's voice had dropped, fury held on a short leash. And that's the thing that keeps them. Get her out, Rayleigh said. I'll keep it busy. The knocker lifted its long arm and tapped the wall beside it. The floor bucked. A section of the chamber wall snapped open behind the team, and a fresh wave of roots whipped out toward Ryu and Elise. Ryu's ash met them, thickening into a wall of gray that caught the lashing tendrils, and Elise burned what got through, and the two of them fought their way toward the bound woman while Kaguya covered their backs. Rayleigh crossed the chamber in a single step of Shuinpa and put himself between the knocker and the captive. It struck at him. The long arm came around faster than its slow, tilting walk had any right to promise, and the end of it wasn't a hand, it was a knot of hardened root and old metal, and it came for his head like a flail. Beneheim. The blade was in his hand and red before the blow landed. He caught it, and the shock of it ran down his arm, heavier than it looked. Not alive, but it hits like it means it. He turned the arm aside and stepped in. The knocker tapped its own chest. Rayleigh felt the air fold. The corridor behind the thing twisted, and for half a breath his sense of the room lied to him, the walls sliding, the exit somewhere it wasn't. An old deadless trick, the same one that had wrecked the survivors' bodies. It would have taken a lesser man off his feet. He was not a lesser man. Chikasumi no Tate. A shield of blood-red light bloomed off the blade and hardened in front of him, and when the folding pressure hit it, it broke against the shield instead of against his mind. The room snapped back into place. Rayleigh grinned without any warmth at all and drove forward. Nake, Beneheim. The crimson slash left the blade and caught the knocker across its thin body, and for the first time the thing reacted. It didn't cry out, it had no voice for that, but its whole frame shuddered, and a long crack opened down its side, and out of the crack spilled not blood but a dry rush of gray dust and snapped cord and a whisper of a dozen stolen voices scattering into nothing. But it didn't fall. The crack was already knitting shut, root pulling to root, metal grinding back into place. Whatever held it together wasn't in the part he'd cut. It's not a body. It's a mechanism wearing one. I can carve it all night and it'll keep standing. Behind him, Ryu's voice cut through the noise. We have her. The last cord came away from the bound woman, and the moment it did, the knocker went still. It turned its faceless head from Rayleigh to the freed captive and back, the way a man checks a ledger and finds a line missing. Then it lifted its long arm one final time and tapped the wall. The whole chamber began to close. Out, Rayleigh said. Now. He threw one more slash to buy the second he needed, and the knocker took it without flinching and stepped backward into the wall it had come from, the stone folding shut over it like water closing over a dropped stone. They ran for the marker's steady pulse in Rayleigh's senses, Kaguya carrying the freed woman, the corridor grinding narrow behind them, the false fork collapsing into the dark. They came up the worn stair and out past the dye vats into the warehouse just as the stone door ground shut at their backs and sealed itself smooth. Eleonora was on them at once, Lollian a step behind. You're all, she saw the woman in Kaguya's arms and went pale. Is she alive? Rayleigh slid Beneheim home. His arm still ached where the thing had hit him. Get her to Airmid. And send word to Finn. He looked back at the blank wall where the door had been, where an hour ago there'd been nothing at all. They'd freed one captive and learned the shape of the enemy. But he'd cut the knocker clean through, and it had simply pulled itself back together and walked away, and that meant every honest thing he knew how to do with a sword was going to come up short. Cutting won't finish you. He filed it away, cold and certain. I'm going to need a different kind of blade for that. Chapter 233, Chapter. The Dien Sec clinic smelled of clean linen and crushed herbs, which was a relief after a chamber that smelled of burning flowers. Amid met them at the door before Rayleigh had finished carrying the rescued woman inside. She took one look at the shallow, jerking breaths and the marks the cord had left, and the soft, distracted air she usually wore fell away. Third bed. Screen it off. She was already moving. Cord wounds. Same as the others. Same as the others, Rayleigh said. Worse, maybe. She was held longer. Amit's hand settled on the woman's collarbone, light as a leaf, and a warm gold light spread out under them. The jerking breaths eased. The tight lines around the woman's eyes loosened. Amid worked in silence for a while, and even Elise, who never went quiet, kept still and let her. She'll live, Amid said at last. The damage isn't only in the body. It's in the part your energy touches, the same channel that broke in the fishmonger. But she was pulled out before it finished, so it can heal. She looked up. You got to her in time. Barely. Barely counts. She said it the way Ryu did, plain and sure, and then her eyes moved to Rayleigh's arm, and the healer went sharp again. You're hurt. It's nothing. You're holding your shoulder like it's made of glass. She crossed to him and took his forearm without asking, which was the one time Amid was ever bold, and the color came up in her cheeks the moment she'd done it. She looked at the arm and nodded his face. Something struck you very hard. This is bruised to the bone. The thing we're chasing hits like a dropped anvil. Sit down and let me see it properly. A pause. Please. He sat. She bent over the arm, the tips of her ears pink, and she was pretending very hard that they weren't. Dia fratel. The gold light sank into his arm, and the deep ache drained out of it like water out of a cracked cup. Amid held the spell a beat longer than she needed to, then let go quickly, as if she'd caught herself. That was when the door banged open and a god came through it like a thrown chair. You again. Dien Sect leveled a shaking finger at Rayleigh. You bring my precious amid corpses and cord and monsters from the deep dark, you waltz into my clinic bleeding, and now you sit there letting my irreplaceable, one-of-a-kind, priceless child pour a gift into your undeserving arm for free. Lord Dien Sect, Amid said, without looking up. Do you have any idea what her time is worth? Do you know what the nobles pay? And you, a smith, you barbaric hammer-swinging. Lord Dien Sect. I will not stand for it. Guards. Someone. I'll drag him out myself if I. Amid picked up a bedpan and hit her god across the back of the head without changing expression. Dien Sect folded onto the floor with a soft clang and lay there. He'll be fine, Amid said, into the sudden quiet, still not looking up from Rayleigh's arm. He heals faster than anyone. That's rather the problem. There. It's done. Try not to let it hit you again. Elise made a sound like she was swallowing a laugh. Kagaya's mouth had curved a fraction. Even Ryu was studying the ceiling with great interest. This whole familia is a menace, Rayleigh thought, flexing the healed arm. A useful one. But a menace. Artie found him in the front hall a few minutes later. She'd come in her Ganesha coat, off a patrol, and she stopped when she saw him standing whole and unbothered, some of the tightness going out of her shoulders. I heard you went under the city and I heard you came back. I wanted to see the second part with my own eyes. Both parts happened. In that order. Good. She didn't smile the way she usually did. She turned the words over first. The woman you brought up. Is she one of the missing? A clerk, taken 3 weeks ago. She's alive. Artie nodded, and looked at her own hands, and then asked the thing that had clearly been sitting with her since the market. How do you fight something that knows your name? There it was. Rayleigh watched her wait for the answer, chin up, trying to look like the captain's sister and not the girl who'd heard a dead man call her by name in a crowded square. You remember it doesn't, he said. It heard your name and it plays it back, the way a bird copies a whistle. There's nothing behind it that understands what a name is. It's a trick that only works on people who forget that. He paused. You didn't forget. You held your whole line while it did it. That's not nothing, Artie. Something in her face eased, and then, because she was who she was, she tried to cover it. I nearly stepped forward. When it used the little girl's voice. Nearly. But you didn't. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being the part that matters. She looked at him for a moment too long, and there was something in it that wasn't about the case at all, and then she caught herself and glanced away, and a little color touched her cheeks that the cold outside hadn't put there. Try not to get hit next time, she said, to the wall. You look terrible, coming up. I've been told. By who? Everyone. It's a very consistent review. That got the real smile out of her, at last, quick and warm and gone again. Alfia was awake when he got home, which he'd expected. She always knew when he'd been somewhere that could have killed him. She let him check the seals and the silver blade and pour the tea before she said anything. Then she watched him sit down heavier than he meant to, and she set her book aside. You cut it, she said. And it didn't die. He'd told her nothing yet. He didn't bother asking how she knew. The thread between them carried more than either of them ever said out loud, and after last night it was probably carrying his frustration in whole sentences. Clean through the middle, he said. Beneheim opened it up. Dust and old cord came out of it, and stolen voices, and then it sewed itself shut and walked into a wall like I'd done nothing at all. Alfia turned her cup in her hands. Because you did nothing at all. Thanks. I mean it plainly. She looked at him, mismatched eyes steady. You've spent your life learning to cut living things. A blade finds the heart, the spine, the vein, the place a body can't do without, and it takes that place away, and the body stops. That's what cutting is. It's a conversation with something alive. She set the cup down. That thing was never alive. It has no heart to find. No place it can't do without, because every place is the same dead material as every other place. You could cut it into 1,000 pieces and each piece would be exactly as finished as the whole, which is to say, not at all. Rayleigh sat with that. Not a body. A mechanism wearing one. He'd said it himself, in the dark, and here she was handing him the other half of it. So I stopped trying to wound it, he said slowly. You stop trying to wound it. You take it apart. Whatever holds it together, the thing that pulls root back to root and metal back to metal, that's what you end. Not the shape. The rule that keeps the shape. She picked her book back up, which meant she was nearly done. You have a blade for that, if you'll stop swinging the ones that only know how to hurt people. He thought of Beneheim's weight at his hip, and the second, deeper thing she could do that he almost never asked of her, and something cold and satisfied settled in his chest. You could have led with that, you know. He said. You needed to be tired enough to listen. She turned a page. Sleep. You'll want your hands steady for it. He almost argued. He didn't, because she was right, and because the near argument crossed the thread before he could stop it, and one corner of her mouth moved without her looking up. Across the city, in a quiet room in Apollo's home, Cassandra was not asleep so much as under. The dream had the weight of the real ones, the ones that came true, and she knew it the moment it closed over her. She stood at the edge of black water again. But this time the water ran downward, into the ground, into a stair that had no bottom, and the walls on either side breathed with pale flowers, and far below she could hear the slow, patient sound of someone knocking on stone. 2 knocks. A pause. 3 more. She didn't want to follow it down. She never did. But the dream carried her anyway, past the flowers, past a young voice crying help through a mouth that wasn't there, deeper than any place she'd seen, until the water opened into a wide dark room, and in the middle of the room a woman sat waiting. Cassandra couldn't see her face. Only the shape of her, patient in the dark, and the fact that all the crying voices in all the walls seemed to lean toward her, like children toward a mother, or moths toward a lamp. The woman turned her head, as if she'd heard Cassandra breathing all the way from the waking world. You see too much, little dreamer, the shape said, in a voice that scraped. But you're looking at the wrong door. The thin one is only a key. Come further down, and I'll show you the lock. Cassandra woke with a cry, both hands pressed to her mouth, her heart slamming. For a long moment she only sat in the dark and shook. Then she thought of the smith with the black eyes who had let her choose, and the sword sleeping quiet against the wall that had shown her how to make a warning something other people could see, and she made herself breathe. There was a thin thing that opened walls. Everyone knew that now. But underneath it, further down, someone was waiting who thought of it as hers. Cassandra reached for a candle with an unsteady hand. Tomorrow she would find a way to say it so someone believed her. She had a sword for that now. And this time, she was not going to close her eyes. Chapter 234, Chapter. Cassandra's warning had a shape now, and the shape was down. She'd stood in the treatment room that morning with her sword across her hands and her face gray from the dream, and she'd told them what she'd seen. A stair with no bottom. Water that ran the wrong way. A woman waiting in the deep who thought of the tall thing as hers. She'd said it plainly, without apologizing once, and when Rayleigh had asked if she was certain, she'd only tightened her grip on Yumitsutsu and said, I stopped closing my eyes. So no. I'm not certain, but I'm looking. That was good enough for him. It was more than most people offered. So they went back down, and this time they pushed deeper. He'd picked the party for what the dream promised. Cassandra had said water ran wrong down there, so he'd brought Artie and left Elise and the rest up top with Finn to run Corvin and the stolen deeds to ground. If the water was real, no one in Orario answered to it the way the captain's little sister did. Ryu took the front with her ash spread thin ahead of them, reading the corridors. Kagaya walked at Rayleigh's shoulder. Artie came last, and she'd been quiet since the stair, which wasn't like her, and he thought he knew why. The last time they'd stood over one of the taken together, it had been in a market with a whole city watching. The flowers thinned as they descended, the stone grew wet. Then the corridor ended at a lip of old rock, and below it the passage simply drowned. A flooded level opened in front of them, black water from wall to wall, its surface flat and black as oil. Broken pillars stood up out of it. Somewhere far across, a green light flickered under the surface and threw slow, sick ripples of color up the walls. The air was cold and close and smelled of rot and rust and standing centuries. The mechanisms under the water, Rayleigh said. That's why it kept beating my markers. Water carries the signal better than stone. Ryu crouched at the edge. Her ash drifted out over the black surface and came apart, useless, sinking into the wet. I can't read it. Not through this. Then this floor is ours. Rayleigh looked at Artie. She met his eyes, and the tightness went out of her, the quiet lifting. She'd been made for a place like this, whether she knew it or not. Try not to freeze me into it, she said, and stepped up to the water's edge, and drew. Rankle the seas and the skies, Nejibana. The trident came free in a spray of blue, and the dead water woke. It rose to her the way a dog rises to a familiar hand, curling up around the broken pillars, lifting into slow ropes and coils that answered the turn of her wrist. Where the surface had been a flat black sheet, now it moved, and it moved with her. Show me the floor, Rayleigh said. Artie swept the trident low, and the water hauled itself aside, parting down the center of the drowned hall in two climbing walls, and for a moment the old stone floor lay bare and streaming between them, and the green light was a cluster of vilas growing up out of a cracked seal at the far end, roots spread wide under where the water had been. And in the middle of the bared floor, cord-wrapped and slumped against a fallen pillar, was a person. Artie's breath caught. There. They crossed fast, the water held back on either side by Artie's will, the footing slick and treacherous. Kaguya swept ahead and cut down two altered things that came thrashing out of the retreating water, half-drowned monsters threaded with root, and Rayleigh put himself at the captive's side and dropped to a knee. It was a man. Middle-aged, soft-handed, a shopkeeper or a clerk, the kind of person who was never meant to end up anywhere near the deep. The cord had wrapped him tight, and it had been on him a long time. "Sir. Can you hear me?" Rayleigh cut the first loop with care. The captive's eyes opened. And they were still there. That was the worst of it. There was still a person behind them, aware, frightened, looking up at Rayleigh's face and the swords and the parted water with a dawning, drowning hope. "You," he breathed. His voice was his own, raw and cracked and real, nothing like the stolen wails in the walls. "You came. I knew someone, I told them someone would come." Rayleigh's hands didn't stop working the cord, but he let his senses sink into him as he did it, and what he found there closed a cold hand around his chest. No. The cord hadn't just bound him. It had been drawing on him this whole time, drinking the deep channel of him the way the viola drank the fishmonger, and it had already taken almost everything. The body still breathed. The eyes still saw. But the soul thread that ran through a living person was frayed down to a last few strands, and it was unraveling faster now that the cord was coming off, and there was nothing under Kaido's whole art that could weave a soul back once it had unraveled this far. He was awake, he was hopeful. And he was already gone, and only his body hadn't been told yet. I'm all right now." He tried to smile. "You'll take me up. My daughter, she doesn't know where I..." Rayleigh. Artie had come up beside him, water held in both walls behind her, and she'd seen his face. She understood a beat before he did. "Rayleigh, can't you?" "No," he said, very quietly. The word cost him more than she knew. He'd cut down 500 of the Evolus and felt nothing. He'd burned a kingdom and slept fine. He did not, as a rule, let this reach him, because a man who let every death reach him would drown in it long before Orario ran out of ways to kill people. But the shopkeeper on the floor was looking at him like he was a door out, and there was no door, and Rayleigh was the only one who could see the lock had no other side. The armor slipped. Just for a moment. His jaw tightened, and something moved behind his eyes that he didn't let anyone see, and his voice when it came was rougher than he meant it to be. "What's your daughter's name?" he asked. He blinked. "Senna. She's 7. "Then here's what you're going to do." Rayleigh got the last of the cord free and set his hand flat and gentle against his chest, and let a thread of Kaido sink in, not to heal since there was nothing to heal, but to ease, to slow, to take the pain and the fear down to nothing while there was time to spare him that much. "You're going to think about Senna. Just her. Not any of this. You got taken, and you were brave, and you held on longer than anyone could ask, and now you get to rest. She'll know you didn't leave her on purpose. I'll see to it myself." His frightened eyes went soft and far away. The last strands of him were letting go, and Rayleigh's warmth met the fear and smoothed it flat, and the drowning hope on his face eased into something quiet. "Senna," he said, to no one, to the memory of a small face. "Tell her I..." He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The breath went out of him and didn't come back, and it went out easy, without terror, which was the only mercy left in the whole drowned hall, and Rayleigh had given it to him with his own hand. For a moment nobody moved. The water hung in its two walls. Kaguya stood with her blades lowered and her face carefully turned away, granting a privacy she rarely bothered with. Artie was crying, the tears running down on her face without a sound. "That's worse," she whispered. "That's so much worse than the market." He was still in there. He was still. "I know." Rayleigh closed the dead man's eyes with two fingers and stood, and his hand was steady again, and his face was back behind the armor where it lived. But he let her see, just once, that it had not been easy, because she of all of them had earned the truth. "That's the one I'll carry. Not the fishmonger. This one." He looked at her. "You wanted to know how I do it. That's how. You carry the ones that were still in there, and you make the rest of them count for something." Artie wiped her face hard with the back of her wrist, and nodded, and stood a little straighter, and did not look away from him. Then, across the drowned hall, someone started tapping. But it wasn't the knocker. It was a man. A living one, blue-threaded, frightened, crouched at the base of the far wall by the cracked seal and the violas, hammering a small iron rod against the stone in a fast, desperate rhythm. Two of Corvin's people stood behind him with weapons half raised, watching the water, watching the intruders, not sure which way to point. The tapper struck out his pattern again. 2 knocks. A pause. 3 more. The exact command that had opened walls for them from the start. And the wall did not answer. He struck it again, faster, sweat shining on his face in the green light. Come on. Come on. Open, damn you. The stone stayed shut. Rayleigh watched him, and the last piece of it turned over and settled. You don't control it. He'd half known since Vess. Now he was watching it happen. The cell had the rhythms. They had the rod, the commands, the copied deadless knock. And the labyrinth simply ignored them when it felt like it, because the knock had never been theirs to give. It was Gnosis's own old language, and Gnosis answered whoever it pleased, which meant it answered the tall thing that belonged to it, and not the frightened men who thought they'd hired a monster. Then the far wall opened anyway. Not for the tapper but something beside him. And the knocker stepped through the stone, faceless and patient, one long arm hanging, and it did not so much as glance at the men who'd been calling it. It looked across the drowned hall, past the 2 walls of held water straight at Rayleigh, the way a thing looks at the one piece on the board that matters. The tapper scrambled back from it on his hands, all his commands forgotten. One of Corvin's guards made a low, frightened sound and grabbed his companion's arm. They weren't the masters here. They never had been. Rayleigh's hand settled on Beneheim's hilt, and beside him he felt Artie let out a slow breath and take a fresh grip on Nejibana, the grief folding down into resolve. Artie, he said, eyes on the tall thing across the water. Drop the walls. What? Drop the walls. All of it. On my mark. A cold, thin smile touched his mouth. Althea's voice was in his head, dry and certain. You take it apart. It doesn't like open water. And I've got a very cold sword and a very bad idea. Chapter 235, Chapter. Artie didn't ask again. She trusted him and she let the tridents go. The 2 walls of held water fell at once. All of it came rushing back into the drowned hall from both sides, a black tide folding in on the bared floor, on the Violas, on the cell men at the far wall, and on the knocker standing patient in the middle of it all. It came for Rayleigh's team too. For half a second, the roar of crashing water consumed the hall. That was the exact second he needed. Rain over the frozen heavens, Hirinmaru. With a single exhale, the cold erupted from him. The rushing tide stopped dead. From the floor to the broken pillars to the ceiling, the entire flooded hall, caught in the act of drowning them, turned to blue-white ice in a flash. The black tide became a frozen, glittering wave, curled and utterly still. At its heart, Rayleigh and his team stood untouched in a clear pocket of air, simply because he had willed it. A sudden silence fell. The Violas were frozen mid-writhe. 2 of Corvin's men were trapped up to their hips, their faces stunned as they tried to flee, still breathing, but going nowhere. The tapper was stuck on his knees inside a clear blue shell. His iron rod was still raised, his mouth open for a command he would never speak. And the knocker was buried to the shoulders. Its long arm was frozen mid-reach toward the wall, its towering shape trapped in the ice like a bug in amber. Artie let out a foggy breath in the biting cold. You froze the entire floor. I froze the entire floor, Rayleigh replied, already watching the buried monster, waiting. With a standing right in it. You'll notice you're not frozen. I noticed. I'm just choosing not to find it comforting. Kaguya turned in a slow circle, taking in the glittering hall as her breath clouded the air. I will admit, she said, this is far more dramatic than my methods. But Rayleigh wasn't listening. The instant the water solidified, he felt what he had actually come down here for, the real prize hidden beneath all the spectacle. The maze had stopped shifting. The walls were no longer leaning. The floor had stopped trying to tilt them into the dark. The restless, hungry labyrinth that had fought them every step of the way was finally dead still. The energy controlling it had been flowing through the water all along, and now, that water was solid stone. There it is. A grim satisfaction washed over him, colder than the air. The mechanism is under the flood. Freeze the flood, and you don't just trap the puppet, you cut its strings. That was when the knocker began to break free. It didn't struggle like a living creature, there was no panic, no wasted movement. The ice around it simply began to crack. A slow web of fractures spread from its buried body as it forced itself loose, inch by inch. It was patient and relentless because it felt no cold, never tired, and had all the time in the world. Elisa's fire would have been useless here, she'd been left up top for this exact reason. Ryuzash lay frozen in the walls. This fight was his. Rayleigh crossed the ice in a blur of Shuinpa and brought Hirinmaru down on the trapped beast before it could free its long arm. A dragon of ice tore from the blade, striking exactly where he swung. The knocker took the full weight of the blow and the frost beast combined, smashing a crater into the frozen wall behind it. Grey dust exploded from a dozen fresh cracks. A faint whisper of stolen voices scattered and died in the freezing air. Despite the impact, the monster yanked its arm loose and swung at him. Rayleigh caught the strike on the flat of Himura, letting the blade's intense cold pour into the block. Where a normal parry would just deflect, this one froze. The knocker's long arm iced over from the joint outward, seizing mid-swing as its hardened roots and old metal turned brittle and white. Rayleigh stepped inside its reach and drove his sword's point through the frozen limb. The entire arm shattered at the shoulder, the pieces clattering loudly across the ice. For a moment, the knocker stood ruined and lopsided. Missing an arm, buried to the waist, and cut off from the maze that fueled it, it was vulnerable. Rayleigh could have finished it right then. He knew that. The heavier power resting at his hip, the deeper ability of Benaheim could destroy it. One word would unleash that power and dismantle the creature down to its very foundation. But he didn't. Not here. He had thought this through before they ever came down, just as he analyzed anything that could get his people killed. Kananbaraki Benaheim Eritame wasn't meant for a flooded chamber with a low ceiling and 4 friends standing close by. It destroyed things on a massive scale, enough to bring the entire drowned level, ice, stone, and roof, crashing down on them. He refused to trade a disposable puppet for the girl who had trusted him enough to lower her defenses. And there was a colder truth, this creature belonged to Gnosis, and the maze could always grow another. Wasting his trump card on a tool the labyrinth would just rebuild was a terrible trade. He would finish it when killing it actually mattered, when he could sever it from the maze forever, rather than just for one night, and when the ceiling wasn't a mere foot above Artie's head. So, he didn't destroy it. Instead, he broke its leash and let it run. "Get out of my maze," he told it. He drove Himura's cold into the ice at the creature's waist until the frozen shell cracked wide open, freeing the ruined monster to move. The knocker turned its faceless head toward him one last time. Whatever passed for thought inside it seemed to weigh the odds just as Rayleigh had, reaching the same conclusion. Missing an arm and disconnected from the walls, it had nothing left to win here. It wrenched itself out of the shattered ice. Instead of attacking him, it turned and slammed its remaining arm into the frozen floor at the deep end of the hall, where the green light of a cracked seal still glowed beneath the ice. The ice split open. A dark shaft appeared, plunging straight down, deeper than the flooded level, deeper than anything on Cassandra's maps. It exhaled a stench of cold and rot from somewhere far below. The creature poured itself into the gap and vanished, retreating toward the lock the little dreamer had seen in her sleep. Rayleigh let it go. He would have chased it if the path wasn't a black hole dropping into uncharted darkness, especially with his team behind him and a prisoner to drag back. There was a time to chase a monster into the deep, but it wasn't now, not while the ceiling groaned and Artie's ice was already starting to melt. It ran, Artie said, staring at the dark shaft. It ran deeper. That's not the same as defeated, but I'll take it. Rayleigh turned away from the hole. We got what we came for. And we got a little extra. He walked over to the tapper, who was still frozen on his knees inside his blue shell. The man's wide eyes tracked Rayleigh with the specific terror of someone who had just watched his monster get brushed aside like bad weather. Rayleigh crouched down to study him. The man clearly wasn't a fighter. He had soft hands, ink-stained fingers, and a scholar's stoop, even while kneeling. Around his neck, half hidden under his collar, hung a fragment of pale carved stone on a cord. It bore markings Rayleigh had seen only once before, in a labyrinth that answered to knocking. And here is the man who taught the maze to listen. You're not Evelus Muscle, Rayleigh said. You're the one who reads the walls. Corvin's people bring the muscle and the greed, but you bring the language. He tapped the ice an inch from the man's face, making him flinch from the biting chill. Which makes you the most useful thing in this entire flooded hole, and the only one I'll carry out alive if I have to choose. The tapper's mouth moved, but nothing came out except a thin, shaking breath. Kagaya, Rayleigh said as he stood. Cut him out. Carefully. He's fragile, and I want him able to talk when we reach the surface. Kagaya was already moving. She chipped the man free with quick, precise taps of her blade, treating him more carefully than he deserved. You realize, she noted, between the frozen thugs and this scholar, you've turned an execution into a delivery service. Airmid will thank me. She prefers patience over corpses. He glanced at the 2 half-frozen guards, still breathing but stuck fast. Bring those 2 as well, once they thaw enough to walk. Loki's people can interrogate them topside. A thin smile crossed his face. Everyone makes it out of this level today. That's better than the men on the floor got. Chapter 236, Chapter. The climb to the surface was slow with the prisoner and 2 half-frozen thugs in tow, but the maze didn't fight them. That was the strangest, and most telling, part. With the flood frozen solid below, the corridors that had shifted and tricked them on the way down now lay completely still. It was just dead stone and dead roots, a labyrinth with its tongue cut out. The fake paths remained fake. The distances made sense. Rayleigh's glowing markers pulsed steadily the whole way back, and for once, none of them faded. They finally emerged past the dye vats and into the warehouse, greeted by ordinary lamplight and crisp night air that felt almost warm after the freezing depths. Eleonora and Lulian were waiting. This time, Finn stood with them, having arrived while the team was underground. In a single heartbeat, Finn's eyes scanned the group, counting their numbers, noting the prisoner, spotting the frost still clinging to Kagaya's sleeves, before landing on Rayleigh. "You went down to secure a route and came up with a man who can read Gnosis," Finn said. It wasn't a question, he had already pieced the story together just by looking at them. "That's a much better night than I planned for." "It got worse and better at the same time," Rayleigh replied. "The creature that opens the walls broke away. It went deeper than anyone's maps go." He nodded at the trembling scholar Kagaya had just set on his feet. "But this guy knows the maze's language. The people funding this operation are older and quieter than Corvin, and I'd very much like to know their names before that monster finds its way back up with a fresh arm." Finn studied the prisoner for a long moment. Suddenly, the calm demeanor of the Paolum sharpened into a deadly focus. "Then let's find out what he knows," Finn said, "before someone comes looking for their reader." They put him in a windowless stone room beneath the guild, furnished with nothing but a table and 2 lamps. He sat there shaking, looking exactly like a man who expected the walls to start talking. Which, given his profession, was entirely fair. His name was Marek. Up close and in decent light, he looked the part, a lifelong indoor scholar who had never willingly been in a fight. He had ink beneath his nails and a permanent stoop from hunching over old scrolls. But the most telling detail was in his left eye. Half drowned in fear sat a small, dark mark, a crooked D branded directly into the iris. It was the birthright every child of that cursed bloodline was born wearing. Rayleigh saw it, and the missing pieces finally clicked into place. Deadless. Of course it's deadless. It's always deadless with the city's worst holes. Fells stood motionless in the corner, a silent shadow in black robes. Finn sat across from Marek, his hands folded on the table, as patient as stone. Elise leaned against the far wall with her arms crossed, her usual sunny disposition entirely absent, while Kagaya stood beside her, projecting a quiet stillness that made people nervous. Rayleigh leaned near the door, positioned so he could read the prisoner's entire body instead of just his face. Finn spoke first, his tone gentle and level. "You're not going to be hurt in this room. Whatever you're afraid of, it isn't us." Marek let out a wet, humorless breath. "You only say that because you don't know what else is out there." "Then tell us," Finn replied. "And we'll decide together who should be frightened." It was Finn's entire interrogation method packed into a single sentence, and Rayleigh watched it work its usual magic. The scholar's shoulders dropped half an inch. "You have the mark," Fells said from the corner. The voice was dry, ancient, and devoid of warmth. Marek flinched as if the sound itself had physically struck him. "Show me your hand." Marek flipped his palm up without needing to be told twice. More of the small, dark letters were faintly woven into the lines of his skin, old ink layered over even older scars. "A reader, then," Fells deduced. "Not a builder. Your family stopped building generations ago. But some of you preserved the reading, the ability to speak with what your ancestors left behind." He drifted a step closer. "You woke something beneath the city. Tell me what." The scholar swallowed hard, struggling for a long moment before he could speak. "I didn't want to," he stammered. "You have to understand, I never wanted any of this. I just sell readings. Old deeds, dead scripts, the markings on ruins that nobody else can make sense of. It's mostly honest work. But then they came. They knew what I was before I even opened my mouth. After that, there was no scenario where I could say no and keep my hands." "Who came?" Finn asked. "A man named Corvin. And the thing he brought with him." Marek pressed his ink-stained fingers flat against the table to stop them from shaking. "You've seen it. The tall one. The creature that opens the walls." "We've seen it," Rayleigh confirmed. "Now tell us what it actually is. Not what it looks like, what it is." Marek looked at him. Something about Rayleigh's flat, unyielding certainty seemed to make the truth easier to confess than Finn's kindness had. "It's old," the scholar began. "Older than Evelis, older than any of us. My family's records refer to things like it as watchers. When Daedalus dug the deepest routes, he was terrified of what he might find at the bottom. So, he built guardians to hold the doors. They aren't soldiers. They aren't even monsters. He took what he had, monster flesh, corpses, and his own machinery, bound it all together with the marks, and set it to listen. That way, anything moving through his maze the wrong way would be dealt with." He swallowed hard. "Most of them failed. They fell apart, went mad, or just broke down. But that one didn't completely fail. It just went to sleep. 4 centuries. And you woke it," Fells stated. "They made me wake it." Marek's voice cracked. "I didn't have the orb. Nobody has the orb. But I had fragments, copied rhythms, pieces of old command scripts salvaged from a dozen ruins. Corvin's people had the property records and the routes down. Between the two of us, I taught it how to hear again. I gave them the knock. He buried his face in his hands. I thought I was giving them a tool. A key. Something they could point and aim. But you weren't, Rayleigh said. No. When Marek looked up, his eyes were wet and hollow. It doesn't obey the knock. It recognizes it. There's a massive difference, and I didn't understand that until it was too late. When you knock, you aren't commanding it, you're reminding it of what it is. Once it remembered, it stopped needing us altogether. It only answers to the maze now. Corvin thinks he's holding the leash, but Corvin is an idiot who is going to die confused. A violent shudder ran through him. It kept the voices of the people it took. It speaks to the walls in a dead man's language. And every day, it wakes up a little more. It becomes a little more certain of its purpose, to keep the deepest door shut against anything that tries to open it. A heavy silence settled over the room after the confession. For once, Rayleigh let it linger, letting the silence do his work for him. Then, Elise pushed off the wall. So that's the thing in the tunnels, she said. Her voice was tight and rigidly controlled, which, coming from Elise, meant she was holding back something enormous. The Guardian. The cords. Fine. I understand the monster now. What I want is the person who dug it up. You said Corvin came for you, but Corvin is just a hired hand. Who is paying Corvin? Marek went dangerously still. You already know it's not him, Elise pressed, stepping closer. A broker, a hired handler, a terrified scholar, that's just a lot of small people running errands. Somebody with real money and a real motive woke a creature that even Daedalus was afraid of. I want a name. I can't. You can. You don't understand what she... He stopped himself. It was one word too late, and the entire room heard it. She. Elise slowly uncrossed her arms. Beside her, Kagaya's quiet demeanor sharpened into something ice-cold, her hand drifting instinctively to the sword at her hip. A woman, Elise repeated. Every single trace of the cheerful captain was gone now. Keep going. Marek looked like he was praying for the stone floor to swallow him whole. When he spoke again, it was barely a whisper. I only saw her twice. She keeps her distance from the actual work. Corvin handles everything, the routes, the money, the Guardian, so she never has to be anywhere near the fallout. But it's her money, and her motive. Everyone working for her is terrified of her in a way they aren't even terrified of the monster in the dark. His hands were shaking violently now. She's older than this scheme. Old enough that her money is clean and quiet, buried under a dozen dead names. Evelys. From the war. She has, his voice dropped even further. She has scars running down one side of her face. Old burns. She touches them when she's thinking. She smiled at me once, and I haven't slept a full night since. Rayleigh watched the blood completely drain from Elisa's face. He watched Kagaya's knuckles turn bone-white around her sword hilt. Valletta, Elise breathed. The word was ripped from her throat like a physical weight. Valletta agreed. Marek's terrified silence was the only answer they needed. Chapter 237, Chapter. For a long moment, nobody moved. Fell slowly turned his hooded head toward the two women by the wall, reading the heavy history of that name off them just as he read everything else. Finn's calm expression had shifted into something incredibly still and incredibly dangerous. A hard, wet shine glossed over Elisa's eyes, she was holding back her fury through sheer willpower alone. She was supposed to be dead, she said, her voice quiet but shaking. Or gone. Or finished. We bled for that. We buried our people for that. The familia her voice broke. She forced it back under control, swallowing her grief. She does not get to still be here. She does not get to hide under the city, playing with ancient monsters and kidnapping people from markets, not after everything she already. Elise. Kagaya's voice was soft, and the sheer rarity of that softness stopped her captain instantly. Not here. Not in front of him. Kagaya didn't take her eyes off Marek, but she deliberately took her hand off her sword and rested it on Elisa's arm. He's just the shovel someone else was holding. Save your anger for the hand. Elise took one hard, ragged breath through her nose. She nodded and stepped back against the wall, though she still looked like she was ready to burn the entire city to the ground. Rayleigh pushed himself off the doorframe. The pieces were all on the table now, and seeing the complete picture didn't make him like it any better. A guardian that even Daedalus feared, waking up a little more each day. A scholar who had handed over the key and understood his mistake too late. A hired handler standing between everyone and the truth. And pulling the strings behind it all, patient, unseen, tracing her old burns, was a woman the Astria Familia had already paid a bloody price to stop. She's not targeting the surface, Rayleigh stated. She never was. Corvin, the property deeds, the poor bastards she's been feeding to that monster, that's all just the cost of admission to get deeper underground. She's testing the routes, she's testing whether the Guardian can be weaponized. And she's doing all of it to reach the one door it was built to protect. He looked over at Fells. The deepest one. The lock the little dreamer keeps seeing. Fells remained quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, his dry, ancient voice had lost its usual academic detachment. If that is truly what she wants, Fells said, then she is infinitely more dangerous now than she was during the war. Back then, she only wanted Orario to suffer. The dark void beneath the hood turned toward Rayleigh. Now, she wants a specific prize. And people who want things are willing to open doors that should remain permanently closed. Then we get there first, Elise said from the wall. Her voice was hoarse, but steady as iron. Or we shut it behind her while she's still on the wrong side. Rayleigh looked around the room. He took in the shaking scholar, the frozen fury radiating from the Astrea captain, the ancient skull-faced mage calculating catastrophes in the corner, and Finn, who was already quietly plotting their next move. One or the other, Rayleigh agreed. But first, our reader here is going to draw us every single rhythm he gave them, along with every route he opened. Because if we're going down there after her, I'd rather knock on the doors myself than let that monster answer them for us. Marek, who had clearly expected a fate much worse than doing the one thing he was actually good at, nodded so frantically he nearly wept with relief. Marek's maps ran out 300 feet down. They ended at a black arch where his copied rhythms had no more answers. Below that, nobody had a map. But they had Cassandra. She stood at the edge of the arch, Yumitsutsu bear in her hands and her slight frame strung tight. She didn't look like someone who belonged at the front of an expedition into the worst hole under the city, she looked like she wanted to be anywhere else. But she was here. Daphne stood right at her shoulder, a hand hovering near her back and a glare ready for anyone who dared suggest the girl couldn't do this. You don't have to go first, Rayleigh told her. You point. We walk. I have to see it before you step on it. Cassandra's voice shook, but her resolve didn't. That's the whole reason I'm here. If I hang back where it's safe, I'm just a girl having bad dreams in a tunnel. Behind Rayleigh, Elise made a small sound of approval. Even Kagaya inclined her head. It was a good team for a bad place. The Astrea captain and her two sharpest blades. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, the calm core of Loki Familia. And standing a step to the side, filling most of the archway by himself with his arms folded and silent as a wall, was Otter. Freya had sent her strongest down into the dark, and he had come without a word of complaint. A creature that even Daedalus feared was exactly the kind of test the warlord spent his life hunting. Tenken hung at his back, and the Ryatsu bleeding off the sheathed blade was so heavy that even the monstrous Velas in the walls seemed to lean away from him. We go until we find her, or we find the door, Finn ordered. If the path behind us starts to close, Rayleigh and Riveria will hold it open. If it can't be held, we fall back and try again with more rope and fewer heroics. His eyes swept the group before settling on Elise. That last part is not optional. I heard you the first 4 times. Elise replied. I'll say it a 5th if you keep looking at that arch like it owes you money. Rayleigh almost smiled. Then, Cassandra lifted her sword. Open your eyes within the dream, Yumitsutsu. A mark bloomed on the floor just beyond the arch. It was a single glowing petal, red as a warning light, resting over a patch of stone that looked perfectly normal. There, she whispered. The floor's a lie. Don't step where it's red. They descended into the unmapped dark. This time, the girl with the bad dreams walked point. The deep routes were worse than the flooded level in every conceivable way. The Velas grew thicker down here, forming massive, fleshy reefs that choked the walls. There were so many stolen voices layered together that the sound lost all meaning, degrading into a low, animalistic moaning that throbbed against the skull. The stone itself remembered how to move, even without a knocker to wake it. Twice, a corridor tried to crush them shut. Twice, Cassandra saw it a breath before it happened, a scatter of red petals sending the entire line pressing against a safe wall while the passage ground its teeth on empty air. But the maze had guardians of its own down here, and they didn't wait to be knocked awake. The first burst out of a viola reef as they passed. It was a hulking mass of rooted flesh and ancient chitin, resembling a monster spider. It dropped from the ceiling on 6 legs, its open mouth keening in 3 overlapping voices. Chapter 238, Chapter. Ryo was already turning. Growl, hey Nico. Ash flooded the corridor in a rushing gray cloud. It wrapped around the creature's legs and blinded its eyeless face. Elise burst through the smoke a second later, fire already climbing her blade. Burn, and Jetsu. The flames took the spider thing full in its rooted core, and it went up in a shrieking blaze like the dry, dead husk it was. Kagaya walked calmly through the smoke, smoothly opening the creature's throat before it even hit the ground. 1, Kagaya noted. There were far more than one. They came in a relentless rush after that. The deep maze spat its half-monsters at the intruders from every reef and cross-passage. For a while, it was simply work, hard, ugly, and loud. Gareth held the vanguard, letting the creatures break themselves against his massive shield. Riveria's ice pinned down whatever needed pinning. Finn moved through the chaotic press like a small, bright storm, his spear finding the soft spots on monsters that had no right to have soft spots. But when an entire reef tore loose from the wall and hurled itself at them, a massive, writhing wave of roots, mouths, and stolen grief, Rayleigh finally drew the blade he'd been saving. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. The sword shattered into 1,000 blades of pale pink light. He unleashed the glowing cloud onto the reef, and it was less of a strike than a devastating storm passing through. The razor-sharp petals poured over and through the mass, threading between every root and screaming flower. When the flurry subsided, nothing remained of the reef but a fine rain of shredded pulp settling on the floor, leaving a sudden, blessed silence where a dozen dead voices had just been screaming. Cassandra stared at the drifting pink light. Tears pooled in her eyes, and for once, fear hadn't put them there. "It's beautiful," she whispered faintly. "That's horrible. But it's so beautiful." "Most of what he makes is," Daphne muttered, staying close to her side. "It's the most annoying thing about him." They were nearing the bottom when the deep gave them a threat even Otter had to take seriously. The corridor opened onto a broken staircase that spiraled down the inside of a massive vertical shaft. It was a literal wound in the earth, dropping away into a black void far past the reach of their light. And rising up that shaft toward them, filling it from wall to wall, was a guardian built on an entirely different scale. It was a true watcher, as Marek had called it. The size of a house, it was a horrifying fusion of monster bone and deadless iron. It hauled itself up the chasm on limbs like bridge spans, its vast surface crawling with the ancient marks that made it listen and hate. Cassandra's warning tore out as a scream. A sea of red petals bloomed across the entire staircase. "It's bringing the stairs down. All of them. It doesn't care if it falls, as long as we fall with it." The creature slammed into the shaft wall. The ancient stairs shuddered and immediately began to crumble. Whole sections sloughed away into the dark below as the ground literally unmade itself beneath their feet. Otter moved. Despite his sheer size, he crossed the collapsing steps faster than anything that massive had a right to. He planted himself exactly at the structural weak point where the stairs were tearing away from the wall, and drew his blade. Roar, Tenken. As the sword left its sheath, a second, spectral arm manifested in the air above him. It was vast, armored, and burning with heavy red Ryoryoku, perfectly mirroring his own movements. Otter reached up and pressed his hand flat against the collapsing stone overhead. The giant arm did the same, and it held. It caught the falling staircase. It took the crushing weight of the entire shearing structure on a single armored palm the size of a wagon, and simply refused to let it fall. The warlord stood anchored beneath it, boots planted and face perfectly calm, shouldering the death of an entire staircase so the rest of them could run. "Move," Otter commanded. It was the first word he had spoken since leaving the surface. "I got this." They moved. They sprinted the length of the failing stairs under the shadow of that colossal arm. Cassandra's glowing petals lit up the safe stones just one bound ahead of their feet, and Gareth half-carried Daphne over the gaps that were too wide to jump. Finally, the far side of the shaft swallowed them into a solid passage of firm ground. Only then did Otter step back and let go. The giant arm vanished. Behind him, the entire ruined staircase finally tore completely from the wall and plummeted into the dark. They listened to the structure smash itself to pieces all the way down, the deafening echoes taking a very long time to finally fade. Otter strolled out of the passage unhurried, rolling one broad shoulder. Tenken was already back in its sheath. If anything, he looked mildly disappointed. "It was strong," he allowed. His pale eyes found Rayleigh. "The thing we came for. Is it stronger than that?" "The thing we came for doesn't fight fair," Rayleigh replied. "You'll like her even less." For the first time in their entire descent, the passage ran perfectly level and straight. That was how Rayleigh knew they had finally arrived somewhere that mattered. The monstrous violas thinned out. The markings on the walls grew older, deeper, and more deliberate, carved by a careful hand rather than grown wildly out of the stone. Up ahead, the corridor opened into light. It was a real, steady, and entirely unnatural glow, cold and green gold, spilling back toward them from a chamber none of Marek's maps had ever touched. Cassandra stopped dead in her tracks, every drop of color draining from her face. "This is it," she breathed. "The room. This is the room from my dream." She didn't have to finish. They all saw it now. The corridor opened into a massive, circular chamber. The stone here was carved to a deliberate smoothness the wild maze above never possessed. In the center of the room lay the door. It didn't look like a standard door. It looked like a sealed wound, a vast circle of black stone and ancient iron set flush into the floor. It was completely ringed by the deepest marks Rayleigh had ever seen, the oldest language of the cursed deadless bloodline. The green gold light bled up through its tight seams. Whatever lay on the far side was incredibly large, incredibly patient, and had been waiting a very long time. Standing directly before it, small and unhurried, was a woman. She had one hand raised, tracing the ancient marks with a sick kind of tenderness. She didn't turn around immediately. She let them look at her back, displaying the deliberate calm of someone who had heard them coming but simply hadn't finished her task. When she finally did turn, the cold green light cast harsh shadows across the ruined side of her face. Old burned scars ran jaggedly from her brow down to her jaw. She smiled at the sight of them, beaming the way an old friend smiles across a crowded room. The Astria Familia, Valletta Greed said, her voice warm, delighted, and utterly mad. Oh, it's been years. And you brought the whole city with you. Her scarred fingers drifted back to the heavy marks on the great door. You're just in time. I was starting to think I'd have to open it all by myself. Chapter 239, Chapter. You've had a wasted trip, Valletta said, and turned her back on them again to keep working the door. But I do appreciate the company. It's been so quiet down here. Elise took one step into the chamber, and her voice came out low and terrible. Step away from it. Or what, little Scarlet? Valletta didn't look up. Her scarred fingers moved over the ancient marks in a slow, practiced pattern, and where they passed, the deep carvings woke and glowed a sick green gold, one after another around the vast circle. You'll kill me. You had years to be angry about that and you never managed it. Why would tonight be different? Because tonight you're standing in front of something worth stopping. Finn's spear was already in his hand, and his calm had a blade's edge to it. Whatever that door is, it's staying shut. Oh, it's not a door. Valletta laughed, delighted, still tracing the marks. That's the wonderful part. It's a lid. Daedalus dug too deep, all those centuries ago, and he found something down here he couldn't kill and couldn't move, so he did the only thing his kind ever does. He built a box around it and told himself the problem was solved. Another mark flared to life under her fingers. But a box is just a promise. And I've spent 3 years and a great many lives learning how to break this particular promise. Rayleigh felt it then, through the soles of his boots and the deep part of him that read these things. Behind the sealed circle, something enormous shifted in its sleep. Something old, and patient, and very, very hungry, stirring toward the first crack of light it had felt in 1,000 years. She's not trying to open a route. She's trying to let something out. Why, Kaguya said. Her blades were drawn, her voice flat as a held breath. You gain nothing. It won't spare you. A thing like that doesn't take sides. I don't want it to take sides. Valletta turned to face them fully now, and the madness in her ruined face was almost serene. You think I'm doing this to rule anything? To win? No. The war took that out of me. Zald's dead. Althea's gone. My god abandoned the whole beautiful project and went home to the sky. Her smile stretched. There's nothing left to want but the ending. So I'm going to open the lid, and I'm going to let the oldest hungry thing under the world walk up into Orario, and I'm going to sit right here and watch the city finally get what it always had coming. Call it a late payment. Behind her, a small terrified voice said, Valletta. Valletta, this isn't, you said routes. You said we were testing. Corvin had been there the whole time, pressed against the chamber wall, and Rayleigh had marked him and set him aside as harmless. Now the handler came off the wall with his face gray, finally understanding that the woman he worked for had never been building a smuggling operation. She'd been building a doomsday, and he'd carried her tools. You said we could control it, Corvin said, shrill now. The Guardian. You said the marks would hold it. I said a great many things, Corvin. Valletta turned back to the door. You were paid to believe them. And that was when the far wall of the chamber split open and the knocker came home. It did not step out this time. It unfolded out of the stone, taller than before even down an arm, and the moment it stood in the chamber every glowing mark on the great lid seemed to pulse in answer, because this was its post. This was the door it had been made 1,000 years ago to hold shut, and it had come back to find its door surrounded by strangers and a scarred woman with her hands all over the seal. The stolen voices poured out of it, dozens at once, but this time they weren't luring anyone. They were a single rising wail of alarm. Corvin, drowning in panic, did the only thing he knew how to do. He fumbled the iron rod out of his coat and hammered it against the wall, the old rhythm, the knock that had opened 100 routes. 2 knocks. A pause. 3 more. Stand down. I command you, stand down, I have the. The knocker's long arm took him across the chamber in a single motion, faster than his eyes could follow, and Corvin's command ended in the middle of the word. There wasn't much left of him after. The rod rang once on the stone and went still. And there's the leash he thought he held. Rayleigh had known it was coming since the flooded level, and it was still ugly to watch. The tool had never had a master, it had only ever had a door. Then it turned on all of them at once. The chamber came apart into chaos. The knocker didn't distinguish between the heroes and the madwoman at the seal. It struck at everything that moved near its door, that one long arm sweeping through the chamber like a falling mast, and the whole company scattered to survive it. Gareth got his shield up and took a blow meant for Reveria and skidded 10 feet back across the stone. Otter met the next one head-on, Tenken already drawn, the giant ghost arm slamming up to catch the knocker's swing so the two vast limbs locked and strained against each other in the center of the room. "It's stronger here," Otter called, and there was something almost like joy in it. "At its door, it is stronger. Then keep it off the seal." Rayleigh was already moving, because the knocker had bought Valletta exactly what she needed, a room full of people too busy staying alive to stop her. She hadn't stopped working. Through all of it, through Corvin's death and the Guardian's rampage, Valletta stood at the great lid with the chaos breaking around her like water around a stone, tracing mark after mark, and more of the circle bloomed green gold with every breath. Over half of it glowed now. Behind the seal, the enormous sleeping thing had begun to wake in earnest, and the whole chamber had started to tremble with the size of it. Rayleigh cut toward her through the madness. Rhea's ash swept a viola strike off his flank. Elise put herself between him and the knocker's backswing and turned it with a wall of fire, teeth bared, buying him a step. Cassandra's petals bloomed under his feet, red and then safe, threading him through the collapse Daphne was hauling her clear of. He got within 20 feet of Valletta before the knocker's arm came down between them like a dropped bridge, and the whole floor jumped, and he had to throw himself back or lose his legs. "It's guarding her by accident. It wants us off the door, and she's standing on the door." There was no way past it. Not while it stood. And it would not stop standing, because it could not be made to stop by anything he'd done so far. He'd cut it in half once and watched it walk away. He'd frozen it and shattered its arm and it had simply come back with the arm regrown. Every honest blade in his hands, every clean strike he'd trained his whole life to make, was worthless against a thing with no heart to find and no place it couldn't lose. Behind Valletta, another mark flared. The seal was 2/3 lit. The trembling had become a slow, grinding shudder, and a hairline of pure black had opened along one seam of the great lid, and out of that thread of dark came a cold so old and so wrong that even Otter's face changed. They were out of time, and out of ordinary answers. Fine. Rayleigh's hand left Hyarinmaru and Senbin Sakura and every blade that only knew how to wound, and settled on the one at his right hip, the one Althea had pointed him toward in her dry certain voice, the deeper thing he almost never asked for. This was the room she'd meant. Space enough overhead. A thing that had to be unmade rather than cut. And a reason, at last, that made spending it worth every consequence. He told the Guardian he would finish it when finishing it meant something. It meant something now. The chamber shook. Valletta traced the mark that would light the final arc of the seal. And Rayleigh planted his feet in the center of the chaos, leveled Beneheim's red blade at the tall thing that could not be killed, and stopped holding back. Bankai. Chapter 240, Chapter. The red came up around him like a sunrise made of blood. It did not spread the way fire spreads or ice arrives. It rose, straight up from the blade in his hand, and it kept rising, and when the others turned to look they had to keep turning their heads back to find the top of it. A vast figure took shape out of the crimson light at Rayleigh's back, robed and towering, folded shut like a great pair of temple doors set on end, so tall her shoulders were lost in the dark near the chamber's distant ceiling. She had no face any of them could name. She did not need one. Where she stood, the world felt less certain of its own edges, as if the stone and the air had suddenly remembered they were only arrangements that could be arranged differently. Canon Baraki Beneheim Eratame, Rayleigh said, and the name settled over the chamber. Otter, who had strained against the knocker's arm without a flicker of effort, took one step back. "So," he said, very quietly. "That is what he was holding." Rayleigh didn't answer. He raised his free hand toward the Guardian, and the great figure opened. Her front split down the middle and swung wide, doors within doors, and the space that opened inside her was not empty and was not full and made the ice slide off it the way the maze's worst tricks had. Everything within her reach fell under a single rule now, and the rule was his. "You held one door for 1,000 years, he told the knocker. "Let me show you what I do with things that won't stay shut." He closed his hand. The knocker came apart. Not the way it had come apart under Beneheim's slash, in pieces that knitted back together. This was different, and the difference was everything. The great figure reached into the tall thing the way you'd reach into a knot, and instead of cutting it she found the ends of it, every seam and binding an ancient mark that had held its borrowed parts together, and she simply undid them, one after another, faster than the eye could hold. The fused monster bone unfused. The deadless iron forgot the shape it had been hammered into. The marks that made it listen and hate lost their meaning and went dark. It did not reform, because there was nothing left to knit, no rule holding it together for the roots to obey. 1,000 years of Deadless's terrible craft was taken apart in the space of 3 breaths, plank by plank, until the tall thing that had opened walls and worn the dead was simply gone, unmade down to the pieces it had been stolen from. And out of it, as the last binding failed, came the voices. All of them. Every stolen voice the knocker had carried, every scrap of the taken it had kept to bait the living with, the fishmonger and the seamstress and the men who'd asked after his daughter and 100 more before them, years of them, held in the cords in the dark. The binding that trapped them broke with the thing that held them, and they came loose all at once, and for a moment the whole chamber was full of them, not wailing now, not luring, just rising, a great soft rush of voices let go at last. Then they thinned, and faded, and went wherever the taken go when the thing that stole them can no longer hold on. The chamber was quiet. Kaguya had lowered her blades, Ryu stood very still, and even Elise, who had come down here full of fury, had a hand pressed to her mouth. "They're free," Cassandra whispered, from where Daphne held her. She was crying openly now, and did not seem to know it. He let them all go. Valletta had stopped working. She stood at the great lid with her scarred hand still raised toward the final mark, and she was staring at the space where her guardian had been, and the serene madness on her face had finally cracked into something like disbelief. "That's not," she looked at the towering red figure, and then at Rayleigh beneath it, and something in her ruined face began to understand. "You can't. That thing is older than. Everything's older than something." Rayleigh turned the great figure toward the seal, and she opened her doors again, and this time she reached for the lid itself. "You spent 3 years lighting those marks. Let's see how long it takes to put them out." The Bankai's reach fell across the vast circle, and everywhere the green gold marks had woken, they began to go dark. Not scorched or broken. Undone, the way the knocker had been undone, Valletta's careful, murderous work coming apart under the same rule that had unmade her monster, mark by mark, the whole ritual she'd bled 100 people for unraveling back toward the sleep it had come from. The hairline of black along the seam narrowed. The cold pouring out of it thinned. Deep beneath the lid, the enormous hungry thing that had almost tasted open air felt the light shrink away again, and turned over, and sank back down toward a sleep Daedalus had bought it and Rayleigh had just paid to keep. "No." Valletta's voice climbed. She slammed her hand against a dead mark, willing it back to life, and nothing answered. "No, no, you don't get to. Years, I spent years." Valletta. Elise had crossed the chamber while the others watched the door die. She stood 10 feet from the woman who had taken half her familia's history and turned it into graves, and Injetsa burned low and steady in her hand, and her face was wet and terrible and completely without mercy. "Look at me," Elise said. Valletta looked. For a long moment the two of them simply stood there, the mad old butcher and the young captain, and everything that had never been settled between them hung in the cold air of a chamber where the light was going out. "You don't get the ending," Elise said, quiet and shaking. "Not the one down there. Not the one where you take us all with you. You don't get to burn the city down because you couldn't stand losing your war. You're going to live, Valletta. You're going to run, and you're going to hide in some hole, and you're going to know that we stopped you, and that we're coming, and that it was one of my girls who put your monster in the ground." Her voice broke and held. "That's your ending. You lose, and you live to feel it." Something in Valletta's ruined face twisted, past madness, into pure hate. And then, because she had always been a survivor first and a monster second, she moved. She flung something down at her own feet, a small dark sphere that burst into a wall of choking black smoke, and by the time Elise's fire tore through it she was already gone. A hidden seam in the deep wall grinding shut behind her, a route not even Marek had known, swallowing her into the black arteries of the maze. Elise stood in the settling smoke, breathing hard, staring at the blank wall. She ran, Ryu said, coming up beside her. She ran. Elise's shoulders dropped, and the fury went out of her all at once, leaving something bone-tired underneath. I don't know what I wanted. To kill her. To not kill her. Both. She let Injetsu's flame die. She's still out there. She's out there with nothing, Rayleigh said. He let the Bankai go. The towering red figure folded back down into the blade, into the sunrise in reverse of it, and Beneheim was just a red sword in his hand again, and the cost of what he'd spent came down on him properly now, and he locked his knees and did not let it show. Around the chamber the last green gold light guttered out, and the great sealed lid lay dark and dormant and shut, a promise mended, the thing beneath it dreaming again. She spent everything on this, he went on. 3 years. The whole cell. Corvin. Her monster. Every route she bought and every person she fed to the dark, all of it aimed at that door. And it's shut, and her guardian is gone, and she's crawling back into the deep with empty hands. He looked at the blank wall where she'd vanished. She's not finished. People like her never are. But we didn't just stop her tonight. We took the thing she'd built her whole ending around and unmade it in front of her. A thin, tired edge came into his voice. She'll feel that for a long time. Finn came to stand with them, his spear finally lowered, looking at the dormant seal and the empty space where a 1,000-year guardian had stood. Then we finish it properly, the Paolum said. We seal every route she opened. We take that lid off the maps entirely and put it under Arena's eye where it belongs. And we make very sure that the next time Valletta Greed reaches for a door she shouldn't open, someone's already standing on the other side of it. He glanced up at Rayleigh, and there was respect in it, and something more careful underneath. You've a great deal to answer for, what you just did. That was a power that unmakes the work of gods and old craftsmen alike. The guild is going to have questions. The guild can get in line. Rayleigh slid Beneheim home, and let out a slow breath, and for the first time in a long night the deep chamber held nothing that wanted to kill them. Right now I want to get everyone up top, get the dreamer somewhere warm, and sleep for a week. Cassandra, still crying, looked at the shut door one last time before Daphne drew her away. It's dreaming again, she said softly. The big one. It's dreaming again. She wiped her face. But it remembers being almost awake. I don't think it's going to forget. Nobody answered that. There wasn't a good answer to give. They gathered their wounded and their prisoner turn guide, and they began the long climb back up toward the light. Chapter 241, Chapter. 3 days later, the deep chamber was a guild secret with a name only 4 people were allowed to say. They sealed the routes Marek had drawn, one after another, filling the old doorways with new stone and Welf's markers set to scream if anything ever tried to reopen them. The great lid itself they left exactly as it was, dormant and dark, and Auranus took it onto his own long list of things the world was better off never knowing about. It came off every map that had ever half-guessed at it. It went under the old god's eye, where the worst of Orario's buried problems went to be watched forever. You didn't find the orb, Fells said. The skull-faced mage stood in the lamplight of the guild's hidden room and turned a fragment of Marek's copied script over in his gloved fingers. She never had it either. All of this, the whole scheme, built on borrowed rhythms and stolen deeds because the true key to Gnosis is still lost. Which means the maze is still down there, whole, unmastered, waiting for the next clever monster with a reason. He set the fragment down. We closed a door tonight but we did not close the house. I noticed the house went deeper than her routes, Rayleigh said. There were passages under the chamber that even her reader didn't have. Something's built down there on a scale that makes Valletta's little cult look like children playing in someone else's cellar. Yes. Fells's hollow gaze held his for a moment. Best not to go looking for it before we have to. Some doors stay shut because no one's found the handle. Let's keep it that way as long as we can. Finn, at the table, folded his small hands. Valletta. Gone. Fells's voice was flat. The route she took collapsed behind her, and it led out somewhere we haven't found. Hermes has people looking. So do we. She's alive, she's hunted, and she has nothing left to build with. For now, that's the best anyone gets. And him. Rayleigh nodded at the empty chair where they'd questioned Marek, who was elsewhere now, under guard but breathing. The reader stays with us. There was something almost dry in the old mage's tone. A man who can speak the oldest language of the bloodline is far too useful to hang and far too dangerous to free. He'll spend the rest of his life helping us seal the very doors he opened. Fells paused. He seemed relieved to be given honest work. I don't think anyone ever offered him any before. Finn's eyes came to Rayleigh last, and stayed. Which leaves what you did down there. You unmade something Daedalus himself couldn't destroy, and then you unmade a working that took Valletta 3 years, and you did both in under a minute. The gods are going to hear about that. Some of them are going to want to know exactly what you do. And exactly whose side you're on. I'm on the side of the people that thing was eating. Rayleigh met his gaze evenly. If a god wants a more complicated answer, they can commission a sword and ask it themselves. Finn almost smiled. I'll pass that along in gentler words. The girl's name was Senna, and she was 7, and she lived in 2 rooms over a tanner's shop with an aunt who couldn't quite meet Rayleigh's eyes. He told her father he would see to it himself, in the dark, at the end, and Rayleigh did not make promises to dying men that he let the living forget. So he came in person, which he did not have to do, and he sat on a too small stool in a too small room and told a 7-year-old the parts that were true and left out the parts that would live in her nightmares. That her father had been taken by bad people. That he had been brave. That he had thought of her at the end, and said her name, and that the last thing he'd done was make sure someone knew she'd been loved. He did not tell her about the water, or the cord, or the thing that had worn her father's voice. Those were his to carry, not hers. Senna listened with her small face very serious, and when he'd finished she asked the only question that mattered to her. Did it hurt him? No. That, at least, he could give her clean, because he'd made certain of it with his own hand. At the end, it didn't hurt at all. He wasn't afraid. I was there. I promise. She nodded slowly, the way children do when they've decided to believe you, and something in her small shoulders let go. Rayleigh left a purse of Valis with the ant that would keep the 2 of them fed and housed for years, and he did it quietly, and he told no one, and when he stepped back out into the ordinary street he stood there for a moment before he moved on. One of the ones that were still in there, he thought. You carry them. And then you go make the rest count. He went to make the rest count. Eleonora found him at the guild 2 days after that, and she was holding a letter she didn't know what to do with. They've offered me a promotion, she said, without preamble, because that was how she started every conversation she was nervous about. Senior records analyst. Arenas signed it himself. Apparently cracking a year-long property fraud that hit a doomsday cult counts for something. She turned the letter over in her hands the way she turned over ledgers when the numbers troubled her. A princess of Rakia, made a somebody in the Orario guild on her own merit. Her chin came up, but her voice had gone unexpectedly unsteady. I didn't think this city would ever let me be anything but a rescued girl. You were never a rescued girl. Rayleigh leaned against the corridor wall. You were a very angry accountant I happened to carry out of a fire. There's a difference, and you've been proving it since. The color came up in her cheeks, and she looked back down at the letter, and for once the sharpness in her had nowhere to go. Ulquiorra, she muttered, which was what she said instead of thank you, and he'd learned to hear it that way. You'll take it, he said. Obviously I'll take it. I've already decided which incompetence I'm going to fix first. She folded the letter with crisp, decided motions, herself again. She left while smiling. Althea was awake when he got home, and she took one look at him and set her book aside without being asked, because the thread between them had been carrying the weight of a spent bankai for 3 days and she was tired of feeling it secondhand. Sit, she said. Before you fall. He sat. He'd been holding the cost of it upright by will since the deep chamber, and now, in the one room where no one needed him to be Yodasai, he let his shoulders come down. It worked, he said. Your key. Take it apart instead of cutting it. It worked exactly the way you said it would. I know. I felt you do it. Althea's mismatched eyes studied him, and there was something careful in them. From all the way across the city. The moment you opened that bankai, it came down the thread so hard I had to sit. You spent a great deal of yourself down there. A beat. More than you'll admit to the Palum, or the mage, or that little dreamer who thinks you hung the moon. I'll get it back. You will. You always do. She was quiet a moment. Then, in the dry voice that meant she was saying something she didn't quite know how to say plainly, I gave you the answer because I wanted you to come home. Not because it was the clever solution. I want that on the record. Rayleigh looked at her, at the woman he dragged back from the edge of dying and could not seem to stop dragging back, at the red thread between them that carried more than either of them said, and for a moment he let the tiredness show all the way, because she of anyone had earned the sight of it. Noted, he said. For the record. Something passed between them that neither of them named, and neither of them looked away from, and the thread went warm and quiet, and for a while that was enough. Artie caught him the next morning outside his own gate, in her Ganesha coat, holding 2 skewers of something grilled and questionable from a street cart and looking absurdly pleased with herself. You've been sleeping for 3 days, brooding for 2, and playing hero with a little girl in between, she announced, and shoved a skewer at him. Shakti says the whole city thinks you've gone into hiding to avoid the gods' questions. I told her you were just tired. She bit into her own skewer. You are just tired, right? You're not actually going to run off and fight a god this week. Not this week. He took the skewer. It was terrible, but he ate it anyway. Maybe next week. Rayleigh. I'm resting, Artie. Look at me. This is what resting looks like. This is what a man eating bad meat outside his house looks like. But she was grinning, and standing very close, and the morning was ordinary and bright, and for once nothing under the city was trying to wake up. She bumped his shoulder with hers, quick and easy, and pretended it was an accident, and he pretended to believe her. The forge was cold when he finally went back to it, and there was a package waiting on the anvil. Loki familiar colors. And a note in a child's careful, furious handwriting. You said you would fix it. I'm strong enough now. Ace. Inside, wrapped in cloth, were the shards of a broken Zanpakuto. Ganryamaru, the lightning sword he'd forged for a doll-faced little swordsman back in the war and watched shatter when she'd forced a bankai she wasn't ready for. She'd kept every piece. She'd carried them, all this time, waiting until she believed she'd grown into the blade instead of hiding behind it. Rayleigh turned a shard over in his hand, and felt the old will still sleeping inside the broken metal, patient as its wielder had learned to be. So the girl's finally ready to hold it as an equal. A small, real smile touched his mouth, the first easy one in a long while. He lit the forge. The Nasus business was closed, and Valletta was somewhere in the dark nursing everything she'd lost, and the gods were sharpening their questions, and the oldest hungry thing under the world was dreaming its old dream a little less deeply than before. All of that was coming. But this morning, a child who'd earned it was waiting for her sword. And that, at least, was a thing he knew exactly how to make. Chapter 242, Chapter. Ace Wallenstein arrived at his forge at dawn, which meant she had been standing outside since before sunrise, waiting for him to open. She was a little taller than the doll-faced child he had first met, growing slowly toward her true height the way a sword was forged toward its final length. She was still small, still golden-eyed, and still so quiet that she made grown adventurers nervous. However, there was something firm in her now that had not been there when she had forced a bankai she was not ready for and watched her sword shatter in her hands. She had carried that lesson with her for a long time, and it had placed a strength in her spine that no blade could have given her. Riveria stood one pace behind her because Riveria went wherever Ace went. The high elf inclined her head toward Rayleigh. She hasn't slept. She refused to, and I stopped trying to make her about 2 hours ago. I noticed the frost on my doorstep. Rayleigh unlocked the forge and pushed the door open. Come in, both of you. Let's have a look at what you've been carrying. Ace walked to the anvil, placed the wrapped bundle on top, and unfolded it herself. There they were, every shard of Ganryamaru, cleaned, oiled, and carefully preserved. Not a single piece was missing. She had gathered them from the battlefield with her own hands over a year ago, and she had not allowed even one fragment to be lost. Rayleigh placed his palm flat against the broken metal and reached for the present sleeping within it. It was still there. The blades will remain dormant but whole, waiting with the same patience its wielder had spent the past year learning. You know why it broke, he said, already certain that she did. I forced it. Ace's voice was calm and certain. I asked for its ending before I understood it. It gave me everything it had because I made it, and it broke because I wasn't strong enough to carry what I asked for. Her golden eyes rose to meet his. It protected me when it shouldn't have needed to. I was hiding behind it and calling that strength. And now? Now I don't need it to die for me. She lowered her gaze to the shards. I need it to stand beside me. I've spent all this time becoming someone it won't have to destroy itself to protect. She paused, and something almost vulnerable crossed her face before she quickly buried it. Is that enough? Can you make it again? I can always make it again. Rayleigh began preparing the fire. The question was never whether I could reforge the blade. It was whether you had grown into someone capable of carrying it. He glanced at her. You have. I can feel it in you, and so can Ganryamaru. Something shifted within the shards beneath his hand, faint but steady, like the first beat of a waking heart. Ace felt it too, and her breath caught. It remembers me, she whispered. It never stopped. Reforging a broken Zanpakuto was not the same as creating a new one. It was much harder. A new blade could be shaped according to whatever its wielder's soul asked of him. A broken blade already possessed a soul of its own, along with old memories and an old grievance over how it had been asked to die. He could not command it, so he had to persuade it. Rayleigh heated the shards until they glowed, feeding his own spiritual pressure into the spaces between them. Whenever two pieces wanted to rejoin, he allowed them to come together slowly and carefully, the way someone set a broken bone rather than welded a chain. He kept Ace close throughout the entire process, one of her hands resting on the forming blade, because a Zanpakuto could only be reforged through its wielder. He watched her face as each piece came together. He saw her flinch when the old grievance rose to the surface and the blade remembered the moment it had shattered. But she did not pull away. Don't apologize to it, he told her. It doesn't want your guilt. Tell it the truth. Ace closed her eyes. Her hand tightened around the half-formed metal, and she spoke to it in a way she never spoke to people, quietly, directly, and without any of the walls she carried everywhere else. I broke you, she said. I was a child, and I was angry. I used you to reach for a death I wanted more than I wanted to live. That was wrong, and I won't do it again. Frost gathered around her feet, leaking from a heart that felt far more than it ever showed. I'm not going to ask you to break for me. I'm going to become strong enough that you never have to. Her fingers tightened. Come back. Stand beside me. We'll reach the top together, or we won't reach it at all. The blade answered. The remaining pieces joined in Rayleigh's hands all at once. The final seams closed, and the metal sang as it cooled. A low rumble of thunder rolled through the forge even though the morning sky outside was perfectly clear. When Rayleigh lifted the completed sword and placed it across Ace's open palms, it was Ganryamaru once more. Whole and alive. Humming beneath her fingers. The will inside it had changed. Its old grievance had settled into something steadier and stronger, like a friendship that had survived the argument that nearly destroyed it. Ace held her sword for the first time in over a year. She did not cry because she was not built that way. However, frost spread around her feet and climbed the walls in delicate, feather-like patterns. She stood completely still, and for a long moment, she simply breathed. Hello again, she whispered. Test it, Rayleigh said. Not against a monster. Against me. Ace blinked. Riveria raised an eyebrow. You hurt me. Rayleigh drew Senbonzakura and set his other blades aside, leaving himself with only one sword. I don't want to see how hard you can hit. I've seen little girls hit things before. I want to know whether you've actually learned control, or whether you've simply traded one kind of desperation for a quieter one. He beckoned her forward. Come at me like you mean it. Show me a swordsman, not an avenger. For a heartbeat, the old hunger flickered in her eyes, the same hunger and uncontrolled aura that had drawn monsters toward her since she was small. Then she deliberately put it away. Ace settled her weight and raised the reforged blade. Pierce them, Ganryamaru. Lightning raced along the sword, but it did not burst outward wildly as it had when she was younger. It remained gathered along the edge, controlled and waiting for her command instead of rushing ahead of her. Rayleigh felt the difference the instant she moved. She attacked quickly and cleanly, without fury or desperation. There was only precision. She feinted high before striking low, and lightning cracked from the blade exactly where she aimed it and nowhere else. Rayleigh turned the strike aside with Senbon Sakura, but she was already flowing into her next movement, reading his parry and adjusting to it. She was no longer throwing herself at him. She was fencing with him, patient, sharp, and completely focused on the present. Rayleigh allowed the exchange to continue for a full minute before stepping inside her guard and placing the flat of Senbon Sakura against her shoulder, ending the match the way a teacher ended a lesson. Ace stopped immediately. There was no frustration and no reckless second attack. She simply lowered her blade and waited for his judgment, breathing lightly as the lightning faded from the steel because she had ordered it to. That's the difference, Rayleigh said. A year ago, you would have kept swinging until one of us bled. Just now, you understood that the exchange was over, and you allowed it to end. He sheathed Senbon Sakura. You're not chasing your own death anymore. You're building towards something you actually intend to survive. The Black Dragon, Ace said. It was not a boast, but a fact around which she had built her entire life. I'm going to become the strongest. I'm going to kill it, and I'm still going to be standing when it's over. She looked down at Ganryamaru in her hand. This time, my sword will be standing too. Riveria's usually composed expression softened by the smallest amount, which, for her, was almost the same as crying. Your father would recognize you, she said quietly. Not the child who came to us leaking aura and breaking everything she touched. He would recognize this person, the swordsman. She briefly rested a hand on the girl's golden hair. He would be proud of you, Ace. Ace did not answer. She could not, and everyone inside the forge understood why. No one forced her to try. At the door, with Ganryamaru sheathed at her hip and her small frame steadier than it had been an hour earlier, Ace stopped and turned around. How much do I owe you? She asked. Rayleigh considered her. He could have named a price with a great many zeros. Loki Familia could afford it, and half the reason he forged these blades was because of the fortune they brought him. But there were a few people he would never charge, and he had known Ace would be one of them from the moment he felt the blades old will still waiting inside the shards. Nothing, he said. You already paid for it. Ace stared at him. All that time you spent becoming someone worth reforging it for, that was a steeper price than any amount of Valis, and you paid it in full. He nodded toward the sword at her hip. Keep it whole this time. That's the only bill I'm sending you. Something almost like a smile touched the corner of Ace's mouth. It was the first one he had ever seen from her. I will, she said. Then she stepped out into the bright morning, Riveria walking at her shoulder. A swordsman now walked beside her sword instead of hiding behind it. Rayleigh remained in the doorway of his forge and watched them leave, feeling the particular satisfaction of a craftsman who had made exactly the right thing for exactly the right pair of hands. One down, he thought as he turned back toward a forge that never truly seemed to grow cold anymore. And now an entire city is about to hear that the men who can undo the work of gods is accepting commissions again. He had a feeling his peaceful week was already over. Chapter 243, Chapter. Otter delivered the report plainly, he didn't know any other way to speak. Kneeling in the upper room of Folkvanger with his head bowed, he described the subterranean chamber the same way he would describe a road. He recounted everything that happened. And then Yodasai, and the red light that poured from his blade until it bathed the ceiling. It didn't cut the Guardian, Otter explained. It took it apart. Everything Daedalus bound into the construct simply came undone, and it couldn't piece itself back together. Then he turned the blade on the seal and unraveled a 3-year-old working in less than a minute. Freya listened from her couch, resting her chin on her hand. She hadn't moved once during the entire account. And you, she asked quietly. What did you feel? Otter considered the question with his usual grim seriousness. I stepped back, he said. That was all. Freya's smile bloomed slowly, warm and brilliant, across her face. In 20 years, she had never heard her warlord utter those 3 words. Thank you, Otter. You may go. He rose and departed, leaving her alone with the last of her wine to think about a boy who had already occupied her thoughts for months. She had seen his soul at Hephaestus's table. Or, at least, she had tried to. Most souls opened for her like a book left face up in the sun. His was surrounded by blades, overlapping so tightly she couldn't even find the edges of the boy hidden beneath them. A petal. A thong. A mirror. A shadow. And lingering behind it all, something faint that didn't belong in this world at all. She hadn't been able to name it then. She still couldn't. Yet now, that same boy had effortlessly unmade the work of an ancient craftsman and a sleeping horror, and her strongest child had stepped back in response. Oh, Freya thought, gently turning her wine glass by the stem. You lovely, troublesome thing. She set the cup down and went to the mirror. The woman in the glass was the most beautiful thing in the lower world. And Freya looked at her without much interest, because she'd seen her before. Then she reached up and took her own face off the way you'd take off a hat. The reflection changed. Silver became gray. The beauty folded down into something small and plain and pleasant, a girl in an apron who worked at a tavern and made bad jokes and carried a basket, and who 100 adventurers walked past every night without once looking twice. Freya looked at Seer in the mirror and smiled with Seer's mouth. You never came to see me, she said. That was rude of you, Yodasai. Apollo heard the news from a scribe, which he considered a personal insult. It happened under the city, the men said, bowing low. It's classified guild business, Lord Apollo. The records are completely sealed. They haven't admitted anything publicly, but the Loki Familia sent their captain and their high elf, Ganesha sent Shakti's squad, and Freya sent the warlord himself. Freya sent Otter. Apollo sat perfectly still on his couch. For what? That is the sealed part, my lord. Apollo waved the men away, his normally flawless face twisting into an ugly sneer. He had walked into that smith's shop with his entire familia behind him. He had been gracious. He had been generous. He had offered to make the boy's little sword trial into a memorable spectacle, and the boy had looked at him like a man tracking mud onto a clean rug. Telling a god to admire his work from behind the line. Then his precious hyacinthos had been rejected by a sword, right in front of him, and was told the refusal was his own fault. And now, apparently, while Apollo was left nursing his bruised pride, that same arrogant smith had gone down a hole with the strongest adventurers in the city and done something the guild refused to put in writing. He gave a blade to Cassandra, Apollo muttered to the empty room. My child. My beautiful, frightened little prophet. He gave her a sword and convinced her she had chosen it herself. The girl still lived under his roof, but the sword was in her hands, not his, bound by a contract bearing Hephaestus's name ensuring it stayed that way. Apollo smiled, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. How long, he asked the ceiling, does a man get to be interesting before someone insists on owning him? Word reached Ishtar simply because she heard everything whispered in the beds, bars, and back rooms of Orario, along with half of what happened everywhere else. She received the news in the center of her own hall, lounging on her throne surrounded by her Amazons. But what caught her attention wasn't the smith, the underground hole, or the guild's secrecy. Freya, Ishtar repeated. Freya sent her damn boar. Yes, Lady Ishtar. For a blacksmith. The girl kneeling in front of her nodded and kept her head low, which was a wise decision. Ishtar leaned back. She had been in a foul mood for over a decade, and every ounce of that bitterness had one silver-haired face attached to it. Freya took whatever she wanted. Freya was handed whatever she desired. Freya sat high up in her tower while men lined up to be ruined by her, and Ishtar had spent years building an empire bigger, louder, and hungrier just to force the woman to look down. And now Freya was moving quietly. That meant she wanted something. She had sent Otter, which meant she wanted it badly. Tell me about him, Ishtar demanded. Yodasai of the Hephaestus Familia. He forges swords that pick their own masters. They cost hundreds of millions of valis, and the great familias buy them anyway. Otter carries one. The sword princess carries one. The Astria girls carry them. The Amazon hesitated for a fraction of a second. He's level 4. 4. Yes, Lady Ishtar. A level 4 smith, and Freya sends her level 7 to watch him work. Ishtar let out a low, delighted laugh, and the suffocating tension in the room finally broke as her girls relaxed. Oh, she's found a toy. She's found a toy, and she hasn't gotten her hands on it yet. She stood up and stretched, making sure the entire hall watched her do it. Then we'll get our hands on it first, Ishtar declared. Find out what he wants. Every man wants something, money, women, fame, a favor, a night he'll never forget. Her smile was all teeth. And if he's the type who claims to want nothing, then he wants someone. Find out who. That's usually cheaper than money anyway. Her Amazons laughed with her. None of them noticed the two girls at the back of the hall who stayed perfectly silent. 3, Hephaestus said. She dropped into the chair across from Rayleigh's workbench, took his tea without asking, and drained half the cup before continuing. Freya is asking about you. Not openly, she's being polite, which is exactly how I know it's bad. Apollo is telling anyone who will listen that you humiliated his familia and stole his prophet. And Ishtar spent all of last night asking every loose mouth in the pleasure quarter what a certain swordsmith likes. Rayleigh didn't stop working. Sounds like a normal week. Rayleigh. I'm listening. You're filing. She reached across the bench and placed her hand flat against the blade he was shaping. He stopped. She was his goddess, and she almost never interfered with his work like that. Listen to me properly, Hephaestus said. You went down into that hole and unmade a construct built by a god's craftsman. Otter watched you do it. That means Freya knows, and if Freya knows, eventually everyone will. Let them know. That's the part that worries me. She released the blade and rubbed her temples. You don't understand what you look like to the deities up there. You dismantle the creations of gods and their favorites. You're doing it at level 4, which shouldn't be physically possible, and the rest of the city knows how to count. She fixed him with her one steady eye. You've stopped being a merchant they can buy from. You've become a piece on the board. And gods love to collect pieces. Rayleigh set his file down. And there it is. He had known this conversation was coming the moment the red light flared in that underground chamber. He had made his choice anyway, because the alternative was letting Valletta open a lid that would swallow the whole city. It had been an easy trade. This part was just the bill coming due. Freya wants my soul, Rayleigh summarized. Apollo wants an apology and a sword. Ishtar wants whatever Freya wants, just because she's Ishtar. He picked the file back up. None of them are getting any of it. That isn't how gods work. It's how this one does. He met her gaze. I'm not a piece on a board, Hephaestus. I'm a person with swords and a bad attitude, and I've already told a god to his face exactly what I do to gods who get in my way. Hephaestus fell quiet for a moment. You told Artemis, she corrected softly. And Artemis liked it. That kind of reaction is rarer than you think. Then the rest of them can learn the hard way. Rayleigh. Her voice dropped, losing its sharp edge, revealing the raw concern she rarely let him see. Freya isn't Artemis. Artemis will fight you, Freya will keep you. She won't take your sword away, she'll just make you want to hand it to her. She'll be kind and perfect. One morning you'll wake up and realize everything you love is still there, but it all belongs to her. She stared at him hard. You are my child. I don't hand my children over to that. The forge was warm and loud around them, and for a rare moment, Rayleigh didn't have a clever deflection ready. Then we'll be rude to her together, he finally said. Hephaestus let out a tired, genuine laugh and finished his tea. Yes, she sighed. I suppose we will. That evening, a girl in a gray apron was waiting outside his gate with a basket draped over her arm. Rayleigh spotted her from 30 paces away. A sudden coldness dropped through his stomach, the exact same chill he'd felt a year ago in a burning street, right after he'd pulled a frightened girl from the rubble and she had smiled, offered her name, and asked him to come find her. He hadn't gone. Not once in all the time since. You never came, Seer said. She said it lightly, the way someone might tease a friend for missing a birthday. Her smile was warm, small, and perfectly ordinary. Her hair caught the fading light like spun gray silk, and there was absolutely nothing out of place about her. A whole year, Rayleigh thought. A whole year of quiet, and she waits until now. I've been busy, he said. Everyone says that. Seer tilted her head. But you're the only one who has been busy for an entire year. Anya thinks you hate our stew. Mamma Mia thinks you're a coward. The corners of her eyes crinkled. I told them you were just shy. Your mama is closer to the truth. Is she? Seer laughed, a bright and musical sound, which was the worst part of all. Come and eat sometime, Yodasai-san. That's all. You saved my life and I still haven't paid you back. It bothers me. She lifted the basket slightly. I'd hate to owe someone forever. You don't owe me anything. You've never owed anyone anything in your entire existence. Another time, Rayleigh said flatly. Of course. She stepped aside to let him pass through his own gate, the picture of graciousness. We'll be there. We're always there. He went inside and shut the door. He stood in his own entryway for a moment longer than necessary, listening to her footsteps fade down the street, light, unhurried, and in no particular rush at all. 3 gods, then. And one of them had already shown up at his front door a year ago, wearing an apron and asking for nothing. Out of sheer habit, he counted the blades at his hip, and went to find Althea. Chapter 244, Chapter. Althea listened to the entire story without looking up from her book. When he finished, she simply turned a page. So go, she said. Rayleigh paused. That's it. That's your counsel. The most dangerous goddess in Orario sends her avatar to my front gate, and your expert advice is to go have dinner. You've avoided her for a year. Alfea finally raised her eyes. How is that working out for you? Fine, right up until yesterday. It was working until she chose for it to stop working. That's her entire point. Alfea closed the book over her index finger. Freya isn't a wall you climb, Rayleigh. She's the weather. You can stand out in the rain and pretend you're winning, or you can go look her in the face and find out what she actually wants. She let the silence stretch for a moment. You're going to go anyway. You've been standing there arguing with me for 10 minutes, which is exactly what you do instead of admitting you've already made up your mind. I hate that she does that. If I don't come back, Rayleigh muttered, you can have my chair. I already have the chair. The hostess of fertility was loud, impossibly warm, packed wall to wall, and smelled like the best thing that had happened to him all week. Yotosai-san. Anya was on him before he made it 2 steps through the door, her cat ears standing straight up, practically vibrating with energy. You came. You actually came. Seer said you would, and Mama said you wouldn't, and I bet 3 days of tips on you, so you have to eat a lot, Naya. That's a lot of pressure for a bowl of stew. It's a very good stew. It was, in fact, exceptional stew. Mia grand slammed the heavy bowl down in front of him with the careless force of a woman who had once been a level 6 and had never entirely stopped being one. She looked him up and down, offering a single grunt of acknowledgement. Hello, sword boy. Sup. Umph. She jabbed a thick thumb toward the dining room, gesturing vaguely at the dents in the wall and a table someone had clearly patched together in a hurry. You break anything in my house, I'll take it out of your hide, level 4 or not. I don't care what you did under the city. That's fair. Damn right it's fair. Then, tossing the words over her shoulder as she walked away, eat while it's hot. Rayleigh ate while it was hot. The stew was excellent, and the bread was even better. Around him, the tavern roared with life, adventurers arguing over dungeon floors and prices, someone singing terribly off-key, Anya dropping a tray and loudly blaming a chair. For a little while, it was the most ordinary hour he had experienced in months. That was, of course, the trap. It wasn't a trap with a knife hidden in the dark. It was a trap built from warm bread, a crackling hearth, and a waitress who was genuinely, uncomplicatedly thrilled he had shown up. If you wanted to catch a man who had spent 2 years being feared, you didn't ambush him. You fed him. Seer slid into the seat across from him, resting her chin on her hands, watching him eat with open satisfaction. See, she murmured. Nothing terrible happened. The night is young. You're a very suspicious person, Yotosai-san. I've earned it. She laughed, a bright, easy sound. Reaching across the table, she refilled his cup without asking, settled back in her chair, and fixed him with gray eyes that were far too steady for a simple waitress. Can I ask you something? Seer asked. You saved my life. You never came to claim a reward, and you never told a soul. You've walked past this place 100 times. She tilted her head. Most men would have come knocking that same week. Why didn't you? Because I knew what you were before you even finished saying your name. Because you didn't owe me anything, Rayleigh answered. You were just somebody standing in a street where a bomb was about to go off. I moved you. That isn't a favor, turning it into a debt would have made it something else entirely. He shrugged, taking another bite. I don't want payment for that. Something in Seer's expression shifted. It was a microscopic change, a flicker, there and gone, like a lamp guttering when a draft catches it. For a single heartbeat, the pleasant, gray-eyed girl vanished, replaced by something ancient and deeply intrigued looking out through her eyes. Everyone wants something, she said softly. Sure. But not for that. The chaotic noise of the tavern rolled on around them, completely oblivious. Seer held his gaze for a long moment. Rayleigh let her, neither of them blinking, neither of them moving. Then the flicker passed. She was a waitress again, smiling pleasantly as she tucked a stray strand of silver-gray hair behind her ear. Then let me get you some more bread, she offered smoothly. You can owe me for that. Later, in a room high above the city that no mortal in the tavern would ever see, Freya sat with her cheek resting against her hand, her eyes focused on nothing. She had touched him. Not physically, but with the divine essence she had been born with, the invisible weight that opened mortal souls like books left in the sun. She had let it brush against him across a wooden table while he ate her stew and calmly explained that he didn't want a reward. And she felt nothing. It wasn't resistance, she knew resistance well. Resistance was a locked door, and doors could always be opened, breaking the lock was half the fun. This was entirely different. Her charm had reached for him and found only the blades. All of them angled inward, forming an impenetrable barrier between her and the boy inside. The boy hadn't even noticed at all. He had been too busy eating his bread. You aren't even shielding yourself, she murmured to the empty room. You have no idea I even tried. That was the detail keeping her perfectly still, her whine forgotten. Every soul she had ever coveted had eventually looked up and realized she was watching them. That realization was the moment she lived for, the beautiful, terrible ritual of capture. But this boy had sat across from her, stated that kindness wasn't a transaction, and gone back to his meal while his swords quietly closed around his soul like a hand protecting a candle flame. She could break it. Probably. She had never encountered something she couldn't eventually possess. But lingering behind those blades, faint, steady, and utterly foreign, that strange presence pulsed like a second heartbeat. It was something that had no business existing in the lower world. It had been there in Hephaestus's parlor months ago, and it was there again tonight, completely immovable when she pushed against it. Freya laughed softly under her breath. "What on earth are you carrying, Battousai?" She finally picked up her glass. "Otter," she called out to the shadow standing by the door. "Yes. Don't touch him or follow him. Don't let anyone from this familia anywhere near him." Her smile was slow, lovely, and endlessly patient. "He came tonight because he chose to. He'll come again for the same reason, or he won't come at all. If I reach for him now, I'll only cut myself." Otter remained silent, which was his way of asking why. "Because I want the boy," Freya explained. "Not some hollowed-out puppet with my name in its mouth. A man who refuses to be bought with a debt certainly won't be bought with a war." She took a delicate sip of her wine. "So, we wait. He's interesting, and interesting things always find their way to me eventually." Rayleigh walked home under a clear night sky, refusing to relax his shoulders until he was at least 3 streets away from the tavern. She looked at me. He was absolutely certain of it, even if he couldn't explain how he knew. Sometime between the stew and the bread, an invisible pressure had brushed against his skin. Every blade he carried had physically shifted in response, bristling like a guard dog lifting its head at a sound no one else could hear. The sensation had lasted only a breath before vanishing, leaving the girl across the table pleasantly offering him seconds. Either she found nothing, or she found something. Either way, she isn't done. He knew he should feel hunted. Instead, he felt the grim, disgusted thrill of a man who had just realized exactly how deep the water really was. Fine. She's patient, but so am I. He was 2 turns away from his own gate when the alley to his left abruptly stopped being empty. Amazons, tall and moving with predatory ease, spreading out to block his path without crowding each other. None of them had weapons drawn, but every single one of them was positioned perfectly to strike. The leader leaned casually against the brickwork with her arms folded, eyeing him up and down like a butcher appraising a cut of meat. "Battousai," she drawled. "You're smaller than the rumors." Rayleigh stopped walking. He didn't reach for a hilt. "Everyone says that. It's getting old. My lady wants to talk." "Your lady can make an appointment." "My lady doesn't make appointments." The Amazon pushed off the wall, a dangerous grin spreading across her face. "She makes offers. She also told us to play nice, which is the only reason we're talking to you instead of carrying you." "Ishtar." Rayleigh suppressed a heavy sigh. "Of course. One goddess feeds me dinner, and the next one sends muscle to corner me in an alley on the exact same night." "Let me guess," Rayleigh said deadpan. "She's offering money, women, or a favor." The Amazon's grin widened into something feral. "All 3. Guaranteed to be a very good time." "Pass. That isn't one of the choices." "It is now." Rayleigh shifted his weight. The moonlight caught the 5 distinct hilts resting at his hips. All 3 Amazons noticed. Their relaxed, confident stances instantly grew a fraction tighter. "Tell Ishtar I'm flattered," Rayleigh said. "Tell her I'm not for sale and I have zero interest in whatever game she's playing to try and beat Freya." He started walking forward again, striding straight down the middle of the alley, forcing them to either step aside or draw steel. "And tell her the next time she sends people to my home, they better knock." They let him pass. He had expected them to. Ishtar wanted him captured, not killed, and corpses made for terrible prizes. But he felt their eyes boring into his back the entire way to his gate. He knew, with the bone-deep weariness of a man who had already read this script, that this had been the diplomatic attempt. Freya would wait for him to come to her. Ishtar wasn't going to wait for anything. And somewhere out there, Apollo is probably still sulking over his bruised ego. Rayleigh let himself into his courtyard and threw the heavy locks on the door. "Wonderful. 3 gods, and not one of them has figured out that I don't take orders." From the top of the stairs, Althea's voice drifted down, dry as ever. "How was the stew?" "It was very good stew," Rayleigh admitted. "Mm." The crisp sound of a page turning echoed in the quiet hall. "That's how they get you." Chapter 245, Chapter. Another knock came at noon, which was somewhat insulting. Ishtar could have sent her people at midnight, quietly, over the back wall. Instead, she sent them in broad daylight, marching down the center of the street with a cart, a banner, and 4 Amazons decked in gold. She wanted every neighbor in the district leaning out their windows to watch the goddess of beauty's rival deliver her offer to the sword boy. Rayleigh opened his own door because his housekeeper had the good sense to be elsewhere. He recognized the lead Amazon from the alley. She wore the smug smile of a woman who had just won an argument. "Yotosai," she purred. "My lady sends her regards, along with a token of her admiration." She stepped aside. The girl behind her couldn't have been older than 19. She wore too little for the weather, heavy gold cuffs at her wrists and throat, and her hair had been styled by someone with immense skill but no actual kindness. She kept her eyes glued to the cobblestones. Her hands were folded in front of her, shaking violently despite her desperate efforts to hold them still. Attached to one of her bracelets was a paper tag. Exactly like the kind used to label cargo crates. Rayleigh stared at that tag for a long, cold second. "Ah. Her name is Nira," the Amazon said cheerfully. "She's yours. No debts, no fixed term, no strings attached, and no obligation to my lady beyond the courtesy of a visit sometime in the future." Her grin widened. "Lady Ishtar hopes you find her agreeable. She also mentioned that if you don't, there are plenty of others, and you're more than welcome to browse the rest of the stock." The word landed heavy and ugly between them. "Stock. Come in," he said. "All of you." The Amazon blinked, clearly having braced herself for a slammed door. "Sorry. You heard me. Come inside. You're making a scene, and my neighbors love to gossip." He turned his back on them, walking into his own hall and leaving the door wide open. Naturally, they followed him. He seated them in the front room and deliberately didn't offer tea. Nira stood exactly where the Amazon had placed her, dead center on the rug, hands folded, eyes still fixed on the floorboards. She hadn't spoken a single word or looked up once. "Sit down," Rayleigh told her. Her head lifted a fraction of an inch, but her eyes flicked straight to the Amazon first. That was the entire story, right there in one glance. She looked to her owner for permission before she even looked at the chair. "She's fine standing," the Amazon said dismissively. "I asked her." Silence stretched through the room. Nira swallowed hard. She looked at the Amazon again, caught a tiny nod of approval, and only then did she perch on the very edge of the nearest chair, looking like a startled bird expecting to be chased away at any second. Rayleigh leaned back, studying the Amazon instead. "What's your name?" "Belka." "Belka. Do you know what I do for a living?" "You make swords." "That's the boring half." Rayleigh tilted his head. "The other half is that I can see what people are made of. I don't mean their character. I mean the literal shape of them, underneath the skin." He nodded toward Nira without breaking eye contact with Belka. "Would you like to know what I'm looking at right now?" Belka's grin faltered for a second. "There's a thread that runs through everyone," Rayleigh continued evenly. "It's how I tell a living person from a very well-made copy. Hers is thin. It's worn thin, the way a rope frays when it's been dragged across the same rough stone for years." He finally shifted his gaze to the girl on the chair, forcing his voice to soften, a task that felt much harder than it should have. "Nira. How old were you when the Ishtar familia took you?" Nira's entire body violently flinched. "Don't answer that," Belka snapped. "Interesting." Rayleigh's eyes snapped back up. "Why not?" "Because she is property, and property doesn't chat about its purchase history." Belka spread her hands, her smile returning, though the edges were entirely hardened now. "Look, sword boy, I don't know what you think this is. This is Orario. Half the city is built on debts people couldn't pay. My lady buys those debts. She feeds them, dresses them, keeps a roof over them, and in exchange, they work. Just like any other familia. It's not complicated, and it's certainly not new. She just gave you one for free, which is more than she's done for anyone in a decade, so maybe you should just say thank you instead of squinting at me like I kicked your dog. She actually believes it." That was the most sickening part. Belka wasn't lying. She had been inside the pleasure house for so long that the twisted arithmetic had simply become normal math to her. "Nira," Rayleigh said. "Look at me." The girl finally raised her head. Her eyes were massive, deep brown, and swimming with a very specific, hollow kind of terror. And the terror wasn't directed at him. "You understand that you are in my house now," he said. "You understand they've told you that you belong to me." A nod. "Right." He kept his voice perfectly level. "So here is what happens next. I am going to open my front door. You are going to walk out of it, and you're going to keep walking. Nobody in this room is going to stop you, because if they even twitch toward you, I will break their arms." He delivered the threat as casually as reading the weather. "You can go absolutely anywhere you like. Home, if you still have one. The guild, if you don't. Tell them Yotosai sent you, and they will find you a safe bed for the night." He watched her carefully. "Go on." Nira just stared at him. She didn't move an inch. Rayleigh had expected fear. He had expected her to glance at Belka for permission again. He hadn't expected the actual emotion that flickered across her face, pity. She was pitying him for being so profoundly stupid. Where? Nira whispered. It was the first word she had spoken, so frail it barely disturbed the air. Sir. Where would I go? Anywhere. That's the entire point. They would just bring me back. She stated it with the flat inevitability of someone explaining that water is wet. They always bring us back. Marta ran to the guild once. The guild just wrote it down in a ledger. She gave a tiny, exhausted shrug. She came back 3 days later and she isn't pretty anymore. Behind her, Belka laughed. The sound wasn't overtly cruel, which made it infinitely worse. It was the laugh of an adult amused by a child stating the obvious. See? Belka said. She knows how it works. Everyone knows how it works. That's exactly why my lady can parade a girl across the city with a price tag on her wrist at high noon, and nobody says a damn word. She stood up, stretching lazily. Enjoy your gift, Yotasai. Or don't. Send her back if you want, she isn't top-tier stock anyway. Rayleigh sat absolutely still. The guild just wrote it down and nobody says a damn word. He had spent the last month deep underground, dragging people out of the dark. He had frozen a canal, dismantled a 1,000-year-old machine, stood over a dying man he couldn't save, and promised a 7-year-old girl her father hadn't been afraid at the end. He had done all of that for the taken, because they had been stolen away, and the entire city had unanimously agreed that such a horror was worth plunging into a labyrinth to stop. And yet, up here in the daylight, under flying banners and rolling carts, they had been marching people across the city with tags on their wrists for years. And Orario had collectively decided that this flavor of horror was perfectly fine. Same crime but different paperwork. Something inside his chest pushed right past anger, breaking through the other side into a place that was utterly quiet and freezing cold. Belka, he said softly. Tell Ishtar I have received her gift, and I completely understand the message. Rayleigh stood up. Tell her I will be visiting the pleasure quarter myself. Soon. To look at the stock. Belka's grin snapped back into place, absolutely delighted. That was exactly the answer she had been sent to extract. Now you're talking. I'll let her know you're coming. He walked them to the door and held it open, as flawlessly courteous as a palace butler. Do tell her exactly that. Word for word. It is vital she gets it right. They left laughing, taking their banner and their cart back down the street the way they had come. Rayleigh shut the door. He stood in his own entryway with his hand still resting on the heavy wood. He didn't move for a long time. Just behind him, in the front room, a 19-year-old girl with a paper tag on her wrist waited in silence for a stranger to tell her what she was meant to be used for. Chapter 246, Chapter. Alfea paused on the landing, her silent dissent masking just how closely she had been listening. Her face was perfectly blank, a look that, for her, screamed volumes. You aren't sending her out there, she said softly. Obviously not, Rayleigh muttered, scrubbing a heavy hand over his eyes. If I turn her loose, she'll be dead in 3 days, and she knows it better than I do. That's the beauty of Ishtar's little trick. You can't free someone just by opening a door when the entire street is the cage. Then keep her here. Rayleigh shot her an incredulous look. Here? In this house, with a dead woman hiding on the 3rd floor. Alfea fell quiet as the true shape of the trap settled over them. Rayleigh's home had one absolute rule: no one could ever know the world's strongest woman was living upstairs. Knowing this, Ishtar had just paraded a terrified girl through his front door in broad daylight, in front of the whole neighborhood, and made her his permanent responsibility. She isn't a gift, Alfea murmured. She's a hook. She's both, which is why it's a good play. Rayleigh let out a ragged breath. If I throw her out, Ishtar wins and the girl dies. If I keep her, Ishtar gets a permanent set of eyes sitting exactly 1 floor below the biggest secret in Orario. And if I try to make a public fuss, the guild will just shrug because it's technically legal, leaving Ishtar to laugh at me in front of the whole city. So you go to the pleasure quarter. That's the plan. Alfea stepped down the last few stairs. Through the archway, they could see Nira sitting exactly where he had left her, hands folded tightly in her lap, waiting for an order. You know what she'll do when you get there, Alfea warned, her tone shifting into something almost maternal. She'll offer you the world. When you refuse, she'll offer you a war. You'll say no to both, and then you'll do something immensely stupid, because you've been exactly like this since the day I met you. Her mismatched eyes caught the light, shimmering with a sudden, unspoken grief. You saved me from a fate I had already accepted, Rayleigh. You just did it. That was different. It was identical. She turned away from him, her gaze softening as she looked at the terrified girl in the living room. Go hit your steel or something. I'll talk to her. She's terrified of men and she's had a horrific morning, and you are spectacularly bad at this part. Rayleigh watched the strongest woman in the lower world walk into his living room with slow, deliberate grace. He listened as Althea sat across from the shaking 19-year-old and said, in a gentle voice he had never once heard her use. Hello. My name is Althea, and nobody in this house owns anybody. Would you like some tea? Rayleigh went to the forge. He worked until the light bled out of the sky, but he didn't actually create anything. His hands were shaking too badly with suppressed rage, and a smith with unsteady hands only ruins good steel. The whole street is the cage. He gripped the edge of his anvil, his knuckles turning white. Fine. Then I'll take the whole street. He arrived at the gates of the pleasure quarter at dusk, carrying 5 swords and no plan he would ever admit to out loud. Belka was already waiting for him, dressed in elaborate silks that proved Ishtar had been anticipating this all day. You actually came, Belka grinned, falling into step beside him. Phryne owes my lady money. She bet you'd chicken out. Tell Phryne I expect a cut of the winnings. The quarter at dusk was intoxicatingly beautiful, which was the cruelest trick of all. As the sun set, thousands of colored lanterns flared to life. Music drifted from open balconies, mingling with the heavy scent of roasting meat and expensive perfume. The entire district glittered like a spilled jewelry box. Rayleigh walked through the crowds and read the threads. It was the one thing nobody could hide from him. He could look at a street full of laughing people and see straight down to their foundations. A stumbling merchant brushed past, his thread thick and sloppy with drink. 2 Amazons leaned against a wall, their threads bright and arrogantly sharp. And then he saw the others. Once he allowed himself to look, they were everywhere. Serving drinks, laughing on cue, draped over balconies. Dozens of women, and every single one of their souls carried the exact same thread, rubbed raw and fraying, worn down in the exact same spot like a rope dragged across a jagged rock for years. It was nearest thread, repeated endlessly down the block. They aren't all like this, he reminded himself, needing the grounding honesty to stay sane. Some of the women here had chosen this life, thrived in it, and would have spat in his face for offering pity. But underneath the silk and the music, 1 in 3 of them wore that frayed rope. 1 in 3. Phryne Jamil was waiting at the bottom of Ishtar's private staircase, eyeing him like a bloated toad sizing up a fly. She was wide as a door, carrying her level 5 status like a bludgeon, with a mouth crowded by too many teeth. So this is the famous smith, she rumbled, her voice like a wet sack hitting stone. She looked him up and down and sneered. Skinny. Everyone says that. My lady is waiting. Leave the swords down here. Nah. Phryne's nasty grin vanished. That wasn't a request, boy. It never is. Rayleigh looked up at her, his posture entirely loose, thoroughly unimpressed. I'll say this once so we don't waste each other's evening. I don't surrender my blade to anyone, not a goddess, not you, not anybody. If Ishtar wants me disarmed, she can walk her divineness down here and try it herself. Then we'll all find out exactly how the rest of the night goes. The stairwell fell dead quiet. Then Phryne threw her head back and barked a massive, ugly laugh. Ha! She said you'd say that. Go on up, then. Keep your little knives. But if you draw one inside her house, I'll eat you alive. She isn't even the worst thing in this building, Rayleigh thought as he took the stairs. Ishtar's hall was a suffocating display of gold, designed specifically to serve as a picture frame for the goddess lounging on the throne in the center of it. She was undeniably extraordinary, dark skin, cascading silver hair, and a presence that demanded absolute submission. She was the most beautiful woman in Orario, provided you didn't count the silver-haired rival across the city that Ishtar spent her entire existence refusing to count. She watched him cross the floor, a slow, hungry smile curving her lips. Well. You're prettier than they said, and ruder than they said. But. I've decided I like both. Sit down. I'll stand. Of course you will. Ishtar waved a dismissive hand, settling deeper into her cushions. You received my gift. I got your message. Same thing, she purred, propping her chin on her knuckles. So, Yodasai. Let's skip the dancing. You know why you're here. Because Freya interested at me. Something vicious and ancient flashed behind Ishtar's eyes, there and gone in a fraction of a second. Because I looked at you, she corrected sweetly. But yes. She looked first. She sits up in that ivory tower picking over the city like it's her personal larder, and everyone lets her because she's beautiful. But then she found you. She sent her pet boar to watch you work, and she hasn't made a single move since. That means she wants you so desperately she's terrified of scaring you away. You've clearly thought about this a lot. I think about her constantly, it's a very healthy relationship. Ishtar laughed, trailing her nails down the armrest. Here is what I am offering, boy. I'm going to list it, and then you are going to say yes. I'll give you our familia money, triple whatever Hephaestus pays you to never touch a hammer again. Absolute protection from every god's whining, the guild's little investigations, and Freya's grasping hands. As many girls as you want, whenever you want them. And above all, an alliance. She leaned forward, and the sheer gravity of her presence made the room feel smaller. You forge unique swords. Put those blades in my daughter's hands, and we will tear the city apart from the bottom up. When the dust settles, I'll be sitting in her tower, and she will be gone. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I'd be doing you a kindness. Rayleigh let the silence drag. It was, objectively, a phenomenal offer. The greatest wealth and power anyone in Orario had ever slid across a table to him. Chapter 247, Chapter. No, he said flatly. Ishtar blinked. To which part? All of it. Why? She genuinely didn't understand. She had just handed him everything a mortal could possibly want, and he hadn't even blinked before pushing it away. Because of the tags, Rayleigh said. Ishtar frowned. The what? The paper tags on their wrists. He watched her closely. You sent me a girl with a shipping label tied to her like a crate of nails. Your Amazon called her stock, and you don't even remember doing it. Ishtar rolled her eyes with a heavy groan. Oh, please. Do you know how many girls are in this house? You want me to memorize them? Keep a little diary of their feelings. I want you to hear yourself. I hear myself constantly, it's the best part of my day. She laughed, but the sound died when she saw his face. Gods. You're serious. I just spent a month underground, Rayleigh said, his voice completely flat. I pulled people out of the dark. They were kidnapped, wrapped in vines, and kept alive just so their screams could be used as bait. A little girl walked into a labyrinth because she couldn't stand doing nothing. He took a single, deliberate step toward the throne. Then I come back to the surface, and you march a girl across the city at high noon with a price tag on her wrist, and nobody bats an eye. It's the exact same crime, Ishtar. You just have a better paperwork. The gold hall went tomb silent. The lazy amusement drained from Ishtar's face, leaving something ancient and cold in its wake. Careful, she warned softly. You asked why. I did. Her nails dug into the armrests. So let me be crystal clear. Those debts are legal. Signed, witnessed, and filed with the guild. Half of those girls signed the papers themselves because the alternative was starving in a gutter. I didn't invent the gutter, Yodasai. I just put a roof over it and charged rent. Call me a monster if you want. But don't stand in my house and pretend the guild's hands are clean. They stamped the papers. They just don't like to visit. She's right, Rayleigh thought bitterly. And she knows it. You're right, he admitted. Ishtar faltered. I'm what? You're right. The guild stamped them, and the city looked away. You aren't some special breed of evil. You're just the one honest enough to build the exact thing everyone else wanted while they pretended not to. Rayleigh shrugged. That doesn't make you less of a monster, just an ordinary one. But you are right about the paperwork. Ishtar stared at him. Then she threw her head back and laughed. Oh, I really do like you. Fine, you made your self-righteous little speech. Feel better. She stretched like a cat. Now let's talk business. What do you actually want? Name your price. I'm in a giving mood. She means it, Rayleigh realized. She'd give me almost anything in this building right now. Free them, he said. Silence dropped over the room again. Every worn-out girl in this quarter with a debt she'll never pay off. Tear up the papers. Pay the ones who want to stay a real wage, and let the rest walk away. He held her gaze. That's my price. Do that, and I will forge for your house for the rest of my life, entirely for free. Ishtar's smile held, but her eyes changed. For a split second, the beautiful facade slipped, revealing the terrifying, uncaring deity beneath. No, she said pleasantly. Then we're done. We are not remotely done. She sat up straight. The room suddenly felt suffocatingly small. Listen to me, sword boy. You are going to work for me. Because in about a month, everything you care about is going to become very expensive. Your commissions will dry up. Your familia's shops will have accidents. That little Ganesha girl who follows you around will be propositioned in a way she can't fight, and Apollo's prophet will find out exactly what happens to girls who see things. She smiled, slow and venomous. Nothing illegal. Just a city that stops being comfortable, 1 week at a time, until you crawl back up my stairs and beg. Rayleigh let her finish. Then, because there was only one language gods actually respected, he told her the truth. Ishtar, he said quietly. Do you know what my title is? Yodasai. Demon Blade. Yes, yes, very dramatic. The other one. Ishtar's confident smile faltered. Ares gave me the first one, Rayleigh said. The second one I earned in a forest outside this city, from a goddess who hunted me for 3 days and decided she liked me better than her own pride. You can ask Artemis about it. She's honest, which is exactly why you two despise each other. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just stood dead center in her hall, looking up at her with hollow eyes. Godslayer. That's the other one. He let the heavy silence stretch. I know a mortal blade can't kill you. It just sends you back to the sky to sulk for a century. That's fine. I'm not threatening your life, Ishtar, I'm managing your schedule. He tilted his head. Your little campaign of cruelties takes months. Sending you home takes a single afternoon. Phryne's heavy, wet breathing echoed from the top of the stairs behind him. Every trace of movement had completely vanished from Ishtar. So go ahead, Rayleigh said softly. Touch my commissions, touch my shops. But if you put one hand on Artie or Cassandra, or anyone else who belongs to me, I will walk up these stairs one more time, and there won't be a fifth conversation. He turned his back on her. Think about how many years it took you to build this empire. Then think about how long an afternoon is. He was halfway to the door when she finally spoke. You would start a war with the entire quarter. I'd finish one, Rayleigh replied, never breaking stride. Thanks for the offer. The stew at the hostess is better. He walked down the stairs past a paralyzed Phryne, stepping back out into the music, the silk, and the lantern light. He walked past 100 women with frayed ropes for souls, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead. Because if he looked at them, he would have drawn his swords right then, and starting a war tonight would have gotten them all killed. Soon, he promised. Not tonight. But soon. Behind him, in a hall made of gold, a goddess who had never been told no sat frozen on her throne, her hands gripping the armrests, entirely unable to move. Chapter 248, Chapter. It started with the ore. Tsubaki marched into the workshop on the fourth morning, sleeves rolled to her elbows and her jaw set in a rigid line Rayleigh had learned to read years ago. She slammed a delivery slip onto his workbench hard enough to make the tools jump. Ferrum cancelled our order, she announced. My father bought from that family for 20 years. This morning, the old man wouldn't even come out of his office to tell me himself. He sent his son, and the boy couldn't even look me in the eye. She dragged a stool over and collapsed onto it backward, folding her arms across the backrest. Beneath the furious set of her shoulders, there was a raw betrayal she would never admit to out loud. Somebody is paying them triple to sell us nothing. Someone sending us a messages, Rayleigh boy. I know exactly whose, Rayleigh said. So do I, and so does the rest of the city. She jerked her chin toward the open door, toward the streets and the district looming beyond them. You walked up those gold stairs and told that bitch no, and now every single supplier from here to the western wall has developed a sudden, miraculous case of full order books. Kepler is out. The Zaharis brothers are out. Old Mott returned our deposit with a written apology, and I could tell his hands were shaking when he penned it. Rayleigh set down the tang he had been filing. Tsubaki deserved his full attention, not the back of his head. How bad is it? We have maybe 6 weeks of good steel left in the racks. After that, we're buying from the scrapers at 4 times the price, the quality tanks, and the familia has to start turning down work. She dug the heels of her hands into her eyes, radiating an exhaustion that sleep couldn't fix. It isn't about the money. Lady Hephaestus can eat the cost. It's the boys downstairs asking me why the good ore dried up, and me having to explain that our lead smith made a personal enemy out of the pleasure quarter. The accusation landed exactly where she aimed it. She knew it, and she didn't offer an apology. Say the rest, Rayleigh prompted quietly. There is no rest. Tsubaki. She chewed on the inside of her cheek for a long moment before sighing. The rest is that half of the forge would follow you blindly into a fire, and the other half are terrified. I don't blame either group, but I have to stand in the middle of them and pretend I'm not scared myself. She met his gaze, her single remaining eye blazing with fierce intensity. Don't take that as a complaint. Take it as a bill coming due. Whatever you're planning, plan it faster. Welf found him later that afternoon in the auxiliary forge. The boy didn't say anything at first, he just hovered in the doorway with his hands shoved deep into his pockets, the tips of his ears burning red as he worked himself up to speak. Rayleigh kept working, letting him arrive at his own pace. Pushing Welf Kratza was the fastest way to make him bolt. Some people came around my old lodgings today, Welf finally muttered. Amazons. They were real friendly. They asked my old landlady all about the Kratzo boy who moved in with the Hephaestus familia. What he makes, who he drinks with, whether his magic swords are as good as his grandfather's. Welf's jaw clenched. She told them I don't make magic swords. One of them just laughed and told her to give it time. A heavy, suffocating silence settled over the room. Rayleigh had watched this kid claw his way out from under a legacy that had been strangling him since birth. He had watched Welf choose honest steel over the cursed fire that made his family famous, standing in a treatment room with white knuckles and declaring his hatred for magic weapons with his entire chest. Yet Ishtar had managed to find the exact soft spot between his ribs in less than 4 days. That is what she does, Rayleigh said gently. She doesn't hit you physically. She finds the thing you are most terrified of becoming, and she says it out loud to the people who know you. I know what she's doing. Welf's voice cracked. Embarrassed, he caught himself and forcibly dragged his volume back down. That's the worst part, Rayleigh. I know it's a trick. I know she's never even met me, and she doesn't care about me at all. She's just poking whatever is closest to you to make you flinch. He kicked the leg of the workbench, not hard, just a frustrated tap. But it's still all I've thought about since. Give it time. Like it's inevitable. Like I'm just a Kratzo who hasn't started rotting yet. You aren't. You don't know that. I've had my hands inside your soul, brat. It's part of the job. Rayleigh delivered the line lightly, but when he looked up and saw Welf standing there looking like a lost 15-year-old, he dropped the humor. You want the truth. Your grandfather's blood is in your veins, and it always will be. You can't cut it out. But blood doesn't decide a damn thing. Every single morning you walk down here and pick up a hammer instead of forging a magic sword, you are casting a vote for who you want to be. You've cast about 400 of them since you joined us. She gets to say one sentence to an old woman. It isn't a fair fight, Welf, and you are winning it anyway. Welf stared hard at the floorboards for a long time. When he finally looked up, his eyes were wet and furious, though he would have died before acknowledging either emotion. Tell me what to hit, the boy said fiercely. I'm serious. Whatever you're planning to do about her, I want a hammer in it. It was Artie who finally broke his restraint. She dropped by the forge after her patrol shift, her hair still flattened from her helmet. She was laughing brightly about a joke Shakti had made, but she only made it 3 sentences in before Rayleigh noticed the stiff, unnatural way she was keeping her left arm tucked tightly against her ribs. He stopped in his tracks. What happened to your arm? Nothing. She answered entirely too fast. She saw the skepticism immediately register on his face, and her expression cycled through a dozen micro-emotions before settling on a stubborn, brittle cheerfulness. It's fine, Rayleigh. It's honestly fine. There was a little incident in the pleasure quarter last night, a scuffle outside one of the houses. My unit went in to break it up because that's the job. It turned out to be nothing. Just some drunks. Artie. They knew my name. The fragile cheerfulness cracked straight down the middle. She stopped in the middle of the street, hugging her bruised elbow, and stared down at the cobblestones. Rayleigh stood there and watched a seasoned level 4 adventurer, a girl who had bravely marched into a labyrinth beside him, suddenly shrink, making herself incredibly small. It was 4 Amazons. They weren't actually fighting anyone, they were just waiting. When I came around the corner, one of them smirked and said, "Oh, look, it's Vyasa." Like she had been explicitly told to expect me. And then they said. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to start again. They said a lot of things about me. About what a girl in armor is really good for, about a lot of bad things about me. They did it right there in the street, in front of my own squad. But they never laid a finger on me, so there was absolutely nothing I could arrest them for. I couldn't do a thing, Rayleigh. I'm military police. If I swing first, I lose my honor. Your arm, he repeated, his voice dangerously low. One of them shoved me hard into the brickwork on her way past and made it look like a clumsy accident. Artie's voice was thin, pulled tight as a wire. It's just bruised. It's nothing. I've taken worse hits from a silverback. She finally looked up at him. Her eyes were shining with unshed tears, and her chin was trembling, that specific tick she got when she was absolutely refusing to cry in front of him. Rayleigh, I am not telling you this so you'll go do something reckless. I'm telling you because you would have found out eventually and been even angrier. I can handle 4 Amazons. I could handle 40 of them. But that isn't what this is actually about, is it? No. No. She let out a wet, broken laugh. It's about making sure I go home and lie awake in the dark. It worked, I've been awake since 4 in the morning. Rayleigh stood in the middle of the public street with his hands hanging loosely at his sides. In that moment, he understood with terrifying, absolute clarity that he was about to do something enormous. The rage had been building since he saw the paper tag tied to Nira's wrist. It had been festering since he walked out of the pleasure quarter, forcing himself to ignore the frayed souls under the lantern light. But this was different. Artie had been the very first person in this world to hand him her complete, unearned trust. She had believed in him back on day 1, when he was just a nobody with a strange sword and a bad attitude. She had drained her savings to buy Nejibana simply because she still believed in heroes. She had stood her ground in a market square, holding a shield line together while a monster screamed her name. And now, a petty goddess lounging in a gold room had reached across the city and made this brave girl afraid to close her eyes, all as a cheap negotiating tactic. "Say something," Artie whispered, a new kind of worry bleeding into her tone. His face had settled into an expression she had never seen before. "Come inside," Rayleigh said softly. "That isn't what I asked." "I know." That night, he sat alone in the darkened workshop with the forge fire banked low, running the mental arithmetic. The math was ugly no matter how he spun it. He could go back up those stairs. That was the simplest answer, and the one his calloused hands were itching for. He could walk straight into that gold hall and make good on his threat. Ishtar would be sent back to the sky in glowing pieces, and the quarter would be leaderless by dawn. But then what? 200 Amazons with no goddess and no orders would be left standing over 1,000 trapped women. The strongest fighters would ruthlessly carve the district up amongst themselves within a week. The girls with the worn rope souls would quickly discover that whatever replaced Ishtar was far worse. He had seen the exact same thing happen with the Evelys. When you cut the head off a monster, the body doesn't always die, it just stops being organized. He could take it to the guild. Aina would dutifully take his report, file it beautifully, and absolutely nothing would happen, because Ishtar was dead right about the paperwork. Every debt was signed. Every official stamp was authentic. Aurenas would stare down at him with those ancient, detached eyes and explain that the guild could not dismantle a legal familia simply because a blacksmith felt personally insulted. And the worst part was, Aurenas would be completely right. He could take it to the other gods. Hephaestus would declare a blood war for him without hesitation, which was exactly why he refused to ask her. Loki would demand a steep, twisted favor in return. Freya would simply want him. She would probably solve his Ishtar problem in a single afternoon and happily hand him the receipt with that endlessly patient smile. He would owe her forever, and she would gladly wait 100 years to collect, considering it a brilliant bargain. Every door was the wrong door. That was the genius of Ishtar's design. She had spent decades building a societal machine that ensured every honest man was left with only terrible options. She sat comfortably on top of it, never needing to be particularly clever, because the machine did all the grinding for her. Rayleigh stared down at his own hands in the dim firelight, tracing the burns, the heavy calluses, and the network of pale scars. He thought about a 19-year-old girl sitting in his living room 3 days ago, waiting silently for a stranger to tell her what her body was going to be used for. The whole street is the cage. So don't just open a door. Tear the walls down. He pushed himself up from his stool and stoked the forge properly. As the flames roared to life, casting dancing shadows up the stone walls, a sudden realization hit him. Somewhere around the second heavy stroke of the bellows, he realized his mistake. He had been looking at this problem like a swordsman. But he wasn't just a swordsman. He was the only person in the history of this world who could forge a soul into steel and place it directly into someone else's hands. 200 Amazons stood between Ishtar and everything she owned. They were her wall. They were the only wall. But a wall is only a wall until someone on the inside decides they would rather be a door. Belka, he thought, grabbing his tongs and reaching for a fresh billet of steel. She laughed when Nira said they would drag her back and she didn't look at the girl a single time while she was in my house. People don't refuse to look at things they don't care about. Chapter 249, Chapter. Lulyun's report gave him 2 useful facts. First, Belka drank alone on her days off. Second, she did it at a dockside bar called the Split Oar. It was way outside the pleasure quarter. Nobody wore gold, nobody cared about familia ranks, and the beer was cheap and awful. She'd been coming here every week for 6 years, always alone. A woman who loved her familia didn't need a place to hide from them. Rayleigh walked in out of the rain, ordered the same terrible beer, and slid into the booth across from her. Belka blinked, taking a second to recognize him outside of his usual setting. Then she let out a long, tired sigh. "You've got to be kidding me," she muttered. "This is my one night off, Smith. And you somehow found it. You hid it well. It took my thief 4 days to track you down. I'll drink to her, then." She downed her cup and slammed it on the table. She was completely on guard now, something she hadn't been back at his house. "If Lady Ishtar finds out you sat at this table, we're both going to have a very bad month. Spit it out and leave." "Nira is doing well," Rayleigh said smoothly. "She's eating properly, learning how to read, and on Tuesday, she actually laughed at a cat that fell off the garden wall. I thought you'd want to know." Belka's expression didn't change at all, which was an answer in itself. A woman who didn't care would have asked why he was telling her this. Instead, she stayed dead silent, tracing the rim of her empty cup with her thumb. "You didn't look at her," Rayleigh pushed. "The entire time you were in my house, you looked at me, the walls, my swords. You dumped that girl on my rug and completely avoided looking at her. People only look away when seeing it hurts. Be careful, Belka warned quietly. Telling a woman what she's thinking is a dangerous game. Then tell me I'm wrong. She didn't. Rain lashed against the tavern windows. Behind the bar, a leaky keg dripped slowly into a wooden bucket. Belka turned her cup in a slow circle before finally speaking. Her mother sold her 4 years ago to pay off a gambling debt to one of our branch houses. She traded her own daughter and skipped town to Melon. Her voice was completely dead. I know because I handled the paperwork. That's my real job when I'm not playing muscle. I carry the papers. And you learn real fast not to look at the new girls. It isn't shame, if that's what you're hoping. It's just practical. You look at them, you start remembering their faces. The faces pile up, and one day you just can't do the job anymore. So no, I didn't look at your girl. I stopped looking years ago. How many faces did it take before you had to stop? Her jaw clenched. Go home, Smith. Back at my house, you told me half the city runs on debts people can't pay. And you believed it. Rayleigh leaned back in his seat. But you drink alone at the docks once a week. Somewhere nobody from your familia can find you. You've been doing it for 6 years. That isn't a woman who actually believes in what she's doing. That's a woman who needs an escape. One night a week where she doesn't have to be the monster holding the papers. Belka moved blindingly fast for her size. She grabbed the front of his coat and yanked him halfway across the table. He could smell the stale beer on her breath. What do you want from me? She hissed, her voice shaking with rage. Spit it out, or I'll smash you through that wall. Men like you always want something. So what is it? I want to know what happens to the girls if Ishtar falls. That caught her completely off guard. Her grip loosened. Falls how? Anyway at all. Let's say she's sent back to the sky tomorrow. What happens to the pleasure quarter? Chaos. She let go of his coat and slumped back into her seat. She answered instantly, like a woman who had played out this exact nightmare in her head 100 times. Phryne takes over the main house because nobody can stop her. And Phryne is worse than Lady Ishtar on her best day. I might secure the east houses and protect whoever I can, but that's a huge maybe. Everyone else scatters. She picked her cup back up. And the debts don't just magically disappear, Smith. That's what outsiders never get. They get sold. Every girl with paper on her gets traded off within a month to whatever faction is still standing. And the people left standing will be the most vicious ones. If you want to kill our goddess, get in line behind Freya. But don't you dare call it mercy. The day Ishtar falls will be the worst day of those girls' lives. That's exactly what I figured, Rayleigh said. So I won't let the day happen until the papers can't hurt anyone. He slid a folded piece of paper across the table. Belka stared at it without touching it. That's a list of the branch house ledger locations. At least, the ones my thief could confirm. It's about a third of them. The rest are locked behind magic barriers or moved around on a secret schedule. Only senior members are trusted with that schedule. He looked her dead in the eye. Paper carriers. People like you. Belka let out a dry, hollow laugh. You're asking me to burn my own familia to the ground. I'm just asking you to tell me where the papers are. What you do after that is between you and your guilty conscience. They'd figure it out in a day. Maybe 5 of us ever see that rotation, and I'm the idiot who spent 6 years drinking at the docks. She shoved the list back toward him. You've seen what my lady does to girls who try to run. What do you think she does to a captain who turns traitor? There are worse things in that house than debts, Smith. I've delivered girls to some of them. Then don't just turn traitor, Rayleigh said. Walk away. He placed a long, cloth-wrapped bundle on the table. Even through the thick fabric, Belka completely froze. She had stood next to Otter at a war council once. She knew exactly what a Zanpakuto looks like. That sword isn't made for you. I haven't had my hands anywhere near your soul. It's an Asachi, a blank slate. What it becomes depends entirely on whoever wakes it up. He nudged it an inch closer to her. But I'll tell you what I felt when you grabbed my coat just now. Feeling souls is my trade. There is a massive wall inside you. Behind that wall is every single face you pretended not to see, and they are all still there. You never stopped looking at them, Belka. You just stopped admitting it. Belka stared at the wrapped blade. She looked at it the exact same way Nira had looked at his open front door, like it was a miracle that couldn't possibly be real. You're giving me a weapon, she whispered. Knowing I might walk right back up that hill, hand you over to my lady, and buy a promotion to captain with your dead body. You might. I've been wrong about people before. Rayleigh stood up, leaving the bundle sitting on the table. But I don't think I'm wrong about a woman who has spent 6 years paying penance one night at a time. You know where my forge is. If that blade wakes up for you, come tell me its name. He tossed enough coins on the table to cover both their drinks. And Belka, whatever you decide to do, just remember that Nira laughed at a cat on Tuesday. That happened because one person decided to open one door. Think about what 200 open doors would look like. He walked out into the rain and didn't look back. Behind him, in the dim, miserable light of the split ore, Belka sat entirely alone with a wrapped sword and 6 years' worth of ghosts. She didn't touch her beer again for the rest of the night. Chapter 250, Chapter. Belka finally showed up on the 9th day. By then, Rayleigh had quietly given up on her. He refused to admit it out loud, but Althea knew anyway. For a week, he had found every excuse to work near the front windows. Whenever heavy boots echoed down the cobblestones, his head snapped up like a guard dog listening for the gate. On the 8th night, Althea had quietly set a cup of tea near his elbow. She might still come, she said, her voice unusually gentle. Who? Rayleigh muttered, not looking up. Althea just stared at him with such flat, unblinking disbelief that he surrendered. He let out a tired, honest laugh and leaned back from the anvil. I wanted this one to work, he confessed, the words tasting strange in his mouth. Not for the plan. I just keep thinking about her sitting in that miserable bar, paying herself off one night a week like her conscience is a debt she can service. Nobody should have to live like that. He turned the teacup slowly in his soot-stained hands. I offered her a door, Althea, but maybe all I really did was show her the exact dimensions of her cage. I've been standing here all week wondering if I did a cruel thing. You gave her a choice she had stopped believing existed, Althea replied smoothly. Choices hurt. That doesn't make them cruel. So when the knock finally echoed through the shop mid-morning on the 9th day, Rayleigh crossed the floor much faster than his pride strictly allowed. He actually had to force himself to stop, take a breath, and open the door like a normal person. Belka stood on his front step in plain clothes. She cradled the wrapped asachi across her chest with both arms, holding it like she was terrified it might wake up. She had dark, bruising shadows under her eyes, looking like a woman who hadn't slept a full night in over a week. But beneath the exhaustion, she looked like someone who had finally put down a crushing weight. It talks, Belka blurted out, skipping a greeting entirely. Her voice cracked. Smith, the damn thing talks. Come in, Rayleigh said, stepping aside. A wide, genuine smile broke across his face before he even decided to smile. Come in. Tell me everything. She sat at his workbench, gripping the tea Althea handed her like a lifeline. She told the story in fractured pieces, speaking like someone who didn't quite believe her own memories. The first 3 nights, nothing happened. I kept it shoved under my bed, feeling like a complete idiot. A grown woman, a familiar captain, hiding a sword from her own goddess like a little girl hiding a love letter. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh. But on the 4th night, I dreamed about the sorting room. The room where the new papers get processed. I haven't dreamed about that place in years. But this time was different. Her thumbs pressed white against the warm ceramic mug. In the dream, I wasn't the one carrying the papers. I was on the table. I was the paper. And a voice started reading out what I owed. But it wasn't money. It was faces. My debt was faces. Every single girl I pretended not to look at, listed out like a ledger. And the voice just kept reading. Rayleigh sat perfectly still, letting her work through it. He wanted to speak, but he knew better. Some truths have to be pulled out whole, or they don't come out at all. And then the voice changed. Belka looked up. Her eyes were swimming with tears, and she was entirely past the point of being ashamed of them. It stopped reading the debt, and it just said, you kept them. That was it. Not you failed them, or you owe them. Just. You kept them. Like the memory itself was the point. Like all those years I spent pretending to look away, the deepest part of me was looking anyway, and it actually mattered. A tear spilled over her lashes. She knuckled it away with a rough, unpracticed motion. I woke up holding the sword. I don't even remember pulling it out from under the bed. And it was warm, Smith. It felt warm, like a living person. Has it told you its name? Not yet. It's waiting, I think. It feels like it's waiting for me to finish deciding something. She looked at him, and all the flat, professional hardness she had worn at the split or was entirely gone. What remained was raw, frightened, and stubbornly hopeful. What am I deciding? You forged the thing. Tell me what it wants from me. I didn't forge what's inside it. That came from you. Rayleigh leaned forward, resting his elbows on the bench. He deliberately softened his voice, dropping his usual armored sarcasm because she deserved better. Belka, listen to me. A Zanpakuto is the exact shape of a soul, with all the apologies removed. Whatever that blade is, it's the part of you that spent 6 years looking when looking broke your heart. It kept every face because you kept every face. And it's waiting because it refuses to fully wake for a woman who is still half loyal to Ishtar. He held her gaze. It isn't asking you to be sorry anymore. I think it's completely done with sorry. I think it's asking you what you want to do about the ledger. The workshop fell silent. Out in the hallway, a floorboard creaked. It stopped, then creaked again. Rayleigh recognized that specific, guilty rhythm instantly. He raised his voice just enough to carry, not bothering to turn around. Nira, you're allowed in. Silence. Then the door edged open, and Nira stood in the frame. She was wearing one of the warm, simple dresses Althea had bought her hair falling loose and natural, her wrists entirely bare. Belka shot up from the stool so fast it clattered to the floor. The two of them stared at each other across the span of the workshop. Belka's hands hovered awkwardly in midair, like a woman who suddenly had no idea what human arms were for. Rayleigh watched her instinctively reach for her professional, detached distance and completely failed to find it. Because here she was. The very first face in the ledger, standing in a doorway, looking back at her. Belka's voice failed her. She swallowed hard and tried again, the words coming out impossibly small. You have color in your face. You didn't have any color before. Nira walked into the room slowly. She didn't stop at a safe, careful distance. She walked right up to the Amazon who had carried her ownership papers, looked her dead in the eye, and spoke with a quiet, burning fierceness no one in the room knew she possessed. Get the others out. Whatever he asked you to do, do it. Marta is still in there. Suki is still in there. Little Ren. Her chin trembled, but her voice held like iron. You know all their names. I know you do. You were the only one who ever said them right. Belka made a choked sound, like something physically snapping behind her ribs. And then Nira, 19 years old, owned for 4 years, and who had laughed at a cat on a Tuesday, stepped forward, wrapped her arms tightly around an Amazon captain of the Ishtar Familia, and held on. Belka stood completely rigid, her hands still hovering in the air, her breathing wrecked. Rayleigh looked away to give them the only privacy the room allowed. He found Althea standing in the far doorway, watching the two women with an expression he had only ever seen her wear once before, through a hospital window, a very long time ago. When Rayleigh looked back, Belka's arms had finally come down. She was holding the girl tight, gripping her the way you hold onto a priceless thing you were terrified you had dropped. Right on cue, the wrapped blade on the workbench began to hum. Everyone in the room felt it, a low, thrumming note vibrating through the heavy wood of the table. Belka lifted her head. Her tear-streaked face shifted from shock into profound recognition. Rayleigh knew instantly that whatever the blade had been waiting to hear, it had just heard it. It has a name, Belka whispered, her eyes wide. I know its name. Don't tell me, Rayleigh said. His grin was back, entirely stripped of its usual edge, leaving only the pure, uncomplicated joy of a craftsman watching his work fulfill its purpose. Names belong strictly to the wielder first. That is yours, and no one else's, until you choose to say it out loud. He stepped over, righted the fallen stool, and gestured toward it with absurd, host-like formality, because if he didn't act formal, he was going to say something embarrassing. Sit down, both of you, sit. Althea is going to make us more tea, she's going to complain about making it, and then we are going to talk about ledgers. Althea, already turning toward the kitchen, noted mildly over her shoulder, I complained exactly once a year ago, and he has never let it go. Nira laughed, the second laugh of her new life. And this time, nobody had to tell Rayleigh about it, because he was there to hear it himself.